Chapter 1. The Eerie Nocturnal Realm. The air was frigid and the night interminable. Nestled on the edge of the silent Fengyan volcano, the forsaken Linhu village lay cloaked in a thick blanket of snow, revealing only the faint glimmers of light from a few scattered homes. When will this wretched existence come to an end? Wang Gui wrapped himself tightly in his tattered quilt. Despite the warmth of a brazier burning in the cellar, he could not quell the shivers coursing through his body, having gone several days without a proper meal. Once a diligent worker from a vibrant blue planet, he had embarked on a solitary winter excursion to Iceland during a holiday. Suddenly, a flash of aurora illuminated the night sky, and he found himself transported to this unfamiliar realm. In Wang Gui's eyes, the surroundings transformed into a digital landscape. He could perceive others' health bars and the informational panels of various objects, akin to a virtual gaming world. Items he did not recognize bore a symbol, while the names of friendly neighbors and acquaintances appeared in green, those he despised in yellow, and the names of nefarious villains and beasts in ominous red. The inhabitants of this world experienced the cycles of life and death, joy and sorrow. Each possessing their own thoughts and cultures, they were undeniably real people, not mere NPCs. Yet, what baffled him was the absence of daylight, the sun's warmth nowhere to be found. All that existed was an endless night and biting cold. Furthermore, he had heard chilling tales of marauding snow bandits, ferocious ice giants, bloodthirsty and enigmatic night demons, and various extreme weather phenomena. It felt as though he had stumbled into a bizarre apocalypse. In this eternal darkness, people clung to the flickering flames for survival. The affluent aristocrats basked in the warmth of subterranean volcanic lava, enjoying a life of comfort, while the lowly commoners struggled to endure the harsh conditions above ground. Wang Gui had once contemplated digging a deep pit in his home to escape the frigid temperatures, only to discover that the earth beneath his feet was impenetrable. He could dig no more than 3 or 4 meters before encountering unyielding rock, as if some unseen force impeded his progress, akin to an invisible barrier in a game. The strangeness of this world was palpable at times. Wang Gui pondered whether this realm had been cursed by a powerful entity, or celestial beings had inadvertently extinguished the sun in a fierce conflict. Perhaps it was an extraordinary trisolar world, caught in an endless cycle of eternal night and day every few millennia or even millions of years. None could say for certain. The flickering firelight danced across Wang Gui's troubled face as he scrutinized the status panel, his expression heavy with despair. Name: Wang Gui. Life, 99. Physique, 2. Spiritual power, 0. Mental strength, 3. The interface was stark and straightforward, devoid of any embellishments. Beyond the brutal conditions of survival, what plagued Wang Gui most was his utter lack of understanding regarding how to cultivate and progress in this world. The villagers rarely ventured beyond the necessities of hunting. Information was scarce and communication stifled. The darkness outside was perilous and fraught with uncertainty, and valuing his life, he had yet to leave the confines of the village. Occasionally, he heard the elderly speak of formidable warriors capable of moving mountains, mystics with profound spells, and inscrutable shamans. Yet, he remained entirely at a loss as to how one might attain such extraordinary abilities as the chosen one who traversed through realms. How could Wang Gui resign himself to a life of degradation? He resolved to explore his own potential. Was it not a matter of constitution? Thus, he endeavored to enhance it through rigorous exercise. However, after over a month of toil, not only did his physique remain unchanged, but he also sustained injuries, causing his vitality to diminish by 1 point, leaving him too frightened to continue his training to AS for spiritual energy. He remained utterly perplexed. Having consumed a plethora of novels and dramas back on Blue Star, he understood that cultivating such energy would require specific techniques or secrets. Regarding his mental state, he believed that merely surviving for 3 months in this world without succumbing to madness was already quite an achievement. Hence, his mental fortitude was slightly superior to the other 2 aspects. Gurgle. Wang Gui felt the pangs of hunger. His stomach had endured the trials of this new world alongside him, and their existence was marked by destitution. Accompanying him was old Li, who, despite their lack of blood relation, had become a companion of sorts. In his youth, old Li had ventured far and wide, but misfortune had rendered him a cripple, now confined to the warmth of the bed. With their food supplies dwindling, the pair had managed to survive these past months through the charity of neighbors and friends. Fortunately, the fields outside had yielded potatoes, and the time for harvest was approaching. Ding! Suddenly, the bell hanging on the wall chimed, a thin cord connecting it to the fields beyond. Alas, Wang Gui's spirit jolted. He hastily donned a thick fur coat and seized a spear from the corner, rushing outside. The potatoes in the field represented his sustenance, and he could not afford to suffer any loss. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the outside world was enveloped in darkness and cold. As he stepped into the white expanse, the snow crunched beneath his feet, and the auroras hung in the night sky like a celestial river. The inky blackness made visibility difficult, yet periodically, the night sky would illuminate with splendid auroras, granting him a fleeting glimpse of his surroundings. This phenomenon followed a consistent rhythm, roughly equivalent to a day on Blue Star. Ice porcupine. Description: a common creature of the tundra, fond of consuming grass, berries, and insects, occasionally pilfering crops. Phew, what a relief. Upon discerning the shadowy figure, Wang exhaled deeply. It was merely an ordinary ice porcupine, not a formidable beast. He stealthily approached, spear in hand, taking care to avoid making a sound. The porcupine before him differed from his previous encounters. It was adorned with icy blue quills, resembling a mutated species, and was gnawing at the potatoes in the ground. Holding his breath, Wang Gui seized the moment and thrust his spear with precision, striking a vital point. Howl. The porcupine collapsed, letting out a pained cry, struggling for a moment before falling silent. As per usual, there was no experience gained or items dropped. However, Wang Gui was already accustomed to this. At the very least, the few pounds of meat would suffice to satiate his hunger. Tonight promises a delightful feast. Wang Gui grinned like a child after several days of relentless snowstorms. Their larder was nearly bare, and hunger was becoming unbearable. Potato ripe. Description: a common crop, resilient to cold and edible. Perfect. Tonight, he'll prepare a stew of pork and potatoes simply exquisite. With all the ingredients at hand, Wang Gui's imagination ran wild, and saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. Bing, acquired potato 1. Congratulations on mastering the life skill. Foraging LV1, 010. Description: capable of gathering low-level plant materials. The long-forgotten voice suddenly echoed in Wang Gui's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. At last, it has arrived. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. For 3 months, he had endeavored in countless ways to discover how to utilize his golden finger, all to no avail now. At last, he had received a response. Wait, that's not right life skills. The biting cold wind swiftly brought Wang Gui back to his senses, prompting him to reassess the skill he had just acquired. It was a life skill, not a combat skill. The techniques and mantras he had longed for were nowhere to be found. Instead, he had received only the most rudimentary gathering skill. Could merely digging up a potato unlock comprehension of a skill? Yet, if the method were correct, then having just slain a porcupine should have elicited some form of reaction as well. For a moment, Wang Gui felt a twinge of confusion. Never mind, life skills are better than none at all, he reassured himself, quickly adjusting his mindset. The frigid air pierced his lungs like a dagger, and the porcupine, recently deceased upon the ground, had its blood congealed into crimson ice crystals. The fire essence stone is nearly depleted. Wang Gui cast a glance at the circular stone in the center of the field, emanating a dim red glow. Under its illumination, the surrounding soil had turned soft and moist, in stark contrast to the frozen earth nearby. In the darkness and cold, light and warmth had become luxuries, coveted by all. The fire essence stone housed an extraordinary energy, capable of providing light and suitable warmth within a certain radius, an essential resource for humanity's survival on the surface. This peculiar stone originated from the city of Xianyan, built upon the fiery volcano, with a powerful ruled over the surrounding villages, levying taxes and labor. Under the pressure of survival, the populace had no choice but to submit. Chapter 2. Life Skills. The heavy snow had ceased, and the aurora in the sky appeared particularly resplendent. Potatoes 10. Gathering Proficiency 10. As he had anticipated, the skill improved through proficiency. Upon completing the harvest of potatoes from the field, his gathering skill ascended to level 2. Returning indoors, Wang Gui felt in high spirits. He filled half a bucket with snow, preparing to melt it for cooking, when he heard the crunch of footsteps on the snow outside, followed by a knock at the door. Opening the door revealed 2 figures, one large and one small, bundled tightly in fur coats, leaving only their eyes visible, with frost adorning their brows. What brings you 2 here? It's freezing outside, come in. Wang Gui glanced at the information tags above their heads as childhood companions, Jin Qiao Qiao. An aura of cold seemed to rise from them, and as they entered, it was as though they were exhaling smoke. This fur coat was sewn by my third, and the chill season is approaching. It's for you and Grandpa Li, along with some dried venison for you to eat, Qiao said, producing the coat and food and placing them aside. Thank you, Qiao. Wang Gui did not feign modesty or refusal. The past few months had been harsh, relying heavily on the kindness of Qiao Jie and Jin Qiao's family. He could only remember this gratitude in his heart, vowing to repay it when the opportunity arose. Is Grandpa Li well? Yes, he's doing all right, the same as always. The three exchanged pleasantries. Jin Qiao, what has happened to you? You appear to be in such poor condition, Wang Gui observed, noting the dark circles under Jin Qiao's eyes and the lack of vitality on his face, as if he had endured a sleepless night. At a quick glance revealed that Jin Qiao's health had plummeted to 95. Just a few days ago, he had been in perfect health. Jin Qiao's expression stiffened, and he coughed lightly. It's nothing, just didn't sleep well last night. I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Qiao Er's cheeks flushed instantly. Their demeanor was evident even to the dimmest of minds. Indeed, it was astonishing how much health could be lost in a single night, truly echoing the wisdom of the elders. Wang Gui spoke earnestly. Take care of yourself, Jin Qiao. Don't overexert yourself. By the way, I just hunted a porcupine outside. I saved the quills and kidneys for you to replenish your strength. Jin Qiao cast a skeptical glance at the porcupine on the ground and remarked, You, with your frail frame, managed to hunt? I suspect you merely found it frozen to death. Believe what you wish to ask for dining with you. That won't be necessary. This little porcupine wouldn't suffice for my appetite, and I fear it might bring you to tears. Jin Qiao shook his head and declared, We came to share some good news. Qiao Er and I are planning to get married. Qiao Er marrying you is akin to a beautiful flower blossoming amidst a pile of dung. Wang Gui responded, unfazed, as their families had long arranged a betrothal. At this, Qiao Er giggled, her smile radiant as a flower. What of dung? It is quite nutritious, and you dare to speak? Jin Qiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Then he replied earnestly, Last month, my aunt introduced you to Xiang Lan from the village. She's quite splendid. Look at you, so thin and monkey-like who would even consider you? Yet you have the audacity to be picky. Xiang Lan was a widow, over a decade older than Wang Gui, with a robust physique that made him appear like her son when they stood together. In their world, physical strength and hunting prowess were all that mattered. Appearances, social status, and family background were inconsequential. There were widows in the village in their 40s remarrying, with stepfathers often of similar age to their children. As an outsider, Wang Gui found it hard to accept such views, especially since he had no desire for marriage at this time. When will you hold a wedding? I'm looking forward to celebrating, Wang Gui said, shaking his head in resignation and swiftly changing the subject. It's still early, there's no rush. We plan to marry after completing our military service. Jin Qiao replied with a grin. In the villages under the rule of Xianyan City, all young men were required to serve in the military upon reaching a certain age, and Wang Gui was in the same batch as Jin Qiao. Though military service was arduous, families that participated received subsidies in the form of fire essence stones, making it a desirable option for many. Moreover, those who excelled in the pioneering teams could earn the opportunity to relocate their families to the warm and comfortable underground cities, a dream cherished by all who dwelled above ground. By the way, tomorrow night, my father will take me hunting, and he will impart some skills and experiences. Would you care to join? Jin Qiao patted Wang Gui on the shoulder, sizing him up. You need to strengthen that frail frame of yours if you can't withstand the rigors of the military. Don't come crying back. All right. The father of Jin Qiao once served as a guard in the illustrious city of Xianyan and was also a seasoned hunter in the village. Following him may indeed impart some valuable knowledge. Moreover, Wang Gui was quite eager to explore the world beyond. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Gui resumed his work with the ingredients when, suddenly, a soft cough emanated from the cellar door nearby. Grandfather, you are awake, he said. Wang Gui approached the cellar, pouring a cup of warm water and handing it to the elderly man lying on the heated calm. Old Li, health points 10, who visited just now. Old Li's face was lined with wrinkles, his hair a silvery hue, and he appeared quite aged. His sight was lost to him, for he was blind, and he bore the scars of a harsh life, one arm and one leg missing, rendering him a pitiable figure. According to other old villagers, during his youth, Old Li had offended some individuals in his wanderings, resulting in his mutilation and blindness. It was Jin Qiao and Sister Qiao Er. They intend to hunt outside the village tomorrow, and asked if I would like to join them, to which I agreed. Wang Gui replied while adding firewood. To the Kong that I just caught a porcupine, and soon we shall stew the meat together. Old Li mumbled a few words, finishing his water before returning to his repose. His temperament was peculiar, but over time, Wang Gui had grown accustomed to it. Upon exiting the cellar, the kettle atop the brazier began to whistle, signaling that the water had boiled, and Wang Gui prepared to cook the meat. He meticulously plucked the porcupine, cleaning its insides, preserving a portion of the meat while chopping the rest into small pieces to place in the pot, alongside washing and cutting the potatoes into chunks. Wang Gui was earnest in his preparation of the ingredients. This was the first time he would cook a meal from food he had personally hunted and foraged, even timing himself with an hourglass, acquiring a life skill. Cooking LV1010 can create delectable dishes from ingredients as the level increases. So too does the quality of the cuisine. Just as the fragrant porcupine stew was ready, a message flashed across his interface that, is this possible? Yet again, it pertains to a life skill. Could it be that I am destined to become a life player? Wang Gui paused in bewilderment, glancing at the cooking skill on his interface, unable to suppress a smirk that IT resembled a secondary profession akin to that of a chef in a game, utilizing ingredients to create food with a chance of special effects. As expected, with the delectable dish completed, an accompanying message appeared. Porcupine stew with potatoes common. Description: a simple yet delicious dish made with porcupine meat and potatoes. Effect: a homely stew that satisfies hunger, with a chance to gradually restore health points. The more precious the ingredients, the better the dish's quality. Of course, this also correlates with the cooking level. Can it truly restore health points? Wang Gui was taken aback and immediately ladled a bowl of the broth, saying, "Let me have a taste." The soup was rich and fragrant, the meat tender and savory, leaving a delightful aftertaste. To savor a bowl of delicious stew on a cold day was undoubtedly a source of great happiness. Wang Gui felt a warm sensation enveloping him, bringing immense comfort. Health 100. Suddenly, the health points displayed above his head fluctuated, rising from 99 to 100. Wang Gui's face was a picture of disbelief. The dish possessed the remarkable ability to restore health points, akin to a red health potion. In the past, he was exceedingly cautious, fearful of losing health points from even the slightest mishap, and terrified of the ferocious beasts lurking in the icy wilderness, which kept him from venturing beyond the village. Now, with the availability of nourishing dishes that not only satisfied hunger, but also replenished health, he felt emboldened, at least when it came to hunting. Upon reflection, the chef truly excelled. By the way, I wonder if this pig's head stew with potatoes will restore Old Man Li's health points. Wang Gui, struck by sudden whim, ladled a bowl of stew and brought it to the cellar, where he roused Old Man Li. Age has taken its toll. My teeth are failing, and I can hardly chew the meat. Old Man Li had a hearty appetite, leaving the bowl licked clean, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Yet, to Wang Gui's dismay, the health points displayed above his head remained unchanged at 10. It then dawned on Wang Gui that due to old age and disability, it was entirely reasonable for Old Man Li to possess such low health points. It was rather fanciful of him to think that a mere bowl of stew could replenish the very essence of his life. If that were truly the case, then what difference would there be between his bowl of pork stew with potatoes and an elixir of immortality? Wang Gui was nearly amused by his own naive thoughts. Upon returning to his dwelling, he reclined on the heated kong and indulged in a blissful slumber, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the following night. Throughout that day, he grasped two skills in succession. Although they were merely practical abilities, each held paramount significance. This newfound clarity instilled in the once confused Wang Gui a renewed sense of hope for the future. Chapter 3. The Dark Forest Valley, the night that followed. Wang Gui awaited at the village entrance. There stood a stone tablet, adorned with offerings of cured meats and fruits, intended to honor the village spirit and beseech its protection for peace and safety. Wang Gui deliberately brought a large cloth bag, prepared for hunting. The addition of the backpack was successful, and the beast skin pouch was unexpectedly linked to his interface, transforming into his storage pack. The pork stew with potatoes he made last night also appeared in the item, its white name allowing for automatic retrieval at his thought, and it retained warmth, alleviating concerns about spoilage. Before long, 3 figures approached the village entrance, each wrapped up tightly like Zongzi. The newcomers were none other than Dainyu, his father Zhao Tai, and another companion, Lu Shi. "You've arrived quite early, haven't you?" Dainyu remarked. Beside him, Zhao Tai bore several long spears on his back, a thick hemp rope slung over his shoulder, and held a homemade beast trap in his hand. With a small knife made from beast bones and an ice pick hanging from his waist, his imposing presence clearly marked him as a seasoned hunter. In stark contrast to Wang Gui, who appeared somewhat out of place with just a spear slung across his back. "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Lu," Wang Gui greeted politely. Both were renowned hunters in the village. "Well, let us go," Zhao Tai nodded, offering no further words as he led the way, with the others following closely behind. The pitch-black night made the silvery auroras above particularly striking. The locals navigated their surroundings by the gathering point of the auroras to the north and the dispersing areas to the south, distinguishing east from west. Having exited the village, The group journeyed northward. Suddenly, Wang Gui felt a heaviness in his chest, making it difficult to breathe, and he gradually fell behind the group. Wang Gui, what's wrong? Daniel was the first to notice the unusual change. Zhao Tai, leading ahead, quickly came over upon hearing the commotion. He is experiencing the effects of excessive cold toxin inhalation. Zhao Tai observed, having just glanced at him, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Cold toxin? What is that? Wang Guixin was taken aback. It was an unfamiliar name. Simultaneously, a deep blue debuff appeared on his panel, devoid of any description. The cold poison was a lethal toxin that permeated the surrounding air. An excessive inhalation could lead to physical weakness or even death. However, this poison was rare within the village, almost non-existent. Yet beyond its borders, the cold poison was omnipresent. As Zhao Tai elaborated, Wang Gui nodded thoughtfully, diligently taking notes. It was his first venture beyond the village, leaving him utterly ignorant of the external world. The firestone could dispel the chilling poison. Everyone should gather closer and not stray too far from it. Zhao Tai displayed little emotional fluctuation. Retrieving a pale red stone from his pocket, affixing it to a specially crafted wooden stick, as though he had prepared for this moment. He then handed the stick to Wang Gui, resembling a lantern. The red stone was indeed the fire element stone, commonly referred to as the fire stone by the villagers. Under the warm glow of the fire element stone, Wang Gui's adverse reactions swiftly dissipated, and his breathing became significantly smoother. This peculiar experience caused a slight furrow in Wang Gui's brow. The outside world was fraught with chilling poison, yet in the areas where people congregated, there was none, creating an impression that the outside was a toxic wasteland while the novice village remained a sanctuary. Let us proceed. We must reach the Black Forest Valley before the ice tide arrives, Zhao Tai remarked gravely, glancing at the faintly rising white mist surrounding them. The ice tide consisted of fine, sharp ice shards formed from mist at extremely low temperatures, swept along by fierce winds, resembling a sandstorm, annihilating any life across the icy plains, a common yet terrifying natural disaster. The group hastened their pace, traversing for about an hour until they arrived at a valley. The valley before them was shrouded in darkness, the path unknown, the frozen ground beneath their feet blackened, with peculiar needle-like grass resembling ice crystals growing on either side. Approximately 10 meters wide. Dungeon, Black Forest Valley not far ahead, a simple entrance formed from two stout stone pillars emerged, with several luminous characters floating above. The dungeon information came into view. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow. Daniel urged Wang Gui, who was rooted in place, before joining Zhao Tai as they stepped through the stone gate. Since this was a dungeon, Wang Gui regained his senses and hurriedly pursued. Upon entering the Black Forest Valley, the surroundings appeared unchanged, yet a palpable sense of comfort enveloped him, likely due to the valley's influence, as the howling winds gradually subsided. Zhao Tai, walking ahead, suddenly turned to Wang Gui and remarked, "There is no cold poison here. We can stow away the firestone." Wang Gui has acquired a crucial piece of information. There is no cold poison within the instance. Zhao Tai cautioned, "Do not assume that this means we are safe. The true peril is only just beginning. The ferocious beasts and malevolent spirits lurking here can strike from anywhere. Stay alert, do you understand?" "Got it, Dad." Upon seeing Daniel and Wang Gui nod in agreement, Zhao Tai exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Shi, who proceeded to the rear of the group. Seizing his enormous stone axe, Zhao Tai led the way, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings with unwavering alertness. Daniel, too, felt a surge of tension, gripping his weapon tightly. Meanwhile, Wang Gui found himself lost in contemplation of the term instance. An instance signifies monster battles, experience points, materials, and equipment. Previously uncertain about how to cultivate or level up, perhaps he would uncover the answers within this realm. Wang Gui reminisced about the moments when he grasped life skills. "What is wrong with you? You seem perpetually distracted." Daniel cast a curious glance at Wang Gui, calling out to him twice without receiving a response, as if he were lost in thought. "I'm fine." "Sure, don't speak." Ahead, Zhao Tai's sharp gaze seemed to have detected something. He turned around and glared fiercely at the two, gesturing for silence. The group raised their eyes and beheld, not far ahead, a black-haired wild boar beneath a coniferous tree, foraging the moss and grass at its base. Black, first rank. This time, the information panel displayed its rank. Lu Shi, Zhao Tai whispered, and Lu Shi understood. Crouching low to stealthily approach the wild boar. Daniel, set the traps and prepare the throwing rope. Got it. By the time the traps were laid, Lu Shi quietly positioned himself less than 5 meters from the wild boar and hurled his spear towards it. Arc, The spear struck the boar's tough hide, causing it to grunt in pain before abruptly turning its head, its crimson eyes flashing as it charged at Lu Shi. Recognizing that he had successfully attracted the boar's attention, Lu Shi turned and fled. "Here it comes. Be ready." Daniel swung the rope and stone in his hand, aiming to trip the wild boar. Seizing the moment, Jiao Tai lifted several spears and hurled them at the boar. The blood bar above the wild boar's head plummeted from 98 to 80 in an instant. Arg! The consecutive assaults disrupted the boar's speed and rhythm, leading it directly into the traps that had been meticulously prepared. In quick succession, the rows of traps snapped shut, like blades slicing through the wild boar's ankles. -1. -1. -1. Simultaneously, the tightened ropes tripped it, sending it crashing to the ground. Arg! Its roar echoed through the valley. Observing this, Jiao Tai lunged forward, taking advantage of the boar's struggle to rise. He swung the thick rope with his arms, waiting for the perfect moment to throw it, successfully ensnaring the upper body of the black boar. Sensing the unusual restraint, the boar thrashed violently in an attempt to break free. However, the other end of the rope was securely tied to a large rock not far away. The more it struggled, the tighter the rope became. Haha, let us see how you can act fierce now, you wretched beast. Daniel laughed heartily. Jiao Tai cautioned from the side, the black boar has thick skin and meat. It's not easy to handle. Don't be deceived by its current captivity. It remains extremely dangerous. What we must do is wait until it exhausts its strength before we make our move. Patience is key in hunting. As Jiao Tai drew his stone axe to finish off the prey, he had scarcely spoken when a figure dashed forward. It was none other than Wang Gui. At that moment, a bold hypothesis blossomed in his mind. If gathering ingredients for cooking in the outside world could lead to the acquisition of life skills, could fighting within a dungeon perhaps grant him combat skills? Clang! The spear struck the black boar squarely on the head. Wang Guiping held his breath, concentrating deeply, his expression earnest and filled with anticipation. Congratulations on mastering the foundational combat skill. Thrust slash level 1, 0100. Description: channeling the entirety of one's energy. One dashes forward rapidly, delivering a slashing strike to the target. Indeed, a crisp sound resonated in his ears, and an indescribable ecstasy surged across Wang Guiping's face. Chapter 4: Methods of Becoming Stronger. As he had conjectured, combat skills could only be comprehended within dungeons. The black rock pig's bristles were thick and short, as solid as rock, particularly its head, which was enveloped in a scaly, bony armor, rendering it exceedingly tough. Its sharp tusks served as its lethal weapon. Though Wang Gui's spear inflicted little damage upon the black rock boar, it effectively provoked the creature's ire, just as he remained lost in the euphoria of the moment. The half-meter-long tusk came crashing towards him. Bang! Wang Gui was caught off guard, as if struck by a charging carriage, his body soaring through the air before tumbling 3 or 4 times and crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Gui, are you all right? Daniel and the others rushed over, their faces etched with shock and concern. I'm fine. The searing pain in his chest nearly left him breathless, but fortunately, the layers he wore mitigated the impact, still being stubborn, even after being thrown. Daniel exclaimed, having witnessed the incident clearly. This is utterly reckless. Jiao Tai admonished sternly. Hunting requires patience. Do not take unnecessary risks without absolute certainty. Your impulsiveness is unwarranted. Wang Gui glanced at the health bar hovering above his head, which displayed a mere 90 vitality. What on earth? Such a significant drop in health. Although taken aback, Wang Gui felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Despite the perilous nature of the situation, it was undeniably worthwhile, for it granted him insights into combat skills. It felt as though he had uncovered the mysteries of the world. In comparison, this minor injury was of little consequence. I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Wang's fiery gaze was intense as he inquired, Uncle Zhao, could you possibly entrust me with this black rock pig? I wish to attempt it once more and hone my skills. His words left the others in astonishment. A novice hunter, fresh from the village, daring to take on the formidable black rock pig alone? This beast weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. Even the most seasoned hunters among them approached it with utmost caution. Although the black rock pig was currently ensnared, it should not be underestimated. Young man, exercise patience. Progress must be made step by step, Lu Shi advised kindly from the side. Have you been struck senseless? Daniel exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Gui shook his head and earnestly stated, I merely believe this opportunity is rare and wish to give it a try, to learn and enhance my skills. Very well. came the reply, but do not force yourself. There will be ample opportunities in the future. If it proves too challenging, feel free to withdraw. Noticing the latter's resolute gaze, Zhao Tai cautioned. Additionally, the rear of the neck and the abdomen of the black rock pig are its vulnerabilities. Wang Gui nodded, rising to his feet and exhaling deeply. He grasped his spear once more and charged forward. With a swift thrust and slash, his proficiency increased by 1. As Wang Gui's figure sprinted, he suddenly accelerated, propelling himself over 3 meters in an instant and thrusting his spear once more. The health bar of the black rock boar diminished by 5. Clang. This time, at the same spot, it bore results. Wang Gui unleashed his skill, which exhibited even greater lethality. The proficiency of the skill also relied on practice for enhancement. However, mastery was not guaranteed with each execution. Furthermore, the use of skills was highly taxing on his stamina, necessitating intervals that prevented consecutive applications. After several piercing strikes, Wang Gui found himself gasping for breath, his limbs trembling with fatigue, and a lingering pain emanating from his chest wound. It appeared that despite possessing game-like data skills, he could not emulate a game character's boundless stamina, tireless combat, or the ability to turn the tide even when gravely injured. Wang Gui launched a rapid attack. However, being his first encounter, he lacked practical experience. Although the black rock pig's movements were restricted, its thick skin and substantial flesh still posed a significant threat. A moment of inattention resulted in a collision, causing a reduction of 3 points in his vitality. The pain radiating through his body made Wang Gui refrain from overestimating his capabilities. He retreated to a corner and retrieved a dish of delicious pork stew with potatoes from his inventory, indulging in it heartily. The pork was still warm. After consuming a bowl, he regained some stamina, yet the restorative effects on his health did not manifest. Burp. Wang Gui had no choice but to consume another bowl, which finally triggered the effect. His health was gradually recovering. This scene did not escape the notice of the 3 individuals behind him. Really? He still has the leisure to eat? Observed Dinyo, unable to restrain his sarcasm. Your opponent, the wild boar, is watching from the side. Show a bit of respect. Zhao Tai and the others, however, remained silent. Gulp. After Wang Gui finished his meal and was preparing to resume battle, he suddenly felt a tumultuous sensation in his stomach. Midway through his dash, he came to an abrupt halt, overwhelmed by the urge to relieve himself. Having overeaten and engaged in intense physical activity prior, he found himself in a rather compromising situation. I apologize, everyone, but I must take a moment to attend to a personal matter. I shall return shortly. Wang Gui grinned foolishly, extending his hand in a gesture of apology, feeling exceedingly awkward. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned. Dainyu, in particular, covered his face, unable to bear the embarrassment. Wang Gui hurriedly dashed to a secluded corner, contemplating as he went. Indeed, culinary delights could not wholly substitute for blood elixirs. They had merely left him feeling bloated. While they offered a modicum of stamina restoration, the recuperation of vitality still hinged on chance, and the results were not particularly remarkable. Fortunately, he had discerned this beforehand. Had he been caught in a fierce battle with an adversary and suddenly found himself unable to contain a bout of diarrhea, it would have been nothing short of a farce. His agility still required refinement. Wang Gui reflected on his previous battles, meticulously analyzing his initial combat experience. Due to his delayed evasive maneuvers, he was struck multiple times by the tusks of a wild boar, leaving noticeable marks on his animal hide coat. Mastery of combat skills can only be attained through relentless exploration in the heat of battle. Wang Gui felt as though his backside was on the verge of freezing, prompting him to hasten back to the battlefield after completing his task. Having shed his burdens, his form became agile once more as he resumed combat with the black rock boar. The creature found itself ensnared by ropes, rendering it a living target, with traps and snares clinging to its hooves, hindering its movement and causing blood to flow incessantly. 50, 40, 34. Roar. As its health dwindled to 30, the black rock boar suddenly went berserk, the ropes binding it snapping as it broke free from its constraints. This was perilous. Wang Gui was in danger. However, Zhao Tai contemplated the situation, recognizing it as a challenge and an opportunity. He fixed his gaze intently on the emaciated figure ahead, reaching out to halt the advance of the 2 rushing forward. Meanwhile, the liberated black rock boar locked onto its target with its crimson eyes. Wang Gui silently swallowed, tightening his grip on the spear as he gazed at the ferocious beast charging towards him. Instead of retreating, he boldly advanced with his weapon poised. Such a confrontation might truly aid him in his understanding. With a resounding clash, the spear met the beast's fangs, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Wang Gui continuously varied his methods of attack, employing techniques such as slashes, chops, sweeps, and thrusts in an attempt to grasp other skills, yet the results were rather unsatisfactory. He even deliberately exposed vulnerabilities to draw the black rock boar closer, intending to evade its strikes in order to master agility techniques. But this, too, proved futile. There were a few occasions where his skills faltered, nearly resulting in his own misfortune. He yearned for the encounter to conclude swiftly, longing for roasted pig's head. As the black rock boar's health dwindled to 10, Wang Gui ceased his pursuit of combat mastery and instead focused on the loot. He was eager to discover whether defeating monsters in the dungeon would yield any rewards. 9. 5. 2. Wang Gui launched a ferocious assault on the weaknesses of the black rock boar, witnessing a significant decline in its health bar. With a swift motion, he seized the opportune moment to deliver a piercing strike to its abdomen, the spear piercing through instantly, causing its health to plummet. The massive form of the black rock boar crashed to the ground, shaking the earth beneath. The successful slaying of the black rock boar did not yield any notification of experience gained, suggesting that leveling up was not reliant on experience points. Did it drop any loot? Wang Gui hurriedly glanced over and noticed 2 luminous orbs emerging from the body of the black rock boar, swiftly entering his own. Simultaneously, within his inventory panel, the true forms of the orbs revealed themselves. Black rock armor, common, crafted from the bones of the black rock boar. Wearing it provides a slight sense of security. Vitality stone, tier 1, infused with a faint essence of vitality. It permanently increases 1 point if the user's constitution is below 10. A piece of chest armor and a unique elixir that enhances attributes. The black armor was rather unremarkable, so Wang Gui shifted his focus to the pale red vitality stone. What a remarkable find! It can actually enhance one's constitution. A look of delight spread across Wang Gui's face, for perhaps this was the key to his newfound strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately utilized the bloodstone. With success, his physique increased by 1. He then turned his attention to his attribute panel. Name: Wang Gui. Health: 90 physique, 3 spiritual power, 0 mental strength, 3 life skills. Foraging level 2. Cooking level 1. Combat skills: stab / level 1. His physique had risen from 2 to 3. If physique could be enhanced through the bloodstone, might there also exist rare treasures capable of augmenting spiritual power and mental strength? In other words, to become stronger and elevate his attribute panel, one could acquire corresponding items by embarking on dungeon quests. Wang Gui's eyes ignited with fervor, and his heart raced with uncontainable excitement. He had finally discovered a method to grow stronger. Chapter 5. A sudden inspiration. Are you all right? Upon witnessing the black rock boar collapse, Dinyo and the others hurriedly approached, expressing their concern for Wang Gui. Impressive. I never anticipated that you could single-handedly hunt down a black rock boar. I was quite worried about you earlier, Dinyo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Though somewhat reckless, you possess the spirit of my younger days, haha, Lu Shi said, clapping Wang Gui on the shoulder, thoroughly impressed by him. Wang Gui's heart continued to race violently, a reflection of his unease. Yet, upon observing the expressions of those around him, it appeared they had not noticed the fallen orb of light. Perhaps it was a phenomenon visible solely to him. A fortunate circumstance made possible by Uncle Zhao's astute reminder. Had he not been aware of the black rock pig's vulnerabilities, he would not have so effortlessly vanquished it. Wang Gui took a moment to calm his racing thoughts and spoke slowly. Have you ever studied hunting or combat before? Zhao Tai's deep-set eyes fixated on Wang Gui. A look of astonishment etched across his face. Although Wang Gui's fighting stance seemed somewhat awkward, filled with erratic swings, it nonetheless possessed an underlying strategy, occasionally exhibiting a sharpness that belied the inexperience of a novice hunter. Old Li once shared with me tales from his hunting days. I learned through my own exploration. Wang Gui explained, noticing Zhao Tai's perceptive gaze acknowledging his sudden transformation. Is that so? It makes sense now. Uncle Li, having ventured far and wide in his youth, must have encountered countless people and events, imparting a wealth of knowledge. Zhao Tai nodded in understanding, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Wang Gui scratched the back of his head and forced a dry smile. Indeed, Li had shared some tales from the past, but they were merely anecdotes about how to surreptitiously observe beautiful maidens bathing. Quite impressive. You possess remarkable vigor and innate combat talent. With professional training, you may truly have the potential to become a martial artist in the future, Zhao Tai praised, acknowledging that such courage and aptitude were rare. Particularly the ability to explore and apply one's skills in real combat, which was seldom seen in the village. When the topic of martial artists arose, Zhao Tai's eyes gleamed with aspiration and fervor. Having served as a guard in Xianyan City, he had witnessed the formidable and terrifying prowess of martial artists. Martial artists? They possess formidable physiques, capable of lifting great weights and exhibiting unyielding bravery in battle. Only those who pass rigorous selection are deemed worthy to become martial artists. In a few days, when you embark on your military service in Xianyan City, you will come to understand this truth. Dad, one day I too shall become a martial artist, Dainyu declared confidently, patting his chest. If you can return safely from your military service, I shall be content. Zhao Tai replied with a sigh, shaking his head. Is military service truly perilous? In the bitter cold of night, within the pioneering military camps, aside from regular trainings, the primary duty involves scouring various locales for resources, eliminating monsters, and safeguarding the townsfolk, Zhao Tai explained, his expression growing grave. In this world, countless underground relics, icy secret realms, and hidden paradises abound, brimming with resources and treasures, yet they are also infested with numerous ferocious monsters. These beasts are extraordinarily powerful, some even immortal. And many pioneering soldiers have perished in their encounters, with only a scant few surviving. The two listened, astonished by Zhao Tai's account. Of course, if one refrains from provoking these monsters, perhaps danger could be avoided. Yet, curiously, these creatures seem to emerge from nowhere, continuously spawning within the secret realms. Once their numbers reach a certain threshold, they will surge forth into the outside world, wreaking havoc upon human settlements. Zhao Tai's expression turned somber as he recounted his understanding of these matters, having personally experienced a monster siege years ago, resulting in devastating losses for humanity, a brutal scene he preferred not to revisit. None of this is a secret. Wang Gui listened attentively, continuously analyzing the information, transforming it into the mindset of a game. This world is replete with numerous wilderness dungeons, inhabited by formidable creatures that can respawn endlessly. Should these beasts multiply, they would escape the confines of the dungeons and launch assaults on humanity. The notion was undeniably strange and perilous, yet for Wang Gui it represented a rare opportunity. He desperately needed to delve into these dungeons to acquire items like life stones to enhance his cultivation and strength. In this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, his current status and capabilities rendered him exceedingly vulnerable, instilling a profound sense of insecurity. Only by growing stronger could he hope to endure in this brutal realm. It appeared that a visit to Xianyan City was imperative. Well, these matters would naturally be clarified once he joined the ranks. Zhao Tai waved his hand, stating, "This black rock boar is sufficient for several families. It's nearly midnight. Let us hasten back." Though Wang Gui yearned to continue exploring, today's endeavors had to conclude here. The group did not linger, returning to the village with their quarry. According to the village's hunting customs, those who excelled were rewarded abundantly. Zhao Tai wished to bestow most of the black rock boar upon Wang Gui, but the latter politely declined, accepting only a few cuts from various parts. Although surprised, Zhao Tai said nothing further. Upon returning home, Wang Gui exchanged a few words with Old Li, attended to him, and then commenced preparations for cooking. He aimed to replenish his health, as he currently possessed only 90 points, and also to prepare additional dishes for future use. Furthermore, he aspired to experiment with creating several dishes to observe if any unique effects would emerge. This was also the reason he had taken a few portions from various parts of the wild boar. After 3 to 4 hours, Wang Gui had crafted several dishes: large pig knuckle, pork ribs stewed with potatoes, braised meat, among others, nearly exhausting his ingredients. Although his culinary skills had advanced, these dishes failed to exhibit the desired special effects, remaining rather ordinary. However, the final dish brought a twist of fortune. 9-turn intestines, ordinary. Description: a fusion of washing, blanching, frying, braising, and simmering, with a balance of sweet, sour, salty, fragrant, bitter, and spicy notes, crafted from the intestines of beasts, retaining a hint of the original flavor. Effect: smooth and rich in taste, offering a chance to gradually restore health upon consumption, albeit with the possibility of discomfort. It appears that solely relying on food for nourishment would not suffice. He would also require herbal remedies for healing. Wang Gui furrowed his brows slightly, feeling somewhat dejected. It truly resonated with the saying that professional matters should be left to the experts. Food may satiate hunger, yet healing requires the efficacy of elixirs. Oh, If only I could master the art of alchemy and potion making, would not all these troubles be resolved? Wang Gui suddenly realized that he had previously been ensnared in a cognitive trap regarding cooking, unable to extricate himself from it, which led to his awakening. The ability to concoct elixirs and create medicinal potions was undeniably more convenient and efficient than relying solely on food for recovery. This was the proper course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gui donned his fur cloak and exited his courtyard. Making his way to the apothecary at Old Kai's house located at the eastern end of the village. He exchanged several pieces of pig leg meat for a substantial quantity of herbs. After clarifying the process and details of preparation, Wang Gui returned home to commence his own creation. Old Kai was a somewhat renowned herbalist in the village. Yet his methods for healing were rather straightforward, applying plasters for injuries and administering herbal remedies, with treatment specifically targeting the areas of pain. Wang Gui endeavored to follow the method suggested by the latter, grinding and steaming the ingredients, and while the medicine was successfully concocted, he failed to grasp the corresponding life skills. Indeed, becoming a pharmacist is not a simple feat, such a professional identity. Without the guidance of a mentor and the accumulation of pharmacological knowledge, is exceedingly challenging to navigate through self-exploration alone. Wang Gui let out a long sigh, shaking his head in bitter disappointment. Although he had not mastered any skills, the medicinal concoctions he crafted were nonetheless commendable. Herbal soup, a rudimentary healing potion. Effective in invigorating blood circulation and alleviating pain. 1. When he took a sip, only to cough violently, it was exceedingly bitter, nearly causing him to retch. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he were to combine these herbs with ingredients to create delectable dishes, would the effects not be even more pronounced? A spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, leading him to contemplate a new avenue of development. The bitterness of the herbal potion contrasted with the delightful flavors of culinary dishes. By merging the two, he could harness their respective strengths. Wouldn't that be splendid? With this newfound concept, Wang Gui sprang into action, utilizing the remaining pork leg and pig brain to prepare a dish. Stir-fried pork, ordinary. Description: crafted from beast meat, it exudes a rich aroma, albeit somewhat dry. Effects: aside from satisfying hunger, it temporarily restores a small amount of health. Cooking, proficiency 1. This time, success was immediate. With the enhancement of the herbs, there was a significantly higher chance of achieving a special effect. Wang Gui nodded in satisfaction, confirming his hypothesis that this path was indeed viable. Braised brain soup, intermediate. Description: as the name suggests, it involves steaming animal brains with water, resulting in a delicacy that is both delectable and melts in the mouth, providing substantial nourishment. Effects: consuming it warms the body against the cold, clears the mind, and temporarily grants immunity against low-level mind-altering toxins. Cooking, proficiency 2. Is it truly classified as an intermediate dish? Wang Gui felt a sense of curiosity, resisting the assault of the hallucinogenic poison. This is a novel effect. I wonder if it can also withstand the chill of the cold toxin. Wang Gui hastily ladled the brain flour soup into a bowl and stowed it in his backpack, the item's name glowing a vibrant green. He hurriedly exited the village, eager to test his findings. Outside, the night had descended into a pitch-black abyss, where even the outstretched hand could not discern its own fingers. Before long, Wang Gui began to experience labored breathing and dizziness, his hands and feet turning cold and numb. Unmistakable signs of having been afflicted by cold poison. In a frantic move, he retrieved the brain flour soup and swallowed it in one gulp. Gradually, the symptoms began to subside, and a comforting warmth enveloped him. However, this effect was fleeting, dissipating swiftly, clearly not comparable to the potency of the fire element stone. Yet it at least offered a glimmer of hope. Wang Gui's face was suffused with astonishment and exhilaration. He was immensely excited and hurried back to his abode. Upon returning, he began to refine his hunting tools, organize his provisions, and prepare for his expedition to the Black Forest Valley the following night. He was in dire need of various materials to enhance his capabilities. Chapter 6. Re-entering the valley. As the anticipated night arrived, delicate snowflakes danced down from the sky. Compared to the frigid days prior, this evening was considerably warmer, a rare stroke of fortune for the residents of Linhu village, who ventured out of their homes in droves. In the face of the apocalyptic chill, survival supplies had become paramount, while gold and silver had been rendered worthless. At a modest market at the village entrance, people gathered to barter goods, seizing the opportunity presented by the favorable weather. After greeting oldly, Wang Gui arrived at the market early. seeking to procure hunting equipment from old Zhang, the village's seasoned hunter. Zhang crafted all his hunting tools by hand, and most hunters in the village relied on his creations. Although Wang Gui had previously slain a black rock boar, it was under the circumstances of traps laid by Zhao Tai and others. He was keenly aware of his own limitations. Determined to embark on this hunt alone, he meticulously prepared. In exchange for a few dishes he had prepared the previous day, he acquired 2 animal traps, a bundle of hemp rope, and a finely crafted bone knife. Naturally, those dishes were nothing extraordinary, devoid of any special properties. Wang Wazi. This pork stew is quite exquisite. Are you preparing for a hunt? Old Zhang remarked, savoring the flavor of the stew before inquiring with curiosity. I heard you returned last night with a black rock boar alongside Zhao Tai and the others. Wang Gui nodded thoughtfully. The plump woman beside him expressed her concern. Child, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak to me. It is unwise to venture out of the village. I have heard that a formidable monster has appeared in the mountains, making the outside world exceedingly perilous. Rest assured, Aunt Ma, I am aware of my surroundings. Should danger arise, I will flee. Once I return with a wild boar, I shall bring you a portion of its meat to nourish your body, he replied. What a good boy you are. At your age, it is indeed time to consider settling down. In a few days, I shall introduce you to a suitable bride. The kind-hearted woman said, her fondness for the young man growing with each passing moment as she admired his handsome, fair complexion and sensible demeanor. Wang Gui scratched his head and said little more. After tidying up his belongings, he departed from the market and left the village directly. Alas, what a pitiable child he is. Had it not been for Old Li discovering him at the edge of the village. Who knows what his fate would be now? After Wang Gui departed, a few elderly villagers began to converse softly at the stall. The road at the village entrance was not deeply covered with snow. Indeed, numerous footprints and sled tracks were visible, taking advantage of the relatively pleasant weather. The villagers had ventured out to hunt and gather supplies in preparation for the impending harsh winter. Shadows of several figures could be seen traversing the path, each adorned with bulging animal skin bags, or transporting their catches on sleds, their faces radiating the joy of a bountiful harvest. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Wang Gui stored all the tools he carried into his inventory, grasped a hand lamp crafted from fire essence stone, and set forth toward the Black Forest Valley. The fire essence stone was indeed from his own land, although its energy was rapidly depleting and it had dimmed with careful usage. It would suffice to support his journey back and forth. Along the way, Wang Gui moved swiftly, his complexion unruffled and breath steady. After utilizing a vitality stone, he distinctly felt the enhancements to his physique, his body having grown considerably stronger. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the Black Forest Valley. Dungeon, Black Forest Valley. The entrance remained familiar. Upon entering, it appeared that the surroundings had not changed much since his last visit. If the monsters within the dungeon were to respawn, the location ahead should be where the black rock boar had appeared previously. Wang Gui, delving into his memories, cast his gaze towards the coniferous tree not far ahead. Indeed, there stood a familiar figure, the black rock boar, level 1. If he could remain here indefinitely, could he not engage in an endless cycle of monster spawning? Perhaps even establish a homestead in this very place? A look of astonishment graced Wang Gui's face, signifying the rapid calculations within his mind. In stark contrast to the harsh environment outside, the realm within the instance resembled a paradise. An isolated sanctuary where monsters could respawn and resources flourished, free from the corrosive chill of the outside world. It was indeed an ideal refuge. Perhaps some prominent families outside hold dominion over such treasures, continuously reaping cultivation materials, ensuring the perpetuation of their lineage. It is even conceivable that they might establish their homes and enterprises within these celestial realms, enduring for centuries and creating vast empires of cultivation. A fantastical world entirely cut off from the mundane. Alternatively, could it be that the original inhabitants of these secret sanctuaries are not monsters, but rather a form of humanity? Wang Gui, increasingly astonished, seemed to have uncovered a momentous secret. However, he soon wore a wry smile and shook his head, reining in his tumultuous thoughts. His understanding of such spatial dimensions was rather limited, and these were merely conjectures on his part. To hastily draw conclusions based solely on the sight of the dark valley below was akin to a blind man groping an elephant, narrow-minded in its perspective. Without further contemplation, Wang Gui flipped his hand, retrieving a length of rope, one end secured to a sturdy tree nearby. He then produced 2 animal traps, positioning them at specific locations. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, trap. Description: capable of setting traps for hunting. The higher the level, the greater the success rate and damage. Is this truly feasible? Wang Gui was taken aback, a look of delight spreading across his face. Soon, the trap was set, just as it had been the day before. Following the same methodical approach, Wang Gui lured the black rock pig towards him, successfully triggering the trap. As the trap activated, his proficiency increased by 1. The health of the black rock pig steadily diminished, accompanied by the gratifying sound of skill enhancement in his ears. With a swift roll to the side, Wang Gui seized the hemp rope on the ground and cast it towards the black rock pig, successfully ensnaring it. The scenario mirrored that of the previous day, however. This time, the black rock pig appeared to exhibit heightened intelligence. It shook its head vigorously, twisting the rope tightly with its tusks, and with a sudden, forceful tug, the rope snapped instantaneously. Wang Gui stood frozen in place. What does this mean? Has this pig been reborn with memories? Why is it so different from yesterday? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as the black rock pig charged forward like an armored tank, colliding aggressively. Wang Gui had no time to evade. He felt a sudden pressure in his chest, causing him to lose grip of his spear. However, this time he was not sent flying. Instead, he staggered back 2 or 3 meters before regaining his balance. With a look of astonishment, he touched his chest and discovered a dark, sturdy bone armor shielding him. It was the obsidian armor that had fallen from him the previous day, coupled with the enhanced physique bestowed by his physical augmentation. Wang Gui was filled with exhilaration. With the same assault, he was now able to withstand it, his health bar only diminishing by 4. Observing this, he was no longer afraid. With a swift motion, a finely crafted bone dagger materialized in his grasp. Today, I shall use you to test my blade. Wang Gui's eyes blazed with fervor, his spirit brimming with combat readiness as he strode forward with determination. The black rock boar, equally defiant, exhaled white mist from its nostrils, baring its tusks and charging at Wang Gui as though confronting a long-standing nemesis from a previous life. The clash was imminent. Man and beast engaged in a fierce battle within the valley. With a thrusting slash, his proficiency increased by 1. Armed with enhanced physical attributes and fortified by the black rock armor, along with a keen understanding of his opponent's weaknesses, Wang Gui held the upper hand both mentally and in strength. The bone knife whirled swiftly, relentlessly striking the black rock boar, leaving behind a trail of gruesome wounds. The boar's health dwindled, 80, 40, 10, but its ferocity remained unabated, retaliating with unyielding force, even daring to withstand the sharp bone knife in a reckless exchange of injuries. Yet Wang Gui offered no reprieve. With a deft maneuver, he executed a sidestepping thrust, directing his bone knife towards the creature's neck for a decisive blow. Congratulations! Thrust/level 2. Successfully slain the black rock boar, tier 1. Congratulations! Acquired martial skill, pig-slaying blade technique. As the black rock boar collapsed, a series of notifications promptly followed. Concurrently, a radiant orb emerged from the boar's carcass, penetrating Wang Gui's body. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Encounter. Pig-Slaying Blade Technique Level 1, 0-100, Low Tier. Description: a blade technique derived from the art of slaughtering pigs. Seemingly unremarkable, yet profoundly simple. Through the battle with the black rock boar, Wang Gui had elevated his thrust/slash to level 2. But it was the newly acquired blade technique that captured his attention. Low tier. Martial skills? Is that what the abilities of warriors are called? Wang Gui blinked in astonishment, realizing that the low-tier white was indicative of its quality. He then executed a series of knife techniques, only to discover that they were the very moves he had employed during his previous battle with the black rock pig. However, this time, the execution was far more seamless and lethal. So that was it. Wang Gui nodded in understanding, his gaze once again drifting towards the panel, inspecting the spoils he had just acquired. This time, there was only one item, and it was not the coveted Vitality Stone. It appeared that the Vitality Stone did not drop with a guaranteed certainty, which left Wang Gui feeling somewhat disheartened. The tuna breathing body refinement technique is briefly described as follows: an ancient method inspired by the living habits of wild boars. This rudimentary body refinement skill can enhance one's constitution by a maximum of 10 points upon cultivation. A few lines were simply inscribed on a small piece of animal hide. Wang Gui's mouth fell agape as he discovered that it was a tome on body refinement. Gaining a mere point in physique proved to be immensely beneficial. If he could enhance it by 10 points, the results would be staggering. This was far superior to the Vitality Stones. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly commenced his studies. He successfully mastered the Tuanchi body refinement technique, level 1, increasing his physique by 3 points, bringing it to a total of 6. In an instant, Wang Gui felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, his muscles becoming notably more robust. As he stretched his body, his joints cracked, reminiscent of a rebirth, distinctly different from his previous state. Moreover, an internal warmth enveloped him, dispelling any fear of the cold as he exhaled hot breath. Casting a glance to the side, he effortlessly lifted a stone weighing 100 pounds with a single hand. He then attempted a leap, soaring onto a nearby ice tree standing over 2 meters tall, exhibiting remarkable strength and explosive energy. The exhilarating sensation of newfound power was unprecedented, filling Wang Gui's face with a radiant smile, his lips curving upwards in sheer excitement. With my current strength, I should be able to confront second-tier beasts. Yet, this is still far from sufficient. He rolled onto a massive stone, settling into a cross-legged position, mentally reciting his mantra, eager to push beyond his limits. The body refinement technique comprises 3 tiers, of which he had only mastered the first. However, after half an hour of laborious practice, progress was painfully slow. He then stood up to practice the pig slaughtering blade technique to aid in his cultivation. The blade whistled through the air, slicing with precision, and after enhancing his physique, the technique's power intensified, yet the results remained minimal. I have been too impatient. Cultivation requires a methodical approach. Wang Gui shook his head, recognizing his folly. While the thrill of rapid ascension is enticing, it often overlooks the beauty of the journey. The days spent since his arrival had been fraught with struggle and hardship. But now, having finally grasped the path of cultivation, he felt an overwhelming urge to release pent-up emotions swiftly. Eagerness for quick success can easily lead one to madness. The path of martial arts offers no shortcuts. Each step must be built upon a solid foundation. Wang Gui took a deep breath, calming his restless mind, and sipped a bowl of herbal soup to aid in his recovery. Approaching the carcass of the wild boar, he attempted to store it in his inventory. But to no avail. Was it simply too large? With a slight furrow of his brow, Wang Gui found himself confronted with a dilemma. The limited space of his inventory, connected to his leather backpack, could not accommodate the 300 to 400 pound wild boar before him. The succulent flesh of this pig was too precious to discard, as he intended to bring it home for culinary endeavors. Left with no alternative, Wang Gui reluctantly drew his bone knife and commenced the butchering of the wild boar on site, carefully dismembering it for storage. Congratulations, you have mastered the life skill, Butchery. Butchery level 1, 0-10. The skill of the butcher allows for the extraction of basic resources from animal carcasses. The higher the level, the more valuable the materials obtained. As Wang Gui meticulously stripped the pigskin, a message prompt materialized before him. Utilizing dissection, he acquired 10 wild boar skins, 2 pig livers, 2 pig kidneys, 1 pig intestine, 1 pig brain, 2 pig ribs, and 20 pieces of fine meat. A cascade of information followed, and soon, luminous orbs surged forth from the carcass of the black rock pig, merging into Wang Gui's being. Within mere breaths, the once mighty body of the black rock pig had transformed into desiccated bones. This indeed proved to be quite convenient. His backpack now bulged, filled to capacity. In the vicinity of Linhu village, there were no mines, thus the tools employed by the villagers predominantly consisted of beast bones. Wang Gui, unwilling to squander the skeleton, bound it with rope and secured it to his back. With only a limited supply of fire essence stones remaining, and having made the arduous journey, he resolved to delve deeper into the valley in search of more resources. Along the way, he gathered some edible herbs and mushrooms to experiment with new culinary creations. Wang Gui discovered a newfound passion for cooking, feeling compelled to explore every possibility. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter any medicinal herbs, as such flora typically thrived in the depths of the valley. Even if they grew at the periphery, they were likely depleted by other hunters. Thus, he pressed onward. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness and silence, and Wang Gui proceeded with utmost caution. After approximately half an hour of travel, he had yet to glimpse any sign of monstrous beasts, which struck him as peculiar. Could it be that someone had come before him and hunted down all the creatures? Wang Gui harbored doubts. Despite the surrounding darkness, the visibility of the blood bars allowed him to anticipate the movements of the demonic beasts. Yet, even so, throughout his journey, he had not encountered any trace of these creatures, not even the smallest of beasts. The entire valley was eerily silent. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the ground trembled, and a crimson blood bar emerged from the previously impenetrable darkness. With the intensifying tremors, more and more blood bars appeared. 1, 2, 3. until they coalesced into a dense mass rushing towards him. A herd of wild boars? Wang Gui was taken aback, his expression tinged with alarm. He hastily sidestepped to conceal himself behind a massive boulder against the valley wall, observing intently. A herd of 20 to 30 black rock boars thundered past, stirring up clouds of debris and dust. Such a sight was unprecedented for him. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air, emanating from a colossal black rock boar. Its dark brown hide gleaming ominously. Its tusks alone measured over 1 meter in length, and it appeared to weigh several thousand pounds, reigning supreme in this territory. The Black Rock Boar King, Tier 3, seemed to be fleeing in terror, as if pursued by some unspeakable horror. What could possibly instill such dread in the heart of the Black Rock Boar King? Wang Gui was utterly astonished, his heart pounding incessantly and breath-quickening. He glanced at the rapidly fleeing Black Rock Boar King, and then at the depths of the shadowy valley before him, unable to suppress a silent gulp. The darkness was suffocating, yet faint glimmers of light could be discerned in the distance, accompanied by the emergence of an enigmatic symbol on his information panel. As for the nature of the formidable beast lurking ahead, it remained a mystery. However, one thing was certain. It was undoubtedly a presence far more terrifying than the Black Rock Boar King. Preserving his life took precedence. Retreat was imperative. Wang Gui inhaled sharply, daunted by the situation, and turned to flee from the valley. Upon exiting the gorge, a herd of wild boars, led by their king, hastily retreated eastward. Wang Gui ignited his fire crystal lamp and quickened his pace back to the village. The snow had ceased, and the entire night sky lay eerily silent. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted in the distant snow-laden forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. The previously pitch-black sky was abruptly illuminated by a crimson orb, emitting a piercing shriek akin to a predatory bird's call. This red sphere ascended into the heavens, drawing attention like a sun ablaze in the night, casting a scarlet glow upon the ground. Whoosh! Following closely, a cerulean flame orb streaked across the horizon, confronting the crimson sphere in the high skies. After a brief standoff, the two orbs commenced a fierce clash, resembling a deadly struggle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cacophony of sonic booms reverberated through the forest, toppling trees and sending snow swirling as countless creatures fled in panic. The ripples of their combat ignited the night sky like a burst of fireworks, a tempestuous energy surging forth. A dazzling meteor shower of red and blue streaked across the heavens, crashing down upon the earth and leaving behind shocking traces. The villagers of Linhu village also noticed the celestial spectacle, pausing to gaze upward, some even kneeling in prayer, murmuring incantations. Meanwhile, the wild boar king charged wildly, succumbing to madness, ultimately burrowing into a snowdrift, trembling in fear from the ordeal. Wang Gui gazed at the tumultuous orbs of light colliding in the night sky, faintly perceiving two indistinct silhouettes of beasts within. Could this be the formidable mountain demon that Ma Dajiang spoke of? A wave of terror surged through him. Such a ferocious creature, capable of soaring through the skies and shaking the very earth, must surely be an immensely powerful being. Chapter 8. Return to the village. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. Countless fireballs resulting from the explosions cascaded like meteors, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. The searing heat ignited the trees, causing the accumulated snow to boil. Some of these fireballs even descended upon Linhu village, causing numerous houses to collapse amidst the towering flames. Fortunately, no one was injured. Wang Guishi cherished his life and, not wishing to be innocently embroiled in conflict, hastily shouldered the skeletal remains of a wild boar, sprinting swiftly across the snow-laden ground, stirring up clouds of powdery snow. Remarkably, at such a tender age, his physical prowess had already reached a level akin to that of a martial artist. It was indeed surprising that in this remote locale, such a promising talent could emerge. In the distance, two figures stood poised above the forest, one being an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, yet exuding an air of ethereal grace. Standing atop the treetops with hands clasped behind his back, beside him stood a mysterious woman shrouded in a veil. Her tall, statuesque figure was elegantly proportioned, clad in a cool, pale blue gown that contrasted starkly with the frigid weather, revealing her long, delicate legs. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, reminiscent of a celestial being detached from the earthly realm, making it difficult for onlookers to divert their gaze. Is old Chi interested in him? The woman remarked coolly, her voice steady and detached, the black veil obscuring her features, yet her exquisite and piercing eyes seemed capable of seeing through all. The elder nodded before shaking his head, stating, in relative terms, at such an age, many scions of noble families would have already tempered their sinews and bones to become martial artists. Why should an old man seek a half-finished product? Nevertheless, it is indeed a rarity for one to have come this far in such a desolate place. Casting a glance at the woman, the elder tentatively inquired, "What if you, fair maiden, were to take him under your wing?" The woman replied indifferently, "The path I tread differs vastly from his. His inner spiritual energy is too scant to become a cultivator. What a pity, then, that so many esteemed disciples yearn to study under your tutelage. Alas, it seems this young lad is not destined for such fortune," the elder mused, stroking his beard with a wry smile. The two beings suddenly engaged in combat, yet it appeared that the treasures were not to be found in their possession. They resumed their search. As her flowing hair danced in the wind, brushing against her porcelain-like visage, the mysterious woman lightly tapped her toes, and beneath her, luminescent butterflies flitted skyward with haste. "Indeed, as you say, fair maiden, I nearly lost sight of the matter at hand," the elder replied with a smile. And with his words, his figure vanished. The explosions in the night sky soon subsided. The conflict between the two enigmatic beings seemed merely an outlet for their emotions. After which they parted ways, transforming into beams of radiant light as they soared away. The flames on the ground were swiftly blanketed by snow, and this area soon returned to its prior tranquility. In the darkness of night, all was silent and still. Wang Gui dared not pause, racing through the snow-covered landscape, as an unsettling sensation lingered that someone was covertly watching him from the shadows. A flickering glow akin to candlelight emerged on the horizon. He was nearing Linhu village. Wang Gui's taut heart gradually eased, yet the recollection of his recent ordeal still sent shivers down his spine. The battle between those two enigmatic beings was nothing short of earth-shattering, awe-inspiring in its ferocity. A mere misstep could have led to his demise. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. It became evident that only by enhancing his own power could he hope to disregard the frigid toxins from the outside world, creating such an uproar without the threat of village closure looming overhead. A sense of urgency gripped Wang Gui's heart as he cast a glance at the dimming fire crystal lamp, prompting him to quicken his pace. At the village's stone tablet, a throng of Linhu villagers had gathered, engaged in animated discussions regarding the recent celestial anomaly. "Village chief, what do you think that was?" inquired a young man. It was likely a fierce battle between two formidable creatures. "Fortunately, they did not linger," replied an elderly figure, stooped and frail, with hair as white as snow and a face adorned with peculiar tattoos, leaning on a bone cane at the forefront of the crowd. "Please, begin the rites quickly. My child is on the verge of tears from hunger, waiting for my return to feed him," urged a young woman. "Have all the hunters returned?" asked a young man beside the village chief, addressing those behind him. "We must commence the altar rituals and seal the village." This was a custom of Linhu village. In times of calamity or upheaval, the village would close itself off for a period, seeking the protection of the village spirit. The crowd exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. "It seems Wang Gui from Old Li's family hasn't returned. I heard he went hunting," one remarked. "That lad surely hasn't met his end out there, has he? With those fierce creatures outside, survival seems a daunting task." The murmurs continued, the tale of Wang Gui's solitary hunt having spread from old Zhang's lips. "Village chief, please, let us not delay the proceedings any longer," several villagers urged from behind. The elder remained unfazed, his hands resting on his cane, his aged eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. "Look, someone is approaching. It's Wang Gui, he is alive. Heavens, what a stroke of luck. The village spirit has protected him." A distant, indistinct light raced toward them, and as the villagers discerned the figure approaching, they gasped in astonishment. "Grandfather Chief." Wang Gui greeted with a respectful bow upon seeing that the rituals had yet to commence, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Welcome back." The village chief replied with a warm smile. "What is this? A wild boar? Why does it appear to be nothing but bones?" "Huh. It seems he couldn't catch a live one and merely brought back the skeleton, perhaps to make soup," someone chuckled. "Alas, how disheartening. Enough talk. The rituals are about to begin." Before the stone tablet, offerings were arranged meticulously, a bonfire crackling to life as the village chief raised his cane high, reciting the incantations. "To honor our ancestral spirits, whose virtue is matched only by the heavens, may the snow-capped domains witness and safeguard their descendants." Wang Gui once heard Old Li mention that the village chief was a shaman with certain abilities. He personally managed all the significant rituals and blessings in the village. Once the event concluded, the villagers dispersed one after another, and for the ensuing month, they were prohibited from leaving the village. Wang Gui returned home. And just as he entered the courtyard, he suddenly noticed two yellow figures moving about inside the house. The sound of rummaging echoed in his ears. Had a thief broken in? How could it be? Was he had said that this fellow had just fought a wild boar? Yet, there wasn't even a trace of pork to be found. Goodness, they seemed poorer than I am. I should check the cellar, a tall, lean man cursed. That doesn't seem wise. Oldly appears to reside within, remarked a nearby short and stout youth. What is there to fear? That old man is both blind and crippled. Even if he discovers us, what can he possibly do? Retorted the tall youth, a smirk on his face. Let us take a look. These two were idle youths from the village, spending their days in aimless leisure. Today, with the village festival taking place, they had seized the opportunity, having heard of Wang Gui's recent hunt for a boar, and they plotted to steal something. Creak. Just as the two were about to enter the cellar, the door behind them swung open, revealing a young figure. Wang Gui? The stout youth trembled, stammering in fear. The tall youth, however, showed no sign of fear. With a swift motion, he drew a dagger from behind, sneering, this saves me some trouble. Hand over all the meat in your house. Or before he could finish his threat, he felt a shadow rush towards him, his vision filled with a rapidly approaching fist, which struck him squarely in the face. The tall youth let out a piercing scream, stumbling to the ground, feeling as if his nasal bone had shattered. Tears mingled with blood streaming down his face as he writhed in agony. Please, don't hit me. It was all the skinny monkey's idea. He wanted to come. Upon seeing the skinny monkey's pitiful state, the stout youth didn't wait for Wang Gui to deliver another blow and immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Get out of here at once. If I catch you two stealing again, I'll break your legs. Despite being from the same village and knowing their parents, Wang Gui refrained from inflicting severe harm on them, recognizing the yellow hue of their health bars indicating a lack of murderous intent. He grabbed the skinny monkey and the stout youth by their collars, lifting them as though they were merely chicks, and unceremoniously tossed them out the door. Just as Jin Qiao stepped into the courtyard. What happened here? Jin Qiao inquired, confusion etched on his face. These two tried to steal from my home. And I caught them in the act, Wang Gui replied, crossing his arms with a cold smirk. Damn it, Jin Qiao exclaimed, equally furious. As he stepped forward to deliver two more kicks, the two youths rolled and crawled through the snow, hastily fleeing from the scene. Forget them. Let us go inside and talk. Wang Gui shook his head and entered the house with Jin Qiao. The village is currently sealed off, prohibiting hunting. This is a gift of 2 pounds of cured meat from Chao Air for you and Li Yi to enjoy. Jin Qiao produced a piece of coarse paper from his pocket, revealing 2 slender strings of cured meat. Having heard of Wang Gui's hunting venture, he assumed it had ended in failure upon seeing him return with merely a skeleton on his back. Thus he came to offer some sustenance. No need. I have provisions in my pack, Wang Gui replied. Grateful for Jin Qiao and Chao Air's kindness, warmth filled his heart. He shook his head and retrieved from his leather backpack some pork, pig liver, and intestines. Well, I thought you would return empty-handed, Jin Qiao exclaimed in astonishment. Did you slay an entire pig? Nearly. The village will be unsealed in about a month. And soon both of us will be off to Xianyan City for military service. Keep the meat to nourish yourself. Furthermore, my father has assured me that once we depart for Xianyan City, he will bring Li Yi back home to care for him, so you need not worry. Before departing, Jin Qiao presented a piece of animal hide. This is a martial technique my father acquired during his youth, said to strengthen the body. I have made a copy for you. Use this time wisely to practice, for one day, the two of us shall make a name for ourselves in Xianyan City. After Jin Qiao left, Wang Gui gazed at the animal hide martial arts manual in his hands. Introduction to Bai Lian Quan. Water is formless, the fist lacks force. Through 100 refinements, it becomes gold, and the essence of the martial art reveals itself. Wang Gui endeavored to master the 100-forged fist, only to encounter failure. Unlike the skills acquired in battle or the martial arts learned from vanquished foes, this technique required diligent practice of each movement, much like an ordinary person. Initially, the learning process proved somewhat arduous. However, once mastered, one could subsequently progress through enhanced proficiency. Thus, he had no choice but to stow away the animal hide. From the depths of the cellar, the voice of Old Li resonated, prompting Wang Gui to recount the events that had transpired, including the 2 terrifying beings he had encountered outside. Oh, you managed to slay a black rock boar all on your own? Old Li exclaimed with a hint of skepticism, as he grasped Wang Gui's arm and examined him intently, seemingly uninterested in the matter of thieves intruding upon his home or the 2 eerie entities. Wang Gui winced in pain, his entire arm aching, He had not anticipated that Old Li possessed such formidable strength even with but one hand. Old Li remained silent, his sunken eyes seemingly lost in thought. Daniel had bestowed upon me a manual of the 100 Refinements Fist for my training. The 100 Refinements Fist? Merely a rudimentary martial art, Old Li murmured. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you possess any more advanced martial techniques, esteemed sir? After all, Old Li had ventured far and wide in his youth and must surely have hidden treasures. TSK, I'm hungry, Old Li said, smacking his lips as he lay down, thereafter remaining mute no matter how many questions were posed. Wang Gui had no choice but to prepare a meal, hoping to elicit some information. However, after dining, the other party remained reticent, choosing silence over conversation, leaving him with no option but to abandon his inquiries. As the night deepened, a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. Following the village's closure, the villagers confined themselves to their homes, rarely venturing outside. Wang Gui, having feasted, reclined on the heated brick bed, the crackling flames in the brazier casting a flickering glow upon his contemplative visage. This expedition proved to be immensely fruitful. Not only did he acquire formidable martial skills and grasp new techniques, but it also broadened his horizons, exposing him to the vastness of the world. He came to realize the terrifying power of those formidable beings, rendering humanity on the ground comparable to mere ants in their presence. The outside world is brimming with the unknown and the extraordinary. He remains rather weak at present, aspiring to become a formidable individual capable of surviving in this enigmatic realm. Yet he understands that there lies a considerable journey ahead. Fortunately, Wang Gui is aware of the means to strengthen himself. What he lacks are merely time and opportunity. Perhaps the distant city of Xianyan could serve as the catalyst for his growth and empowerment. Wang Gui erected a wooden post in the courtyard, diligently practicing martial arts each day in preparation for his impending military service. As anticipated, no matter how fervently he trained, his combat skills remained stagnant. Proficiency could only be attained within the confines of a dungeon. Nevertheless, Wang Gui persevered, relentlessly demanding of himself to practice punches and sword techniques, refining his moves and honing his mental fortitude. He also observed that with his enhanced physique, his appetite had notably increased, yet fortunately, there was an ample supply of pork sufficient for him and his grandfather to last a month. A month swiftly passed, and today marked the day of village recruitment for Linhu village, coinciding with the military enlistment in Xianyan City. At this moment, a throng of figures gathered at the village entrance, standing in a line, their youthful faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Accompanied by 2 armored guards, an elderly man in a gray robe emerged from a nearby sled-drawn cart, casting a cursory glance over the crowd before casually waving his hand. Among those participating in the recruitment were not only Wang Gui and Zhao Dani but also Zhang Hu and Hu Hao. The elder then produced a peculiar stone and approached another line of young women to commence testing. Traditionally, only male soldiers were recruited. But it was rumored that this time Xianyan City had altered its policy to select a few women, who would be rewarded handsomely if chosen. "Ought you there?" the elder remarked. After surveying the candidates, the stone in his hand remained unresponsive until he reached the last young woman, at which point it suddenly glowed. "Qiao." The villagers behind gasped in astonishment, and even Wang Gui and Daniel, observing from a distance, exchanged bewildered glances. "Very well, we have just enough. Here is your reward. Come with me, girl." Before Qiao could engage in further conversation with her parents, the elder, with a gleeful smile, tossed a pouch of fire essence stones and swiftly pulled her onto the cart. "Rest assured, Uncle Li will take care of you. Just focus on performing well. If you can distinguish yourself in the pioneering team and become a leader, it will bring honor to us all." After exchanging a few parting words, the villagers boarded the cart. With a sharp whistle, the lanterns lit up, glowing like beastly eyes, as the cart soon vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. Xiao's parents, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, gazed towards the distant, faintly glowing red volcano, silently praying. As the crowd dispersed at the village entrance, the old village chief, leaning on his cane, made his way to Wang Gui's home. "The young lad has gone, just boarded the cart," he remarked, taking a seat on a stool while glancing at the figure resting on the heated brick bed. Old Li remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the fragrant meat soup in a cracked bowl. The village chief jested, "You old rascal, even half buried in the earth, you still feast so well. All these years it hasn't been in vain." Old Li replied calmly, "Indeed." In response, the village chief retorted, "You shameless old coot. He grew up on the milk of Zhao Taiwa's wife. When did you ever nurture him? Now, One is left with a body marred by disability, yet still expects others to serve them. For a moment, the room fell into an unexpected silence, with neither party uttering a word. I have not imparted any knowledge to him, so I shall not be a burden. After a lengthy pause, Old Li was the first to shatter the stillness. The old village chief's face, adorned with peculiar wrinkles, revealed no discernible emotion, his aged eyes fixed intently upon the stone bowl on the table. Nor shall it implicate you. Old Li's voice was hoarse, as if reluctant to revisit the past. The village chief sighed and, after considerable time, abruptly shifted the topic. You chose poorly where to go. Coming to my abode, were it not for your injuries, I would have truly desired to give you a sound thrashing. Chapter 10. A unique management approach. The night was as dark as ink, with the wind and snow howling fiercely. The carriage bearing Wang Gui sped across the desolate ice plains, akin to a bus making its stops. It circled the expansive rim of the wind flame volcano. With each arrival at a village seeing a few more souls boarding, a cycle repeated until the carriage could accommodate no more, prompting the driver to turn towards Xianyan City. Meanwhile, the old man in a gray robe personally escorted the selected women, including Qiao Air, back to Xianyan City ahead of the others. After such turmoil, Wang Gui and his companions scarcely found rest throughout the night. Daniel had even caught a cold and was running a slight fever. By the time they reached Xianyan City, it was already dusk, and the sky was adorned with stunning auroras. The wind flame volcano loomed like a primordial behemoth, reclining upon the vast, boundless Westland ice plains, with seething magma flowing from artificial openings, resembling torches in the night, dazzling and captivating. Illuminated by the magma, Xianyan City shimmered in a reddish-bronze hue. Perched atop the volcano, its iron-clad fortress akin to a crown forged in the crucible of molten rock, a place that all the inhabitants of the surrounding ice plains longed for. Xianyan City was divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city was expansive, encircling the volcano where the magma flowed down from the mountaintop, while the inner city consisted solely of that metallic citadel, resembling a crown atop the peak. Wang Gui's destination was the outer city of Xuanwu. As he entered the city gates, he was immediately enveloped by a surge in temperature. Below him, molten lava flowed like a protective moat in the depths of the chasm, illuminating the streets of the entire city with a brilliant glow. Numerous houses were precariously perched on the edges of the abyss, connected by stone bridges or chains that spanned the divide. The residents, clad in loose-fitting garments, moved gracefully along the bustling streets below. Above the chasm, a dense array of buildings stood tall, with attics lined up in neat succession. Streams formed from melting snow meandered through the city, intricately woven together by the hands of industrious workers, creating a network of inner rivers. Occasionally, one could glimpse figures frolicking in the waters. Lining the streets were rows of willow trees, their vibrant green leaves glistening with life. Some homes even boasted peach trees at their entrances, their blooming pink blossoms captivating the eye. In the mortal realm, as April's blossoms fade, the peach flowers in the mountain temples begin to bloom, one might say, drawing a parallel to this enchanting scene. The passengers on the carriage, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, resembled Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, eagerly craning their necks to take in the sights, their eyes wide with wonder, and their voices resonating with exclamations of awe. Wang Gui, unfazed, felt a profound admiration for the boldness and meticulousness of the city builder. Do you wish to settle here? He mused. Then you must perform admirably and accumulate sufficient military achievements to acquire property within the city, even bringing your family here if you so desire. The coachman spoke indifferently, having uttered such words countless times before, yet few had succeeded. The group swiftly arrived at their destination, located at the outskirts of Xuanwu City. In stark contrast to the warm and bright entryway, this area was shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, it was still preferable to the villages on the icy plains. Upon entering the camp, they were greeted by a dense array of neatly arranged tents, with flickering bonfires lining the pathways. Soldiers clad in beastly armor patrolled the roads in disciplined formations. Wang Gui and several others were brought to a camp playground, a gathering place for the recruits. Under the guidance of several middle-aged men, they commenced the process of division into battalions and allocation of quarters. The recruits were divided into 4 battalions, A, B, C, and D, with Wang Gui and his companions assigned to Battalion D. Before officially entering the battalion, the recruits were led to a designated area, where, under the cryptic incantations of a cloaked sorceress, they inscribed their names in blood upon specific talismanic papers. It was said that this ritual served to deter newcomers from fleeing or concealing items, thus leaving a means for punishment. Wang Gui furrowed his brow. exuding an unsettling air reminiscent of a contract for servitude, yet under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, he felt compelled to sign. The following days unfolded into a monotonous and tedious existence within the barracks. Daniel, what's wrong? You seem so listless every day. Are you unwell? Zhang Hu inquired, glancing at Daniel in a corner of the training ground. I wonder how Qiao is doing, and where she might be now. Daniel sighed, his expression melancholic. As thoughts of his fiancée consumed him daily since his arrival, he had heard others speak of the exceptional women selected in this unusual recruitment. Each a rare gem among many, likely to be cultivated in the inner city. Here, he had witnessed the splendor and vastness of the outside world, mingling with many extraordinary talents, and he suddenly felt a profound sense of inadequacy. He began to worry that Qiao might be attracted to these remarkable men, fearing she would find him lacking, which ignited a wave of anxiety within him. This was his affliction of longing. Wang Gui could only shake his head and smile wryly, surprised that such a robust and rugged-looking man could harbor such depth of feeling. Rest assured, Brother Daniel, since she is a prodigy, they will surely prioritize cultivating Sister Qiao. She won't be neglected like us, left in this wretched pigsty for 3 days without even knowing who our instructor is. Each day is a monotonous cycle of running, standing, and practicing punches, while the food in the kitchen is as unpalatable as pig slop. Far inferior to what Brother Gui cooks, Hu Hao remarked earnestly, with Zhang Hu nodding in agreement. The three of them were from the same village, relying on each other as they ventured into the world, sharing their living and dining arrangements. The kitchen's fare was indeed difficult to swallow, and sometimes Wang Gui would sneak off to cook a little something for them. Later this evening, let us prepare a meal to satisfy our cravings, Wang Gui said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Hu Hao's eyes lit up, and the latter, having some supplies left, salivated at the prospect of enjoying a delicious feast. You, what are you doing? Let me go? As the group conversed, a commotion erupted nearby in the camp. They spotted a frail young man being hoisted aloft by a bald man with a fierce expression, who was terrifying the former into loud cries for help. What are you doing? You are blocking my path. The bald man's face contorted with malice, marked by 2 lines etched beneath his eyes, exuding a primal ferocity. Behind him loomed 2 similarly garbed, towering men, evidently from the same village. With that, the bald man hurled the frail youth aside, who crashed heavily to the ground. Haha. Looks like a dog eating dung has arrived. The 2 bystanders jeered loudly. From now on, I shall be the one in charge here. Who dares to defy me? The bald man at the forefront bellowed, asserting his dominance, while those around the camp exchanged furtive glances, remaining silent. Observing this, the bald man's laughter grew increasingly brazen. This individual was Kuei Long from Kuei Wolf Village, known for his overbearing and rude demeanor. It was rumored that many formidable warriors had emerged from his village, now residing in Xuanwu City, and one of his cousins wielded considerable influence within the camp. Hu Hao whispered, "Do not be deceived by his outwardly timid appearance. He has amassed a wealth of intelligence in recent days, acquiring information about many individuals. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking him." Zhang Hu expressed his apprehension. Wang Gui observed the scene before him, contemplating silently. During his days in the military camp, he noted that Kuei Long, despite his influential background, had not immediately asserted his dominance. It was evident that he too had been discreetly assessing the situation, only stepping forward when he realized that Ding Ying posed no threat to him, aiming to assume the role of the leader of Ding Ying's group. Furthermore, Wang Gui's gaze shifted to the camp's solitary tower, where a light glimmered within. However, throughout these days, he had yet to encounter the so-called instructor. All activities seemed to have been initiated by the soldiers themselves. Those who desired to train did so freely, while those wishing to rest enjoyed the liberty to do so, with no oversight. Even the skirmishes among the new recruits went unnoticed by the guards stationed nearby, who appeared to have tacitly approved of the situation. Wang Gui speculated that a unique management style, brimming with primal and untamed energy, was being implemented here. Which village do you hail from? Just as Wang Gui pondered this, Kuei Long and his 2 companions unexpectedly appeared before them. Chapter 11. Camp Conflict. We are from Linhu Village. Hu Hao and the others exchanged glances, clearly apprehensive, their voices quivering with fear. Linhu Village? Such a remote place? Kuei Long rubbed his shining bald head and smirked, recalling that his second aunt was from their village. How about this? Each of you gives me a respectful bow and acknowledges me as your elder brother. In return, I shall protect you in this military camp. What do you say? Kuei Long grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The scene quickly attracted the attention of many onlookers. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hu Hao and Zhang Hu darkened, frozen in place. Taken aback by the latter's brazen arrogance and open humiliation, "Do not overstep your bounds. We have not provoked you," Zhang Hu gritted his teeth in protest. "Overstep my bounds?" Kuei Long sneered, saying, "What will you do about it? This is a military camp. If you wish to live a quiet life, you might as well return to your village and tend to your fields. Brother, there is no need to waste words with them. Let us give them a proper beating and see if they remain obedient," he chuckled maliciously. Beside him, the tall, bearded Kuei, he brandished his wrist and sneered ominously before charging at Hu Hao and his companions, throwing a powerful punch. Hu Hao was considerably smaller and weaker in stature compared to his opponent, just as everyone expected Hu Hao to be knocked down by the blow. A figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking the attack. The unexpected appearance stunned Kuei, and seeing his attack thwarted, he let out an enraged shout and launched another punch towards the stranger's face. Bang! However, the figure did not grant him any opportunity and struck first, delivering a punch that whooshed through the air, landing solidly against Kuei-Hi's chest. The nearly 180-pound, robust figure of Kuei was sent flying, collapsing to the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Countless eyes turned toward the figure, gasping in shock. To be able to send Kuei flying with a single punch, this individual was not to be underestimated. Whispers of awe spread among the onlookers. "You little brat. You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Another burly man, Kuei Feng, pointed at Wang Gui and bellowed in anger. "Dare to point at me again and see what happens." The usually reticent Danius suddenly rose to his feet, striding purposefully to Wang Gui's side. His expression dark as he fixed a cold gaze upon Kuei Feng. Towering at nearly 2 meters, Danny possessed a robust physique, his muscular build rivaling that of his adversary. Beside him, Hu Hao and Zhang Hu, typically timid, also found their courage and stood alongside. The two factions confronted each other, the atmosphere charged with palpable tension. "You may do as you please, but should you intend to trample upon us, you may have misjudged your opponents." Wang Gui's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Kuei Long, his voice cold as ice. The other party sought trouble with them merely to demonstrate their power, intending to intimidate others. However, they had chosen the wrong adversary this time. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, Wang Gui would not hesitate to make it an unforgettable lesson for them. Kuei Long's expression was grim, for the opponent had the audacity to strike at Kuei right before him, a direct affront that felt like a public slap to his face. How could he possibly maintain his standing in the camp after this? "You are truly courting death." Fueled by rage, Kuei Long's foot struck the ground, propelling him towards Wang Gui like a cannonball, his right hand curling into a claw as he aimed viciously at the latter's throat. Whoosh! Wang Gui remained unflinching, extending his hand with the precision of a hawk, grasping the wrist of his opponent midair. Before the latter could react, Wang Gui forcefully twisted, resulting in a sharp crack. A piercing sound of a bone snapping mingled with the agonized scream of his adversary, resonating hauntingly across the desolate ground. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. Kuei Long's arm was effectively rendered useless. Numerous eyes turned toward Wang Gui, a flicker of apprehension crossing their faces. This young man was undeniably ruthless and not to be trifled with. "Get lost," Wang Gui commanded coldly. All right, I'll remember you lot. Just wait." Kuei Long, clutching his injured wrist, wore an expression of ferocity and malice as he spat out his threats before hastily retreating with his companions. "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped. I haven't even begun to unleash my prowess." Danyo chuckled, cradling his arms, then turned to Wang Gui with a look of surprise. "Well done. It seems you have been honing your skills during your time in Feng Village." Wang Gui smiled faintly, emboldened by the realization that the unique management system of the military camp tacitly allowed such conflicts to exist. Furthermore, he intended to serve as a warning to others, preventing future troubles. He sensed that the dynamics within this camp were far more intricate than they appeared. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and Hu Hao regarded Wang Gui with admiration. Suddenly, the wooden door of the pavilion creaked open, and amidst the flickering flames, a middle-aged man with a short beard and clad in armor emerged. "I am Liang Qi, your instructor," he announced as he descended the staircase, his calm voice resonating across the camp. "I have a mission that requires escorting a shipment of supplies, and I need 10 individuals. Who among you wishes to volunteer?" Standing before the pavilion, Liang Qi observed the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly indifferent to the earlier commotion. The onlookers exchanged glances, yet none responded. "What? Is there truly no one eager to earn military merit?" Liang Qi inquired. Excuse me. Instructor Liang, where is the destination for the escort? A man finally spoke up. The Howling Gorge, came the reply. What? The Howling Gorge? Several individuals who were aware of the place gasped in shock. It was rumored to be perpetually beset by snowstorms and fraught with peril, home to numerous unknown and vicious beasts. As someone articulated the dangers of the location, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. No one was willing to venture there to meet their demise, especially as they were still young and had plenty of time ahead of them. There was no need to risk their lives in such a treacherous place. This mission bears no prerequisites, and upon successful completion, each participant will earn 100 points of military merit, Liang Qi declared. What? 100 points of military merit? Such a sum. The camp management operated on a merit-based reward system, wherein successful task completion would yield merit points, which could be exchanged for various rewards, including fire essence stones, herbs, property deeds, weapons, and even beautiful servants, martial arts techniques, and alchemical pills. Liang Qi's words ignited excitement among the crowd once more. He continued. Moreover, accumulating military merit can elevate your ranks, reflecting your status and privileges within Xuanwu City. There is even a chance to gain entry into the inner city. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. Each of these rewards was undeniably enticing, and the prospect of entering the inner city left everyone wide-eyed. There existed a rule in Xianyan City. Those who could gain entry to the inner city would be free to live there for generations, unbound by restrictions. Anyone able to enter the inner city was invariably a powerful elite, wielding significant authority within the city's affairs. However, Liang Qi cautioned, should your accumulated military merit points prove insufficient to sustain your stay in the camp, you will be expelled from the city and sent back to your villages. Barred from re-entering the outer city, Liang Qi wore a smile that seemed ambiguous as he surveyed the surroundings, relishing the bewildered and hesitant expressions of the crowd. It is believed that anyone who has set foot in this place would no longer wish to return to their previous life, one of poverty and despair, devoid of hope. Xuanwu City represents the greatest temptation, while Xianyan City stands as the ultimate allure. Light and warmth symbolize the most profound seduction. Leaving this place equates to relinquishing the opportunity for transformation and the hope of altering one's destiny. At that moment, some individuals furrowed their brows, while others hesitated, weighing the pros and cons amidst the juxtaposition of opportunity and peril. Instructor, I am willing to go. At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd toward the figure by the wooden post, locking onto Wang Gui. Excellent, we are still short of 9 individuals. The slots are limited, first come, first served. Chapter 12. The Wailing Gorge. The Wailing Gorge is said to be a graveyard for warriors. Does that not mean our journey there would be akin to courting death? There is no rush to accrue military merit. Indeed, whoever wishes to go may do so. I shall not be among them. The crowd murmured in low tones, shaking their heads in refusal. Even with the promise of generous rewards, they ultimately chose life over glory. Wang Gui, however, opted to venture forth, motivated by the allure of military accolades and the desire to train within the dungeon. As he had felt stifled during these past few days, outside, one could only enhance their living skills, while combat skills could only be honed in the dungeons. Moreover, despite his current prowess being inferior to that of true warriors, he believed he could manage to safeguard his life in the face of danger. Count me in. Dania stepped forward, thumping his chest with a grin, declaring that he would not be left behind if Wang Gui was going. We'll join as well. Behind him, Zhang Hu and Hu Hao exchanged glances and raised their hands in agreement. Witnessing Wang Gui and others signing up for the escort mission, the crowd began to waver. Some, fueled by a sense of luck or a willingness to risk everything for military merit, followed suit and raised their hands. To Wang Gui's surprise, the frail man who had previously been bullied by Kuei Long also chose to participate, while Kuei Long and his companions remained silent, casting sinister glances in his direction. Once everyone is gathered, let us prepare and follow me. Liang, the instructor, revealed no emotion on his face. After assembling the 10 participants, he rose and departed the camp, with several individuals grasping their weapons closely behind him. Upon exiting the camp, Liang led them to a street corner where a few carts were stationed, and a dozen individuals were busily loading supplies. At the forefront was a man clad in splendid armor, with a mustache and a curved blade at his waist. Standing tall and robust, likely in his 30s. Zhou, I have brought the individuals. Liang greeted him with a respectful gesture and a smile. Yes. Stop dawdling and quickly assist in loading the goods onto the carts. Zhou replied with a nod, then gestured for Wang Gui and the others to start moving the items. Haha, we owe you a great deal, Instructor Liang. Alas, it is indeed a fortunate affair for me, Liang, to assist the Su residents. While the two exchanged pleasantries, one could observe the stealthy Zhou guard discreetly handing a bulging bundle to Instructor Liang. This scene did not escape the watchful eye of Wang Gui, who couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling as if he had been sold out. I am Wu Chen, and I must extend my gratitude to you, Brother Wang. For your assistance earlier, a voice suddenly emerged as a slender figure approached Wang Gui. It was none other than the frail man who had previously been tormented by Kuei Long, his fair complexion and handsome features reminiscent of a refined scholar. Assist you? Wang Gui responded with surprise. I never claimed to be of help. It was merely Kuei Long who sought trouble with me. That is of no consequence. Wu Chen replied with a smile, your confrontation with him has indeed served to alleviate my grievances. Wang Gui helplessly shook his head, questioning how this could possibly be involved. Knowing the peril of this journey, why would Brother Wang still choose to come? Wu Chen suddenly inquired. Aren't you just as guilty for following? Wang Gui cast a glance at him. Wu Chen chuckled awkwardly, then asked, Brother Wang, are you aware that these are goods from the Su residents? The Su residents? Brother Wang is unaware? Wu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Gui shook his head, for he had only just arrived and was unaware of such matters. The Su residence is one of the 4 prominent houses in Xuanwu City, wielding considerable influence. These 4 houses, namely Qi, Su, Huang, and Yang, govern various enterprises within the city, including taverns, apothecaries, and talisman workshops, effectively controlling the vast trade in the area. It is rumored that not long ago, the Su and Qi houses discovered a hidden treasure in the Shuimang Mountains. Due to disputes over ownership, the 2 families established a wager. Whoever first conquers the Howling Valley would claim the rights to the treasure. Wu Chen continued in a hushed tone, however. It is said that the Su family has encountered obstacles, and this shipment of supplies is likely intended to support the front lines. Wang Gui gazed at the latter with an air of intrigue, inquiring, how did you come to know about these matters? Wu Chen shrugged nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, these are not secrets. I merely arrived a few days earlier than you. And what connection does that have with your involvement in the escort mission? Wang Gui furrowed his brow and inquired. Could it be that you aspire to partake in the treasures of the secret realm? With a chuckle, Wang's companion replied, oh, my esteemed brother, I lack such prowess. However, what you may not be aware of is that the new recruits in our barracks will ultimately be selected by the 4 houses to join their respective guard forces. I have gathered information, and among these 4 houses, only the Su house offers relatively superior benefits and commendable provisions. Particularly, the 2 enchanting sisters of the Su house are unparalleled beauties. Should we excel in this mission, it is conceivable that the Su family might take notice of us. Wu Chen spoke with a face full of yearning. Wang Gui rolled his eyes in exasperation. Realizing that you were smitten with the beauty of the Su family. What are you 2 chattering about? Enough with the idle talk. Get to work. Zhou, the guard, suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at the pair, causing them to shrink back in fright and promptly fall silent. Before long, a clear and melodious call of a beast echoed, as a snow-white deer, pulling a white carriage, gracefully emerged from the rear of the street and came to a halt before the crowd. Second miss, everything is ready. Zhou guard respectfully clasped his fist toward the carriage. Let us depart. A sweet and enchanting female voice emanated from within the carriage. Upon hearing this, Zhou waved his hand decisively, leading the convoy away from Xuanwu City. In addition to Wang Gui and his 10 companions, there were also 10 guards from the Su residents participating in the escort, traveling in sledges drawn by black wolves. 2 by 2, along with the leading guard, Zhou, and the young woman in the white deer carriage, they set forth towards the Wailing Canyon. The night was as dark as ink, and the biting cold wind pierced through the air. The convoy sped across the icy plains for approximately 3 hours before finally reaching their destination. Before them loomed 2 majestic snow-capped mountains, beyond which lay Snow Mound Mountain. Between these peaks was a narrow, winding entrance, a secluded path leading into the Wailing Canyon. It is said that a formidable demon resides within these 2 mountains, whose strength is feared by both the Qi and Su families, who wish to avoid provoking it and would rather not take a long detour. Only the Wailing Canyon offers a swift passage to Snow Mound Mountain without disturbing the mighty creature. Thus, the Wailing Canyon has become a coveted battleground. The elders and experts of both families had previously ventured into the canyon for reconnaissance. Despite its dangers, it was deemed not fatal. serving as a gamble and a means to hone the skills of the younger generation. A crimson subtitle floated prominently at the canyon's entrance. As the convoy entered the gorge, the surroundings began to transform. The icy path vanished beneath their feet, replaced by moist, earthy ground. The group abandoned their sledges and opted to proceed on foot. On either side of the path and along the icy walls grew peculiar plants, the size of fingers, with 3 white leaves. Upon Wang Gui's first encounter, curiosity led him to pluck a specimen. Congratulations, you have obtained white smoked grass 1. Harvesting proficiency 1. White smoked grass, a brief description, it flourishes in the damp terrain of the ice valley. Due to its peculiarly unpleasant odor, it is largely avoided by insects and ants. From the severed stem, a white liquid oozes forth, emanating a pungent aroma. Hey, what are you doing? Goodness, why are you harvesting this foul weed? It reeks. Dispose of it immediately, exclaimed a guard from the Sioux residence, wrinkling his nose in evident disgust. Wang Gui chuckled foolishly a couple of times before stowing away the white incense grass. The guard, upon witnessing this, cursed under his breath and walked away. What on earth is that foul stench emanating from you? Have you been up to mischief again? The others, Jin Qiao, and the rest, also caught a whiff of the offensive odor clinging to Wang Gui, casting him curious glances. Should you come across such peculiar clover plants, do be sure to inform me. Wang Gui smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 13. The ghost-faced insect. The convoy traversed the canyon and soon arrived at a fork in the road. At the intersection stood 2 factions, the Qi and the Sioux families. Second miss, you have arrived. An elder from the Sioux family greeted the approaching convoy with a respectful bow. Old Lu, what is the situation? A woman's voice emerged from the carriage. The second miss has arrived just in time, according to the messages relayed from ahead. The eldest miss has reached the designated location in the valley and is in urgent need of these supplies. Set off. Before the elder could finish his sentence, the woman promptly commanded the convoy to enter the valley, her tone laced with urgency. The elder, seeing her determination, refrained from further comments and respectfully bowed again. You Sioux family have only just arrived. Might it be a tad too late? I advise you to concede early to avoid further embarrassment. Came a mocking voice from the nearby Qi faction, where an elder clad in gray robes sneered. Long before, the supplies required by the Qi family had already entered the valley, giving them a distinct advantage in terms of time. Your concerns are unnecessary. The competition is far from over, and to draw conclusions prematurely would be rather hasty, old Lu retorted with a sidelong glance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Humph. When the final outcome is revealed, we shall see how you maintain your bravado. The gray-robed elder from the Qi family scoffed before lapsing into silence. The group noticeably quickened their pace, escorting the supplies swiftly through the valley. They encountered no obstruction from demonic beasts along the way, and signs of battle, including the carcasses of formidable creatures, were evident, clearly remnants left by those who had passed before. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. Second miss, we have arrived, show. A guard rode a black wolf beside the white deer carriage. Not receiving a response, he inquired again. I know the second miss is kind-hearted, but I urge you to prioritize the greater good of the Sioux family, Zhou said solemnly, clasping his hands in respect. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged from within the carriage. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately turned and approached Wang Gui and the others at the rear, commanding, You few, go ahead and scout the path. What? Why should it be us? Shouldn't it be your turn? Protested one of them. Indeed. Coach Liang only instructed us to escort the supplies, not to undertake additional tasks. The supplies have been delivered. We are returning, they clamored, turning to leave upon hearing Zhou's directive. Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, Zhou smirked coldly, leaping behind the group, drawing his long knife, and swiftly cleaving a nearby boulder in two. I dare anyone to leave. The fierce blade aura howled through the valley, causing a stinging sensation on their faces even from several meters away, as if grazed by a knife. Some of the frontline recruits were struck by the wave of blade energy, immediately collapsing to the ground, terrified and retreating in haste. The crowd was rendered pale with shock. Wang Gui's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed intently on the guard Zhou, who, with such formidable prowess, had evidently attained the so-called warrior realm. Most crucially, in Wang Gui's eyes, Zhou's once yellow vitality bar had now transformed to a deep crimson hue. It was clear that Zhou had harbored murderous intent. At this juncture, anyone daring to flee or defy orders would meet a grim fate beneath his blade. This is truly treacherous. Dinyo's eyes widened in fury. We outnumber him. Shall we not charge forward together? Suggested Zhang Hu. Wu Chun shook his head and sighed. He has already reached the second level of the warrior realm, the bone-forging stage. Even if we had 10 more men, we would still be no match for him. The initial stage of a warrior, known as meridian opening, signifies the need to open the meridians, allowing vital energy and blood to flow through the channels, thus becoming a true warrior. The second stage, bone forging, involves refining one's bones, enabling one to bear great weights and enhancing physical strength to a new level. What shall we do then? Are we merely to await our demise? A discerning eye could see the impending danger ahead, which is precisely why they were sent to scout. What other course is there? Wu Chen replied with a bitter smile as the Su family guards, weapons in hand, watched them with predatory stares. Let us proceed. Wang Gui took a deep breath. The only course of action left was to proceed in this manner. To confront the one surnamed Zhou behind him was undoubtedly to invite death. Perhaps venturing ahead might offer a chance of survival. Upon witnessing this, Daniel hastily pursued. Daniel, wait for us. Zhang Hu Hao. And Wu Chen followed closely behind. Hey, hurry up. Anyone who dares to look back, I will be the first to strike. The guards of the Su family, brandishing their weapons, moved like herders driving ducks, forcing the remaining few forward. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with scattered patches of grass and shrubs on the stones emitting a faint glow, resembling a galaxy. This Su residence you speak of is rather unimpressive. Wang's enigmatic gaze roamed the surroundings, vigilantly seeking out any potential dangers. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's lips curled into a somewhat sheepish smile as he awkwardly chuckled in comparison. It could be considered rather fortunate. Wang Gui couldn't help but scoff. Were they truly considering this a favorable situation before their execution? What, then, could be deemed unfavorable? In this harsh and unforgiving world, the weak are trampled by the strong, often resorting to acts of extreme cruelty, actions that would shatter one's moral compass. Which perhaps is no longer surprising. What is this? The surroundings were eerily quiet as the group cautiously navigated the rocky terrain. Suddenly, Dania spotted an unusual stone on his right, which seemed to faintly emanate light. Driven by curiosity, he reached out to touch it. With a sudden crack, the stone split open, revealing a ghastly visage that radiated a chilling green glow, terrifying in its appearance. By heavens! Daniel exclaimed, startled. The others quickly turned to the source of the sound, and in an instant, the expressions of everyone present turned grim. The walls around them emitted a horrifying rustling sound, as if something was crawling. Soon, terrifying faces began to appear on the walls, densely clustered together. Buzz! To their shock, the ghastly faces began to float, illuminating the entire area with an eerie glow. It was then that everyone realized these were no mere apparitions, but rather large, insect-like creatures. Beware the ghost-faced worms! Wu Chen shouted urgently. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the swarm of ghost-faced worms surged towards them. The group quickly armed themselves, desperately bracing for the impending onslaught. Wang Gui drew forth a bone knife, wielding it with fervor, each swing cleaving the ghost-faced insects in twain. Yet, the sheer multitude of these creatures rendered his efforts futile. Alas, one individual was besieged by the ghost-faced insects, their once eerie green glow now overshadowed by a harrowing crimson hue, accompanied by anguished cries. The unfortunate soul beneath had been utterly drained of vitality, reduced to a desiccated corpse. Quickly retreat! Wang Gui bellowed. The group huddled together in fear, resolved to retrace their steps. Brother Gui, save me! Zhang Hu cried out, ensnared by the ghost-faced insects, his chest and back covered in their ghastly embrace. His eyes wide with terror as he struggled and screamed desperately. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Gui hastened forward, wielding his bone knife with swift and precise strikes. Suddenly, he observed that these ghost-faced insects appeared to harbor an aversion to his fingers, as if deliberately evading them. Some of the insects that had come into contact with his hand emitted a hissing sound, as though in great agony, rendered immobile. Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly experience a profound realization. Could it be the white incense grass? He hastily retrieved the white incense grass, snapping its roots and leaves, as a viscous white liquid began to flow forth rapidly. He then sprinkled it upon Zhang Hu. A series of piercing sounds echoed, as the ghost-faced insects clinging to Zhang Hu began to contort, their abdomens twisting grotesquely, emitting a wretched wail that pierced the eardrums, before they fell to the ground in a scattered flurry. Come closer! Wang Gui, upon witnessing the situation, felt a surge of joy and distributed several sprigs of white incense grass to Daniel and the others. The group successfully retreated using the white incense grass. Chapter 14. Negotiation terms outside. The guard Zhou listened to the anguished cries emanating from the depths within, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the plan had succeeded. The ghost-faced insects were known for their taste for human essence, and he had procured 10 fresh recruits from Liang Jiao, intending them as sustenance for the insects. Only when these creatures were satiated could they hope to navigate the path ahead. Hurry, eat up, so we may carve a path for ourselves suddenly. He paused, perplexed. How could they possibly still be alive? Zhou's cold smile faltered as shadows emerged from the darkness ahead, staggering and supporting one another, their appearance quite disheveled. How did you manage to escape? Zhou exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Although the ghost-faced insects lacked individual strength, their overwhelming numbers and unexpected assault should have overwhelmed these fledgling recruits. How could they have survived such an onslaught? If it were he in their stead, he would not have dared to guarantee his own safety. I still wish to inquire about Zhou's intentions. Knowing full well the swarm resides within, why send us to scout the path? Was it merely a ploy to lead us to our doom? Wang Gui inquired in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently upon the individual before him. A person whose malevolent heart had nearly brought about their demise. Dinyo, Hu Hao, and the others wore expressions of fierce hostility, their teeth clenched in hatred. Only Wang Gui and Wu Chun had emerged alive, while the rest of their fellow recruits had perished. Nearby, Zhang Hu, having been drained of a significant portion of his vitality, appeared pallid and was on the brink of collapse, supported by Dinyo and the others. If not treated promptly, his life would be in jeopardy. The bodyguard Zhou was momentarily rendered speechless by the confrontation, yet soon his face twisted into a cold, mocking smile. Humph. Regardless of how you managed to survive, your luck has run out now. He brandished his long blade, pointing it menacingly at the group. As the other guards from the Su family closed in, driving Wang Gui and his companions toward a dead end. Shameless. Dinyo, Hu Hao, and the others glared with rage at the bodyguard Zhou, their hatred palpable. Haha. Now you have two choices. You can walk in on your own, or I can throw you in. Regardless of which you choose, the outcome will remain the same. Zhou observed the expressions of reluctance and fury on their faces, yet felt a sense of satisfaction. The strong must ruthlessly trample the weak. Wang Gui shifted his gaze to the white deer carriage and spoke in a low voice. Miss Su, you merely intend to use us as sacrificial offerings to feed the ghost-faced insects within, facilitating your swift passage through this place. No sound emerged from within the carriage. Wang Gui continued. Even if the esteemed Zhou guardian possesses extraordinary strength and wishes to capture us all to feed to the worms, it would require considerable effort. I trust that for your esteemed Su family, time is of the essence. Zhou guardian furrowed his brow. As you can see, I possess a method to traverse this place swiftly and safely, without the need for sacrificial lives, Wang Gui declared loudly. You insolent brat. What ingenious method could you possibly have? It appears you wish for me to personally escort you on your way, Zhou guardian scoffed. Unwilling to believe that a mere rookie emerging from an icy village could have a solution, Wang Gui remained silent. A ghost-faced insect appearing in his palm unbeknownst to the onlookers from the Su family. He then took out the white incense grass, gently squeezing it until a white liquid dripped onto the ghost-faced insect. A hissing sound echoed as the pungent stench mingled with the insect's cries, reverberating through the windswept snow, compelling everyone present to witness the unfolding scene. The ghost-faced insect soon fell silent. Zhou Hui may doubt my words, but surely he must trust his own eyes, Wang Gui stated slowly. As he beheld the spectacle before him, Zhou Hui was equally astonished, never imagining that Wang Gui possessed the means to exterminate the ghost-faced insect. What are your terms? A woman's voice inquired from within the deer cart, indicating her willingness to negotiate. My friend has been injured, and I wish for your assistance in returning them, along with healing their wounds. Wang Gui gestured towards Dinyo and his companions. Heal them? Zhou Hui scoffed coldly. These rural rabble, let them perish. Your lives are worth less than a single medicinal pill. I advise you to surrender that item now if you wish to retain any chance of survival. His arrogance was palpable, dismissing them entirely, which incited great indignation among Dinyo and the others. Perhaps our lives may not be as precious as your pills, but can these pills compare to the value of the goods you are transporting? Wang Gui's voice was measured and unhurried. Noticing the grim expression on Zhou Hui's face, filled with murderous intent, he clutched the baisun grass tightly to his chest. Should I ingest this herb? Even if Zhou Hui were to slay me and dissect my body to retrieve it, it would require considerable time. Moreover, since death is inevitable, my friends would undoubtedly fight fiercely to prevent this outcome. I believe Zhou Hui can discern the gravity of the situation. How dare you, you lowly wretch, threaten me? Zhou Hui's eyes flared with fury. As a formidable master of the bone refinement realm, he was incensed to be threatened by a mere youth, raising his blade in anger. Zhou Qing, stand down. A woman's voice emanated from the carriage, halting the enraged Zhou Hui. She then addressed Wang Gui. I accept your terms. Second miss. Zhou Qing exclaimed. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any further delays. In contrast, what the Su family desperately needed was time, as she urgently required the transportation of this batch of supplies to the front lines. Besides, the terms of the transaction merely involved aiding an individual, which was an effortless endeavor for her family. Wang Gui felt an unspoken sense of relief. He had been certain of this very point, which emboldened him to negotiate terms. Fortunately, his counterpart was not a fool. Here is my command token. Take it to Elder Lu at the entrance, and he will understand. A jade token soared from the deer cart, landing before Wang Gui. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Qing dared not defy the order, but cast a sullen glare at Wang Gui and his companions. You few may return for now. Wang Gui entrusted the token to Dinyo, urging them to depart first. Both Dinyo and Hu Hao had sustained injuries, their arms and thighs bearing the marks of the venomous ghost-faced worm. Aren't you coming with us? Dinyo inquired anxiously, concern etched across his face. Do not worry. I still hold value for them, and they will not harm me for the time being, Wang Gui reassured with a gentle smile. Understanding the intent behind Wang Gui's actions was to safeguard them, Dinyo refrained from further protest. After exchanging heartfelt words of farewell, the three departed without pretense, using the token for support as they left the area. Are you not coming along? Wang Gui glanced at Wu Qin, who stood nearby. I was not bitten by a worm, Wu Qin shrugged, a playful grin adorning his face. Wang Gui chose to disregard him. Child, lead the way swiftly, Zhou Qing commanded sharply. Subsequently, Wang Gui retrieved the baisun grass, distributing half a stalk to each person. So it is this herb. A woman's voice murmured from the deer cart. In truth, baisun grass was commonly found at the valley's entrance, but its exuded liquid possessed an unbearable stench and offered no medicinal value, rendering it largely overlooked, with no one aware of its insect-repelling properties. It was fortunate that Wang Gui, out of curiosity, had previously collected a stalk and had read its description, which proved to be immensely helpful. The group advanced towards a stony clearing, and with the assistance of the baisun grass, the surrounding ghost-faced insects hovered in the air, too fearful to approach the party. Those that dared venture near seemed akin to flies repelled by incense, plummeting to the ground. Thus, the group swiftly traversed this area, soon arriving at their destination. Chapter 15. The Snowy Owl's ambush at the end of the canyon. Approximately 20 individuals had gathered, comprising members of the Su family. Before the crowd stood a massive ice wall obstructing their path. They incessantly struck at it, attempting to carve out a passage. Yet the ice wall remained as unyielding as iron, impervious to their efforts. Has Wan Ning not arrived yet? A finely dressed woman stood amidst the wind and snow. Her features exquisitely fair, with sharp brows and bright eyes, her long ponytail cascading down to her curvaceous hips, a sword hanging from her waist, exuding an aura of vigor. Replying to the eldest young lady, the second young lady should be arriving soon. A man in green attire hesitated, uncertainty evident in his voice. Where have Qi Jingtian and his party reached? The woman was Su Yuru, the eldest daughter of the Su family. According to the information received, the Qi family has breached most of the ice wall and is nearing the Sunfeng Pass, reported Sun Liang, the man in green. Upon hearing this, Su Yuru gazed somberly at the ice wall, her brow furrowed. The Qi family was nearly through, yet they had not even commenced. Do not worry too much, eldest young lady. The Sunfeng Pass is the most perilous area here. Even if the Qi family arrives first, it will take them some time to conquer it, Sun Liang consoled her. Su Yuru nodded slightly, a sigh escaping her lips as she mused. Let us hope that is the case. The second young lady has arrived. A voice called out from behind. Su Yuru's spirits lifted at the sound, and she led the way to greet her. Hurry, bring the supplies over. We must act swiftly. Sun Liang commanded his subordinates to expedite the transportation of goods. Upon unloading, the cargo revealed numerous barrels of wine. However, within them was not wine, but a unique potion exuding a pungent medicinal aroma. The formidable ice wall contained a peculiar substance that rendered it exceptionally hard, impervious to mere weapons and ice picks. Only when the weapons were coated with this potion could they effectively break through. Clang, clang, clang. The Sioux family members wasted no time and began chipping away at the ice, the sounds of their labor resonating through the valley. Special firestones were affixed to the tall walls, illuminating the area with a brilliant glow. Wang Gui surveyed his surroundings. The area had been cleared by them, devoid of any flora or beasts. Seizing this moment, he focused his gaze on the inventory panel. Insect wing shell X20. Description: the hardened exoskeleton dropped by the ghost-faced insect. As solid as stone, it may serve well in crafting protective gear. Insect saliva X10. Description: the viscous secretion left by insects, useful for alchemical purposes. Ghost essence crystal X1. Description: a rare crystal that may be contained within the ghost-faced insect, greatly beneficial for the cultivation of one's spirit. The spoils from slaying the ghost-faced insects were laid out before him, with the emerald-like crystal appearing slightly more distinguished than the other mundane materials. Wang Gui had no desire to dissect the details. Merely gazing upon the corpses of those insects was enough to invoke disgust. Retracting his gaze, he noticed a graceful figure descending from the deer-drawn carriage. The woman was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely crafted, adorned in an embroidered white robe. Resembling an ethereal spirit amidst the snow, radiating a striking presence in the night. Wan Ning, are you well? Su Yu inquired with concern. Sister, I am fine, Su Wan Ning replied, her delicate brows furrowed in worry. This time, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. If we fail and lose the secret realm of Shuamong Mountain, our Su family's position will be. I understand, do not fret. With me by your side, we shall not falter, Su Yu assured with a gentle smile. Despite the grim circumstances surrounding the Su family, as the eldest daughter, she bore the weight of responsibility and pressure alone. Her only wish was for her sister's safety and happiness. After speaking, Su Yu took her sister's hand and led her forward, while Zhou Qin cast a cold glare at Wang Gui before following suit. What do you think, Brother Wang? I told you the Su sisters are quite remarkable. Wu Chun nudged Wang Gui's shoulder, eyeing the enchanting figure ahead with a smirk, then sighed in a contemplative manner. However, it seemed the current state of the Su family was far from favorable. Once the leading family among the four houses, their decline began after their ancestor tragically perished in a treasure hunt within the secret realm years ago. This misfortune allowed the other three houses, led by the chief family, to seize the opportunity to suppress and marginalize them, potentially replacing the Su family's position among the four houses with other influential families in the city. Brother Wu seems to be well informed about everything. Could it be that you are also a scion of some noble family? Wang Gui remarked with a hint of amusement. Wu Chun waved his hand, laughing heartily. Brother Wang is jesting. If I were of noble lineage, would I endure hardship in this military camp? That would be quite foolish. Wang Gui's lips curled into a subtle smile, accompanied by a light scoff. Since the other party had spoken so confidently, he naturally felt compelled to believe them. With the aid of the medicinal liquor, a passage large enough for two was swiftly carved through the ice wall, and in less than half an hour, everyone successfully passed through. Ahead lay the Xuanfeng Pass. The group hastened their pace. Upon emerging from the ice cave, the morale of the Su family team surged, and they quickened their steps. After about 10 minutes of rapid movement, Su Yu, who was leading the way, suddenly halted, her sharp phoenix eyes scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. A guard, holding a flint lantern high, swept it across a stone pillar, only to be startled into a loud cry. The stone pillar inexplicably stirred, its upper portion resembling a horned head twisting a full 180 degrees, revealing a pair of ferocious eyes that glowed a crimson hue under the lantern's light. It's a snow owl. Everyone, be cautious, Su Yu exclaimed, her delicate face changing as she urgently warned the others. The snow owl, second tier. Wang Gui cast his gaze forth, beholding a magnificent avian creature, as resplendent and white as an owl, towering nearly to the stature of an adult. With a piercing cry, the snowy owl followed suit with a sharp screech, unfurling its pristine wings and soaring into the air, its wingspan exceeding 2 meters. In the next instant, the surrounding obsidian walls were suddenly illuminated by pairs of crimson eyes, glaring at them with a menacing ferocity akin to that of death itself. A gasp of terror escaped the onlookers. With a collective cry, dozens of snowy owls simultaneously shrieked, launching a fierce assault upon the group. Protect the young ladies, shouted the two captains of the guards. Zhou Qing and Sun Liang, rallying the Su family protectors to shield the Su sisters, drawing their weapons to engage in a fierce battle against the airborne assailants. At this moment, Wang Gui concealed himself within the crowd, quietly observing everything without risking himself. Sun Liang and his companion had both attained the second realm of martial arts, the bone-forging realm, making it a trivial task for them to slay a second-tier snow owl. However, the sheer number of snow owls was overwhelming. And as the commotion grew louder, numerous ferocious birds were approaching from the depths of the canyon. Although Su Yuru's strength was not significantly inferior to theirs, she had barely reached the bone-forging realm. Armed with a precious sword, she stood guard beside Su Wanning, dispatching the snow owls that swooped down upon them. "Sister, be careful." Su Wanning was frantic. Her sister and the others were engaged in battle with the snow owls while she felt like a defenseless little rabbit, surrounded and helplessly watching from the sidelines. In the crowd behind, Wang Gui gazed at the snow owl corpses that continually fell from above, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. He hastily rushed forward and began to dissect the corpses with his bone knife. Acquired snow owl meat 3, bird liver 2. Acquired snow owl feather 1, dissection proficiency 1. The uniformity of the various meat materials and the visible increase in his dissection proficiency thrilled him. "Kid, what are you doing?" Zhou Liang glanced back and noticed Wang Gui stealthily rummaging through the snow owl carcasses on the ground, finding it quite peculiar. The snow owl meat was delectable, having been a sought-after delicacy during previous hunts in the village. Wang Gui grinned widely. "Simpleton, even at a time like this, you're still thinking about food." Zhou Liang scoffed, his face filled with disdain, and he dismissed Wang Gui, brandishing his long knife to slay any snow owl that dared approach within a 2-meter radius. At this moment, Wang Gui began to feel a twinge of doubt. None of the snow owl corpses had produced any luminous orbs, nor had they dropped any items at all, only yielding meat materials through dissection. Could it be that because I did not attack them, I am not entitled to claim them? Wang Gui's mind raced as he glanced at the bow and arrows discarded by the Su family's guards. In an instant, he took a bold step forward, deftly retrieving the bow and arrows. With practiced ease, he knocked an arrow, drawing the string taut until it formed a perfect crescent, aiming intently at a target. The arrow whistled through the air. With a sudden cry, a snowy owl plummeted downwards, its sharp talons aimed menacingly at Su Wanning's face. Startled, her complexion drained of color. Just as she gasped in alarm, an arrow sliced through the air, striking the snowy owl and piercing its chest. "Congratulations. You have mastered the fundamental skill, archery. Archery level 1, experience, 0-100. Description, proficient in using bow and arrow weapons, capable of eliminating targets from a distance." Wang Gui swiftly approached, lifting the snow owl, his face alight with indescribable joy. As he had anticipated, a luminous orb soon descended, swiftly merging with the creature. And in that moment, he also grasped a new skill, archery. Thank you so much." With her chest rising and falling, Su Wanning's initial shock gradually subsided as she expressed her gratitude to Wang Gui. However, in a buoyant mood, Wang Gui's attention remained fixated on the snow owl, neglecting her appreciation as he turned to continue his onslaught. At long last, the awaited instance of monster hunting had arrived. Chapter 16. The Man in Black. A well-equipped team arrived at the edge of a cliff, where a stone bridge spanned to the opposite bank. Where are the Su family members? A man cloaked in black fixed his gaze on the tumultuous winds at the Su Feng mouth across the way, then inquired of his subordinate beside him. Reporting to the young master, the Su sisters have just passed the ice wall challenge. They must now be grappling with the snow owl horde, the scarred man replied. "Humph, a group of overconfident fools," the man in black sneered coldly. Truly, the young master's foresight is remarkable. Not only did he misdirect the intelligence, but he also orchestrated the snow owl ambush. No matter how fiercely the Su sisters struggle, they cannot escape defeat in this competition at the Howling Canyon. "Only we, the chief family, shall emerge victorious," another man praised. "The Su family's fortune has run dry. Had they acquiesced to my demands earlier, perhaps they might have found a glimmer of hope," the man in black remarked, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, seemingly confident of triumph. "Haha, during this competition at the Howling Canyon, the illustrious young master will undoubtedly earn the highest accolades from the lord of the manor, perhaps even securing the position of future lord." The man in black smiled faintly. "It is too early to speak of such matters. As I previously instructed, make arrangements immediately. This time, I intend to give Su Ru and her companions a monumental surprise. Meanwhile, in another canyon, the Su family found themselves besieged by the snow owls. With the knowledge gained from previous encounters, Wang Gui joined the ranks to slay the snow owls. He soon discovered that any snow owl touched by his arrows, even those not struck down by him, would yield luminous orbs upon their demise. Of course, not every kill would yield spoils, and the likelihood of rare items, such as bloodstones, dropping was exceedingly slim, yet at least this mechanism existed. Wang Gui drew his bow and knocked arrows, occasionally releasing 2 or 3 projectiles at once. Concealed within the crowd, he watched as the snowy owls descended from above like falling pastries, a grin nearly splitting his face with delight. He longed to possess multiple arms, yearning for a grand area of effect skill to unleash. However, his joy was short-lived, for before the precious life stones could arrive, his backpack reached its capacity. Wang Gui was filled with frustration, regretting his decision not to bring a larger backpack. As he prepared to sort through his belongings, he glanced around only to find that a significant portion of his pack was filled with food supplies, beast hides, snow owl meat, insect shells, and various gathered herbs, all intended for cooking back home. Reluctantly, Wang Gui had to part with some of these items to create additional space. Ahead, Su Yueru wielded her azure sword, her graceful and poised figure executing movements that were both elegant and lethal, repelling the oncoming snow owls with each swing. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and in the darkness, countless crimson eyes were approaching. How could there be so many snow owls here? Was the intelligence flawed? Sun Liang shook his arm, shattering the corpse of a snow owl at the tip of his spear. Observing the multitude of figures in the air and the cacophony of shrieks surrounding him, his expression grew grim. According to the previous intel from the elders at the manor, this area was devoid of snow owls, or if any were present, their numbers were exceedingly few, nothing like the current swarm. Damn it. It must be the work of those from the Qi manor. Zhou Qing cursed angrily. Now is not the time for such discussions. We cannot linger here. We must push forward. Su Yueru's delicate face clouded with concern, but the increasing number of snow owls was insurmountable. She then called for everyone to prepare to leave. With Zhou Qing and Sun Liang leading the charge, they guided the team in breaking through. Brother Wang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, Wu Chen exclaimed, sending a snow owl flying with a punch. He glanced back at Wang Gui before quickly catching up with the Su family's team ahead. Wang Gui let out a soft sigh. He was not yet ready to depart, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, he realized that he had no choice but to follow the group away from this place. He understood that he could not safely leave on his own, and should he encounter another pack of beasts, he would need the assistance of the Su family. Although he did not acquire the coveted bloodstone he yearned for, the skills he honed in dissection and the newfound archery technique had both advanced to level 2, which left Wang Gui quite content. Behind him, the snow owls relentlessly pursued, and Su Yueru and her companions dared not show any signs of complacency as they fought and retreated. Soon, the group arrived at the valley's end, where a cliff loomed before them, unfathomably deep. At the edge of the precipice was a clearing, the confluence of 2 gorges. In front of the clearing lay 2 stone bridges connecting directly to the opposing bank, where the Su Feng entrance awaited. Jin Qiao Qiao. As Su Yueru and her companions reached the clearing, their gazes were immediately drawn to the figure at the far end of the right bridge. Let us hasten. Seeing that the other party had already reached the opposite shore, Su Yueru, unwilling to lag behind, quickly led the members of the Su family across the bridge. At that moment, Jin Qiao on the other side also noticed the approaching Su Yueru and her group. He spoke slowly. I did not expect you, Sister Yueru, to arrive so swiftly. I thought the snow owls would delay you for a while. Wang Gui lingered at the rear of the group, casting his gaze toward the figure leading on the opposite bank. Clad in black, the individual stood tall and strikingly handsome. Indeed, it was your mischief. Yet your obstruction appears futile. Su Yueru's beautiful eyes fixated on the distinguished man not far away, a cold smile gracing her lips. If I were you, I would not have come here. Jin Qiao slightly shook his head, and then a sinister grin suddenly emerged upon his face. However, since you have arrived, you shall remain here forever. Ha. As his malicious laughter echoed, a sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Before they could react, the stone bridge beneath their feet abruptly collapsed. The members of the Su family, led by Su Yueru, along with Wang Gui, plummeted into the unfathomable abyss below. The Su family would suffer significant losses this time, likely leaving them in a state of disarray. Alas, it is truly a pity for these 2 beauties. The scarred man gazed down at the dark chasm, shaking his head with a sigh. It's a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Jin Qiao murmured softly, for in his eyes, the defeat of the Su family was already sealed. In this contest between the two families, the Su family not only lost two extraordinary daughters but also relinquished control over the secret realm of Shuimang Mountain, potentially facing expulsion from Xuanwu City. Subsequently, Jin Qiao turned to the shadow clad in black robes and suddenly clasped his hands in salute. Elder Hai, we shall depend on you to conquer the Sunfeng Pass next. As his words fell, the figure slowly withdrew the black robe, revealing an aged visage. This second daughter of the Su family possesses considerable mastery over formations. Without my presence, even if you had arrived here earlier, you would have found it difficult to breach the Sunfeng formation. The elder's voice was ancient, reminiscent of withered wood. As he spoke, within this formation lies a fourth-tier beast, the Sunfeng leopard, which should be quite the challenge for you. The second daughter he referred to as Su Wanning. Jin Qiao not only harbored malicious intent toward the Su sisters, but also breached regulations by dispatching an external expert to break the formation. However, none of this would be visible to Su Yuru and her companions. Jin Qiao smiled and remarked, thus, we require Elder Hai's intervention throughout Xuanwu City. In terms of mastery over formations, there are but a few who can be compared to you. Haha, young nephew Jin Qiao. You must uphold the promise made to the old man. Flattered by the compliments, the elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. Rest assured, Elder Hai, once the task is accomplished, I shall deliver as promised. Jin Qiao slightly cupped his hands and smiled, displaying a commendable courtesy. Upon hearing his words, the elder nodded in satisfaction and then strode confidently into the tempestuous wind gap ahead, gazing at the fierce snowstorm raging in the distance. A glimmer of coldness and ferocity flickered in Jin Qiao's eyes. Securing victory in this competition and aiding the Qi family in claiming dominion over the secret realm of Shuimang Mountain would solidify his unassailable position within the family. Chapter 17. The ice grotto trapped the abyss was shrouded in darkness, unfathomable in depth. After a brief experience of free fall, Wang Gui unexpectedly plummeted into an icy cavern. Fortunately, the cavern featured a gentle slope resembling a slide. Wang Gui hastily drew his bone knife and forcefully plunged it into the surrounding smooth ice, carving a long, screeching scratch upon its surface. Just as Wang Gui managed to stabilize his descent, a sudden scream echoed from above, swiftly approaching. In the next instant, a shadow hurtled down, crashing directly onto him. The immense impact caused Wang Gui's complexion to change drastically, as he felt his neck nearly snap. The bone knife slipped from his grasp, and he plummeted rapidly. The ice grotto was roughly the size of a room, its surface shimmering with a phosphorescent glow, illuminating the surroundings with an eerie brightness. Where is this? Sister, are you there? Su Wanning found herself seated on the icy surface, gazing around in confusion at the unfamiliar environment. Torn between anxiety and relief at her survival, her voice echoed continuously within the grotto. Miss Su. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly reached her ears. Who? Su Wanning responded with a hint of panic, her delicate face tensing as she searched for the source of the voice. I am beneath you, came a weak reply. Beneath? Su Wanning exclaimed in surprise, and then she sensed something unusual beneath her. Instantly, she lifted her white skirt to investigate, revealing a person lying below her. A man's face emerged, and their eyes met. Ah! Su Wanning gasped in shock, quickly rising and moving away, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Phew! I am finally saved. Wang Gui struggled to his feet, gasping for air, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped suffocation. His body felt as though it had been shattered, with several ribs seemingly broken. He glanced at his health bar, and his expression immediately shifted. Are you all right? Su Wanning asked, her voice laced with concern. Do you think I am all right? Wang Gui cast an exasperated glance at the latter, for he had nearly met his demise beneath the woman's posterior. Should this incident come to light, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Upon hearing this, Su Wanning's delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her fair, graceful hand clutched tightly at the hem of her skirt as she lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Gui retrieved the rudimentary healing salve he had previously concocted. Though it offered only a modicum of recovery and its efficacy was negligible, it provided a semblance of comfort to his psyche. What place was this? The ice cellar was not expansive, featuring a dozen or so entrances to icy caverns, the destinations of which remained unknown. As Wang Gui surveyed his surroundings, he turned to the woman beside him and inquired. Su Wanning shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. According to the logic of the game's quest, this area should resemble a trap room, if it were indeed a trap room. There must be mechanisms in place that would allow for an escape. Wang Gui surveyed the entrances to the ice caves, discerning that the escape must lie within one of them. Soon after, he noticed something peculiar. The other cave entrances appeared gray in his eyes, with only one to his right emanating a brilliant white light. He resolved to take a gamble, for perhaps that was the exit. Move. Why are you hesitating? Wang Gui approached the icy cave, only to discover Su Wanning still seated in her original spot. My leg is sprained, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Her delicate face tinged with a blush, as her enchanting eyes evaded his gaze. Wang Gui was momentarily rendered speechless. The individual seated upon him, like a cushion, was nearly at full health with 95 vitality, and yet he, in his weakened state, was expected to provide care? Alas, such was the predicament of being the young lady. With a resigned sigh, Wang Gui suppressed his indignation and assisted Su Wanning to her feet. The ice cave was profound and seemingly endless, interspersed with numerous branching paths, all intricately woven together. Following the guiding white light, Wang Gui navigated through the labyrinthine passages until he finally emerged into the open. Ahead, several figures were gathered, seemingly engaged in conversation. It was Su Yuru and her companions. Sister, Wanning. Upon hearing the voice from behind, the shadow of worry that had clouded Su Yuru's heart dissipated, replaced by delight. Brad, is that you? Zhou Qin and Sun Liang, who were beside Su Yuru, raised their weapons upon witnessing the close interaction between Wang Gui and Su Wanning, and immediately admonished, You country bumpkin. Step aside at once. Wang Gui curled his lips and set Su Wanning aside. Wanning, are you all right? Su Yuru inquired with concern. I merely sprained my ankle. It is nothing serious, Su Wanning hastily clarified. Sister, he is the one who saved me. Oh. Su Yuru regarded Wang Gui with curiosity, noting that he seemed unfamiliar, not one of their family. Nearby, Zhou Qin shot a glare at Wang Gui and then whispered, Miss, this fellow is a new recruit under Liang Qi. Su Yuru nodded slightly, having traveled this path herself and being aware of the circumstances. She quickly grasped the situation and scrutinized him once more from head to toe. May I inquire how this young gentleman is addressed? I am Wang Gui. Honored to meet Miss Su, Wang Gui replied, clasping his fists in greeting. After a brief exchange, Wang Gui leaned back in a corner, attempting to regain his strength. His body racked with pain from his injuries. He glanced at his backpack, noting the dwindling supplies of medicinal concoctions and nourishing food capable of aiding recovery. Even with the means to cook, the resulting dishes might not possess any restorative properties, and given their dire surroundings, he remained uncertain of what lay ahead. This is the healing medicine my sister gave me. I know you are also injured and likely in greater need than I. A graceful figure suddenly appeared, offering a slender hand with a red medicinal vial. Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at her. This medicine was personally crafted by a senior alchemist from the Su residence. As you can see, I have already recovered. Su Wanqing replied with a gentle smile. Continuation Pill, a high-grade healing elixir capable of reattaching severed limbs and treating fractures, specifically designed for trauma and injuries. Wang Gui took the medicine bottle, which contained 2 pills the size of a fingernail. Glancing at the brief description, he did not hesitate and promptly consumed 1 Su Yuan Dan. Within the span of 100 breaths, he restored his vitality completely. Wang Gui's eyes widened in astonishment at the remarkable potency of the medicine, and he felt a surge of curiosity. Indeed, high-grade elixirs possess extraordinary prowess. It is often said that alchemists are a highly sought-after profession, and now it is evident that this assertion holds true. If he could become an alchemist himself, he would no longer need to fret about his health. I shall give you the remaining pill as a token of gratitude for saving me, Su Wanning softly remarked. Wang Gui nodded, not declining the situation. Glancing around, they found themselves at the bottom of a long ice crevice, where towering and smooth ice walls emitted a soft glow. Before them lay a narrow passage, over 3 meters wide, leading into the unknown. It appeared that the others had either met a tragic fate by falling to their deaths or, like him, had tumbled into this icy abyss and become ensnared. Only Su Yuru and a few others had made their way here. What were they doing? Observing the intense discussion between Su Yuru and Zhou Qin, Wang Gui, intrigued, inquired about their peculiar expressions. There is a frozen lake blocking our path ahead. We cannot proceed. My sister and the others are devising a plan, Su Wanning replied softly, as if resigned to the reality of their entrapment. Wang Gui rose to inspect the scene before him. Before his eyes lay an expanse of frozen lake, emanating a chilling aura that intensified with each step closer. The temperature plummeting precipitously. Upon the icy surface floated a series of leaf-shaped ice blocks, perfectly arranged, save for a missing piece on the right side. Amidst the swirling cold mist above the lake, the faint outline of a frozen corpse became discernible. It belonged to a guard of the Su family, who had ventured ahead to scout the path, only to meet his demise here. Su Yuru and her companions paid no heed to Wang Gui, continuing their discussions undisturbed. Wang Gui gazed contemplatively at the lotus leaves upon the frozen lake, pondering whether this was akin to a trap game involving stepping on blocks. However, such challenges typically require either a trial-and-error approach with multiple participants or provide hints nearby. The former method was evidently unfeasible, compelling him to observe his surroundings for any additional clues. Suddenly, an intriguing pattern emerged on the icy wall to his left, which quickly transformed in his vision, connecting dots into a linear map. Indeed, Chapter 18. Waiting in silence, Su Yuru and her companions were furrowing their brows, their expressions growing increasingly grim as they stared at the ice lake emanating a bone-chilling aura. It appeared that among the floating ice blocks, only one in each row was correct, the others were false, and stepping on the wrong one would result in a plunge into the frigid waters below. Sun Liang, feeling a lingering dread, wore a serious demeanor. Earlier, he had been reckless, attempting to test the footing, only to find the ice walls too smooth for any reliable foothold. Fortunately, he had been tied with a rope, allowing Zhou Qing to pull him back. Otherwise, another unfortunate soul would have met their demise at the lake's bottom. There are no spiritual formations here. I am powerless, Su Wanning lamented, shaking her head. Skilled in formations. She found no trace of any such array within the icy expanse. I just tried. Weapons prove ineffective, Zhou Qing remarked, his expression grim. His intention to use his long sword to probe the way forward was dashed. It seemed this place was a meticulously arranged trap, making passage impossible. What shall we do? We can't simply wait here, Sun Liang exclaimed, his face flushed with urgency. Every moment spent here distanced them from victory. We can only await the arrival of the elders from the estate, Zhou Qing sighed. Wait? If we continue to linger, Jin Qiao will reach the finish line, Sun Liang retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. Then what? Ahead lies a dead end, and behind us a precipice of 100 zhang. We must wait. Perhaps there remains a chance for survival, Zhou Qing asserted, his voice rising. Listening to their heated dispute, Su Yueru's brow furrowed tightly, her fair visage marred by worry and reluctance. They could either remain here, waiting for the conclusion of the competition, which would surely prompt the elders from their clan to send someone in search of them, ensuring their survival despite the loss. Or they could attempt to navigate the perilous ice lake before them, perhaps still having a chance to catch up with Jin Qiao and the others. Yet, was traversing this trap-laden ice lake truly so simple? A single misstep could lead to immediate demise, with survival remaining a slim hope. Both paths bore tremendous weight, leaving them ensnared in a dilemma. Just as they struggled to make a choice, a figure slowly approached the ice lake. Young man, do you seek death? Zhou Qing scoffed, observing Wang Gui preparing to step onto the icy bricks. Wang Gui paid no heed to the latter and, amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of the onlookers, stepped firmly onto the ice brick. Was he out of his mind? This was the collective thought of everyone present. Wang Gui. Su Wanning's face turned pale with fright. Zhou Qing sneered coldly. Seeking your own demise, you cannot blame anyone but yourself. Yet, we must thank you for helping us eliminate, however. The anticipated shattering of the ice did not occur. Instead, Wang Gui stood perfectly still upon the ice, casting them an unusual glance. This is unbelievable. Zhou Qing's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, pointing ahead. Why has Tihi fallen? No, this is wrong. He must be bluffing. Su Yuru and the others also gazed at Wang Gui with expressions of disbelief, while Su Wanning covered her agape mouth in shock. Miss Su, I possess the ability to lead you out, Wang Gui addressed Su Yuru in a calm voice. Before she could respond, Zhou Qing interjected, his tone icy. What capability could you possibly have? A mere country bumpkin, only blustering here. Bluffing, is he? Wang Gui pressed his lips together, and then, amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of the onlookers, he took another step forward, landing steadily upon the ice ahead, standing there unscathed. The individuals by the shore were left in a daze, exchanging bewildered glances with one another. Were they dreaming? Wang Gui took another step, effortlessly traversing 3 ice blocks without incident. He then cast a challenging glance at Zhou Qing and remarked, "Guard Zhou, do you still believe I am fooling around?" Zhou Qing was momentarily rendered speechless, his expression darkening as he glared at him. "Since young Master Wang possesses such abilities, I kindly request that you expedite our departure." Su Yuru's beautiful eyes sparkled with immense delight as she gazed at Wang Gui, as though he were a savior. Wang Gui arrived at the shore and said, "I can take you away, but I have one condition." The young man retorted, "Don't push your luck." Observing this, Zhou Qing recalled the ghost-faced insect and wondered if this young man was out of his mind for negotiating again. Su Yueru waved her hand and smiled gently. "Please, young Master Wang, do tell. I desire double merit for this escort mission." Wang Gui contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Double battle merit?" Su Yueru was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, internally mocking the situation. He had expected the latter to demand something extravagant. Yet it turned out to be merely a request for battle merit. Indeed, those who emerge from the village possess a rather narrow perspective. The matter of battle merit is governed by the military camp in the city, and the Su family holds no authority to interfere. Su Yueru paused briefly, then continued. "However, I can promise you corresponding rewards, cultivation elixirs, weapons and martial arts, fire elemental stones, and so forth. Choose as you wish. How does that sound?" After a moment's reflection, Wang Gui nodded. He dared not make excessive demands. What if the other party feigned agreement only to renege at the last moment, leaving him unjustly wronged? This condition lay within the acceptable parameters for both parties. Wang Gui, still too weak in strength, could not afford to stand out excessively. With the transaction concluded, Wang Gui followed the route depicted on the ice wall map, leaping from ice block to ice block, with Su Yueru and her companions closely trailing behind him. "Wang brother!" A sudden shout came from behind, and it was Wu Chun, who grinned and said, "What a fortuitous coincidence. Wait for me." He was still alive? Wang Gui turned back, astonished, before continuing to lead the way. Approximately half an hour later, they successfully traversed the icy lake. "Thank you very much, young Master Wang. Once we are out, the Su family will surely express our gratitude." Su Yueru clasped her fists in appreciation. "However, I am quite curious. How did you ascertain the correct path of stones?" "I happened to acquire a map of the Wailing Gorge, which I memorized." Wang Gui casually fabricated an excuse. Though she harbored some doubt, Su Yueru did not press further. Time was of the essence, and the group hastened their pace along the winding ice path. At the end of the Wailing Gorge, the forces of the Su and Qi families stood vigil, all eyes fixed on the entrance. The first to emerge from this place would be the victor of the contest. According to the wager between the two families, the victorious side would gain the rights to develop and control the Snowmang Mountain secret realm. It was said that when this treasure land was discovered, the surrounding snow-capped mountains shimmered with radiant hues, and the entrance was ablaze with golden light, likely harboring immense opportunities and treasures. "Suan, I have heard that the supplies your Su family was transporting arrived over half an hour late. It seems you will fall behind this time." A leading figure in a yellow robe from the Qi family declared, his face brimming with pride as he spoke loudly to the Su family members not far off. "Perhaps it would be better for you to relinquish control of the Snowmang Mountain early, allowing your family to save some face. Qishan, the results are not yet in, and you are so eager to draw conclusions. Are you not afraid of being embarrassed later?" Within the Su family, a distinguished middle-aged man clad in a white robe cast a sidelong glance at the individual before him, speaking in a measured tone. His stature was commanding, and his gaze was piercing. Beside him stood an elderly man with long hair, accompanied by several young members of the Su family. "Ever since the passing of your esteemed ancestor, the Su family has gradually declined, and your expulsion from the four houses has become inevitable. Do you still harbor hopes of reviving your fortunes through Shuemang Mountain?" "How utterly ridiculous!" Qishan sneered coldly, his slightly hunched back and gaunt visage resembling that of a rodent, his mustache twitching as he chuckled, his shoulders rising and falling with mirth. "You need not trouble yourselves with such matters," Suan replied, his expression inscrutable, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Observing the unyielding and arrogant demeanor of his opponent, a flicker of malice danced in Qishan's eyes. He harbored a deep disdain for those who held themselves in such high regard. "Very well. We shall await the outcome with bated breath. I eagerly anticipate the expression that will adorn your face once the results are revealed." Qishan chuckled, lightly stroking his beard. already envisioning the dismay and bitterness that would mar the countenance of his rival, a sight he yearned to witness. Before long, tranquility returned to the area, the only sound being the howling wind and snow outside the canyon. Chapter 19. The slap in the face of the Qi family look. Someone is emerging. A sudden rustle of footsteps echoed from the entrance ahead. Both the Qi and Su families were transfixed, each hoping that their own kin would appear. Qi Shan raised his chin, stroking his beard, casting a sidelong glance at Su Wan with a cold smile, as if victory were already within his grasp. Plotting how best to mock his adversary, the members of the Qi family bore expressions of triumph. In stark contrast, the Su family remained notably subdued. Su Wen's face was ashen, his hands clenched tightly within the sleeves of his robe, his gaze unwavering on the entrance. The Su clan held their breaths, the younger members sweating with anxiety, for the stakes of this contest were not merely about pride, but could well determine the future of their family. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps grew nearer, and soon 6 figures emerged from the mouth of the canyon. Third uncle. Upon seeing the middle-aged man before them, the sisters Siyuru lit up with joy. However, when they failed to spot Qi Jingtian among them, an unmistakable thrill washed over their faces. They were the first to arrive. Yuru, Wan Ning. Suwan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his own eyes. How is this possible? Beside him, Qi Shan, who had been stroking his beard, found his chilling smile abruptly frozen, staring in disbelief. It is the eldest and second young ladies. We have triumphed. The Su family has prevailed. In the tranquil canyon, a sudden eruption of jubilant cheers filled the air. The young members of the Su family raised their arms in exuberance, reveling in the triumph of their clan in this contest. In stark contrast, the Qi family stood in disbelief, their heads bowed in dejection, resembling deflated roosters, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. Excellent work, Yuru. Ha ha. Su Wen laughed heartily, unable to contain his praise, as the previous gloom dissipated and the tension within him relaxed. The victory secured by the 2 women had granted the Su family control over the secret realm of Xuemeng Mountain, undoubtedly preserving their lineage. At that moment, Qi Shan's countenance darkened, his brooding eyes fixed intently on Su Yuru and her companion, as if he wished to devour them whole. Observing this, Su Wen let out a cold chuckle, positioning the 2 women protectively by his side. An elder from the Su residence approached, casting a wary glance at the Qi family members. Haha, this victory must be credited to the remarkable young Master Qi. Those 2 sisters from the Su family have likely plummeted to their demise off the cliff. In the future, when the master cultivates, we hope you will not forget to elevate 1 or 2 of us. At that moment, sounds of merriment and celebration erupted from the exit, followed by the appearance of numerous figures. Well said. Today, let us drink to our success at the Zuexiang Tower. No one shall return sober. Qi Jingtian was enveloped by admirers, his handsome visage brimming with the joy of victory as he basked in the adulation of those around him. Already preparing for the celebratory feast, Uncle Shan Wei, Qi Jingtian, brimming with ambition, clasped his fists in greeting to Qi Shan. However, upon witnessing the latter's grim expression and the despondency of the Qi family, he faltered momentarily. Why were they still downcast when he had arrived first? As if a realization dawned upon him, Qi Jingtian's gaze quickly shifted to the Su family. There, 2 striking figures regarded him with scorn and indifference. How could this be? Upon seeing the 2 women, Qi Jingtian's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He suspected he was hallucinating, straining his eyes to confirm their presence. Not only was Qi Jingtian stunned, but the smiles of the Qi family members beside him also stiffened, the earlier joviality vanishing, replaced by shock and confusion. Moments ago they had celebrated in advance, but now they felt like clowns, red-faced and utterly humiliated, wishing to find a crack in the wall to hide. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You clearly fell into the abyss. How can you still be alive? Qi Jingtian's face contorted with madness, unable to comprehend his defeat. He had witnessed the 2 women plummet into the 100-foot-deep chasm. How could they possibly arrive before him if they had survived? What does it mean to fall into the abyss? Su Wen's expression darkened as he turned to the 2 women in inquiry. Uncle Wan, Qi Jingtian resorted to despicable tactics, sabotaging the stone bridge, which resulted in significant losses for our Su family. Only a few of us managed to escape. Siyuru's almond-shaped eyes widened, as she recounted in detail how the latter had conspired against them. Humph, Qi Shan, your Qi family is truly despicable and shameless. The elder from the Su family, with long hair, glared angrily. To employ such vile tactics is utterly disgusting. And to top it off, you lost. What a disgrace. The younger members of the Su family voiced their condemnation, while the young disciples of the Qi family bowed their heads in shame, rendered speechless. Qishan. This time we have triumphed, Suwen exhaled slowly, his voice steady. As per our agreement, Xuemang Mountain rightfully belongs to our Su family. Qishan's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. And Hai Dongqing, do not think that by hiding, you can elude recognition. What you owe our Su family will inevitably be repaid. Turning his gaze sharply towards the figure in black behind Qi Jingtian, Suwen abruptly unveiled his identity. At this revelation, the shadowy figure trembled imperceptibly. Your Qi family violated the rules first, and then harmed the disciples of the Su family. We shall remember this transgression. Suwen's voice grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, Qishan's seemingly frail form erupted with a fierce aura, causing the ice beneath him to shatter, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. What is the matter, Qishan? Can you not accept defeat? Do you still wish to deny the terms set by the heads of our respective families? The elder from the Su family, refusing to back down, stepped forward, emanating an aura equally formidable. Tension hung thick in the air. Humph, Suwen, do not celebrate too soon. What does your victory matter? The news of Xuemang Cave has already spread throughout the entire Xianyan city. Your Su family alone cannot hope to consume it. Qishan exhaled slowly, a sinister tone in his voice. Not only the other two families, but even those within the inner city covet it. Suwen replied nonchalantly. Whether we can consume it is our concern, so there's no need for you to worry. Humph, we shall take our leave. Qishan's lips twitched in irritation. He said nothing further, angrily flinging his sleeves as he turned away. From his spirit beast pouch, a shadow darted out, transforming into a massive black bear, which towed a wide war chariot behind it. Qi Jingtian opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon seeing Qishan's wrathful demeanor, he wisely swallowed his words. Casting a glance filled with deep resentment and malice towards the two daughters of the Su family, this defeat would not spare him from punishment at home, and it could very well impact his future standing within the family, all because of these two wretched women. After leaving a scornful look, Qi Jingtian and the others from the Qi family climbed onto the black bear chariot, which roared and vanished into the distance. In stark contrast, the Su family basked in the joy of victory. Ru, you performed admirably. Your father will surely be proud when he hears of this. And the elders of the clan will regard you with newfound respect. Suwen expressed his gratitude, saying, Uncle Xie, your praise is much appreciated. In truth, our escape this time was largely due to the assistance of this young master Wang Gui. Before Su Ru could finish her words, Su Wanning, standing nearby, interjected, pointing nonchalantly at the silent Wang Gui. Oh, Suwen exclaimed in surprise, turning his curious gaze toward him. Su Ru cast a glance at her sister, sighed in resignation, and proceeded to recount how Wang Gui had aided them in crossing the icy lake. Upon hearing this, Suwen couldn't help but reassess the young man before him. Despite his unremarkable appearance and military garb, it was astonishing that such an ordinary individual could render such significant assistance to the Su family. Rest assured, young friend Wang Gui, we, the Su family, shall certainly honor our word. Having promised to fulfill your request, Suwen pledged earnestly. Thank you, esteemed elder, Wang Gui replied. Wang Gui clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, finding solace in the words spoken. Now that this matter is settled, let us hasten our return. The Qi family will undoubtedly not let this go easily, and other forces covet the secrets of Xuemang Mountain. We must prepare ourselves. With a grand wave of his hand, Suwen summoned a warship drawn by an armored ice rhinoceros, and the group boarded without hesitation. Do not worry, young Master Wang. Your friends are all safe and sound. Elder Lu has already dispatched someone to escort them home, Su Wanning said softly, her white dress swaying gently as she approached. Thank you, Miss Su. After a brief exchange, the group boarded the warship, and with a thunderous roar, they returned to Xuanwu City. Chapter 20. The reward. After parting ways with Su Ru and the others, Wang Gui returned to the military camp. Inside the tent, the light was dim. On a fur rug, Zhang Hu lay ensconced in bandages, resembling a mummy, with only half his face visible, his voice barely audible as to how administered medicine to him. Daniel, having sustained slightly less severe injuries, would recover after resting for a few days and taking the medicine provided by Elder Lu. At that moment, he sat dejectedly like a wilted rooster, staring blankly at the flickering flame. Before their venture into the howling gorge, Daniel had been filled with yearning for the outside world and anticipation for life in Xianyan City. However, after the harrowing experience in the gorge, he had come to understand the perilous and brutal nature of the world beyond, as well as his own insignificance. He had witnessed his companions being devoured by those terrifying insects, their lives snuffed out, a scene that would haunt him forever. In contrast, he considered himself fortunate to have returned alive. He wondered how Wang Gui was faring now. Suddenly, the tent flaps parted, and a figure entered. "Wang Gui, are you unscathed?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Daniel's worried expression quickly faded, and he rose to grasp Wang Gui's arm, scrutinizing him closely. During this time, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Gui, concerned for his safety. "I am well. How is Zhang Hu?" Wang Gui shook his head, then turned his gaze towards the mummy lying on the fur rug, his expression shifting dramatically. "While Hu Hao and I have sustained relatively minor injuries and merely require some medicinal pills and a few days of rest, Zhang Hu is gravely wounded. His vital essence severely depleted, leaving him with scarcely half a life. Fortunately, he received timely medical attention, otherwise. Elder Liu has stated that he would need at least half a year to recuperate." Daniel spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui furrowed his brow, taken aback by the severity of Zhang Hu's condition. Much of Zhang Hu's essence had been siphoned away, resulting in a loss of his foundational vitality. Although the recovery pill is a high-grade medicinal concoction, it is effective only against certain physical injuries, such as fractures and contusions. It cannot restore the deep-rooted deficiencies of one's essence. "I intend to take Zhang Hu back to the village once he feels better," Hu Hao murmured, his voice trembling with a hint of fear and trepidation. He was overwhelmed by terror. In their village, the most perilous encounters involved hunting bears or wild boars. Creatures with ghastly visages and luminescent, worm-like forms were beyond his experience. Had luck not favored him, he would now be lying here instead. "Perhaps it is for the best," he concluded. Wang Gui nodded slightly, making no attempt to dissuade them. Perhaps returning to village life was indeed the best choice for them. "What about you, Daniel?" Wang Gui inquired, turning his gaze towards the burly man beside him. "I choose to stay." After what seemed like a prolonged contemplation, Daniel finally resolved his decision, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit and unwavering determination. "I promised my father that I would become a warrior. Moreover, if I leave this place, I may never have the chance to see Chao again," Daniel stated gravely. Since Daniel had chosen to remain, it was evident that he had given it considerable thought. Wang Gui nodded slightly, honoring his choice. "I will also assist in gathering information regarding Chao. As soon as I have news, I will inform you," Wang Gui reassured him, giving Daniel's shoulder a comforting pat. Daniel nodded gratefully and suddenly broke into a smile. "I know you are strong now. I can see it. Perhaps you truly are capable of becoming a warrior. Just as my father said, and bringing pride to our village." Wang Gui remained silent, gazing at him intently. "I too understood that I was currently feeble. Yet I would never yield nor surrender." The journey through the Wailing Canyon left a profound impact on Daniel. A glint of stubborn determination shone in his eyes as he believed that one day, he too would become formidable, and when that day came, he would protect you. "Very well." Wang Gui flashed a grin and exchanged a fist bump, a gesture of camaraderie between men. Shortly thereafter, a guard arrived at the door. "Who is Wang Gui? Step forward and accompany me." Before any inquiries could be made regarding the matter at hand, the guard turned and departed. Wang Gui had no choice but to follow along. On the way, they encountered Wu Qin, who was also summoned to join them. The two arrived at the rear loft of the training ground and were led into a room. Within, two figures sat majestically in the main seats, engaged in a refined conversation over tea. "Ah, you have arrived," remarked the elder in a white robe, who possessed an appearance that belied his age, reminiscent of a youthful sage. Seated beside him was instructor Liang Qi, who, upon seeing Wang Gui and his companion, offered a courteous smile to the elder and inquired, "Which of you is Wang Gui? Instructor Liang? You do not recognize your own soldier?" The white-robed elder raised an eyebrow in surprise. Elder's son is jesting. They are both new recruits who arrived just a few days ago. How could this instructor know them so quickly? Liang Qi replied with an awkward smile. "My subordinate, Wu Chun, pays his respects to Instructor Liang," Wu Chun announced first, clasping his fists in greeting. "If you are Wu Chun, then he must be Wang Gui," Liang Qi said, stroking his beard as he glanced at the young man beside him, then turned to the elder with a compliment. "Elder son, this is the Wang Gui you were seeking." "You are Wang Gui?" The elder's aged eyes scrutinized the young man before him. "Indeed, I am." May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with me, esteemed elder? Wang Gui responded, not recognizing the elder. I am Sun He, hailing from the Su residence. Upon hearing the elder's introduction, Wang Gui nodded slowly. The elder then flicked his sleeve, and several beams of light darted forth, landing on the nearby table. As the radiance faded, several items revealed themselves to the onlookers: a vial of elixir, a tome, an exquisite long blade, and a pouch of fire essence stones. Their sheen suggesting a high quality. This is the reward promised to you by the Su residents. I kindly ask that you accept it, the elder said, stroking his beard with a benevolent smile. Is it truly so soon? Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback. He had only just returned and was surprised to receive a visit from the other party so soon. Thank you, Elder Sunday. Additionally, the second young lady has entrusted me with a message for you. She expresses her gratitude for your previous assistance, and she is even more appreciative of your support towards the Su family. The Su family wishes to regard you as a friend, and you may approach her at any time should you encounter any issues. After conveying this message, Elder Sun raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar. With his extensive experience, he had witnessed countless events. However, it was intriguing to see the usually aloof second young lady show such concern for a young man. The implications were indeed thought-provoking. Yet, considering the lady's esteemed status, it was hardly conceivable that a mere country bumpkin like him could hold her attention. The scions of noble families vying for her affection could encircle the entire Xuanwu city. He ought to weigh his own worth carefully. Truly, it was akin to a toad desiring to feast upon swan meat. These thoughts remained unvoiced, as he was merely a messenger and deemed it unnecessary to meddle. Wang Gui has rendered significant service to the Su family. Coach Liang, we are indebted to your recommendation. It is my honor to serve the Su family, Liang Qi replied, his mind whirling in astonishment. He had merely engaged in a clandestine transaction with Zhou Qing, yet he found himself recognized as a person of merit. According to what was expressed, this Wang Gui was acquainted with the second young lady of the Su family, and it appeared their relationship was rather special. Haha. Wang Gui has evidently captured the second young lady's favor. He must be an exceptional talent, a prodigious youth. As your instructor, I shall not let such talent go unnoticed. Liang Qi laughed heartily, and since the Su family held Wang Gui in high regard, he too would extend his goodwill, offering the family the respect they deserved. This is the merit token for the two of you, each bearing 100 merits. 2 black iron tokens fell into the hands of Wang Gui and Wu Chun. With the matters concluded, the elder took his leave. Upon receiving their tokens of merit, Wu Chun followed suit and exited. Haha, take care, elder son. Liang Qi bowed respectfully as he bid farewell. Wang Gui intended to take his leave, but was halted by Liang Qi. Chapter 21. The Hall of Meritorious Deeds. Relate to me in detail everything that transpired between you and the Su family. In the room, only Wang Gui and Liang Qi remained. The latter stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The previous smile on his face completely vanished. He took a sip of tea and spoke to Wang Gui in an interrogative tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui furtively cast a glance at the other party, noticing their demeanor, which suggested they were already somewhat aware of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly divulged the events surrounding the Howling Canyon. Naturally, he omitted certain crucial details, merely stating that he had inadvertently aided the Su family in securing victory at the Howling Canyon. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such circumstances? Truly, I cannot discern whether you are fortunate or unfortunate. Liang Qi remarked with a scoff upon hearing the other's account. He was somewhat familiar with the disputes and frictions between the Su and Qi families regarding the Howling Canyon. Yet he was astonished that the typically astute Qi residents could falter at the hands of a mere novice. Initially, when Elder Sun had recounted the tale, he had been skeptical. However, it now appeared that the events had indeed transpired as described. Wang Gui furrowed his brow slightly. Although you have aided the Su family, you have equally offended the Qi family. If the members of the Qi family were to discover that their defeat was due to your actions, how might they treat you? Liang Qi took a sip of tea and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's expression became increasingly grave, as the implication of Liang Qi's words suggested deeper meanings. Noticing Liang Qi's gaze occasionally darting towards a nearby table, Wang Gui hastily clasped his fists and said, I am grateful to have gained the favor of the Su family. All thanks to Instructor Liang's recommendation. I have no way to repay this kindness, but if you would not mind, I would like to present these items to you as a token of my gratitude. Liang Qi, upon hearing this, thought to himself that the young man was not foolish, as he grasped the situation quickly. However, he feigned refusal and said, Alas, these are gifts personally bestowed upon you by the second young lady of the Su family. How could I accept them? Wang Gui spoke earnestly, if it were not for Instructor Liang selecting me. How could I have had the opportunity to venture to the Wailing Canyon? How could I have met Miss Su? I humbly request that Instructor Liang continue to nurture my growth in the future. This young man is quite astute. No wonder he has attracted the attention of the Su family. Wang Gui's words brought a sense of relief to Liang Qi, who nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, intelligent individuals relish conversing with their like. Given this, I shall remain. This knife appears quite fine, yet it holds no utility for me. The rest, you may keep. Liang Qi shook his head with a smile. Then with a flick of his hand, he pocketed the fire element stone resting upon the table. Thank you, Instructor Liang. Wang Gui clasped his hands in salute. Liang Qi, slightly taken aback, couldn't he help but regard him with renewed interest, even after taking his belongings. The lad still expressed gratitude. The more he observed him, the more he found him endearing. Your current strength is still lacking, and you have yet to reach the channeling realm to become a true martial artist. Continued training is essential. In a few days, there will be an opportunity for an exercise outside the city, and I shall arrange for you to lead the team. Do not disappoint your instructor, Liang Qi said, his eyes gently closing as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui felt a surge of energy and hurriedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Instructor Liang. Although the experience of being oppressed by a superior was unpleasant, his current weakness necessitated patience and development. He did not wish to be subjected to petty grievances. Nonetheless, the benefits of offering gifts were also quite evident. Very well, you may leave now. This subordinate takes his leave. Exiting the pavilion, Wang Gui returned to the tent, where Niu and the others had already fallen asleep. Beside him lay a sandbag, marred with indentations from punches, alongside his sweat-soaked garments. Wang Gui sat cross-legged upon the animal hide carpet, exhaling slowly as he reflected on the events of the day. Through this experience, he profoundly understood that individuals like himself, lacking both strength and background, were destined to be at the mercy of others. Before the powerful, the authorities, and the strategists, he felt as insignificant as dust and ants. To seize control of his own fate, he realized he must ascend, driven solely by formidable strength. Wang Guixin's mind stirred as he gazed upon the attributes panel. Wang Gui life, 100 constitution, 6 spiritual power, 0 mental strength, 3 life skills, foraging level 2, culinary arts level 3, butchering level 2 combat skills, martial techniques, piercing/level 2, pig slaughtering blade technique level 2, archery level 2, 100 refinements fist level 1 cultivation technique, pig breathing body refinement method level 1 attributes remain unchanged, with constitution still at 6. During his expedition in the Howling Canyon, although his panel attributes did not improve, he acquired a considerable amount of beast materials along the way and simultaneously gained insights into his archery skills. Wang Gui withdrew his gaze, turning instead to examine the items he had just brought back. Tongxiao Pills 5 description, a low-tier refining medicine known for its efficacy in strengthening the body and unblocking channels. Herbal Compendium description. This tome, authored by the esteemed herbalist Li Ximiao, encompasses a wealth of information on various plants and insights into the art of alchemy. Qingyin Blade, superior grade. Description, forged from azure steel and tempered with the flames of the earth's inferno, this blade can slice through iron as if it were mere clay, wielding formidable power. The significance of medicinal pills is beyond dispute. However, lacking a mentor to guide him, and with the costs of apprenticeship being exorbitant, Wang Gui had no choice but to seek out basic alchemical texts and embark on a journey of self-discovery. The Qingyin blade has replaced his bone dagger, becoming the weapon he now wields. In the city of Xianyin, fire elemental stones serve as the currency of trade. The pure energy they contain is categorized into 3 grades: low, medium, and high. The Su family had bestowed upon Wang Gui 10 medium-grade fire elemental stones, which, in terms of value, are on par with the Qingyin blade, yet ultimately fell prey to Liang Qi's greed. Wang Gui, increasingly agitated, couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. The strength of the individual he was contending with was comparable to that of Zhou Qing and Sun Liang, both having reached the bone refining realm. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the Merit Hall to seek out items that could enhance his cultivation. Within the Merit Hall, one could exchange achievements for a variety of goods, ranging from weapons and techniques to medicinal pills and other essentials. His current power was insufficient, and he needed to swiftly break through his limitations to reach the Meridian Opening Realm and become a true martial artist. thus preparing himself for the upcoming trials outside the city. He refrained from consuming the qi opening pill, as fatigue weighed heavily upon him. The sudden relaxation washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming drowsiness. His stomach growled in hunger. Wang Gui simply roasted a snowy owl, and after satisfying his hunger, he retired for the night. The following day, Wang Gui arrived at the Merit Hall. Before him stood an exquisite black pavilion. Here, he could observe not only the new recruits from various battalions but also seasoned soldiers from other camps. Presenting his merit token, Wang Gui entered the hall. The interior was even more spacious than he had anticipated, bustling with activity, and occasionally he caught sight of female figures, a rare occurrence in the barracks. Wang Gui did not hasten to exchange his items. Instead, he leisurely wandered around, observing his surroundings. The White Jade Fist Technique, 30 merit points. The Essence Cleansing Pill, 80 merit points. The Fire-Tipped Spear, 170 merit points. In front of the hall stood a long row of merit exchange counters, where various supplies could be redeemed, albeit at exorbitant prices. After merely glancing at them, Wang Gui wisely withdrew. Not far off, there was a merit task bulletin board, offering opportunities for individuals like him to earn merit points. Merit points could be awarded directly by the instructors or acquired through tasks posted here. However, most participants were seasoned veterans. Surrounding him were continuous shouts as many engaged in private merit transactions. "Brother, how about my Flying Swallow sword? It's a bargain at only 80 merit points. 50 is also acceptable. Take a look, I have others." "Hey, don't walk away." Wang Gui found himself targeted by a scarred man who inquired if he wished to purchase something, even attempting to impose his wares upon him with blatant intent, solely for the sake of the military merits in his possession. This behavior resembled that of clandestine merchants in the black market, relentlessly pursuing customers. Furthermore, he observed a peculiar phenomenon, a throng of individuals converging at an entrance leading underground, where the crowd was particularly dense, creating a lively atmosphere. "Hey, Brother Wang." A familiar light laughter reached his ears, prompting Wang Gui to look up and see Wu Chun waving at him. "Brother Wu, you are here too." Wang Gui responded with a courteous nod. "Are you here to exchange for the qualifications to use the Fire Xiantai?" Wu Chun made his way through the bustling crowd. "Fire Xiantai?" Wang Gui echoed with a hint of skepticism. "You do not know?" Wu Chun seemed taken aback by Wang Gui's ignorance. He then sighed. TSK. That place is a remarkable venue for cultivation." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Gui inquired, intrigued by his words. Wu Chun explained. "Beneath the Hall of Military Merits lies a mysterious training tower, imbued with potent fire elemental energy, greatly beneficial for cultivation. An ordinary person who practices there for a few months could ascend to the rank of a martial artist." "Is it truly so?" Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement and longing. He was still some distance away from reaching the channeling realm of a martial artist. Despite being relatively strong among the new recruits, he paled in comparison to the seasoned veterans who had already attained the channeling stage or beyond. Moreover, secrets do not remain hidden forever. Should Qi Jingtian learn that Wang Gui had thwarted his ambitions, the consequences would likely be dire. In the face of the formidable Qi family, Wang Gui felt as insignificant as an ant. Thus the urgency to enhance his strength became paramount. The Fire Xuantai's ability to elevate ordinary individuals to martial artists in mere months was undeniably alluring. Indeed, otherwise, there would not be such a gathering here. Most of the people in the Hall of Military Merits are drawn by the Fire Xiantai below. Furthermore, it is not just our Xuanwu city that possesses it. The other 3 outer cities each have their own Fire Xiantai, and even those who have yet to achieve anything do. Wu Chun pointed to the ground, stating, "It is said that this training tower was established by a prominent figure in the inner city, investing significantly in its creation, nurturing countless talents over the past century. The prominence of Xianyan City in the Westland Icefield owes much to the Fire Xiantai. How can one gain entry?" Wang Gui asked eagerly. "Can you guess?" Wu Chun chuckled. "Is it military merit?" Wang Gui pondered, feeling a sense of confusion. "Correct. It is indeed military merit. But the amount required to enter the Fire Xiantai is substantial." Wu Chun continued. "The tower comprises 20 levels. The deeper one goes, the more effective the cultivation, and correspondingly, the requirements for military merit increase." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui nodded subtly. Realizing why the previous individual had desperately attempted to sell him goods in exchange for military merit, his aim was to gain entry into the Huishuan Tower for cultivation. Such a splendid place must not be overlooked. He pressed his lips together, a surge of excitement and urgency blossoming in the depths of his eyes. Fortuitously, he also possessed some military merit to expend and was eager to uncover the mysteries of this so-called Huishuan platform. "Let us proceed and take a look," he suggested. As the two conversed, they followed the throng into the underground chamber. The moment they entered the subterranean space, a wave of heat rushed towards them, the temperature rising abruptly, rendering the atmosphere rather stifling. Directly ahead lay a vertical pit descending into the depths of molten rock, its crimson glow illuminating the surroundings. The underground expanse was exceptionally spacious. Yet, amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, it felt somewhat cramped. To their right stood a black and red stone counter, where an elderly man with a bald head lounged lazily in a rocking chair, perhaps due to the heat, his shirt partially unbuttoned as he leisurely fanned himself with a palm leaf. In front of the counter, a multitude of figures gathered, their conversations sparse as they fixated their gazes upon the glowing orbs embedded in the stone wall above the old man's head. The spheres represented each training room below. Gray indicated vacancies, while those aglow signified full occupancy. It was evident that all training rooms were currently at capacity, remarkably in high demand. Wu Chen observed the fully lit orbs above with a resigned shrug, while Wang Gui offered a bitter smile. With no other options, the two had no choice but to wait at the periphery, hoping for an opening to arise. Before long, a series of footsteps echoed from the volcanic stone door behind the elder, and one by one, figures emerged, their faces beaming with joy, some appearing reluctant to leave. It seemed their recent cultivation experience had yielded considerable satisfaction. Wang Gui lifted his gaze and observed the individuals before him. Each one was a formidable veteran, none below the initial realm of martial artists, with the most accomplished having already reached the later stages of the pulse connection. However, he was astonished to discover that the health bars hovering above their heads were all ablaze with a fiery crimson hue, accompanied by a conspicuous debuff effect, fire poison, level 1, scorching flames causing minor burns to the body. Indeed, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Wang Gui squinted slightly. Yet, such a degree of fire poison was trivial for them. In comparison to their enhanced cultivation, they would undoubtedly prefer the latter. As a group emerged, the previously anxious crowd surrounding the counter erupted into a lively commotion, clamoring for the old man to process their requests, each eager to secure their position. The bald old man appeared unfazed by this scene, leisurely accepting the merit tokens from their hands and allocating them as needed. "Steward Liang, could you possibly make an exception? I only have 40 merits, just 10 short. I promise to make up the difference later. Would that be acceptable?" A short, stout man hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his plea at the counter. The man known as Steward Liang paid him no mind, with one vacancy remaining. He completed his tasks and then reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. "I am only one step away from mastering the fire spirit technique. Once I finish my training, I can venture to the Fire City to hunt fire lizards and earn merits. I assure you, I will compensate for the shortfall then. Please, just this once." The rotund man's face was etched with worry, his features nearly contorted with distress. Originally, the short and stout youth had meticulously planned to undertake the task of hunting fire lizards, eagerly awaiting the completion of his training. However, an unexpected incident had disrupted his progress. He now found himself in a perplexing dilemma: to continue training with insufficient merits, or to hunt fire lizards with inadequate strength due to incomplete techniques. Furthermore, according to military regulations, one could only accept a single task. Relinquishing this one was difficult for him, as he had waited long for it, coupled with a stroke of luck in acquiring it, and the rewards were quite substantial. Coming here without merits? If debts could be incurred, this place would already be overrun by you little brats. Out, out, out. Steward Liang snorted dismissively, refusing to engage further. The young man must have been dreaming. Could one truly owe merits? He nearly raised his fan to swat the youth on the head. "Ha ha, chow fatty. Hurry back and earn some merits instead of complaining. You find it hard and tiring to follow the group, yet you lack the ability to complete tasks on your own. TSK, serves you right." A bare-chested man, seemingly from the same camp, recognized the stout youth and unabashedly mocked him. "This little fatty may appear simple-minded, yet he possesses a cunning nature. However, his cleverness has led him into a predicament." Indeed, the companions around him began to mock him. In the military camp, aside from the commands issued by the instructors, everyone was free to choose their own methods of earning military achievements. Team missions were safe, easy, and carried minimal risk, yet they yielded fewer accomplishments. In contrast, Individual undertakings were fraught with danger and great difficulty. However, successful completion of such tasks promised substantial rewards. Thus, many individuals, like the short and stout youth, opted for the perilous path in pursuit of greater accolades, often succumbing to their own arrogance and greed, leading to their untimely demise. The military camp remained indifferent, refusing to intervene or prevent such occurrences. The fate of life and death lay solely in their hands. It resembled a vast cauldron of venomous creatures, where the master tossed and collected insects, allowing them to devour and tear at one another. Naturally, only those of exceptional skill would dare to undertake and accomplish missions alone, and such individuals were invariably the cream of the crop within the camp. The short and stout youth paid them no heed, retreating to a corner with a face full of helplessness and disappointment. Noticing there were still vacant spots, Wang Gui and his companion hurried to the counter. "Liang, please reserve a spot for me." Wang Gui retrieved the merit token and respectfully addressed the old man. "It's gone." The old man waved his hand dismissively, remaining leisurely reclined in his chair. Chapter 23. Fire Poison. "Gone? But there's still one left?" Wang Gui blinked his eyes in confusion and inquired. "There is clearly one gray bead remaining above." It was a room on the first floor, perfectly suited for him. I stated that it was no longer available, insisting that there was no need for further discussion. "Wait, are you new recruits?" With an air of impatience, Steward Liang waved his hand, ready to dismiss them. However, upon noticing the merit token for new soldiers in the latter's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. The two nodded in affirmation. "What? This must be a joke. New recruits have only just arrived. How could they have accrued so many merits to train here?" It was indeed remarkable for a newcomer to establish such accomplishments. The individuals present were predominantly seasoned veterans, with hardly any newcomers like them. Consequently, when it was revealed that the two were new recruits, curious glances were cast their way, accompanied by whispers of speculation. After all, it was a rarity for fresh faces in the military camp to earn merits. Steward Liang squinted his eyes, surveying the youth before him. With his years of experience, he knew that new recruits who managed to earn merits typically hailed from influential families, specifically sent to the military for training. He had encountered similar situations before. "This position has been reserved, but if you wish to use it, I can grant it to you. Are you certain about this?" Steward Liang harbored doubts regarding the youth's background, suspecting him to be a privileged scion undertaking military training. Although he appeared to be dressed simply, lacking extravagant attire, he adhered to the principle of better to believe than to doubt. Thus, he transferred the decision-making power to the youth, ensuring he had an excuse if the original reserver inquired later. Being diplomatic and accommodating was not inherently negative, particularly when dealing with individuals of status. Had it been someone like Fatty Chow approaching him for a spot, he would have kicked them out without hesitation. "I'll take it." Wang Gui did not hesitate. He promptly responded, regardless of ownership, prioritizing immediate use. "Very well, Elder Liang." Observing this, subtly nodded in approval. The audacity to seize another's position without a second thought, not even inquiring about prior reservations, demonstrated extraordinary resolve, suggesting he was likely one of those arrogant scions from powerful families. He felt relieved not to have offended him and proceeded to take the token to assist with the necessary formalities. Room 7 in the 1st Armor District required 50 merit points for an hour's usage. As it was the new recruit's first time, there was a discount, allowing usage for only 40 merit points. "How long would you like to reserve it for?" "Let's start with 1 hour. "Is it truly so expensive?" Wang Gui thought to himself, feeling a twinge of bitterness. The 100 merit points he had painstakingly earned would only suffice for 2 uses. He hoped that the fire Xiantai would not disappoint him. Elder Liang returned the token to Wang Gui, also giving him a jade talisman. With no available space, Wuchen could only wait nearby. Descending the winding stone steps, the surrounding heat intensified, and it was evident that this level was significantly less populated, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Following the prompts, Wang Gui arrived at room 7 in Zone A. An intense heat enveloped him, akin to stepping into a blazing furnace. As he entered the stone chamber, he immediately felt a searing pain on his skin. Within the confined space, there were 9 crimson stone platforms, each occupied by an individual, with one vacant position in the right corner. The fiery platforms absorbed the Earth's fiery energy, honing the physical body. Yet they were prone to tainting one with the venom of fire. As he ascended the stone platform, information materialized before him. Wang Gui pressed his lips together, surveying the surroundings where others were present, bare-chested, with only a small piece of cloth covering their modesty, evoking a sensation akin to a sauna. They either sat cross-legged with their eyes tightly shut or stood practicing martial arts, completely unfazed by their lack of clothing, absorbed in their pursuits. Above each participant's head, a blood status indicator displayed a fiery toxin. Retracting his gaze, Wang Gui placed a jade talisman into a groove at the forefront of the stone platform. In an instant, the flame-like patterns hidden within the stone surface erupted into visibility. With a whoosh, a wave of searing heat, akin to a whip, surged upward from beneath, relentlessly striking Wang Gui's body. The intense burning sensation coursed through him like an electric shock, distorting his features as he could not suppress a cry of agony. He felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, while simultaneously being lashed by a whip. The stone platform nearby occasionally cast curious glances his way. It was evident that these individuals were also newcomers, unbothered as they continued their cultivation. His clothing was nearly consumed by flames in mere moments. And Wang Gui finally understood why this group was clad so lightly. He hastily stripped off his garments, leaving only his shorts. The status of fiery toxin appeared beneath his health bar, inscribed with the words fire toxin. So, this is the Fire Xian platform? Indeed terrifying. His internal organs felt as though they were being scorched by fiery energy, and he perceived a blaze igniting within him. The excruciating pain crashed over him like relentless waves upon the shore, continuously refining his flesh and bones, strengthening every inch of his skin. The Tuanqi body refinement technique, level 1, progressed from 5 to 8 to 10. The technique, which had previously resisted his every effort, began to slowly advance. Seeing this, Wang Gui's heart swelled with joy. At this moment, two qi opening pills proved to be fortuitous. Wang Gui endured the searing pain and sat cross-legged, silently reciting the body refining mantra. Currently, he had only mastered the first layer of the Tuanqi body refinement technique. But should he complete all 3 layers, he would have the opportunity to enter the realm of martial artists, becoming a master of the meridian opening stage. As time gradually elapsed, Wang Gui's body became drenched in sweat, while several groups of people cycled through the surrounding stone platforms. Meanwhile, at the entrance outside, a multitude of figures gathered, awaiting their turn to rent the Fire Xian platform. Bright orbs on the rear stone wall glowed, indicating that it was fully booked. Young steward, I am the brother of Kuei Hai. I previously reserved a spot with you, room 7 in area A, and I heard there are discounts for newcomers. I would like to begin for an hour. A bald man approached the counter, addressing the elderly man in the rocking chair with deference. The steward did not catch the name of the brother, but upon hearing reservation, he raised an eyebrow, his swaying form pausing momentarily before he slowly replied. The spot has been taken. Taken? By whom? The man was momentarily taken aback, though he felt a surge of indignation within. He tempered his tone due to the other person's status, for this was not just any place. Why didn't you arrive earlier? It's evident to anyone here. They are not blind, and I cannot forcibly retain a position. Steward Leon curled his lip and then remarked, that individual is a novice just like you. TSK. Are new recruits already this formidable? They have only been enrolled for a few days and have already achieved military merit? When he emerges, you two can converse. With just a few phrases, he had distanced himself from the situation. A novice? The bald man felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but at that moment, he could only suppress his fury, fixating his gaze intently on the stone door. I am quite curious to see which novice dares to usurp my position. An hour swiftly passed. Congratulations on reaching the 2nd level of the Pig's breath body refinement technique. Constitution 3. Wang Gui's eyes suddenly flew open. The searing pain coursing through his body long forgotten, replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The Fire Xuanta truly is a remarkable treasure. No wonder so many vie for the opportunity to cultivate here. Wang Gui licked his lips, thoroughly satisfied with this round of training. As he had anticipated, upon reaching the 2nd layer of the pig breath body refinement technique, his physique had undergone further enhancement. Should he master the final layer, he would ascend to the rank of a true warrior. Alas, time was not on his side. The jade talisman nestled in the stone platform's recess had now dimmed and shattered, the fiery patterns etched into the stone beneath him gradually fading, and with it, the prickling sensation dissipated. Only the fire poison status lingered on his health bar, showing no signs of abating. However, this condition posed no significant threat to him at present. And as his body felt no discomfort, he chose to disregard it. Dressed in tattered clothing, which bore several burn holes and rendered him akin to a beggar, Wang Gui exited the stone chamber. The garments he had brought from home remained in the camp's tent, He would have to wait until his return to don something new. As he stepped through the stone door, a sharp cry pierced the air, laden with palpable fury. Is it you? Is it you? In stark contrast to the enraged voice, Wang Gui appeared somewhat taken aback, gazing at the grim-faced Kuei Long before him, momentarily stunned. Kuei Long. The bald man before him glared fiercely, and Wang Gui's brow furrowed. Wang Gui? Good, good. I had yet to seek retribution for the slap you dealt me that day. Yet you dare to encroach upon my training spot. Do you think me an easy target? He could never have imagined that the person encroaching on his training position was none other than Wang Gui, the one who had injured him during their recent confrontation in the training grounds. Such audacity was beyond belief. Are you targeting me? Planning to trample on my authority to dominate the new recruits camp and establish your own faction? I assure you, it will not come to pass. Kuei Long's icy glare bore into Wang Gui, expressing his suspicion that the latter's actions indicated a blatant disregard for him. Confused by the latter's accusations, Wang Gui wore a perplexed expression. Just having emerged from the training chamber, this was only their second encounter. What oppression or targeting was he speaking of? Did Kuei Long harbor some delusion of persecution? You claim this position is reserved for you? What evidence do you have to substantiate that? Wang Gui retorted, recalling their previous exchange. Evidence. Elder Liang can attest. The previous time slot for room 7 in area, it was reserved in my name by my elder brother, Kuei Hai. Kuei Long had long coveted the fire Xuanta. After much effort, he had enlisted Kuei Hai's assistance, utilizing his position to secure a reservation. Even the merits he possessed were granted by Kuei Hai. He had intended to fully experience the wonders of the fire Xuanta today, only to find his position usurped. How could he not be furious? The two men were embroiled in a heated argument, rumored to be over a stolen spot. Kuei Hai? Is it the Kuei Hai of the Wind Brigade, or the Kuei Hai of the Kuei Wolf Gang? Fool! Are they not the same person? The argument between the two soon attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, their gazes filled with the eagerness of spectators. However, as their eyes swept over Wang Gui, they could not help but slightly avert their gaze, clearly noticing the transformation of his skin after undergoing the intense trials of fire. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Gui stroked his chin, feeling a mix of skepticism and curiosity, before shifting his gaze towards the attendant Liang at the counter. Kuei Long followed suit. And upon seeing this, Liang let out a couple of awkward chuckles and said, Indeed, Kuei Hai made a reservation here. Humph, Wang Gui, did you hear that? You were the first to. With Liang's acknowledgement, Kuei Long haughtily snorted, his cold eyes fixed on Wang Gui, but before he could utter his mocking words, Liang at the counter spoke again. Upholding the principle of not offending either party, Liang continued, However, you did not arrive on time. According to the tower's regulations, if one exceeds the time of a joss stick, the reserved room will be rendered void and can be reallocated to others. What? Upon hearing this, Kuei Long was taken aback. How was he unaware of such a rule? The onlookers, seasoned veterans of this establishment, nodded in agreement, confirming the existence of this regulation. I apologize, but it was you who failed to arrive punctually, thus forfeiting your time. It is not I who have seized your position, Wang Gui shrugged nonchalantly. At this moment, Kuei Long was nearly consumed by rage. Witnessing Wang Gui's relaxed and triumphant demeanor, his fury boiling within him, gritting his teeth in resentment, Wang Gui remained unfazed, confident in his adherence to the rules and feeling no guilt. He decided not to engage further and attempted to leave, only to be intercepted by Kuei Long, whose chilling gaze seemed to threaten his very existence. This was the Hall of Military Achievements, where brawls were strictly prohibited, and violators would face permanent expulsion, never to set foot in the hall again. Sensing the tension, Steward Liang coughed heavily to defuse the situation. Unable to offend Liang, Kuei Long redirected his ire towards Wang Gui, coldly stating, Wang Gui, I shall remember you. The Kuei Wolf Gang is not to be trifled with. Wait and see. With that ominous declaration, Kuei Long turned and departed. TSK, this newcomer has already made an enemy of the Kuei Wolf Gang, a notorious group of ruthless individuals. This lad is bound to face difficulties ahead. Not necessarily. His immediate success in garnering military achievements suggests he may possess some influential background. As Kuei Long exited, the surrounding crowd murmured amongst themselves before gradually dispersing. Wang Gui wore an expression of helplessness and a wry smile. While he had indeed occupied Kuei Long's spot on the fire altar, he operated within the bounds of reason and had no intention of deliberately provoking him. Such notions were mere figments of the latter's imagination. As for the Kuei Wolf Gang, he was entirely unfamiliar with them. Regardless, he resolved to confront any challenges that arose, accepting this unwarranted tribulation with a resigned smile. "Steward Liang, are there any restrictions on re-entering the fire altar?" Wang Gui inquired. His experience on the altar had been immensely beneficial, and if granted another opportunity, he was confident he could advance to the Meridian realm. Steward Liang replied, "Restrictions vary based on cultivation levels. As you have yet to break through the initial stage of a martial artist and are visiting the fire altar for the first time, I suggest you return in 2 days. Each session should not exceed 1 hour. Should the fire poison accumulate excessively, it could inflict irreversible damage on your body. Once it seeps into your bones, it becomes exceedingly difficult to expel, requiring a considerable financial outlay, and by then, it would be too late for regrets." He had witnessed numerous instances where individuals, eager for rapid progress, overstayed on the fire altar, resulting in fire poison infiltrating their vital organs. The consequences ranged from lingering ailments to the loss of life itself. 2 days, then? Wang Gui said, slightly disappointed as he shook his head. "There is no need for impatience," Liang reassured him. "I observe your robust physique and vibrant energy. You are but a step away from the initial realm. When you return next time, you will surely break through." Steward Liang appraised Wang Gui with a grin. Having lived here for many years and seen countless young talents, he noted that few could reach the martial artist level at such a young age. If all went well, Wang Gui would likely ascend to one of the 4 houses in the future, benefiting both himself and Liang. "Thank you, Steward Liang." Wang Gui expressed his gratitude. Wang Gui could only return after 2 days. As for Wu Chun, he found an empty spot and continued his cultivation within. Thus, Wang Gui made his way back to the camp alone. Outside, Dinyo and the others were engaged in rigorous training, leaving only himself and the slumbering Zhang Hu inside the tent. Gulu gulu. Wang Gui changed into a different outfit, and his stomach began to rumble once more. As his physique improved and his body grew stronger, his appetite expanded accordingly, and his belly craved a replenishment of energy. The food in the military camp's kitchen was nothing short of dreadful. Large pots of stew were haphazardly prepared, with some dishes even undercooked or moldy, attracting pests and rendering them nearly inedible. After his initial experience there, Wang Gui refrained from returning, opting instead to kindle a fire and prepare his own meals, as he possessed an abundance of ingredients. With his culinary skills, everything he crafted was delectable, and he felt confident that he could consume 4 roasted snowy owls this time around. In the tent, Wang set up a fire rack and took out the ingredients from his backpack. He prepared a stew with 2 snowy owls, while grilling the other 2 as skewers, wings, livers, and the heads of the owls. The tantalizing aroma made his mouth water. During the wait, he inadvertently glanced at his health bar. Despite the passage of time, the fire poison lingered, seemingly clinging to him like a tenacious parasite. Fortunately, he felt no discomfort, having only ventured into the fire tower once. Fire poison, or perhaps frost poison. Wang Gui slightly pursed his lips, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck him. If the 2 were indeed similar, he wondered whether pig brain soup would be effective. The soup possessed properties for clearing heat and detoxifying. Previously, during his time in the village, he had tested it and found it effective against cold poison, albeit with only mild efficacy. Subsequently, Wang Gui retrieved a bowl of pig brain from his backpack, still as fresh as if just prepared. Consuming a bowl of brain soup successfully eliminated the abnormal status, fire poison. Upon witnessing the status below his health bar vanish, Wang Gui stood in a daze for a moment, before a wave of excitement washed over his face. Chapter 25. The Initial Realm of a Warrior. Seeing that the brain soup could indeed dispel fire poison validated his conjecture, and the exhilaration on Wang Gui's face was impossible to conceal. What did this signify? Undoubtedly, the fire tower served as a cornerstone for the martial practitioners in the military camp. Its importance was self-evident. Almost everyone had, to varying degrees, been afflicted by fire poison. Once he promoted this bowl of soup, what kind of sensation would it create? While others were still contemplating and spending exorbitant sums on materials and remedies to eliminate fire poison, he had resolved it with a mere bowl of soup. Of course, this brain soup could only dispel mild fire poison. Whether it could address moderate or severe cases remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Wang Gui could rely on this idea to enhance the soup's medicinal properties accordingly. In such a vast market, he might seize the opportunity to reap substantial profits. Wealth, companionship, and land are all indispensable. Without resources on the path of cultivation, one would find it nearly impossible to progress. Just as Wang Gui was immersed in the joy brought by the brain soup, he suddenly noticed a shadow cast upon the tent, indicating someone was outside. The figure, aware of being seen, seemed reluctant to flee. After a moment's hesitation, the silhouette pushed aside the tent flap and entered. Before him stood a small, scruffy man, his face covered in dirt, clad in tattered clothing, appearing even more disheveled than before. From the moment the man entered the tent, his eyes fixated greedily on the delectable food over the campfire, not once diverting his gaze. Sharing a meal? This man was named Xiao Luo, a fellow recruit in Wang Gui's camp. At that moment, the latter's throat was visibly working to swallow saliva, a rather amusing sight, prompting Wang Gui to smile softly. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took a seat, his gaze locked on the roasted meat. Just as it was ready, Wang Gui tore off a piece of snow owl leg meat and handed it to him, who then devoured it eagerly. I heard Zhao Mu say your cooking is delicious. And indeed, it's far superior to the slop served by those disgraceful cooks in the mess. Xiao Luo mumbled with his mouth full of chicken leg, his lips smeared with grease, looking as though he hadn't eaten in 2 or 3 days. Zhao Mu was the birth name of a robust individual known as Jin Qiao. Wang Gui smiled gently, saying little more. The other party, still unsatisfied, instinctively reached for another skewer of grilled wings. What have you grilled? It tastes different from the roasted chicken I once pilfered, Xiao Luo remarked, blinking in surprise as he savored the distinct flavor. This is a snowy owl I hunted during my travels. Its meat is firmer and more fragrant than chicken, Wang Gui replied. This sensation the food ignites within me, warming my entire being, akin to an explosion of medicinal energy coursing through my body. Xiao Luo paused, relishing the delectable taste while feeling the changes within his abdomen. The chicken wing he consumed possessed extraordinary effects. Wang Gui glanced at him, said little, and tore off a piece of roasted meat to stuff into his mouth. Are you a dietary therapist? Xiao Luo suddenly asked, staring intently at Wang Gui. Pausing in his chewing, Wang Gui inquired, dietary therapist? What is that? Don't you know? Xiao Luo exclaimed in surprise, then continued, in simple terms. It means combining ingredients with medicinal herbs to create a dish that is not only delicious but also capable of healing ailments. The chicken wings you roasted have that effect. They have nourished my body. A friend of mine fell ill, and I happened to have some leftover herbs, so I decided to experiment by adding them for flavor. Perhaps it was a fortunate accident. Wang Gui curled his lip. Such a fortunate accident is something others might not achieve even after years of study. Xiao Luo's mouth fell open in disbelief. You must understand that some high-level dietary therapists are even more sought after than alchemists. Compared to the bitter and often unpalatable elixirs that may have side effects, the culinary creations of dietary therapists, delivering similar effects, are much more cherished. Wang Gui's eyes were slightly downcast. Initially, it was a sudden whim that led him to embark on this path. Never could he have anticipated such a fate. However, curiosity soon enveloped him, prompting the question, how did you come to know all of this? In response, Xiao Luo, who had been speaking eloquently just moments before, faltered and fell silent, diverting the conversation with, this barbecue is a tad salty. Let me have some of the soup. Wow, this soup is delightful. Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, feeling as if the taste could elevate him to the skies. Wang Gui helplessly shook his head with a smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xiao Luo departed, lamenting the lack of medicinal herbs. Wang Gui redirected his thoughts back to the issue of fire poison. Although he had already devised a strategy to counter it, even formulating a plan for prosperity, his ambition to create similar dishes capable of clearing heat and dispelling toxins hinged primarily on the medicinal ingredients. While he was not lacking in culinary components, he found himself deficient in the requisite herbs. Furthermore, he possessed no fire element stones and was unable to venture out for procurement. Wang Gui let out a soft sigh. Indeed, securing the initial capital was the most arduous task. For now, he had no choice but to temporarily set this aspiration aside, waiting for the day he could acquire fire element stones or gather medicinal herbs during his travels to make further plans. In the following days, Wang Gui engaged in meditation and cultivation within the tent, occasionally preparing meals. 2 days swiftly elapsed, and contrary to his expectations, Kuei Long did not seek him out for trouble. In fact, he scarcely caught a glimpse of Kuei Long around the camp during this time. Wang Gui arrived at the Hall of Military Achievements, determined to cultivate the Tunsi body refinement technique to its 3rd level. Upon entering the subterranean layer, he found the area still bustling with activity, the counters were teeming with people. After nearly 3 hours of waiting, he finally reached his turn. The rotund figure of Qiao was also present, engaged in conversation with others, yet it appeared that his aspirations remained unfulfilled. Wang Gui entered the training tower chamber with the jade talisman in hand, found his position, and settled down. Having learned from his previous experience, he wisely removed his garments before placing the jade talisman into the designated slot to activate the fiery altar. He swallowed a spirit-opening pill and sat cross-legged, beginning his practice of the pig breathing body refinement technique. Pig breathing body refinement technique, second level, 1. 2. This time, progress was noticeably slower than before. Wang Gui suddenly felt a surge of impatience, possibly due to the lingering effects of fire poison, or perhaps because the results diverged from his expectations. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his mind. Cultivation could not be rushed. It was essential to remain patient. Subsequently, Wang Gui consumed the last 2 spirit-opening pills and focused his thoughts. Time passed gradually, as the fiery whips from the altar lashed against his body, leaving behind alarming scorch marks. Pig breathing body refinement technique, second level, 70. With the 2 spirit-opening pills consumed, he still had a ways to go before reaching the 3rd level. Wang Gui furrowed his brows, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. He felt an indefinable absence, a subtle blockage that ignited an insatiable yearning within him, almost leading him to the brink of losing his true self. Teetering on the edge of madness. In an instant, his tightly shut eyes flew open, and he sprang to his feet, executing the 100 refinements fist technique, his fists slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Then, with a swift motion of his palm, the Qingyan blade materialized in his grasp, and he began to practice its techniques with vigorous arm movements. At first, his swordplay appeared chaotic and unrestrained, stabs, slashes, chops, and thrusts executed with reckless abandon, resembling the frenzied flailing of a madman. However, as time progressed and his practice intensified, his mastery grew, and Wang Gui's body began to harmonize with the blade, achieving a fluidity that was both elegant and powerful. With each swing, he deftly cleaved through the surging flames below, producing a piercing sound of friction. Yet, with each repeated stroke, the initial chaos of his technique began to reveal signs of transformation. Wang Gui's form and the momentum of the blade gradually melded into one, his movements becoming increasingly smooth and instinctive, akin to water flowing around stones, graceful yet forceful. Each swing of the blade sliced precisely into the roiling flames beneath, severing them in twain and emitting a sharp, crystalline sound. Illuminated by the fiery glow, the Qingyan blade gleamed with added brilliance and weight. Gradually, the energy flames surging from the stone platform began to be drawn towards the Qingyan blade, altering their original trajectory. Wang Gui danced upon the stone platform, akin to a graceful performer wielding a blade, as the flame's energy seemed to be drawn in tandem, swirling around him. His swordsmanship, initially wild and untamed, gradually transformed into a fluid elegance, effortlessly flowing like a stream. The trial by fire became the finest tempering for his technique. Each confrontation with the flames elevated his mastery to new heights. This captivating scene swiftly drew the attention of many in the stone chamber, with nearly every gaze upon the platform turned towards him, filled with astonishment. They had never witnessed such a style of swordplay, where rawness intertwined with sophistication, and ferocity bore an undercurrent of tenderness. Wang Gui's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he drew a deep breath before striking out with a swift, decisive cut. This strike was devoid of any piercing whistle or earth-shattering momentum. It was merely a subtle blade aura that swept through, as tranquil as autumn waters. Congratulations. The body refinement technique has reached the 3rd level. In that fleeting moment, Wang Gui's physical form seemed to undergo a transformative metamorphosis. Each inch of skin and every bone pulsating with an unprecedented vigor and vitality. He resembled a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, embracing a new life. At last, it was accomplished. Chapter 26. Qiao Hongyu. As he felt the tumultuous changes within his body, Wang Gui's delight surged like a tidal wave, indescribable in its intensity. He had truly stepped into the realm of martial cultivation. Everyone in the room regarded him with peculiar expressions, clearly having witnessed the extraordinary transformation that had just transpired. What sword technique did you just employ? A robust man could not contain his curiosity, recalling the enigmatic swordplay Wang Gui had just demonstrated, which struck him as rather profound. The pig-slaughtering sword technique, Wang Gui replied casually. What? The sturdy man was momentarily taken aback. I am Zhou Qi, Congratulations on your breakthrough into the initial realm of martial arts. May I ask how you are addressed? In contrast to the previous man, the one to Wang Gui's right was more courteous. He sported a mustache and appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, bowing slightly to Wang Gui with a smile. I am Wang Gui. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Zhou, Wang Gui responded with equal politeness. The two stood bare-chested, with only white shorts concealing their modesty, signifying a mutual sense of openness. Brother Wang must be a fresh recruit, huh? TSK. To achieve a breakthrough at such a young age, I am truly impressed, Zhou Qi praised. Wang Gui shook his head and replied, it is merely good fortune. Do not be so humble, my brother Wang. At your age, I was nowhere near your level. Zhou Qi jested with a smile before continuing. Now that you have broken through to the Meridian realm, you have the opportunity to leave the new recruits camp and ascend to the Wind and Flame battalions. I wonder what your plans are. When a new recruit's strength reaches the Meridian realm, they can enter either the Wind or Flame battalions, irrespective of their time spent in the new recruits camp, thus becoming what is known as an experienced soldier. However, entering these battalions entails heightened competition and, due to the harsh regulations of military life, the veteran soldiers often form factions akin to a campfire in the cold wind, seeking warmth and reliance upon one another. I have only just broken through as a martial artist and am still unfamiliar with the Wind and Flame battalions. Therefore, I do not have immediate plans to ascend. Wang Gui responded. Not to worry. When you have made your decision, feel free to visit me at the Wind Battalion. I have a group called the Heavenly Wings. Your presence there would be quite beneficial. Zhou Qi warmly extended a sincere invitation to Wang Gui. Before Wang Gui could respond, a mocking laughter erupted from the side. Little brother, do not be swayed by Zhou Qi's nonsense. His pitiful faction comprises just a few weaklings, and if you were to search the rankings of military factions, you would not even find the name Heavenly Wings at the bottom. The members of his group can barely afford to eat, let alone look after you. Perhaps he merely wishes to deceive you into sharing in their hunger, a burly man chortled, pointing at Zhou Qi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's face flushed crimson as he shot a fierce glare at the man, muttering, Scram, mind your own business. This young brother, should you be interested, may consider joining my Azure Dragon gang. We have no restrictions concerning the battalions. You may join any military unit you desire. Brother Wang, you might also reflect upon joining my Flying Fish gang in the span of a few moments. The remaining individuals in the room gathered around, extending invitations to join their respective factions. When Wang Gui had first arrived, this group had shown him indifference, even ignoring him entirely. Yet now, having achieved a breakthrough, they approached him with a newfound eagerness, each vying for his attention and inviting him to join their ranks. Wang Gui could only respond with a wry smile. After politely declining one by one, he hastily donned his clothes and exited the training room. Physical condition, 12, initial stage of Meridian opening. Martial arts, Iron Fist level 3, perfection. Wang Gui gazed at the panel, and after this round of cultivation, he had successfully transcended to the initial stage of Meridian opening in terms of his physical prowess. Simultaneously, his mastery of the 100 Refinements Fist had progressed rapidly. However, the most remarkable transformation was attributed to the Butcher's Knife technique, which had recently aided him in his breakthrough. Butcher's Knife technique level 5 perfection through diligent study of the knife technique and profound insights gained amidst the raging flames, his skills had reached an unparalleled level of mastery, signifying the completion of this technique. In contrast, the 100 Refinements Fist had attained its perfection at level 3, whereas the Butcher's Knife technique had only reached level 5, indicating a significant potential for further growth and underscoring its formidable power. Young friend Wang Gui, congratulations are in order, came the voice of praise from Steward Liang as he stepped out of the stone gate. It is quite remarkable that, as a newcomer, you have managed to break through to the initial stage of Meridian opening in just a few days. Such speed is indeed rare within the entire rookie camp. Steward Liang's commendation left Wang Gui feeling somewhat bashful. Oh, it is but a flattery, he replied modestly. Is it true that the newcomers are becoming so formidable now? When I first arrived, I spent over half a year on my own progress. He recalled a recent trial competition in the A camp where a new student had showcased extraordinary talent, even attracting the attention of the four houses. The crowd around them cast curious glances, for it was indeed uncommon for a novice to ascend to the ranks of a warrior with such swiftness. As Wang Guigong was about to take his leave, he noticed a stout young man ahead engaged in a heated dispute. 200? Jin Qiao We had an agreement that 10 points of merit could be exchanged for 100 inferior fire essence stones. Why have you suddenly gone back on your word? The stout youth, surnamed Qiao, spoke in a deep, resonant voice, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction and confusion. That was then, this is now, replied the man known as Jin Qiao, grinning broadly. You see, there is only one vacancy. Will you choose to exchange or not? He gestured toward the stone wall behind Steward Liang. You are raising the price arbitrarily. The stout youth exclaimed, exasperated. Jin Qiao shrugged, adopting the demeanor of a sly merchant. Circumstances have changed, and so have the market conditions. If you don't hurry, there may no longer be a spot available. I refuse. Qiao gritted his teeth. Even if he were to miss this opportunity, he was unwilling to let the other party profit from him. Suit yourself, but mark my words. You will come back to plead with me, for no one else will be willing to sell you merit points. Jin Qiao lightly shrugged, a confident smile playing on his lips, as if he had completely grasped the other's intentions. Without a care, he turned and sauntered over to a nearby stone bench, settling down to rest with his companions. At that moment, Qiao's brow was nearly knotted in frustration. It had already been 2 or 3 days, and he had yet to earn any merit points. He had intended to purchase them with fire essence stones, only to encounter a deceitful merchant. How many fire essence stones for 10 points of merit? Just as he was lost in thought, an individual approached and inquired. 100 inferior fire essence stones for 10 points of merit, Qiao replied, momentarily taken aback as he raised his eyes to regard the newcomer. Very well. Wang Gui nodded. Are you not deceiving me as well? Seeing the latter's candidness, the young man of the Qiao clan was momentarily taken aback, filled with doubt. You require military achievements, and I seek fire elemental stones. We both have our needs. Wang Gui chuckled softly, producing the military merit token. Since there was a discount for entering the fire tower for the first time, he now had exactly 10 points of military merit remaining after 2 visits. Very well. It's a deal. I am Qiao Hongyu, he stated. Upon witnessing Wang Gui's genuine intent to trade, a look of delight spread across Qiao Hongyu's face, and he promptly handed over a pouch of fire origin stones to Wang Gui. Wang brother, I shall remember your kindness today, Qiao Hongyu said. If you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I reside in room 32, block B of the Yinzi camp. Filled with gratitude, Qiao Hongyu paused for a moment before suddenly advising, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside for now. Remain here, they will not harm you. They? Wang Gui uttered a slight murmur of suspicion, but before he could inquire further, Qiao Hongyu had already turned and hurried to the counter. Preoccupied with the task of renting a training room, Wang Gui furrowed his brow. Not far away, Jin Qiao and the others were taken aback by the scene before them. Jin Qiao's expression changed dramatically, fury surging within him as he exclaimed, Damn it! How dare he snatch my business? Is this lad seeking death? Brother Qian, do not be hasty. We need not take action just yet, a companion interjected, restraining him. I have seen this person before, a few days ago. He had a dispute here with Kuei Hai's brother, Kuei Long, and usurped Kuei Long's spot at the fire platform. Knowing his brother has been wronged, Kuei Hai will certainly not let this slide. Currently, the members of the Kuei Wolf Gang are outside, ready to teach this lad a lesson. Oh, is there such intrigue? Let us go and have a look. Chapter 27. Kuei Wolf Gang's Fu Wei. Outside the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, the crowd bustled with life, and in the center, several figures stood, their stance suggesting they were seeking trouble. Many curious glances were cast their way. Leading the group was a robust man with a long braid, clad in a fur robe, his rugged features imposing. Behind him stood 4 men, equally fierce in demeanor, scanning the entrance of the hall. Kuei Long. It has been an hour. Are you certain that person is still inside? The braided man inquired in a low voice. They had been standing outside for an hour. Were it not for Kuei Long being Kuei Hai's brother, he would have been reluctant to assist. Brother Fu Wei, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Wang Gui is indeed inside. The fire platform was reserved by my brother, yet that detestable lad has taken it for himself. This is a blatant disregard for our Kuei Wolf Gang. The speaker was Kuei Long, his voice rife with grievance and indignation. He had specifically sought out Kuei Hai to share his woes, but at that moment, Kuei Hai was preoccupied and unable to attend to him, thus delegating the matter to Fu Wei of the Kuei Wolf Gang. Fu Wei's countenance darkened, and he remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance ahead. Kuei Long smirked inwardly, plotting to make Wang Gui pay for this affront as he cast his eyes towards the door. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his attention. There he is. That is Wang Gui. Kuei Long pointed at the man, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Oh? Fu Wei raised his eyes to the man ahead. Wang Gui, clad in a simple garment of hemp and fur, possessed a well-proportioned physique. Though his skin appeared somewhat sallow, his features were quite refined. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, there was a certain charm to him. Wang Gui, I told you that the next time we meet, I would not let you off easily. You wish to tread upon my head. Today, you shall learn the price of your arrogance. You will beg for mercy on your knees. With Fu Wei backing him, Kuei Long's confidence surged, and he bellowed fiercely, Are you Wang Gui? Fu Wei's gaze bore down on the latter as he asked in a grave tone. Wang Gui nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before him. Upon spotting the smug and sinister expression of Kuei Long, he instantly grasped the situation, his brow furrowing in response. Kuei Long's brazen admission caught Fu Wei off guard. After a brief moment of contemplation, he proposed two options, either kneel and apologize to Kuei Long while compensating him with 500 battle merits, or face the brutal punishment of having a leg and an arm broken before being expelled from Xuanwu City. Which will you choose? The unfolding drama quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding onlookers. The Hall of Battle Merits, already bustling with both new recruits and seasoned veterans, soon became a thronging mass. Some veterans, however, were unfazed by such spectacles. After a cursory glance, they turned away, returning to their own affairs. Isn't that Fu Wei from the Kuei Wolf Gang? What are they up to? It's clear. Isn't it? That gang is simply looking for trouble. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. In the back, Jin Qiao and his companions stood with their arms crossed, wearing expressions of amusement as they observed the scene. Upon hearing Fu Wei's words, Wang Gui's brow knitted tighter. These two conditions were clearly intended to seal his fate. Is there a third option? Wang Gui shook his head, countering the proposal. Seeing Wang Gui remain unperturbed, Kuei Long's anger flared, and he cursed, Damn it, then go die. With that, Kuei Long lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Wang Gui's face. Although he was aware of Wang Gui's prowess, he felt emboldened by the backing of Fu Wei and his cohorts. Thus, he dared not retaliate. Yet Kuei Long was mistaken. As Kuei Long's fist hurtled towards him, Wang Gui preemptively intercepted the blow, delivering a powerful punch to Kuei Long's chest. A dull thud resonated through the air, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking ribs. Kuei Long spat out a mouthful of blood, resembling a kite severed from its string, as he was sent flying and crashed heavily at Fu Wei's feet. The force of that punch had clearly reached the channeling realm. You said he was a rookie? Hiss. Has a rookie achieved such a breakthrough so swiftly? This speed rivals that of the earlier elite recruits. TSK, not only does he possess remarkable talent, but he also strikes with ferocity. Kuei Long will surely be bettered in for months. A ripple of astonishment ran through the crowd, their eyes darting towards Wang Gui, silently marveling at his prowess. However, upon catching sight of Fu Wei's icy demeanor, their expressions shifted dramatically. Very well. To dare strike a member of my Kuei Wolf Gang before my very eyes, such an audacious rookie is the first I have encountered. Fu Wei's face was as dark as water, his voice laced with intense fury. He had initially assumed that Wang Gui's prior victory over Kuei Long was merely a testament to his half-step martial prowess, never expecting that he had now transcended to the channeling realm. Although Kuei Long had reserved the fire Xiantai, he had failed to arrive on time. Thus, within the bounds of the rules, I had rented the fire Xiantai after his allotted time had elapsed. Wang Gui furrowed his brow slightly and cast a glance at Kuei Long, who was being assisted to his feet. He spoke coldly, moreover. It was he who initiated the altercation. I merely acted in self-defense. The question of right and wrong has become irrelevant. The fact remains that you have harmed a member of my Kuei Wolf Gang. If we do not receive an explanation today, how shall my gang avoid becoming a laughingstock in the future? Fu Wei exhaled audibly, his voice dripping with malice. What transpired today, witnessed by so many, cannot simply be brushed aside. You may choose to hide within the War Merit Hall, of course, if you are willing to be a coward. His tone was chillingly cold, and as he spoke, two other members of the Kuei Wolf Gang swiftly approached, blocking Wang Gui's escape route. Within the camp, the subtle skirmishes and brawls among the soldiers were met with a tacit acceptance from the higher-ups. They neither intervened nor inquired, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a natural selection process, intended to hone and identify the most formidable warriors for their own purposes. Wang Gui remained silent, his gaze darkening ominously. It was evident that a confrontation was inevitable. Subsequently, he clenched his hand, and the Qingyan blade materialized in his grasp. Observing the tense atmosphere, The onlookers instinctively retreated a few steps, clearing a substantial space, leaving only Wang Gui and Fu Wei in the arena. Humph. Do not presume that just because you have recently entered the realm of martial artists, you can act arrogantly. You are still lacking in my presence. Upon witnessing the latter brandishing his weapon, adopting a stance of readiness for battle, a cold smirk crept across Fu Wei's sinister features. As his words fell, Fu Wei stepped forward, unleashing a formidable surge of energy that cracked the ground beneath, indicating that his prowess had evidently reached the mid-stage of the meridian opening. Today, I shall demonstrate the stark disparity in strength that exists between us. Chapter 28. Battle with Fu Wei. In the open space amidst the crowd, two figures stood resolutely, undeniably becoming the focal point of the gathering, with numerous eyes casting their gaze upon them. TSK. To reach the initial stage of meridian opening so swiftly indeed showcases remarkable talent. However, even so, to challenge Fu Wei, who stands at the mid-stage, is nothing short of arrogance. There is indeed a disparity in strength between the initial and mid-stages of meridian opening, yet have you noticed the blade in Wang Gui's hand? It appears to be a superior quality treasure blade, which explains his confidence. Elixirs, talismans, formations, weapons, beasts, and puppets undoubtedly contribute significantly to the enhancement of one's cultivation and strength. However, the outcome of a battle is determined by more than these elements alone. Moreover, does Fu Wei lack hidden cards up his sleeve? Disregarding the murmurs from the crowd, Wang Gui's gaze remained fixed on the robust figure before him, a hint of solemnity gracing his countenance. This was his first encounter against someone of superior strength, and his heart raced with trepidation. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. The moment you display even a hint of hesitation, your opponent will perceive you as vulnerable, relentlessly pressing you until you are mercilessly driven to the brink of despair. If he presents a show of strength, you must respond with even greater resolve to maintain your footing in this contest. In this unforgiving world governed by the law of the jungle, only the truly formidable can survive. Fu Wei, mid-stage meridian opening, life, 92 status, fire poison level 2 beneath the crimson name of the ladder. The status of fire poison was displayed. Bang! Locking onto his target, Wang Gui's foot slammed down onto the ground, unleashing a powerful force that propelled him forward like an arrow released from its bow. What? He has chosen to take the initiative. Wang Gui boldly launched an attack against Fu Wei, startling the onlookers slightly. Although Fu Wei's cultivation was originally inferior to that of his opponent, he not only dared to accept the challenge, but also took the initiative to strike first, displaying commendable courage. Humph. Does he truly believe I am as inept as Kue Long? If he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige. As the shadow rapidly loomed larger in his vision, a chill flickered in Fu Wei's eyes. The demeanor of his adversary clearly indicated a lack of regard for him. With that, he swiftly grasped a wolf-toothed iron rod that materialized in his hand, and with a sudden surge of strength, he swung his arm fiercely, the air around him tearing with a whistling sound as he aimed directly at the approaching shadow. Clang! With a sudden leap, Wang Gui raised the Qingyin blade high above his head and struck down fiercely towards the front. In an instant, metallic sparks danced amidst the piercing sound of collision resonating across the clearing. The blade was impressive, yet the force behind it was somewhat lacking. Beneath the Qingyin blade, a cold and stern visage emerged. The individual had just broken through to the initial stage of the meridian realm, and their strength remained insufficient. Fu Wei cast a glance at the crimson patterns adorning the blade, a glimmer of greed flashing in the depths of his eyes. He let out a chilling laugh as he wielded the wolf-toothed club with sudden vigor, sweeping it forward with such ferocity that Wang Gui was forced back several steps. Bang! Without granting Wang Gui a moment's respite, Fu Wei surged forth like a cannonball, his hands tightly gripping the heavy wolf-toothed club, accompanied by a howling wind. It descended upon Wang Gui with tremendous force. Wang Gui, already a towering figure with a robust physique, leapt up like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, emanating an irresistible and fierce momentum, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld him. Observing this, Wang Gui dared not be overconfident and swiftly sidestepped as the dark wolf-toothed club cleaved down before him, creating a crater in the earth. Before the spectators could fully process their astonishment at the missed strike, Fu Wei swung his arm fiercely once more, the wolf-toothed club hurtling towards Wang Gui's face with alarming speed. Gripping the Qingyin blade tightly with both hands, Wang Gui hastily drew it to parry. the jarring sounds reverberating in his ears as sparks flew from the clash of metal. Wang Gui was jolted back repeatedly, his hands growing numb at the grip of the hilt. Evidently, in these exchanges, Fu Wei held the upper hand. "Ha, kid, for stealing my business, you deserve to suffer." Fu Wei sneered, relishing in Wang Gui's plight. Among the onlookers, Jin Qiao could not suppress a smirk, reveling in his misfortune. Not far away, Kuei Long was supported by several individuals, appearing exceedingly frail with a pale complexion. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the duel, his blood-stained face darkening with an ominous and sinister expression. "Wang Gui, wait until I have my turn. I shall grind you to dust." Kuei Long's heart swelled with satisfaction at Wang Gui's predicament, though the movement stirred his chest wound, causing him to cough violently. Wang Gui exhaled slowly, his expression grave as he gazed at the imposing figure of Fu Wei, whose size and strength far surpassed his own. A flicker of contemplation danced in his eyes. Although there exists a mere layer of distinction between the mid and early stages of meridian circulation, the fundamental disparity in strength remains insurmountable. The opponent's power greatly eclipsed his own, and to engage in a reckless frontal confrontation would certainly lead to his own demise. If brute strength was not an option, then agility and technique must prevail. Employing finesse to overcome force is indeed a viable strategy. A chuckle escaped him, for now is not the time to be distracted. "When you become a specter beneath my hand, I shall claim your blade for you." Fu Wei laughed heartily, swinging his spiked club, creating a whistling sound as it sliced through the air toward Wang Gui. In a fleeting moment, Wang Gui's gaze sharpened, a flicker of fiery brilliance glimmering within his eyes. The azure flame blade in his grasp danced with the speed of a shooting star, its crimson patterns emanating a striking radiance. The onlookers were soon captivated by the ethereal aura surrounding the azure flame blade. With each swing of Wang Gui's weapon, the energy surged forth, slicing through the air and leaving an indelible trace visible to all present. What manner of swordplay is this? Concurrently, some observers discerned the peculiar elegance of Wang Gui's technique, reminiscent of a startled swan or a gliding dragon, embodying both the formidable force of a sword and the ethereal grace of a blade. "I recognize this as the pig slaughtering blade technique." A voice resonated through the crowd, revealing the speaker to be Zhou Qi. The name startled the audience, yet they dismissed it as mere folly and redirected their attention to the center of the arena. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the chatter of the spectators, two figures had already collided, darting and intertwining in fierce combat. Each clash was accompanied by a piercing metallic symphony, sparks flying, and occasionally, searing flames erupted, slicing through the air and unleashing waves of heat. This time Wang Gui is actually holding his own against Fu Wei. A woman in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her tall, graceful figure, her striking short red hair drew attention. While there were few female soldiers in the military, they certainly existed. The fervent gazes around her lingered for a moment on her exquisite form, but upon encountering her cold, alluring visage, they quickly averted their eyes, wary of inciting her ire. In their previous encounter, Wang Gui had been overwhelmed by Fu Wei's brute strength. However, in this renewed confrontation, he not only held his ground, but seemed to gain the upper hand, suppressing Fu Wei, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. "It must be due to his unique blade technique," remarked a man beside the woman, his sharp brows and commanding presence evident as he intently observed the battle. "Notice how every heavy blow from Fu Wei is effortlessly neutralized by Wang Gui's technique, rendering his strikes as ineffective as if they were landing on cotton." Indeed, while Fu Wei possessed great strength, his imposing physique left him lacking in speed and agility, a vulnerability that Wang Gui astutely exploited. Should Fu Wei fail to reveal his true capabilities, he may well face defeat. On his right stood a long-haired man clad in green, his fair complexion and strikingly handsome features drawing attention. With a light chuckle, he remarked. The appearance of these three individuals swiftly captured the attention of those nearby, and as numerous gazes turned in their direction, a chorus of low gasps ensued, clearly astonished that they had graced this place with their presence. If such words had been uttered by others, one might have been skeptical. However, coming from these individuals, their credibility was undeniably heightened. Chapter 29, Eruption of Fiery Rage? It was none other than Yao Hong, Pang Zhan, and Fang Qingshan from the Tianhe gang. What brought them here? Who knows? The Tianhe gang and the Kuei Wolf gang have always been at odds. Perhaps they came to witness the misfortunes of Fu Wei. Their identities were soon recognized, igniting a murmur among the crowd. given the ongoing conflicts between the Tianhe gang and the Kuei Wolf gang over mutual interests. Coupled with the words recently spoken by the trio, one could not help but sense a tinge of schadenfreude in the air. The battle continued to rage on, with Fu Wei furiously swinging his wolf-toothed club. In contrast to his robust physique, Wang Gui was agile and nimble as he wielded the Qingyan blade. He conjured waves of scorching heat that effortlessly neutralized Fu Wei's fierce assaults. The ground was pocked with craters, remnants of Fu Wei's missed strikes, and his garments bore the marks of charred scratches, clear evidence of Wang Gui's retaliation. "Foolish clown, do you only know how to flee?" Fu Wei bellowed in frustration, his voice laced with anger. Wang Gui, akin to a monkey, evaded multiple heavy blows without being struck, and his peculiar blade techniques even left him with scorch marks in the intervals of his own attacks. To be toyed with by a mere novice in martial arts under the watchful eyes of the crowd was an indignity Fu Wei found hard to bear. "Then why can't you keep up with my speed?" Wang Gui's lips curled into a subtle arc as he swiftly darted beside Fu Wei. His Qingyan blade enveloped in a delicate hue of flames, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. The latter's treacherous and unscrupulous tactics incited considerable ire within Fu Wei, who let out a fierce roar, exuding a formidable aura that surged forth in waves from beneath his feet, rapidly expanding outward. At that moment, Fu Wei's expression turned grotesquely crimson, his eyes bloodshot and contorted with rage, emotions seemingly spiraling into volatility. The intensity of Fu Wei's aura caught Wang Gui's attention, prompting him to retreat several meters, his gaze warily fixed on his opponent. Upon glancing at Fu Wei's health status, Wang Gui's pupils involuntarily constricted. Fu Wei, mid-channeling. Health, 73 status. Fire poison level 2 eruption. The previously subdued fire poison had erupted unexpectedly. Clearly, earlier anomalies were triggered by this sudden outburst. Fu Wei's peculiar condition soon drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. He is experiencing an outbreak of fire poison. The onlookers were all too familiar with the symptoms and horrors of fire poison, quickly realizing the gravity of Fu Wei's fiery and frenzied demeanor. "This is odd. Brother Fu Wei hasn't been to the fire refining platform recently, and he consumed pills just days ago. How could the fire poison manifest at this moment?" One of the men accompanying Fu Wei remarked. "Strange indeed. His symptoms are unmistakably those of a violent fire poison outbreak." The crowd murmured in confusion, engaging in hushed discussions. Hearing the whispers, Wang Gui cast a glance at the frenzied Fu Wei not far away, his brow furrowing. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to look down at his Qingyan blade. Recalling his time training at the fire refining platform, where he had leveraged the pig-slaying blade technique to break through to the channeling realm, he pondered whether the Qingyan blade had inadvertently absorbed the violent energy from the flames, thereby refining the fire poison alongside his blade techniques. In this light, it all began to align. During their confrontation, it was indeed the Qingyan blade's assault that had provoked the dormant fire poison within Fu Wei, catalyzing its eruption. This realization sent a jolt of unease through Wang Gui's heart. The ability of his Qingyan blade to entice fire poison was tantamount to holding another's life in his grasp. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly stir a tumultuous uproar throughout the military camp. He hastily sheathed the Qingyan blade, resolute that this matter must remain undisclosed. As he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with several figures in the distant Green Mountains. Wang Gui swiftly averted his gaze, only to fixate once more on the bowed figure of Fu Wei not far away. The latter's head hung slightly low, a deep and powerful growl emanating from his throat, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Fu Wei, consumed by the flames of rage, found it unnecessary to continue the assault, as it posed a risk of revealing the Qingyan blade. Just as Wang Gui prepared to turn and depart, Fu Wei suddenly let out a thunderous roar, his formidable presence surging to unprecedented heights. In an instant, he pivoted, his scarlet eyes locking intently onto Wang Gui. "Wang Gui, I shall end your life." At that moment, Fu Wei was wholly ensnared by the Inferno's grip on his mind, descending into madness, much like a ferocious beast charging directly at him. Wang Gui felt a surge of terror within, instinctively retreating a step. Under normal circumstances, he might have dared to fight, but before him stood a frenzied Fu Wei, and he had no desire to provoke him. Alas, Fu Wei had truly lost his mind. This new recruit was surely doomed. Observing Fu Wei's state, the onlookers were taken aback, yet they refrained from intervening, choosing instead to spectate, for it was not uncommon for such private duels to result in fatalities. "Stop!" A commanding voice suddenly echoed from behind. A figure swiftly approached, stepping forward to stand before Wang Gui, effortlessly catching the heavy wolf fang club with a single hand. Kill. With his attack thwarted, Fu Wei glared with his crimson eyes, roaring in fury. Before he could swing the club again, the figure unleashed a powerful palm strike, compressing the air before him into a forceful imprint that struck Fu Wei's chest like an explosive projectile. Poof! Fu Wei immediately spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. Have you seen Commander Su? The scene unfolded so suddenly that the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Yet, as they turned their attention to the middle-aged man in the arena, their expressions quickly shifted to one of reverence, and they hastily clasped their hands in salute. I have warned you all about the dangers of fire poison. The fire tower may seem enticing, but it is not worth the risk. You chose not to listen, and now you see the consequences. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, with neatly groomed facial hair and clad in a loose yellow robe, stood with one hand on his hip, scolding the crowd with an air of nonchalance, as if he were slightly leaning back, exuding a mischievous demeanor. I have temporarily sealed the fire poison within him. You must take him back for treatment immediately. Fortunately, I acted in time. Otherwise, once the poison reached his brain, he would have truly become a frenzied beast. The man glanced at the unconscious Fu Wei, sighed in resignation, and nonchalantly took out a wine gourd from his waist, drinking leisurely. The members of the Kuei Wolf Gang, witnessing this, dared not speak further and hastily carried Fu Wei away. Despite the multitude of frustration swirling within Kuei Long, he too had no choice but to obediently follow suit. What a pity! I had hoped to see which of the two would ultimately prevail. It is hard to say. That newcomer, Wang Gui, indeed possesses some skill, and Fu Wei still has trump cards up his sleeve. Had it not been for the coincidental eruption of fire poison, the outcome would have been uncertain. The surrounding crowd understood that with the appearance of this figure, the farce had come to an end, and they dispersed reluctantly, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The show is over. What are you still doing here? Many ardent gazes swept over her graceful figure as Yao Hong gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, preparing to turn away when she noticed a long-haired man in a green robe nearby, seemingly lost in thought. Isn't it strange that Fu Wei suddenly erupted with fire poison? Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow, curiously inquiring in a soft tone. It must be his own issue. Could it be that someone is remotely controlling the fire poison within him? Beside him, Pang Zhen paused momentarily before speaking. Fang Qingshan, upon hearing this, merely shook his head in confusion and glanced at the figure ahead before departing with the two. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Wang Gui and Commander Su in the arena. Chapter 30. Commander Su Xia as the surrounding crowd gradually departed. Wang Gui turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man before him, whose demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance and independence. Curiosity stirred within him. Although he was unfamiliar with this individual, the reverence and titles bestowed upon him by those around made Wang Gui grasp the essence of the situation. Subordinate. I have encountered Commander Su, he thought. The commander was responsible for overseeing the military camp in Xuanwu City, and aside from General Fan, he commanded 4 other leaders, with the present figure being Commander Su, known as Su Xia. Ah, you must be Wang Gui? The latter inquired, taking a sip of his drink and casting a casual glance over Wang Gui. I have heard of you from that girl, Wan Ning. I appreciate your assistance during the recent expedition to the Howling Cry Gorge. Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the other party was a member of the Su family. Upon hearing the name Wan Ning, memories of their encounter in the icy cavern flooded his mind, and the image of that blushing, exquisite visage remained vividly etched in his memory. It was merely a trifling effort. I am grateful to Commander Su for your timely intervention, Wang Gui remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Your small act has indeed been a tremendous aid to our Su family. Su Xiao chuckled with amusement. Thanks to the latter's assistance, the Su residents had secured control over Shuamong Mountain. Although the specifics were still under deliberation, it had undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to the Qi family's ambitions, enhancing the prestige of the Su family in the process. Wang Gui wore a faint smile. During his sojourn in the Howling Cry Gorge, his intentions were solely to seek personal gain, and he never truly considered aiding the Su family in their triumph over the Qi family. By the way, you have now transcended into the initial realm of martial artists. According to the regulations of the camp, you are eligible to ascend to the 2nd Battalion of Wind and Flame. Have you made your choice? Su Zhao's gaze fixed attentively on the latter as he inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui smiled wryly and shook his head, stating, I have just been promoted to the Meridian Realm. As for where to go, I have yet to make any plans. Su Xiao paused for a moment and replied, the Yin camp falls under my jurisdiction. There exists a faction known as Su Min, founded by members of the Su family. Should you wish to join, you may seek out someone named Su Yun. In essence, the military camp serves as a nurturing ground for talent destined for the four houses, while Su Min, as a unique guild established within the camp, is particularly adept at acquiring information about the talents therein. Almost all who join Su Min become subjects of interest to the Su house in the future. Not only the Su house, but the other three houses have also established their own factions within the military camp to recruit talent. Upon hearing this comprehensive arrangement, Wang Gui understood the underlying intent of the invitation and did not decline. Thank you, Commander Su. He was aware of his lack of status and background in this place, and given the enmity he had now forged with the Kuei Lang gang due to today's incident, joining Su Min would provide him with the support of the Su house, thus facilitating his future endeavors. To be frank, were it not for your audacity in challenging Fu Wei, I would not have held you in such regard. Your remarkable courage is truly commendable. Su Xiao remarked with a grin, expressing his thoughts candidly. Although someone within the estate had previously mentioned the idea of courting Wang Gui, Su Xiao had not taken it seriously, prioritizing strength over connections, as he had no desire to recruit someone who relied on female influence to ascend. It was only today, witnessing Wang Gui's swift ascension to the initial stage of the Meridian Realm, that Su Xiao recognized his exceptional talent for cultivation. Furthermore, Wang Gui's audacity to challenge Fu Wei, who was far more powerful, showcased his unparalleled bravery, coupled with the fact that Wang Gui had some connections with the Su house. Su Xiao finally found himself inclined to cultivate this relationship. Wang Gui pressed his lips together, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Without abilities and inherent worth, one would naturally garner little respect from others. By the way, Commander Su, I would like to request your assistance. Wang Gui suddenly recalled something and hurriedly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Oh, so soon? You seek my help? Speak, Su Xiao replied with a light chuckle. Shaking his head, I wish to inquire about someone, Wang Gui said. Who is it? Jin Qiao, the young woman from my hometown, Linhu village. Wang Gui continued. During the initial recruitment, an elderly man, holding a luminous stone, claimed that Qiao was a suitable candidate and took her back to the city, yet to this day, there has been no word. Jin Qiao, you say? I have indeed heard whispers regarding the recent recruitment of special women, though it is said to pertain to matters within the inner city. Very well, I shall inquire into this matter for you, and should I acquire any information, I will ensure it is conveyed to you. With a slight furrow of his brow, Su Xiao found himself particularly intrigued by this situation and thus agreed to assist. Thank you, Commander Su. Upon hearing Wang Gui's words, a surge of gratitude welled up within him, prompting him to bow respectfully. Situated at the lower echelons of the military camp, he was often deprived of information. However, with Su Xiao's assistance, the once elusive prospect of locating Sister Qiao had gained a glimmer of hope. After exchanging a few brief words, the two parted ways. Wang Gui did not hasten to return to the camp. Instead, he made a visit to a nearby trading market. In contrast to the high-end goods found in the War Merit Hall, this market primarily offered a selection of quality items at reasonable prices, most of which were acquired by the soldiers during their missions, with the occasional treasure to be unearthed. His purpose for coming here was to procure some herbs capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, which he intended to use for crafting dishes that could alleviate fire toxicity. Ever since witnessing the frenzied state of Fu Wei due to a flare-up of fire toxicity, Wang Gui had been somewhat apprehensive. He certainly did not wish to find himself in such a predicament. Additionally, he required medicinal ingredients to complement his experiments, preparing for the future sale of therapeutic culinary dishes. Upon returning to the tent, he found Daniel, Wu Chun, and Xiao Luo in attendance. Congratulations, Brother Wang, on entering the initial realm of a martial artist. Such talent truly incites envy among us. Wu Chun, leading the group, greeted him with smiles and clasped fists. The news of Wang Gui's breakthrough had already spread throughout the new recruits camp, prompting several to come and celebrate, including a few unfamiliar faces who joined in the festivities. As for Xiao Luo, he was simply there to partake in the meal. With diligent practice, you all shall surely attain the Meridian opening realm as well. With a resigned shake of his head, Wang Gui realized that he would once again have to prepare meals for them. A few days ago, the trials had been participated in by Camps A, B, and C, and tomorrow it was finally the turn of their Camp D to venture forth for the challenge. It was said that the higher-ups held this trial in great esteem, particularly since a remarkable talent had emerged from Camp a certain Lin Hao, who, due to his outstanding performance, had attracted the attention of the chief faction within the four houses, being specifically summoned by them. As everyone gathered around the campfire, savoring the delectable dishes from the pot, they engaged in animated discussions about the upcoming trial. When the topic of Lin Hao arose, expressions of longing and envy were evident on their faces. Gaining entry into the four houses signified boundless prospects for the future. It appeared that this trial allowed for free team formations, and since they were all present, why not form a team together for tomorrow's endeavor? Wu Chen suggested. As his words hung in the air, the group turned their gaze towards Wang Gui, who, having reached the initial stage of the meridian openings, was regarded as a formidable ally. With such a skilled teammate, their chances of victory and safety were undoubtedly enhanced, and they were naturally inclined to agree. Very well, Wang Gui replied. Wang Gui nodded in agreement, not rejecting the proposal. However, the specifics of the trial had yet to be determined, seemingly to be decided by a draw. Regardless, with Wang Gui present, there was no need to fear any challenge. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, at the Qi residence, Qi Jingtian had faced severe reprimands from the elders due to the incident in the Howling Cry Canyon. He sat at one side, his expression dark as he gazed at the figures below. You say you found something out? Indeed, young master. I have received information from within the Su residence. The cause of your defeat was not the Su sisters, but rather another party, the cloaked figure reported. Another party? Upon hearing this, Qi Jingtian's eyelids slowly lifted, a glimmer of coldness and curiosity flashing within his pupils. It is one of the 10 new recruits secretly purchased by Zhou Qingliang, a certain Wang Gui. The cloaked figure continued. Wang Gui? Those 10 individuals were originally intended by Zhou Qing to pave the way for the ghost face worm. Yet Wang Gui managed to repel the ghost face worm with white smoke grass, successfully surviving. Furthermore, when the Su sisters fell into the ice abyss, he somehow traversed the icy lake below, allowing the Su sisters to reach the finish line first, the cloaked figure added. The information gathered, barring the specific details, is nearly flawless. Wang Gui. Qi Jingtian repeated the name. So he had his plans thwarted by a mere rookie? The thought sent a chill across his face, as if he might freeze the entire room. Today, Wang Gui had just broken through to the initial stage of meridian opening. Yet he had an altercation at the gate of the military merit hall with Fu Wei from the Kuei Wolf Gang. However, during the conflict, Fu Wei suddenly suffered a fiery affliction, and it was only when Su Xiao appeared that the dispute was resolved. The cloaked figure continued. The Kuei Wolf Gang? That would be the faction of Kuei Hai. Qi Jingtian mused. Su Xiao, it seems the Su residence is intent on courting him. In that case, I shall not grant you your wish. I recall the trial for Ding Camp is scheduled for tomorrow. Be sure to handle it thoroughly. As he spoke, a trace of cold, murderous intent surfaced in Qi Jingtian's gaze. Wang Gui, you dare to thwart my ambitions. You shall undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Chapter 31. The Xiamanxian mission. At this moment, the training ground of the Ding Camp was abuzz with activity, teeming with eager individuals. For today marked the day of trial for the recruits. The faces of these new soldiers radiated with anticipation and fervor for the future. Just days prior, they had heard news from the trials of the other 3 camps, revealing that those who excelled in this assessment would capture the attention of the esteemed officials from the 4 houses. For these common folk hailing from impoverished villages, such an opportunity was undoubtedly a chance to alter their destinies. Naturally, they were determined to seize this chance, even at the cost of their utmost effort. Before long, the chief instructor, Liang Qi, emerged from the pavilion, accompanied by an assistant instructor. Esteemed recruits, he began. This trial is merely a modest assessment and does not define your future achievements. However, those who stand out will undoubtedly attract the notice of the higher-ups. Observing the unusual enthusiasm among the crowd, Liang Qi continued, yet, the most crucial aspect is to survive and to complete the mission. All right. Group leaders whose names I call, please come forward to draw your tasks. With that, Liang Qi summoned several group leaders to the forefront for the task selection. Lu Li, Zhang Chong, Wang Gui. As Wang Gui's name resonated through the air, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Their gazes instantly fixated on the figure ascending the pavilion. Is that Wang Gui? He seems quite ordinary. Do not speak lightly. He is the first among us to advance to the initial realm of warriors. Just yesterday, he faced off against a member of the Kuei Wolf Gang. Indeed, I heard that Kuei Long, who had previously offended him, is now bedridden. No wonder we haven't seen Kuei Long around. Let us hope our captain draws a simpler task. I implore you. This name had recently become quite prominent. For not only had he swiftly broken through to the Meridian realm, but he also dared to challenge seasoned veterans. His exploits were more than enough to become the talk of the new recruits. Do you all understand the rules? Who will go first? The assistant instructor, Mr. Zhang, produced a drawing barrel. The recruits exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Wang Gui, you may proceed, Mr. Zhang directed, gesturing toward the drawing barrel placed gently on the table before them. Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Gui nodded and was the first to draw lots, followed closely by the others, who promptly handed their drawn lots to Instructor Zhang. Subsequently, he revealed the tasks assigned to each group. Lu Li's team was tasked with hunting 10 second-tier snow wolves in the South Ice Valley, with each member earning 30 merit points. Zhang Chang's team was to gather 30 water dust trees from the depths of the East Creek Ice Lake, with each member receiving 40 merit points. Wang Gui's team, however, was assigned the daunting task of eradicating the bandits in the White Dragon Cave on Mount Xiaomong, with each member set to earn an impressive 150 merit points. The crowd below the loft, upon hearing their respective tasks, nodded in satisfaction. These assignments were not particularly difficult, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could accomplish them without much trouble. What? Did I hear that correctly? Eradicating bandits on Mount Xiaomong? Isn't that akin to courting death? Mount Xiaomong is notorious for its banditry, with dozens of bandit strongholds scattered throughout. Indeed, the reward for this task is substantial. But I can't help but feel that preserving one's life takes precedence. It is only natural for the capable individuals to undertake more challenging missions. When the task for Wang Gui's team was announced, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly, accompanied by some malicious glee. The members of the rear, including Daniel, were momentarily stunned, questioning their own hearing in disbelief. Surely, there must be some trickery. This task cannot be right, Daniel exclaimed loudly, incredulous that they were being assigned a mission to eliminate bandits. However, no one paid him any heed. Once the tasks were fully disclosed, the instructor declared, "You may now proceed with your assignments. Note that the deadline for these tasks is 1 week. Failure to complete the mission within this time frame will result in a loss. Nevertheless, based on the resources obtained and the progress made, you will receive corresponding merit rewards. We only regard the outcome, not the process. Any means employed during this time are considered permissible under the rules. Furthermore, should no member of a team return within a week, or should anyone be injured or perish during the mission, all consequences shall be borne by them. Tasks may be abandoned, but this will also result in a loss." Does anyone have any questions? A chilling yet starkly realistic voice echoed from the loft, met with a profound silence from the crowd below. Well, since there are no questions, let the trial commence. I wish you all the best of luck. At this moment, Liang Qi, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Sipping his hot tea, he cast a glance at Wang Gui before leisurely retreating into the loft. The crowd below quickly dispersed. Those willing to accompany me may stay. Those who wish to withdraw from this task may choose to leave. Wang Gui returned to the team, his expression grave and his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated such misfortune, drawing a task of considerable difficulty, one might even say perilous in nature. The team members exchanged glances, each assessing the other. Initially, they had felt fortunate to join Wang Gui's group, believing that with such a skilled leader, their safety and the likelihood of successfully completing their mission would be enhanced. Yet, they now found themselves assigned to the most challenging bandit extermination mission. Perhaps I should explore other teams, one ventured, my apologies. The vicinity of Xiaomang Mountain is notorious for its ruthless bandits, who kill without a moment's hesitation. Please exercise caution. After a brief silence, one individual stepped forward, followed by several others who chose to withdraw. They were unwilling to venture into such treacherous territory as Xiaomang Mountain. Wang Gui nodded, saying little more. The task was fraught with difficulty and peril. It was entirely understandable to choose to abandon it and cherish one's life. Moments later, the vast expanse was left with only Daniel, Wu Chen, and Xiao Luo. What about you three? Wang Gui inquired, turning to them. Are you not afraid? Then how could I be? Daniel boldly clapped Wang Gui on the shoulder. Though they were not blood brothers, their bond was forged in childhood, rich in friendship and requiring no further words. Last time we ventured to Howling Canyon, we earned 100 battle merits. This time, I sense we can achieve something similar. Wu Chen grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Beside him, Xiao Luo sighed. There's nothing good to eat elsewhere, so I have no choice but to follow you. Witnessing their resolve, Wang Gui felt a profound sense of gratitude. True friendship reveals itself in shared hardship. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will do everything in my power to protect you, Wang Gui assured them. At that moment, a team led by Kuei passed by, who looked over at Wang Gui and laughed unabashedly. Huh? Looks like everyone has fled. Let us see how you complete the task. Damn it, you want to take it easy too? Dinyo seethed, glaring fiercely at the latter. Kuei merely chuckled. Haha, best of luck to you. Just don't die out there. With that, he and his team departed. After being subjected to ridicule, Dinyo was infuriated, muttering curses under his breath. Suddenly, a small figure approached. May I join you? You wish to join us? Are you aware that we are heading to Xiaomang Mountain to eliminate bandits? Wang Gui expressed a note of astonishment, his gaze scrutinizing the figure before him, with no recollection of their identity. Naturally, among the hundreds present at the camp, it was impossible for him to recognize everyone. I am Li Fu Gui, a hunter from a village near Mount Xiaomang. I often venture into the mountains for hunting. I am well acquainted with the area and can guide you, the man said, nodding earnestly. Is that so? How splendid. With a local aiding us, the mission will undoubtedly be much more manageable, Dainyu remarked, his eyes brightening at the prospect. Given my limited strength, other teams have dismissed me, but with you, I can at least be of some assistance as a guide, Li Fu Gui added. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. Having a local guide would indeed ease his burden considerably. After reaching a consensus, the group made preparations and promptly set off towards Mount Xiaomang. Chapter 32. The White Dragon Cave. Initially, the trials at the new recruits camp were merely routine exercises. However, recent competitions among the A, B, and C camps had showcased several outstanding talents, sparking interest from the 4 prefectures, a rare occurrence in the past. Consequently, the upcoming trials of the D camp, which had previously been overlooked, were now receiving heightened attention. Among those garnering acclaim was Wang Gui, who had boldly challenged Fu Wei shortly after his breakthrough. His courage and audacity had left even seasoned soldiers feeling a twinge of shame, earning him admiration. The news of Wang Gui receiving a mission to leave the city quickly spread through the military camps, stirring considerable excitement and speculation among the ranks. What? They actually went? Weren't most of their team members already gone, leaving only a handful? How could they still dare to proceed? Murmurs of disbelief echoed. A few individuals going to eliminate bandits? Isn't that tantamount to seeking their own demise? If it were me, I would certainly refuse the mission. Some members of the D camp, still preparing and yet to depart, expressed their astonishment and even regret, perceiving the journey ahead as perilous, fraught with grave danger. In a bustling corner of Xuanwu City, there lay a quaint, antique-style tavern, its interior illuminated by flickering lights and filled with the clamor of patrons. Amidst the din, a woman clad in form-fitting attire caught the eye. She stood tall, her figure elegantly curved, particularly accentuated by her shoulder-length fiery red hair. Have you heard? That Wang Gui, who recently clashed with Fu Wei, has drawn the task of eliminating bandits at Mount Xiaomang during the trials in the new recruits camp, remarked a nearby observer. This woman was none other than Yao Hong of the Tianhe gang, who had been spectating from the periphery alongside Pang Zhen and Fang Qingshan. Going to Mount Xiaomang to confront bandits? What a joke. That place is no sanctuary. Even if we were to go, it wouldn't guarantee our safe return. I believe he must have abandoned the mission. Pang Zhen initially expressed surprise before shaking his head decisively. He is already en route. And there are only 5 of them. Fang Qingshan interjected with a knowing smile, taking a sip of fine wine. Wang Gui? Is he the one who was recruited by Su Shao? I am eager to witness his true capabilities. Should he return unscathed, perhaps he will have earned the right for me to regard him with sincerity. Deep within Camp A, in a secluded tent, a young man clad in black sits gracefully, surrounded by a throng of admirers, akin to stars encircling the moon, attentively listening to the reports from those beside him. A subtle smile of calm detachment graces his androgynous features. Wang Gui? I am unfamiliar with him. Do not disturb my repose. My father truly insists on sending me to this wretched place for some so-called training. It is utterly tiresome. In Camp B, within a somewhat lavishly adorned chamber, a young lady dressed in a resplendent red robe reclines languidly on a plush couch woven from beast fur, impatiently dismissing the guard who brings her news. Intriguingly, I am rather keen to meet this Wang Gui, provided he returns alive. On the training grounds of Camp C, a robust man bursts into hearty laughter upon hearing the news. His upper body is bare, muscles taut and well-defined, as solid as rock. In the loft of Camp D, Instructor Liang, are we to proceed in this manner? Will Commander Su be displeased? After all, Commander Su just met that young man yesterday. At this moment, Instructor Zhang furrows his brow, casting a worried and perplexed glance at Liang Qi, who occupies the main seat. There is no way to avoid offending the Su family without antagonizing the Qi family. Such dilemmas have always been insurmountable. Moreover, this mission was drawn by him personally, as witnessed by all. Even if Commander Su were to question us, we would not bear the blame. Liang Qi exhales a deep sigh and remarks thoughtfully, caught between two formidable factions. His task is indeed arduous. Fortunately, he is highly skilled. This time, he has employed a method of drawing lots, and even if he has manipulated the process, no one will be the wiser. The beautiful aurora stretches like a river across the night sky. As its name suggests, Xiaomeng Mountain is a branch of the entire Xuemeng mountain range. Located in the northeastern part of the Xuemeng range, to the north of Howling Gorge, Wang Gui and his companions galloped onward, spending an entire half-day traversing the treacherous terrain, hindered by the fierce blizzard. They finally arrived at the vicinity of Xiaomeng Mountain. The expansive expanse of frozen tundra surrounded them, while the biting cold wind, laden with snow, obscured their vision. In the midst of this desolation, under the faint glow of the aurora, the dark firmament loomed ominously, revealing the majestic and enigmatic peaks of Xiaomeng Mountain in the distance. As nightfall approached, it became imperative to seek shelter to escape the biting cold and to recuperate. Wang Gui produced a map, seeking a refuge from the impending storm. Each member of the group carried sufficient fire origin stones, rendering them largely immune to the chilling poison. However, the prolonged journey, coupled with the biting cold of the deep night, posed a significant challenge for the rest of the team. Hey, Li Fugui, didn't you claim to be a local? Lead us to your home for shelter. Dinyo, shivering from the cold, had yet to break through to the Meridian realm, and thus his resistance to the frigid air was naturally inferior to that of Wang Gui. Li Fugui, positioned at the rear of the group, glanced around and replied, My home is not nearby, but I am aware of a valley where we can take refuge. Impatiently, Dinyo urged him on, and without delay, the group followed Li Fugui to a valley to escape the cold. After a day of travel, they were ravenously hungry. Along the way, Dinyo and Li Fugui had hunted 2 snow hares, kindling a fire to roast their catch. Inside the tent, illuminated by the glow of the fire origin stones, the group scrutinized the map, contemplating strategies for their mission. According to the intelligence I had previously gathered in the city, there were over 20 bandit camps scattered around Xiaomeng Mountain, among which 9 were particularly notorious, with the White Dragon Cave being one of them, albeit ranked among the lower 3. Wu Chun spoke slowly, yet even among the lower 3, their leader, Huang Ba, is a formidable figure, possessing strength at the mid-meridian realm. Moreover, he commands nearly 100 bandits, entrenched in a cave that is easily defensible but difficult to assault. And he glanced at the others present, shaking his head with a sigh. Good grief, Dinyo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Their mission target was the bandit camp at the White Dragon Cave. Wu Chun turned his gaze to Wang Gui, the team leader and the backbone of this undertaking, eager to see how he would navigate this predicament. Wang Gui's gaze was firmly fixed on the map, deep in contemplation. Wang Gui, when is dinner? I'm on the verge of starving, came the anxious voice of Xiao Luo, more concerned about his empty stomach than anything else. Disheveled and clad in tattered attire, he resembled a beggar. At that moment, the tent flap opened, and Li Fugui entered, carrying 2 bloodied snow hares. For heaven's sake, you haven't even skinned them, nor have you cleaned out the entrails properly. Do you even know how to roast a rabbit? You can't catch them when asked, and you can't skin them either. Step aside, let me handle it. With a glare from Dainyu, he reluctantly took over the task, while Li Fugui stood by, offering sheepish smiles. Once the rabbits were prepared, Wang Gui took charge of the cooking, adding some medicinal herbs to ward off the cold. His culinary skills earned the admiration of everyone present, even Li Fugui, who gave him a thumbs up after tasting the dish. We must find a way to infiltrate the White Dragon Cave and locate the leader of this band of rogues. If we can eliminate Huang Ba, the remaining thugs will scatter like frightened birds, posing no significant threat. After some contemplation, Wang Gui proposed a strategy to capture the ringleader first. Given their limited numbers, a frontal assault would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. As these words were uttered, everyone nodded in agreement. But they soon faced a pressing dilemma: how to stealthily infiltrate under the watchful eyes of the bandits. The tent fell into a deep silence. with only the crackling of the campfire breaking the stillness, as each person furrowed their brow in deep thought. I know a hidden path on the mountain that leads directly to the back of the White Dragon Cave stronghold. Li Fugui suddenly spoke, his voice steady. All eyes turned to him. Oh, you know of this? Wang Gui's voice carried a hint of surprise, his gaze flickering. Li Fugui nodded gently, explaining. I stumbled upon it while hunting in the mountains. The path is exceedingly concealed and difficult to detect. When the wind and snow abate tomorrow night, I will guide you there. Chapter 33. The employer's surname is Qi. The next evening, under Li Fugui's guidance, Wang Gui and the others made their way to the hidden mountain path. They entered the side quest of the goat path. The winding trail led them to a clearing. So, are we not advancing any further? Or is it that you don't actually know the way and merely sought to lure us here? In the clearing ahead, Li Fugui suddenly halted, and Wang Gui's cold voice followed suit. Oh, you noticed that? Li Fugui replied with a chilling smile, a sinister grin spreading across his gaunt face. Damn it, I suspected something was off about you from the start. When you insisted on joining us, I sensed your intentions were not pure, Danyu accused, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Xiao Luo shot Danyu a strange glance, recalling that he had not expressed such doubts initially. Wang Gui spoke slowly. From the moment you claimed your home was not in the vicinity, I began to harbor doubts. You profess to be a hunter, yet you lack even the most fundamental skills of the trade. Furthermore, you asserted that this path was one you discovered while hunting in the mountains. However, throughout our journey, there has been no sign of wildlife, which is difficult to overlook. It seems likely that you have cleared the area in advance. Wang Gui cast a discerning gaze around the group and spoke in a low, measured tone. Since everyone is present, there is no need for concealment. Step forward. To his eyes, the snow pits surrounding them were stained with several crimson streaks of blood. Even Li Fugui before him had turned a shade of red. As his words fell, figures sprang forth from the snow pits. You are quite astute to have noticed, but the outcome remains unchanged, Li Fugui shrugged, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Fugui, you've arrived too late, leaving us brothers to endure a night of freezing for naught. The leader, a rotund man wielding 2 iron hammers, voiced his complaint towards Li Fugui. Why the rush, Iron Tuo? I have indeed brought the person you sought, Li Fugui retorted irritably, unwilling to reveal that his delay stemmed from an indulgence in culinary delights. Which one of you is Wang Gui? The stout leader ceased his banter and pointed his hammers towards the group, demanding an answer. Upon hearing this, Dinyo and the others exchanged glances, clearly aware that they had come specifically for Wang Gui. Li Fugui gestured toward the man in the center, sneering, That's him. You are Wang Gui? Iron Ta's eyes gleamed with interest, his fierce gaze fixed upon Wang Gui as if he were a treasure. Who sent you? Wang Gui's voice grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, 4 individuals appeared before him, each possessing the strength of an initial meridian cultivator. Although their power was not formidable, they posed a significant threat to a team with only 1 initial meridian member. That is of no concern to you. We cannot casually divulge our employer's information. We are professional bandits. Once we deal with you, we have another job to attend to, Iron Tuo chuckled ominously. Professional bandits taking on 2 jobs at once. And not fearing to overextend themselves, Wu Chen remarked. That is none of your business. Hand over Wang Gui's life quickly, and I may allow you to leave, Iron Tuo said with a gleeful demeanor, knowing their employer had paid handsomely for Wang Gui's demise. Why waste words with them? Let us slay them all. Perhaps our employer will be pleased and reward us further. Li Fugui grinned wickedly. Indeed, brothers, let us subdue him. Not a single one shall escape. As Iron Tuo's command echoed, the surrounding bandits closed in. Wang Gui, let us see how you respond. Li Fugui observed Wang Gui and his companions trapped like fish in a barrel, a cold smile on his lips. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, a sudden wave of nausea surged through him, and he doubled over in agony. Fugui, what is wrong with you? Iron Tuo exclaimed, bewildered as he watched Li Fugui rolling on the ground, clutching his abdomen. Feeling unwell? Are we? I had a hunch something was amiss. So I added a little extra something to the soup you had today. The cunning Danyu chuckled, having already informed the others of the situation. Aware that Li Fugui was up to no good, Danyu had ample ammunition prepared for him. Just as Li Fugui's curses were about to escape his lips, he found himself unable to hold back any longer and hastily retreated to a snowdrift to relieve himself. Damn it, Li Fugui, you truly are useless. Upon hearing the sounds of distress from behind the snowdrift, Tietchuo could not help but curse as well. Brothers, let us fight. Redirecting his fierce gaze towards Wang Gui and the others, Tietchuo brandished his iron hammer and charged forward. You lot, be careful. If you can't hold your ground, flee. They're after me. Wang Gui whispered instructions to the few individuals beside him. The absence of Li Fugui resulted in an equal division of 4 against 4. However, despite the numerical parity, they remained subtly at a disadvantage in terms of individual strength. A mere assemblage of rabble was hardly a source of fear. Wu Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, exuding a sense of disdain. Without further ado, each person sought out their respective opponents. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gui unsheathed the Qingyan blade, confronting the oncoming Iron Tuo. Clang! The clash of blade and hammer resonated with a piercing metallic sound. The Qingyan blade danced swiftly in his grasp, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, its shimmering edge embodying a fierce offensive as it relentlessly struck towards Iron Tuo. Iron Tuo wielded his mighty hammer, swinging it with a forceful vigor, protecting himself with unwavering resolve, leaving no opportunity for his opponent. I underestimated you. But how long can your companions endure? Iron Tuo was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the latter, his arm numbed from the impact. Fortunately, the strength lay solely with the latter, as long as he could hold on until his allies dealt with the other 3 and came to his aid. Wang Gui was undoubtedly doomed. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. Wang Gui let out a cold laugh, wielding the Qingyan blade once more. This attack was even more ferocious and swifter than the last. The sound of clashing metal rang incessantly, sparks flying in every direction. Meanwhile, Wu Chen engaged in combat with a scarred man. With a longsword in hand, he moved like a dragon, his strikes as swift as lightning. Gaining the upper hand in the fight, Xiao Luo faced a burly man with a full beard, who wielded a massive blade with ferocious intent, each swing imbued with a lethal aura. Strangely, no matter how vigorously the giant swung his weapon, he could not land a blow on Xiao Luo, who effortlessly evaded his attacks. On the other hand, Daniel was not faring as well, despite his towering stature. He found himself being pushed back by the wiry bandit before him. "Ha! I suggest you surrender. Your friend is about to give in," Iron Tuo jeered. Glancing at the beleaguered Daniel, though he regretted not bringing more men, realizing too late how formidable their adversaries were. "You are mistaken. Take another look," came the retort. Wang Gui's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke softly. Tai Tuo cast a sidelong glance, only to discover that apart from the advantage held by the lean monkey, the other 2 skirmishes were decidedly unfavorable, teetering on the brink of mockery, and were quickly succumbing to defeat. This is impossible. Could the intelligence be erroneous? A surge of panic gripped Tai Tuo. The information provided by the employer had indicated that Wang Gui was the sole martial artist at the initial realm. How then could 2 others materialize out of thin air? Moreover, they were exceptionally formidable. Was he duped? Although Wang Gui was uncertain of Wu Chen and Xiao Luo's specific capabilities, he was convinced that they were far from ordinary. One had emerged unscathed from the myriad ice caverns of the Wailing Canyon, suggesting that he possessed considerable skills. Xiao Luo, shrouded in even greater mystery, was a rarity in the entire Xianyan city, for no herbalist had ever been known to exist there. Yet, he not only recognized the existence of such an uncommon profession, but also displayed a profound appreciation for culinary delights, discerning the unique flavors of his own dish with a single bite. Wang Gui had long sensed the enigma surrounding these 2. They had deliberately concealed their true prowess. Witnessing their effortless handling of the bandits before them only served to validate his suspicions. "Reveal your employer's identity. I may spare your life." The azure flame of the Qingyan blade held by Wang Gui surged forth, enveloping the air with an intense heat that rapidly spread around him. His assault grew increasingly ferocious and relentless, overwhelming Tai Tuo, who succumbed to defeat with alarming swiftness. Employing the technique known as the slaughtering pig blade, he could easily contend with the mid-stage of meridian opening, making it a trivial task to deal with Tai Tuo, who was merely at the early stage. It was someone surnamed Qi who hired us to eliminate you." The latter, pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat, found himself at the mercy of Wang Gui's blade pressed against his throat, hastily uttering these words after swallowing hard. Wang Gui furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, it was them. I said you could spare." Before he could finish his sentence, the Qingyan blade swiftly sliced through Tietchuo's throat. The latter attempted to utter a word, but could only spew forth blood. His face contorted with resentment and unwillingness as he gazed at Wang Gui, collapsing into a pool of crimson. After Tietchuo's life was extinguished, 3 orbs of light floated into Wang Gui's body. Witnessing this scene, Wang Gui stood in stunned silence. Did killing someone also yield rewards? Chapter 34. The Banquet at the White Dragon Cave following Tietua's demise. The remaining bandits completely lost their will to fight and were swiftly dispatched by Wu Chun and his companions. Where's Li Fugui? Oh no. Danny counted the bodies and realized one was missing. He hurried towards a nearby snowdrift, only to be startled by the sight before him. There lay Li Fugui, motionless in a filthy snowbank, a grotesque mixture of excrement, vomit, and blood surrounding him. Danny pinched his nose and prodded with his spear, confirming that life had indeed fled from him. He grimaced slightly, realizing that the poison he had administered was perhaps too potent, leading to Li Fugui's unfortunate demise. The group convened to deliberate their next course of action. Wang Gui, whom have you offended? Xiao Luo inquired, glancing curiously at Wang Gui, who stood lost in thought. It was rather peculiar that someone would hire an assassin to eliminate a newcomer from the barracks, even pursuing him to this location. Meanwhile, Wu Chen's eyes sparkled with a flicker of insight. He had begun to piece together the puzzle. What should we do now? This path seems to be a deception as well. With Li Fugui dead, how shall we gain entry to the White Dragon Cave? Dania rummaged through the bodies of the bandits in search of anything useful but found nothing of significance. Returning to the matter at hand, Wu Chun and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, shrugged their shoulders in uncertainty, and then turned their eyes toward Wang Gui. Wang Gui remained silent, his attention fixated on the panel displaying his inventory, particularly the luminous orb he had recently acquired. Black Cloud Token, a common identity token of Black Cloud Stronghold, granting free passage in and out. White Dragon Cave Map, a record detailing the defenses and internal layout surrounding the White Dragon Cave. Wedding invitation, in 3 days. The master of White Dragon Cave, Wang Ba, will wed Lu Yuqing, daughter of the former Snow Python Stronghold, and cordially invites your presence. Upon encountering these 3 items, a spark of inspiration ignited within Wang Gui. I have a splendid plan. In the valley of Xiaomeng Mountain, the snow along the winding mountain path had been cleared, and red lanterns made of fire elemental stone hung on either side, resembling a colossal red serpent leading up to a stronghold spanning nearly several hundred square meters. At this moment, the stronghold's entrance was adorned festively, as today marked the joyous occasion of the wedding of Master Huang Ba. Many nearby strongholds had dispatched representatives to convey their congratulations, creating a lively atmosphere. Dungeon. White Dragon Cave. The cave was enveloped in a thick blanket of snow, its entrance resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious white dragon. The passage within was deep and intricate, leading to an expansive stone hall that appeared naturally formed, serving as the main venue for the wedding. The grand hall was already filled to capacity, a red carpet bisecting the space. Several scantily clad dancers showcased their movements at the center, while bandits on either side exchanged toasts, reveling in the merriment. Announcement. Black Cloud Stronghold has come to extend their congratulations. With this proclamation, several figures, escorted by guards, stepped into the hall. By the command of our Iron Stronghold leader, we have come to wish Master Huang a prosperous marriage, a harmonious union, and a lifetime of companionship. The figures bowed deeply, their voices resonating with respect. At the forefront, a burly man, adorned in a festive red robe, reclined against a chair made of beast bones, his rugged visage marked by a deep scar that bisected his face, leaving only his left eye visible. Beneath him lay a majestic white tiger. Huang Ba, mid-stage of meridian opening, sat with an alluring figure draped in a red veil beside him, presumably his bride. HM? Where is Taitua? Does he deem this master unworthy of his presence at the wedding feast? Huang Ba's icy gaze swept over the assembly from Black Cloud Stronghold, his brow furrowing slightly, the scar on his face twisting like a serpent in motion. Master Huang jokes. Our stronghold leader has caught a chill and is bedridden, fearing to infect you and disturb your joyous occasion. Wang Gui replied with a respectful bow, forcing a smile. That fool. I know him too well. He is probably off chasing after some contract. Well, since you're here, take your seats. Bring out the wine. Huang Ba waved his hand dismissively and then raised his cup to drink heartily. After he took his seat, several maidens approached to attend to him. As the banquet unfolded, numerous guests arrived to extend their congratulations, hailing from neighboring strongholds. The grand hall of the banquet was illuminated by flickering candles, casting dancing shadows, while the air was filled with the delectable aromas of sumptuous dishes and the rich fragrance of fine wine. Wang Gui gently swayed the jade cup, his gaze subtly sweeping across the surroundings. Approximately 50 to 60 individuals were present, but the most critical figure was Huang Ba on the high platform. a practitioner in the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm. After exchanging a discreet glance, Wu Chen resolutely lifted a jar of fine wine and stood to toast each attendee in turn. Meanwhile, Daniel stealthily took a wine jar and slipped out of the room. In a moment unnoticed by anyone, Xiao Luo quietly ignited an incense stick beneath the table, the delicate wisps of emerald smoke rising silently and spreading throughout the space. Wang Guixian promptly rose and made his way to the red carpet, addressing the figure above. Master Huang, our Iron Stronghold leader, has recently discovered a treasure map within a secret cavern. Today marks a momentous occasion for you, esteemed leader, and I have been entrusted to present this map. On the high platform, Huang Ba was eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the cover when he suddenly heard the mention of a treasure map from below. His outstretched arm paused momentarily, and then his fervent gaze swiftly turned towards the figure beneath. His lips pressed together as he curiously inquired, "Oh, what manner of map is it? Bring it forth for me to see." Wang Gui swiftly ascended the high platform, unfolding the map and placing it upon the table. It is said that this map bears the secrets of a treasure belonging to a formidable warrior of the Yuanwu realm. Oh, the Yuanwu realm. Quickly, let us unveil its mysteries. The Yuanwu realm represents the third tier of martial prowess, where warriors possess the ability to shatter mountains and stir oceans, wielding astonishing destructive power. Upon hearing of a treasure belonging to a master of the Yuanwu realm, Huang Ba's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly urged Wang Gui to examine the map. Wang Gui leisurely unfurled the map. "Ah, this map. Why does it seem so familiar? Isn't this the one from Bai?" Huang Ba widened his left eye, scrutinizing the map on the table with growing recognition. Just as he picked it up for another examination, a dagger suddenly lunged at him from his right. Whoosh! Years of living on the edge had honed his instincts, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed the imminent danger, every hair on his body standing on end as he instinctively leaned away. Yet, due to a blind spot in his vision, he was unable to evade in time, and the assailant's dagger grazed his arm, blood oozing from the wound. "You seek death." The sharp pain in his right shoulder swiftly overpowered the haze of intoxication, and Huang Ba glared furiously, fixating on the shadow beside him. Without a word, Wang Gui brandished his dagger, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike, launching another lightning-fast assault. However, this time, Huang Ba was alert. He exerted force through his feet, delivering a powerful kick to the table before him. The table was sent flying, perfectly intercepting the dagger's fierce onslaught. With a deafening roar, the table was cleaved in two, and in an instant, a figure clad in snow white surged forward. Wang Gui was indeed taken aback, as he had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the latter's pet lion at that moment. Startled, he hastily raised his hand to shield himself, only to witness the lion open its gaping maw, revealing its formidable fangs. Rising to a height of over 2 meters, it stood majestically, exuding an air of undeniable authority. In an unforeseen turn of events, Wang Gui suddenly fell from the high platform, landing heavily upon the crimson carpet below. This abrupt spectacle instantly captivated the attention of everyone present in the grand hall. What has transpired? Yet, the onlookers had already consumed the intoxicating medicinal wine administered by Wu Chen, rendering them drowsy and unable to lift their eyelids. After uttering a few incoherent murmurs, they collapsed, unconscious and oblivious to their surroundings. Chapter 35. Fierce Battle with Huang Ba. Wang Gui, are you unharmed? Xiao Luo swiftly darted over from the edge of the seating area, expressing her concern. Huang Ba has already been wounded by your poison dagger. However, that lion is formidable, so exercise caution. Wang Gui rose and shook his head, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his right arm. Lowering his gaze, he beheld several horrifying claw marks at the joint, with blood trickling from his fingertips. Most of the bandits in the grand hall had succumbed to the soporific in Wu Chen's wine, leaving only a few bewildered mountain bandits from other factions in the corner, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. The stone doors of the hall were tightly shut, with Daniel stationed outside. Unless something extraordinary occurred, those outside would remain oblivious to the events within. Huang Ba has slain our chieftain, Tai Tua. The Black Cloud Band seeks vengeance. Those irrelevant. Retreat at once. Wang Gui bellowed, his voice echoing through the hall. The dancers and maidens shrieked in terror, scattering to hide in the corners behind the stone pillars, their faces filled with fear. Behind them, Wu Chen's gaze turned icy as he addressed the few remaining individuals. This matter pertains solely to the grievances between the Black Cloud Band and the White Dragon Cave. It does not involve you. You would do well to remain still, otherwise. Do not blame my sword for being indiscriminate. Indeed, it is absolutely not our concern. We will not move. We have seen nothing. The sudden turn of events left the individuals momentarily stunned as they glanced around at the unconscious figures sprawled beneath the tables and at the glimmering sword before them, their faces paling in terror, nodding like chicks pecking at rice. After swiftly surveying the surroundings to confirm there were no lingering foes, Wang Gui redirected his attention to the figure atop the platform. Huang Ba, mid-stage pulse connection, life, 96. 94. Status, blood poison, level 2. Ridiculous. Tai Tuo's death has nothing to do with me. Cough, cough. Huang Ba's face flushed with anger upon hearing the accusation of his involvement in Tai Tuo's demise. He had not seen Tai Tuo for over a month. He had only recently married and invited him to celebrate, but Tai Tuo had declined. What does his death have to do with me? Before he could finish, a searing pain in his chest compelled Huang Ba to cough violently. Looking down at his freshly wounded arm, he noticed dark lines resembling spider webs crawling across it. You cunning scoundrel, you have poisoned me. Huang Ba's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his stare on Wang Gui, his voice laced with murderous intent. All's fair in war. Your strength is formidable. If I did not resort to underhanded tactics, how could I avenge our chieftain, Tai Tuo? A cold smile curved Wang Gui's lips as he spoke. For days they had been scheming and preparing. Though Wang Gui had received the invitation and infiltrated the White Dragon Cave under the guise of the Black Cloud Band, attempting to strike in plain sight would be akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth, especially against an opponent of mid-stage pulse connection, which significantly heightened the difficulty. After much contemplation, Wang Gui realized that poisoning was his only recourse. Can you contend with that lion? Despite the adversary being ensnared in the throes of excruciating poison, his formidable essence remained formidable and could not be underestimated. Wang Gui's vigilance did not wane in the slightest. With a swift motion, he summoned the Qingyan blade, which instantly materialized in his grasp, its blade enveloped in swirling crimson flames. The pet lion beside Huang Ba could not be overlooked. From their brief skirmish, Wang Gui discerned its tenacity. Rest assured, that beast is mine to handle. I excel in dealing with monstrous creatures, Xiao Luo chuckled, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Observing the latter's unwavering confidence, Wang Gui shifted his entire focus to the figure atop the platform, aware that delays could lead to unforeseen changes, and he needed to swiftly subdue Huang Ba. In the next moment, Wang Gui transformed into a shadow, charging forward with his blade raised. Damn it. If you wish to kill me, come at me directly, without the pretense of grandiose justifications. Today, I shall see how, even in the grip of such venom, you can contend with me. Huang Ba laughed maniacally, his footfall echoing as the aura of a mid-stage conduit surged forth explosively. With a swift motion, he grasped the spear situated behind the bone seat, and his figure shot forth like a cannonball, the glinting spearhead aimed squarely at Wang Gui's head. Clang! The metallic sounds of blade meeting spear reverberated throughout the grand hall. At the rear of the hall, Wu Chun remained motionless, bound by duty. He had to keep a vigilant watch over the few ruffians before him, as well as the panicked maidens and dancers, ensuring that their every move was under control to prevent any escape that might betray their position. Thus, Wu Chun could only narrow his gaze, stealing glances at the fierce clash unfolding ahead. Wang Gui dared not underestimate his opponent, his gaze intense and unwavering. Every strike was executed with utmost fervor. For his adversary was the nefarious leader of ruthless bandits. This was a battle for survival. With a swift flick of his wrist, his long knife erupted in flames, the fierce blade accompanied by a scorching wave, enveloping Huang Ba like a torrential storm. Trivial skills. Huang Ba scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. He wielded his spear with the grace of the wind, parrying the fiery blade with ease. The two figures danced across the battlefield, clashing fiercely. The air resonated with the harsh sounds of metal meeting metal, shattering nearby tables and leaving chaos in their wake. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Wang Gui executed a deft maneuver, evading Huang Ba's thrust and swiftly positioning himself at his side, delivering a rapid strike aimed at Huang Ba's waist. What? Huang Ba exclaimed in shock, unprepared for such an unexpected tactic. Yet, he reacted with remarkable speed, twisting his spear to block the lethal blow with its tail. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, he felt his arm grow weak and limp. In his moment of distraction, the fiery blade surged once more. With a piercing sound, Huang Ba was unable to defend himself against the onslaught and was sent flying several meters, spitting blood upon impact. The nearby bandits gasped in disbelief. They were well aware of Huang Ba's prowess, yet he had been bested. At that moment, Wu Chen's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed upon the ground before him. He had not anticipated the poison to be so devastating, capable of eroding both veins and flesh. Huang Ba quickly regained his footing and glanced at his arm. Now a sickly purple hue, the fierce battle had allowed the toxin to spread rapidly throughout his limb. His arm was ruined. Overwhelmed by the horror of the poison. A fierce resolve suddenly flickered in Huang Ba's eyes. Grasping the spear's head with his left hand, he drove it into his right arm, severing it in a swift motion. Witnessing this scene, Wang Gui felt a chill run down his spine, astonished by Huang Ba's decisiveness and brutality. He had sacrificed his own arm to prevent the poison from spreading further. Huang Ba, peak mid-stage of channeling, life, 42 status, berserk, secret technique, blood-eye frenzy. By severing his arm, the poison state indeed vanished from Huang Ba. But what was this secret technique, blood-eye frenzy? In the moment of shock and astonishment experienced by Wang Gui, Huang Ba's thunderous roar echoed nearby. His robes bursting apart to reveal a muscular torso. Boom. Simultaneously, his aura surged forth like a wild stallion, racing forward. Subtly brushing against the threshold of the late stage of the meridian opening, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage. On Huang Ba's bare chest, horrifying crimson patterns gradually emerged. Resembling bloodthirsty serpents coiling around him, their lines traversing his neck and spreading to his cheeks, ultimately converging above his left eye. The entirety of that eye, both the pupil and the surrounding sclera, was engulfed in a sea of scarlet. The scar beneath his bloodshot eye, coupled with his chilling visage, appeared vividly alive, amplifying his menacing and terrifying presence. Today, your life shall accompany the sacrifice for my severed arm. Chapter 36. Dangerous moves, you little wretch, daring to disrupt my wedding. Prepare to die. Huang Ba's eyes blazed with bloodlust as he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Then, with a powerful stomp, he charged towards Wang Gui. Faced with Huang Ba, who resembled a bloodthirsty beast, Wang Gui's expression grew increasingly grave. He could sense that the latter was far more formidable than the previously fiery and venomous Fu Wei. As the figure in his vision rapidly magnified, Wang Gui dared not confront him head-on and could only retreat. Run? Do you think you can escape? Once I slay you, I shall annihilate your black cloud stronghold tomorrow. Ha ha. A mist strike left the stone pillars of the steps shattered to dust, and Huang Ba steadied himself, casting a cold glance at the fleeing figure. His chilling laughter resonating throughout the hall. Bang! With the sound echoing, Huang Ba's form shot forth like a cannonball. The ground beneath him fracturing as if he were a human beast of immense power. After unleashing his violent secret technique, both his strength and speed had seen tremendous enhancement compared to before. So fast. Witnessing the figure that appeared before him like a specter, Wang Gui was struck with horror. His opponent's speed was so extraordinary that he had no time to evade, leaving him with no choice but to raise his blade defensively. Die! Huang Ba's arm muscles bulged like coiling dragons, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the figure before him, the red energy coiling rapidly around his spear. Blood Soul Spear Kill. With a furious roar, the crimson spear unleashed a fierce trajectory, akin to a blood-red dragon, striking mercilessly towards Wang Gui. Bang! Upon the collision of the spear and the Qingshan blade, a powerful wave of energy erupted. Under this force, Wang Gui was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall behind him before collapsing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The internal turmoil of his vital energy caused Wang Gui's complexion to flush, and he promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. The black armor on his chest disintegrating into dust. Life. 18. That spear from Huang Ba nearly cost him his life. Wang Gui hastily retrieved a healing elixir and consumed it. As he ingested a Su Yuan Dan, his vitality surged. 36. 54. 78. This Su Yuan Dan had been bestowed upon him by Su Wan Ning from the Howling Canyon, a premium healing potion that Wang Gui had preserved until now. Wang Gui, are you all right? Not far away, Xiao Luo, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and swiftly approached with concern. Do not worry, I am not yet at death's door. Wang Gui shook his head with a bitter expression, the tumult of his internal energy causing him to cough several times. He then gazed solemnly at the fissure stretching several dozen meters ahead. At the other end of this chasm stood the formidable and menacing figure of Huang Ba, who was looking ominously in this direction. Were it not for the life-saving elixirs, Wang Gui would truly lack the confidence to confront the latter head-on. However, now that the elixirs were gone, every step he took required utmost caution. To withstand a blow from my blood soul spear and still manage to stand? Quite impressive. Huang Ba mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, though it was swiftly replaced by a chilling demeanor as he sneered, "But alas, today you shall all meet your demise." No sooner had he spoken than Huang Ba surged forward once more, wielding his spear with a single hand, the crimson weapon swirling in an intimidating display of power. "Be careful." With a sense of urgency, Wang Gui exclaimed, and before he could make his next move, Xiao Luo suddenly turned to look behind, his eyes shimmering with an unusual blue light. "Stop him." At this critical moment, the pristine white lion, which had been crouched beneath the stone pillars of the grand hall, seemed to receive an unspoken command. It let out a deafening roar and, in a series of astonishing leaps, unexpectedly lunged at Huang Ba, intercepting his assault midway. What? The sudden turn of events caught Huang Ba completely off guard. He could never have imagined that the spirit beast he had raised would turn against its master. The instantaneous shift left everyone present in a state of shock, with even Wang Gui's mouth agape in astonishment and confusion. It is well known that once spirit beasts recognize their master, they rarely show any signs of aggression unless they are inherently savage, bloodthirsty creatures that are notoriously difficult to tame. The white lion, as a spirit beast, had never been known to display such treachery. However, the unfolding events shattered the collective understanding of those witnessing it. "How did you accomplish this?" Wang Gui blinked in disbelief as he turned to his companion, Xiao Luo. "It is, of course, a secret." Xiao Luo slightly curled his lips, hesitating as words hovered on the tip of his tongue, his eyes glinting with a mixture of cunning and enigma. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Gui intuitively refrained from further inquiry, for who among us does not harbor a few secrets hidden from the world? Even he himself possessed mysteries unknown to others. In this fantastical realm, the extraordinary methods concealed within others hardly warrant astonishment. It is evident that Huang Ba must have employed some arcane technique to augment his own prowess. However, while such techniques are undeniably formidable, they are also bound by temporal limitations and significant side effects. We merely need to endure for a while, and Huang Ba's inevitable defeat shall follow. Xiao Luo gazed at the figure engaged in a fierce battle with the snow lion and remarked solemnly, "Indeed, techniques that can enhance one's strength in a brief moment are immensely powerful, often yielding unexpected advantages in combat, even when confronted by adversaries of superior strength. Such techniques can provide a fighting chance." A surge of fervor coursed through Wang Gui's heart. Should he acquire such a secret technique, his prowess would undoubtedly experience a monumental enhancement. Approximately 3 minutes elapsed, and the situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. With a creak, Huang Ba's muscles abruptly began to atrophy without warning, as if the sounds of tightening bones and compressing flesh echoed chillingly in the air. His entire form convulsed, revealing deep, bone-exposing claw marks across his body, while his visage twisted into a grotesque mask of agony. A sudden eruption of blood followed, causing his breath to plummet rapidly. In stark contrast, the snow lion appeared equally harrowing, its body riddled with numerous wounds. The once pristine white fur was now stained a deep crimson. It was difficult to fathom the ferocity of the battle that had transpired between the man and the beast. Seizing the moment, Wang Gui swiftly drew his blade and leaped forth, the Qingyan knife transforming into a blazing arc of flame, aimed directly at Huang Ba's back. Who would have thought Huang Ba, would fall to the hands of such a mere child? His gaze locked onto the protruding blade with a stunned expression. Huang Ba's mouth opened slightly, blood pulsing within his mouth, his words laden with profound resentment and indignation. Almost immediately, his body collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. With Huang Ba's demise, the grand hall descended into a suffocating silence. The notorious Huang Ba has been vanquished. Those of you wishing to survive, remain where you are and do not move. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Wang Gui's commanding voice resonated through the hall. Those who had hidden in the corners, contemplating an escape, abandoned the thought and obediently awaited their fate. Nearby, several bandits from other factions struggled to comprehend the scene before them. The esteemed leader of the White Dragon Cave, Huang Ba, had been slain just like that. At this juncture, Wu Chun arrived from the rear, casting a deep glance at Xiao Luo before turning to Wang Gui. His brow furrowed in concern. "You were exceedingly rash." When Wang Gui initially proposed this audacious plan, Wu Chun had been taken aback by his boldness. Any misstep could have led to their certain demise within enemy territory. However, fortune favored them in the end, igniting a sense of admiration within Wu Chun for Wang Gui's daring. Wang Gui, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, gently touched his nose. This was perhaps the best strategy he could devise. Confronted by foes whose strength and numbers vastly outstripped his own, he could only resort to desperate measures and seek victory through unorthodox means. What do you intend to do about these individuals? Wu Chen inquired, casting a glance at the trembling figures cowering in the corners. In response, Wang Gui furrowed his brows slightly, admitting that, to be frank, he had yet to formulate a plan. Let's not concern ourselves with them for now. Look over there, Xiao Luo suddenly remarked, patting Wang Gui on the shoulder and gesturing towards the elevated platform ahead. Wang Gui followed the direction indicated by the latter, where a graceful figure clad in a resplendent gown of fiery red, befitting a newlywed, was quietly casting her gaze toward their vicinity. Lu Yuqing? Chapter 37, The New Cave Master. Upon raising his eyes to the woman in red upon the high platform, Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback. As memories of the wedding invitation flooded back to him, she was indeed Lu Yuqing of the Snow Python Stronghold. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of confusion and astonishment, in their singular focus on vanquishing Huang Ba, the master of the White Dragon Cave. They had forgotten entirely about the bride he had married. However, what surprised Wang Gui was that, logically, she should harbor a profound resentment towards him for having slain her husband. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Yuqing's health bar appeared white, indicating that she bore no animosity towards them. Although the reasons eluded him, it certainly alleviated some potential complications. After a moment of hesitation, just as Wang Gui was about to speak, the enchanting figure on the platform took the initiative to address them. Are you the one who killed Huang Ba? The woman, adorned in red, descended the steps of the high platform with a grace akin to a lotus, her crimson veil fluttering away to reveal an exquisite and flawless visage. Wang Gui gazed at the enchanting woman before him, momentarily lost in thought. Even Xiao Luo and Wu Chen beside him were taken aback, astonished by her beauty. After a brief pause, he nodded noncommittally. Do you not wish to avenge Huang Ba? Under the intense gaze of the woman, Wang Gui felt a flicker of discomfort. Yet he raised an eyebrow, eager to probe for more clarity. With features as exquisite as a painting, Lu Yuqing shook her head, as if relieved, her beautiful eyes turning towards Wang Gui. Her red lips parted softly. I was merely forced into marriage with him. Should you eliminate him, it would indeed be beneficial for me. At her words, Xiao Luo and Wu Chen exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. I am the daughter of Lu Feng, the chief of the Snow Python Stronghold. Some years ago, my father disappeared while seeking treasures. Seizing this opportunity, the wicked Qian Lao Mo from the Black Magic Cave invaded our stronghold, plundering our wealth and claiming our territory. Lu Yuqing slowly waved her sleeve, her delicate hands resting in front of her, a shadow of resentment and coldness gracing her lovely face. Driven by desperation, I sought refuge with Huang Ba, hoping he would aid me in avenging my father. Little did I know, this rogue merely feigned support while harboring ulterior motives, usurping all the resources I had brought and intending to force me into marriage. Wang Gui, upon hearing her tale, sensed her sincerity and stole another glance at her. The composure and restraint she exhibited stirred something within him. With her father missing and her stronghold seized by enemies, she had initially sought Huang Ba's assistance for vengeance, only to fall into a trap and become prey to a predator. Her tragic plight evoked a sense of pity. What are your plans now? You are free. If you wish to depart, you may do so at any time. I shall not impede you. Wang Gui pressed her lips together and turned to Lu Yuqing, inquiring slowly. Lu Yuqing did not respond directly. Instead, she shifted the conversation, retorting, what do you intend to do with the people here? And how will you handle the White Dragon Cave stronghold? Her words echoed gradually within the spacious hall, drawing the attention of maids and dancers hidden in the corners, all gazing at the young man who held the power to determine their fates. Wang Gui fell silent upon hearing this. With Huang Ba's demise, the remaining individuals were of little consequence. However, if they were to be dispersed entirely, it was likely that within a few days, they would reconvene, perhaps drawn together by the emergence of new strongholds such as Qinglong Cave or Huanglong Cave, perpetuating their malevolent activities. A bandit stronghold cannot remain leaderless for long. According to the customs here, whoever slays the chief can assume their position. Having vanquished Huang Ba, you would thus become the new sovereign of this domain. Upon observing the latter's indecision, Lu Yuqing suddenly broke into a mysterious smile, her crimson lips parting to utter words that left Wang Gui astonished. Am I to be the leader here? Wang Gui opened his mouth in astonishment, but soon his gaze shifted as he fell into contemplation. Beside him, Wu Chen and Xiao Luo wore expressions of utter disbelief. Indeed, according to the customs of our Xiaomong Mountain's 9 villages, whoever slays the lord of the 9 villages is entitled to assume his position. Just as Wang Gui and the others were grappling with their shock, a few bandits from other factions nearby suddenly spoke up. Yes, we witnessed it with our own eyes. It was you, young lord, who defeated Huang Ba. According to the rules, the position of the White Dragon Cave's lord rightfully belongs to you. Another bandit chimed in, affirming their first-hand observation of the fierce battle. Heh, the title of Lord of the White Dragon Cave sounds quite appealing. I want you, and so I shall claim it, Wu Qin chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Rest assured, we shall keep your secret, Xiao Luo added with a smile. At that moment, the grand door swung open, and Daniel rushed in, having grown anxious over the prolonged absence of Wang Gui and the others. However, upon seeing Huang Ba's lifeless body on the ground, he understood the situation and let out a sigh of relief. Wu Chun and Xiao Luo turned their gazes towards Wang Gui, eager to hear his response. After a period of profound reflection, weighing the various pros and cons, Wang Gui eventually nodded slowly, acquiescing to their proposition. Very well, since that is the case, I shall graciously accept. The support of a personal faction would undoubtedly benefit his future growth and development. Moreover, the White Dragon Cave was home to numerous outlaws. If he could gather and organize them under his banner, it would indeed be a splendid achievement. Seeing this, Wu Qin and Xiao Luo exchanged knowing smiles, while Daniel remained somewhat bewildered. With Lu Yuqing's assistance, they summoned the numerous outlaws from outside, although they found it hard to believe. The undeniable presence of Huang Ba's corpse before them led to a swift acknowledgement of Wang Gui's leadership. We recognize Wang Gui as the new lord of the White Dragon Cave. The inebriated patrons beneath the table awoke to a scene of bewilderment, gazing in confusion at the new lord of the White Dragon Cave. The fact that the stronghold had changed hands in the time it took to drink and nap left them both astonished and intrigued. Fortunately, no one opposed the change, for such was the custom of Xiaomong Mountain. They had also borne witness to the event. After attending to the trivial matters, everyone departed, and Wang Gui, guided by a maid, entered a spacious and luxurious chamber to rest. Although the Su Yuan Dan safeguarded his heart pulse, Huang Ba's ferocious assault had been brutal. If he did not take the time to recuperate and heal, he feared it might leave lasting repercussions. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, he realized that this place had once belonged to Huang Ba, but now it was rightfully his. Wang Gui could not help but chuckle. For who could have anticipated that a person sent to eradicate bandits would dramatically become the leader of this very group of rogues? The twists of fate are often strikingly unexpected, even tinged with a hint of dark humor. His swift acceptance of the position as the cave master stemmed not only from the desire to cultivate power for future benefit, but also from the significant allure of an item dropped by Huang Ba. Introduction to the Bai Long Cave Mystic Token. Not intended for ordinary use, this mystic token serves as a vital conduit to communicate with the spirit of the cave. Function. By holding this mystic token, one can sign a contract within Bai Long Cave, binding it to oneself as a dwelling. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest. Gazing at the description, a look of profound excitement spread across Wang Gui's face. Congratulations! The binding of the dwelling, Bai Long Cave, has been successfully completed. The curiosity and anticipation swelling within him compelled Wang Gui to eagerly utilize the token, and soon, a symbol appeared on the interface. Dwelling, Bai Long Cave. As Wang Gui's thoughts stirred, a luminous map materialized before his eyes, revealing the panoramic layout of the White Dragon Cave. In addition to the accommodations for daily use, it featured a spirit beast garden, a medicinal herb field, and a spiritual vein well. Introduction to the low-grade spiritual vein. It gathers the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, converging into a singular essence. Once bonded with the cave, it can slightly enhance one's cultivation speed. Upon reading the description of the spiritual vein, Wang Gui was momentarily stunned, and then an unmistakable surge of exhilaration surged within him. The spiritual vein within the cave could indeed expedite his cultivation, and it appeared that its benefits were not confined to the White Dragon Cave alone. Its enhancement effects could be felt at any time and in any place. He attempted to practice the pig slaughtering blade technique, which ordinarily would only yield an increase of 1 point in proficiency. This time, it transformed into 1. Subsequently, Wang Gui sat cross-legged to cultivate the pig breath refinement technique, and he noted a similar improvement in his progress. Though the increments were modest, accumulation over time would undoubtedly lead to significant change. One could only wonder what enhancements high-quality spiritual veins might provide. Wang Gui licked his slightly parched lips, and the depths of his eyes sparkled with fervent passion and excitement. The higher the quality of the spiritual veins, the more substantial the enhancement to cultivation would be. He pondered whether it was possible to possess multiple caves and if the effects of the spiritual veins would stack. Amused by his own musings, he bitterly shook his head. Acquiring the White Dragon Cave had been a considerable ordeal, almost costing him his life. As far as he knew, the caves on the Little Mang Mountain, home to 3 strongholds, were not only guarded by hundreds of bandits, but also led by individuals whose cultivation surpassed the bone refinement stage. Naturally, the quality of their spiritual veins would not be inferior. Given Wang Gui's current strength, obtaining the White Dragon Cave had been purely fortuitous. Those higher-tier caves were beyond his grasp for the time being, and he could only wait for future advancements in his cultivation. Casting aside these impractical thoughts, Wang Gui turned his gaze towards the spirit beast garden, which appeared to nurture the snow lion. To his surprise, he spotted 3 snow lion cubs nestled in a corner of the garden. As he observed, the information about the 3 cubs materialized before his eyes. Snow lions could grow to the 4th tier, equivalent to a human's bone refinement strength. The previous snow lion had only reached the 3rd tier. Yet its combat prowess had been remarkable, ultimately succumbing to injuries during a battle with Wang Ba. Initially, Wang Gui felt a twinge of regret for the fallen snow lion. However, upon seeing the 3 cubs, his sorrow was swiftly replaced by hope. It was best to raise spirit beasts from a young age, as this not only deepened their reliance and loyalty to their master, but also facilitated the signing of contracts, enhancing their synergy and cooperation during battles. Lastly, he noticed a small medicinal field, approximately 1 square meter in size, with several herbs growing, indicating they were ready for harvest. Wang Gui attempted to harvest it and discovered not only success but also an enhancement to his harvesting proficiency, which instantly brightened his spirits. However, he currently lacked any spirit herb seeds and could only cultivate some ordinary medicinal herbs. After completing these tasks, Wang Gui turned his attention to the panel backpack, a newly acquired storage bag he obtained from Huang Ba, which boasted a capacity dozens of times greater than before. Golden silk armor, medium grade. Description: crafted from golden silkworm silk combined with refined ore, it envelopes the wearer in a profound sense of security. During his previous encounter with Huang Ba, the black rock armor he wore was shattered, making this soft armor a timely replacement. Additionally, he possessed the Blood Soul Gun, a weapon previously wielded by Huang Ba, along with the accompanying combat technique, Blood Soul Gun Arts. Wang Gui currently wields a knife, and should he switch to a firearm, he would need to undergo rigorous training anew. Moreover, his own Qingyan knife is no less formidable than the Blood Soul Spear. Shaking his head, Wang Gui resolved to entrust both the weapon and the spear techniques to Danyu, who is adept with firearms. Blood-Eye Madness. This technique ignites one's vital essence, unleashing latent potential and causing a dramatic surge in combat prowess within a brief span. However, such expedient methods often bear unforeseen consequences, necessitating caution during the cultivation process. At long last, Wang Gui has awaited the secret technique he has longed for. The formidable power of Blood-Eye Frenzy he has witnessed firsthand. After Huang Ba executed this technique, his strength surged instantaneously, albeit with its own drawbacks. Nevertheless, Wang Gui resolutely chose to practice this method. For such a technique that can enhance combat prowess in a short period undoubtedly serves as a formidable trump card in battles against foes. Additionally, there exists a sword manual, the Slim Willow Sword Technique. Synopsis: a fragmented sword art. Its potency can only be discerned through practice. The distinction between blade and sword is negligible. Thus, one may as well experiment with both. Should any issues arise, ceasing practice would not be untimely. This sword manual appeared unremarkable to Wang Gui. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to cultivate this sword technique. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the Slim Willow Sword Technique. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated Blood-Eye Frenzy. Knock, knock. The closed door was rapped upon, and an enchanting figure awaited outside. Come in, he beckoned. Wang Gui slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing the figure before him. Miss Liu, is there something you need? The woman before him was none other than Liu Yuqing, who had shed her vibrant red attire in favor of a garment adorned with shades of azure and blue, enhancing her elegance and ethereal charm. I have heard that the cave master hails from Xianyan City. Liu Yuqing paused for a brief moment, her pearly teeth parting as she gently inquired. Wang Gui nodded slightly, uncertain of the cave master's future intentions, whether to remain here or return to Xianyan City. Lu Yuqing posed the pivotal question, her gaze fixed intently upon Wang Gui. To be candid, I have come to this place solely to eradicate the White Dragon Cave. With Huang Ba deceased, I must naturally return to report back. Wang Gui offered a bitter smile and nodded. Who could have anticipated that the one who slayed bandits would ultimately ascend to become the leader of bandits? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing's delicate brows involuntarily furrowed. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Gui continued, "Rest assured, having pledged to become the lord of the White Dragon Cave, I shall not neglect this place. The White Dragon Cave has now become my abode, and I would not abandon it lightly. And you? Where else could I possibly go? You have slain Huang Ba, and now I can only rely on you." Lu Yuqing sighed softly, her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. "Rely on me?" Wang Gui quickly grasped the implication of her words, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that I seek revenge on your behalf?" Lu Yuqing nodded gently, her delicate chin lifting slightly. "The Black Demon Cave is the foremost of the 9 caves of Xiaomong Mountain, and Qian Laoma is the most formidable presence within. My cultivation is merely at the initial stage of channeling. My defeat of Huang Ba was merely a result of some stratagem and fortune. You expect me to assist you in vanquishing Qian Laoma? Miss Lu, you hold me in far too high regard." Wang Gui shook his head with a bitter smile, clicking his tongue in contemplation. The Black Demon Cave, renowned as the pinnacle of Juzhai, possessed undeniable strength and profound heritage. At present, the White Dragon Cave lacked the qualifications to even contend against it. Lu Yuqing nodded in agreement, her gemstone-like eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Indeed, the Black Demon Cave was far beyond the reach of the White Dragon Cave. The disparity in power between you and the old demon Qian was akin to a chasm. What if I possessed a means to expedite your ascent in strength? What did you say? Chapter 39. A Conversation with Lu Yuqing. What do you mean? Upon hearing the latter's words, Wang Gui's expression suddenly stiffened. His gaze fixed intently on the woman before him. "I have a method to enhance your power, but the condition is that you must agree to assist me in annihilating the Black Demon Cave and slaying the old demon Qian." A determined glimmer crossed the stunning visage of the woman, revealing her fervent yearning and steadfastness for vengeance. What method of enhancement? Could it be akin to the blood-eye frenzy employed by Huang Ba? Wang Gui furrowed his brows, harboring skepticism and curiosity. Such methods that rapidly augment strength, while formidable and effective, invariably come with drawbacks. The old demon Qian, a formidable presence at the bone refinement stage, would undoubtedly wield a technique far more potent than the blood-eye frenzy, and the accompanying consequences would likely be severe. If that is the case, Wang Gui must carefully weigh whether it would be within his capacity to endure. Noticing his apprehension, Lu Yuqing gently shook her head and spoke. "The method I refer to is not a secret technique akin to the blood-eye frenzy." "Oh, then what is it?" Wang Gui blinked with curiosity and inquired. "Is there a secret technique that can enhance strength without any side effects?" "A place of cultivation," Lu Yuqing replied. "A place of cultivation?" "Indeed. Within this location, a substance known as Spirit Essence Stone is produced." Lu Yuqing nodded slightly and began to explain. This Spirit Stone possesses the ability to cleanse meridians and enhance one's physical constitution, allowing the body to absorb spiritual energy. If fortune favors you, you may even become a spiritual cultivator. Spiritual cultivator? Upon hearing the term spiritual energy, Wang Gui's heart quivered violently. Currently, his attribute panel only allowed for the enhancement of physical attributes, steering him toward the path of a corporeal warrior, while the concept of a spiritual cultivator remained utterly elusive, devoid of any direction. It was said that the external world was barren of spiritual energy, with spiritual cultivators being exceedingly rare. Only in certain high-tier paradises could spirit essence stones be found, providing sustenance for spiritual cultivation. Now, upon hearing the latter mention a means to attain the status of a spiritual cultivator, Wang Gui felt as though an invisible hand was guiding him. "How can I trust you?" However, Wang Gui quickly regained his composure and, with a serious gaze, posed the question to her. Lu Yuqing remained silent, gently flipping her hand to reveal a pale green stone resting in her palm. "This is the Spirit Essence Stone." Her soft voice resonated, stirring the tumultuous heart of Wang Gui. As she spoke, her hand reached out, presenting the softly glowing stone before Wang Gui, allowing it to settle in his palm. Spirit Essence Stone contains a trace of spiritual essence. If spiritual energy is below 10, using it permanently increases by 1 point. Gazing at the information regarding the Spirit Essence Stone, Wang Gui's eyes betrayed an intense heat, and his breath quickened. Using one spirit essence stone, spiritual energy 1. Upon absorbing the stone, it instantly dimmed, disintegrating into fine powder that dispersed into the air. This scene was witnessed clearly by Lu Yuqing in the room, her beautiful eyes narrowing imperceptibly. The spirit essence stone was indeed genuine, however. If you possess such a treasure, why not use it for yourself? Wang Gui raised his eyes, his fiery gaze now tempered with calmness and composure. With such a treasure in hand, it would be far better to empower oneself for the sake of revenge than to beg others for aid. Seemingly anticipating his question, Lu Yuqing had prepared her response. She shook her head with a bittersweet smile and said, "This item is exceedingly rare. I possess only this one." Only one? Wang Gui stood there in a state of bewilderment, his previously fervent emotions doused in an instant by an unexpected chill. Observing his reaction, Lu Yuqing hastily clarified with a smile, "Do not fret, esteemed cave master. I had mentioned earlier that I am aware of a treasure trove, abundant in spiritual essence stones." "Where might this be?" Wang Gui inquired with urgency. "The Snow Python Stronghold's Snow Python Cave," Lu Yuqing replied. "The Snow Python Stronghold? Is that not the very place you hailed from?" Wang Gui exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yuqing gently nodded, her gaze clouded with a hint of sorrow as she spoke. "Indeed. It was the stronghold of my origins. However, after the sinister Qian Laoma besieged it, it fell under his dominion." Wang Gui opened his mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, this." However, rest assured, the master of the cave, the Elder Qian, still resides within the Black Demon Cave. And the Snow Python Mountain Stronghold has gifted him his adopted son, Wu Qi. Lu Yuqing hurriedly added, "As the dominant force in the vicinity of Xiaomong Mountain, Elder Qian possesses formidable strength. Despite having numerous wives and concubines, he remains childless due to the nature of his cultivation practices. Consequently, many individuals willingly submit to him, eager to align themselves with his power and acknowledge him as their father." "What kind of strength does this Wu Qi possess?" Wang Gui pressed his lips together, pondering for a long while before inquiring. Lu Yuqing glanced at the latter, pausing for a moment, and replied, "The late stage of the meridian opening." "The late stage of the meridian opening?" Lu Yuqing nodded and continued, "However, I have recently heard that he has encountered a certain opportunity, experiencing a meteoric rise in strength, and may have reached the pinnacle of the late stage, on the verge of breaking through to the bone-forging realm." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, then he shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He had hoped to find a soft target. Yet this Wu Qi turned out to be a formidable expert in the late stage of meridian opening, even stronger than Huang Ba. Indeed, it seems there are no shortcuts to success in this world. Since the Snow Python Stronghold has been seized by Wu Qi, do you not fear that the treasure within the cave you mentioned will be discovered? Wang Gui suddenly pondered, looking up at the graceful figure before him. Lu Yuqing gently shook her head, her lips slightly parted, her voice soft yet resolute. "Though the Snow Python Stronghold has fallen into their hands, the place I speak of is exceptionally concealed. Unless one possesses a specific command token, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to find their way in. That command token is in my possession. No one else can locate it or gain entry." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relief. He certainly hoped that upon arriving at the Snow Python Stronghold, he would not find the treasure vault completely emptied, which would be tragic. "As long as the cave master agrees to assist me in my quest for vengeance, I shall offer everything the young lady has mentioned, including myself." As she spoke the last words, a faint flush appeared on Lu Yuqing's exquisite face, yet her countenance was more adorned with determination and defiance. Wang Gui, hearing this, could only smile bitterly. Nevertheless, even so, there remained a vast chasm between him and the late-stage Wu Qi, not to mention the presence of the sinister Qian Laomo. At present, he was still far too weak. Witnessing the latter's demeanor, Lu Yuqing's gaze flickered with a hint of disappointment. If the cave master finds this to be too formidable a task, then I shall have no choice but to seek others. Wait a moment. Wang Gui halted her departure, his gaze steady as he contemplated the woman before him. After a brief moment of reflection, he spoke softly, "I shall grant your request, provided it is within my capabilities. Once I am sufficiently powerful to confront your adversaries, I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and while I may not be a gentleman, I understand that retribution does not require haste. As long as the master of the cave is willing to agree, I am prepared to wait." Lu Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance as she slowly nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I accept your terms." Chapter 40. Return to Xuanwu City. The expedition to the White Dragon Cave proved to be immensely fruitful for Wang Gui. Not only did he successfully complete his mission, but he also unexpectedly became the master of the White Dragon Cave, claiming it as his own sanctuary. Moreover, the martial skills acquired from Huang Ba, such as the Blood-Eye Frenzy, along with the cave's spiritual veins that enhance cultivation speed, would significantly aid in his advancement. Upon entering Huang Ba's treasure trove, Wang Gui and his companions were astounded by the sight before them, piles of various precious stones and minerals, including heaps of fire element stones numbering in the tens of thousands. It was evident that Huang Ba had enjoyed a life of luxury over the years. Little did they anticipate that the ultimate beneficiary would be Wang Gui. Wu Chun and Xiao Luo, both of whom possessed mysterious identities and extensive knowledge, regarded the treasures with indifference when Wang Gui expressed his gratitude. They shook their heads in refusal, exhibiting the demeanor of wealthy heirs dismissing the possessions of the impoverished. Similarly, Xiao Luo appeared more intrigued by Wang Gui's culinary skills than by the treasures at hand. With a resigned smile, Wang Gui found himself intrigued by their identities. For the remainder of his time, he devoted himself to cultivation within his chamber, honing his martial skills. It was not until the eve of the trial that he prepared to embark on his journey back to Xuanwu City. During this period, Wang Gui also comprehended a brand new skill: rest, effect, to enter a state of tranquility, to calm the mind, to recuperate and nurture one's essence, slowly restoring life and alleviating negative conditions. Could it be that this newfound ability is due to my acquisition of spiritual energy? Previously, no matter how he meditated or sought to restore his essence, he could not attain such a skill. However, after receiving the Lingyun stone from Lu Yuqing, which granted him a modicum of spiritual energy, Wang Gui sensed a subtle transformation within his being, akin to a parched rice field finally receiving the nourishing touch of rain. Wang Gui could sense a gentle warmth coursing through his meridians, a subtle, yet palpable flow within him. With the aid of this resting skill, complemented by the resources of the cave's spiritual veins, he merely needed to meditate for a while or even indulge in a brief slumber, and the fatigue from previous battles would dissipate, leaving him revitalized. Eating and sleeping became integral parts of his cultivation. In these past few days, I have pondered whether I have unwittingly fallen into your web. At the entrance of the White Dragon Cave stronghold, Wang Gui and his companions mounted their horses. His gaze then shifted to a nearby woman, and he couldn't help but curl his lip, feeling as though he had been ensnared by her machinations. After Wang Gui vanquished Huang Ba, he was inexplicably nominated as the Cave Lord by Lu Yuqing with just a few words. Subsequently, she used the allure of the spiritual essence stone to persuade him to seek vengeance on her behalf. Step by step, it appeared that everything had been meticulously calculated by her. Of course, the temptation of the spiritual essence stone was difficult for anyone to resist. No one could deny the desire to become a practitioner of profound arts, living freely and eternally. Wang Gui is no exception. Although the formidable Qian Laoma possesses immense strength, it is fortunate that he still has ample time. It is merely a matter of mutual needs between us. The latter, adorned in a fur coat that clung to her delicate figure, accentuated her graceful silhouette, resembling a resplendent rose in the night, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her. Even the guards, as their eyes swept past, found it difficult to suppress a dry swallow. As for the Snow Python Mountain stronghold, I shall dispatch someone to keep watch. The moment there is any news, I will instruct Lu Dabiao to inform you. Lu Yuqing gestured towards the burly man beside her, who was her loyal retainer that had accompanied her from the Snow Python Mountain stronghold. Wang Gui nodded slightly and addressed the crowd behind him. During my absence, all matters of the stronghold shall be overseen by Deputy Master Lu Yuqing. No one is permitted to defy this decree. Understood, Master. The members of the White Dragon Cave responded in unison, clasping their fists in salute. Let us proceed. Onward. Wang Gui spoke little, and with a swift gesture of his hand, the four rode hastily into the depths of the night. Miss, can we truly succeed by relying on him? As the crowd dispersed, only Lu Yuqing and another remained at the entrance, where Lu Dabiao respectfully inquired of the woman beside him. Lu Yuqing's beautiful eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. She offered a faint smile before turning to depart. I sense he is unlike the others. He may grant me unexpected joy. In Xuanwu City, at the Ding camp, the 7-day trial was entering its final day. Thus far, the vast majority of teams that had ventured out for the trial had returned safely, although a few members had encountered mishaps, which was not unusual for such an endeavor. Conversely, the solitary team that had yet to return had piqued the interest of the onlookers. The training ground was bustling with people. Today marks the last day of the trial. Do you think Wang Gui has met with misfortune since he has not yet returned? The master of the White Dragon Cave is said to possess mid-level meridian opening strength and is notoriously fierce. I suspect Wang Gui has perished. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten that he once challenged Fu Wei? His strength is formidable. Uft. Does the White Dragon Cave have only one person? Aside from the cave master, there are numerous bandits. No matter how powerful Wang Gui is, can he contend with an entire gang of brigands? Voices of dispute and conversation echoed throughout the training ground, where a colossal plaque displayed the names of each team member. At this moment, all team names lit up, except for Wang Gui and his companions, who remained shrouded in darkness. Beside them, a large light column displayed intricate patterns for timing. In a spacious chamber of the pavilion, four figures sat upon beastly thrones. The four commanders governing the Xuanwu City military camp. I hear that Lin Hao from Camp A has joined your Qi family? Congratulations to Commander Qi, remarked the middle-aged man in a yellow robe, retracting his gaze from the training ground to address the man in black beside him with a faint smile. Ying from Camp B is your Huang family's prized jewel. How could you bear to place her in the military camp? The black-robed man replied indifferently. Ingo has been spoiled since childhood, so the family head decided to let her train in the military camp to toughen her up, the man in yellow stated, shaking his head with a smile before turning his gaze to the burly man beside him. Isn't the young master of the Yang family in a similar situation? Huang Li, you are mistaken. Yang Jian chose to train in the military camp of his own volition. No one in our Yang family forced him. The beast-skinned man spoke in a calm tone, his voice resonating like a heavy bell. The man in the yellow robe remained unfazed, his gaze shifting toward a corner. It was said that Commander Su held a particular regard for the enigmatic Wang Gui, who appeared to have some connections with the Su family. However, regarding this trial, Huang Li wore a knowing smile, casting a sidelong glance at the man in the black robe, as if hinting at something deeper. The rivalry between the Qi and Su families had captured the attention of the Huang and Yang clans, who initially believed that the ultimate victor would be the Qi family. Yet, when the results were revealed, they were met with astonishment. Through subsequent inquiries, they discovered that a rookie from the Ding camp had aided the Su family in turning the tide. This rookie was none other than Wang Gui. When the Huang and Yang clans learned of the task assigned to him during the trial, they were taken aback. Thus, they sent representatives to observe, eager to uncover the extraordinary qualities of this Wang Gui, hoping to recruit him, provided he could return alive. Su Xiao nodded, not denying the implications. Humph, merely fortunate. This time luck may not be on your side. Perceiving the veiled threat, the black-robed man, Qi Feng, scoffed, discomforted by the reminder of his defeat in the Howling Canyon at the hands of the Su family. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. So there is no need for Commander Qi to fret, Su Xiao replied coolly, producing a gourd from his waist to sip some fine wine. Humph. We are well aware of the prowess of Huang Ba from the White Dragon Cave. While it may not pose a challenge to us, it is undoubtedly a death sentence for these rookies. That lad has likely already succumbed to the blades of those bandits, Qi Feng said, his eyes darkened with disdain. The trial is not yet concluded. Do you not fear the possibility of being proven wrong? Su Xiao maintained a stoic expression, ignoring the provocations. His gaze fixated on the entrance of the training grounds, a fleeting shadow of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Since you are so confident, I eagerly anticipate witnessing how Wang Gui emerges alive from the White Dragon Cave. Chapter 41. The trial's outcome time was running short, and it seemed Wang Gui would not be arriving. Perhaps he had already perished outside. TSK, why put on a brave front? It would have been better to withdraw. At least he would have spared his life. As time passed, the light column in the training field dwindled to a mere half, on the verge of extinguishing, prompting a collective sigh of disappointment from the onlookers. In the pavilion, Qi Feng, with a triumphant expression, glanced at the waning light column before turning his gaze to Su Xiao, his words laced with mockery. Su Xiao, the young man your Su family has taken a liking to is unlikely to return. Su Xiao's countenance darkened, his silence betraying his simmering anger. Yet, Qi Feng found amusement in this, laughing heartily as he gestured to Liang Qi beside him. Instructor Liang, time is running out. Please announce the results of the competition. Yes. Liang Qi stood respectfully to the side, promptly responding while casting a cautious glance at Su Xiao. In the midst of the power struggle between superiors, he could only obediently follow. Next, I announce. Liang Qi approached the windowsill, yet his words trailed off abruptly. What is the matter? Qi Feng inquired, perplexed. They have arrived. Su Xiao gazed into the distance, as if capable of piercing through the darkness, a profound brilliance flickering in the depths of his eyes. As his words resonated, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the training ground below. Look, someone is coming. Is that Wang Gui? He truly returned alive. No way, could he have really eradicated the White Dragon Cave? At the entrance of the training ground, the emergence of 4 figures instantly captivated the attention of all present. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, and amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes, Wang Gui strode forward to the area beneath the pavilion. Instructor Liang, I trust one have not exceeded the time limit. Wang Gui cast a fleeting glance at the luminous column indicating the passage of time beside him, then offered a courteous smile to the figure perched on the balcony railing of the loft. Liang Qi, upon noticing the silhouette below, was momentarily taken aback. What? Before he could utter a word, Qi Feng abruptly rose from his seat and strode purposefully to the railing, his keen gaze swiftly scanning the area below. When his eyes locked onto the youthful figure in front of the loft, his expression darkened instantaneously. Nearby, Huang Li of the Huang family and the burly man Yang Shi were equally startled, quickly rising to join Qi Feng at the railing. Their eyes fixed on the young man below. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This lad truly hasn't disappointed me. Su Xiao observed Wang Gui below, laughing with satisfaction. Humph. Qi Feng's icy voice interrupted. The individual has indeed arrived. But the completion of the trial task is an entirely different matter. Su Xiao, you may be rejoicing prematurely. With that, Qi Feng's piercing gaze turned to Liang Qi, who understood the implication and cleared his throat, addressing Wang Gui below. Ahem, Wang Gui, it is fortunate that you have returned. I wonder if you have successfully completed your trial task? My task was to eradicate the bandits of the White Dragon Cave, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I would deem it accomplished. Wang Gui lightly stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. What? Are you boasting? Just the few of you think you can eradicate bandits? I would not believe it even if you were to swear on it. It is no disgrace to have returned alive. Let us refrain from such exaggerations, shall we? I estimate you have been hiding out there for a week. Ha ha ha. In the training grounds, gasps and derisive laughter echoed back and forth. A few of the larger men crossed their arms, while those around them regarded the scene as if watching a performance by clowns, and they too returned to gaze. Young man, do not overestimate yourselves. Although you have managed to return alive, you did not fulfill your mission. In this trial, you have lost. A voice resonated from above, belonging to Qi Feng, who fixed his cold stare upon Wang Gui below. Wang Gui raised his gaze towards the shadowy figure in the loft, where 4 formidable presences loomed beside Liang Qi. Among them, he recognized Su Xiao, and he understood that only the other 3 leaders were his equals. However, to refer to them as leaders seemed somewhat premature. Sensing the hostility emanating from the figure cloaked in black, Wang Gui's brow twitched slightly. As the words left the figure's lips, he swiftly waved his arm, and a corpse abruptly materialized in the midst of the scene. This is Huang Ba. In the loft, Yang Shi gazed at the motionless body on the ground, quickly identifying it. His expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief. The echoes of his astonishment soon reverberated across the training grounds. Could it be that he truly killed Huang Ba? Is that really Huang Ba? It doesn't appear so. If Leader Yang claims it to be so, then it must be. A chorus of gasps followed suit throughout the training grounds. Look at all of you, what a sight. Have you seen? Huang Ba's corpse lies right here. Open your eyes and take a good look. Where is that arrogant demeanor now? Daniel laughed heartily, his words laced with scorn as he gestured towards the surrounding crowd. The rapid shift in their expressions was immensely gratifying. Witnessing their stunned faces was a delight beyond measure. This is impossible. Qi Feng's eyes reflected profound shock. Yet, no matter how much he refused to believe it, the corpse on the ground could not lie. Ha ha ha, splendid. Su Xiao was equally taken aback. He had thought it a remarkable feat for Wang Gui to return unscathed. Yet he had truly accomplished his mission. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Xiao could not help but throw his head back and laugh, saying, Excellent, Wang Gui. You have done remarkably well. Thank you, Leader Su, for your kind words. Wang Gui clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Captain Qi, do you have anything further to say? Su Xiao turned with a smile, his demeanor cheerful. Humph. At that moment, Qi Feng's countenance was dark as if it were about to rain, his lips twitching in anger as he huffed and swept away in a flurry of his sleeves. Huang Li and Yang Shi exchanged knowing glances, sharing a tacit smile before returning to their seats. Observing this, Liang Qi proclaimed loudly, "In that case, I declare that Wang Gui has successfully completed the trial mission. Wang Gui, you and your companions, please step forward." In the room of the pavilion, Liang Qi exclaimed, "Ha. Wang Gui, your performance this time was truly remarkable, and it is no wonder that Captain Su holds you in such high regard." Upon seeing Wang Gui and his companions arrive, Liang Qi wore a sycophantic smile, showering them with praise. This is largely thanks to instructor Liang's guidance. Wang Gui held little fondness for the latter, recalling vividly the incident involving the theft of his fire element stone. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, he replied, "Indeed. Ha. Your successful completion of the mission has brought glory to our Ding camp. Here is your reward. Take it." Liang Qi's smile faltered slightly as he distributed the merit rewards, then gestured towards 3 figures seated behind him, saying, "This is Captain Huang Li, Captain Yang Shi, and Captain Su Xiao." Qi Feng had departed early after the conclusion of the trial. It is an honor to meet the 3 captains. Wang Gui and Wu Chun, along with the other 2, bowed respectfully before Su Xiao. Indeed, it is no wonder that Su Xiao holds you in high regard. You are truly a remarkable young talent capable of accomplishing such challenging trial tasks, surpassing even some seasoned veterans. Huang Li cast a glance at them, his gaze resting upon Wang Gui, and he couldn't help but nod in commendation. "You flatter me, Commander Huang." Wang Gui shook his head with a smile. "Oh, what I speak are the unvarnished truths, indeed more substantial than the words of those seasoned veterans. Should you all visit my Huang residence, you will undoubtedly receive generous support, allowing your innate talents to be fully realized and to shine brilliantly." Huang Li, unabashed in his praise, made his intentions to win them over abundantly clear. The others exchanged glances, appearing somewhat flattered and astonished. "I am quite curious, how did you manage to slay Huang Ba?" Yang Shi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired with interest. Upon hearing this, Huang Li and Su Xiao turned their gazes toward Wang Gui and his companions. Equally intrigued by how they had brought down Huang Ba, it was merely a stroke of good fortune. Wang Gui pondered for a moment, and after organizing his thoughts, he recounted the events in a general manner. However, he chose to conceal the matter of becoming the leader of the White Dragon Cave. "Courage and strategy, splendid. This young man grows more impressive in my eyes," Huang Lilong remarked with a smile, although luck played a significant role. Achieving such a feat required both bravery and discernment. "You have all performed admirably," Yang Shi dispelled his doubts. "So, you 2 have also reached the channeling realm?" Su Xiao detected a clue and, after a brief contemplation, turned his gaze toward Wang Gui's companions, Xiao Luo and Wu Chun. Relying solely on Wang Gui, a single warrior, would not suffice to accomplish this arduous task. Wu Chun and Xiao Luo nodded in affirmation, revealing no secrets. "What?" Upon hearing this, Huang Shi and his companion were taken aback. They had assumed that only Wang Gui was a warrior in the camp, unaware that 3 had emerged, a rarity in other camps. Yang Shi exchanged glances with his companions, and after a moment's deliberation, he addressed Wang Gui and the others. "In light of your exceptional performance, the military grants you a unique opportunity for exceptional enlistment, allowing you to choose to join one of our 3 factions. Of course, you will still need to advance to the Fengyan second camp and engage in the training associated with each faction. Have you made your choice?" Chapter 42. Ascending the camp. In the loft, the 3 of them fixed their gaze entirely upon the young man before them. Wang Gui pondered for a moment before declaring, "I choose to join the Su residence. Are you not going to reconsider? The offers from our other 2 residences are hardly inferior to that of the Su residence." Despite knowing the outcome, Yang and Shi pressed on, eager to negotiate further. "No," Wang Gui replied, shaking his head. Observing this, the 2 sighed in regret. However, Su Xiao maintained a gentle smile, growing increasingly fond of Wang Gui. "What about the 2 of you?" Wang Gui remained steadfast in his pursuits, leaving Yang Shi and Huang Li with no choice but to shift their attention towards Xiao Luo and Wu Chun. Xiao Luo, with a dismissive pout, remarked that the food in the military camp was woefully inadequate, asserting that he would only follow Wang Gui for the promise of better meals. Wu Chun nodded in agreement, indicating his preference as well. Witnessing this, Yang Shi and Huang Li exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment and resignation. Thus, the Su residents had acquired 3 promising talents. Though they yearned to intervene, military regulations afforded members the liberty of choice, compelling them to deliberate without excessive interference. Ha. Su Xiao could not suppress a hearty laugh, which rendered the expressions of the 2 beside him somewhat grim. However, he paid them no heed and addressed Wang Gui and the others. Very well. You all may return and prepare for your reporting to the camp. Wang Gui, please stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. As the others departed, only Wang Gui and Su Xiao remained in the room. After a brief pause, Su Xiao spoke. Regarding Jin Qiao, whom you requested I investigate, I have some news. Really? Wang Gui's eyes brightened. Su Xiao nodded, explaining that the women recruited alongside the soldiers were, in fact, being gathered to become successors to the esteemed priest of the inner city. The priest? Wang Gui's gaze revealed his curiosity. This priest held an extraordinarily noble status, second only to the enigmatic city lord. Individuals of my rank, such as a military commander, were utterly unworthy of an audience with him. Su Xiao shook his head bitterly, his words imbued with reverence for the priest. This mysterious priest wielded immense power in Xianyan City, effectively standing as one beneath the heavens. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's mouth fell agape in astonishment. If your friend were to become the disciple of the esteemed priest, her future would undoubtedly surpass yours by leaps and bounds. Therefore, it would be wise for you to focus on your own affairs. Su Xiao smiled and replied, rest assured, you will have the opportunity to meet again. However, by that time, her identity and status may be far beyond your reach. Wang Gui nodded slightly. If that is indeed the case, he would certainly feel happy for Sister Qiao. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you encountered the bandits from He Yunjai along the way? Su Xiao inquired. For although Wang Gui did not explicitly state it during his narration, the observant Su Xiao had nonetheless discerned the clues. Wang Gui's expression darkened slightly as he nodded and said, indeed, the bandits from Heiyun Cliff were dispatched by the Qi residents. The Qi residents? Su Xiao furrowed his brow, a chill creeping across his face. These individuals are truly persistent. It is likely the doing of Qi Jingtian, Wang Gui speculated. The defeat in Howling Valley has left him harboring ill will towards you, and it is plausible that he has sent someone to assassinate you. Su Xiao pondered for a moment before continuing. The news of your return has reached the Qi residents. They will likely trouble you in the future. However, as long as you remain in the military camp, they will not dare to act openly against you. Moreover, now that you have joined my Su residents, they will have to consider their actions carefully if they wish to harm you. Yet, due to your status, I cannot intervene in the conflicts within the military camp. You must handle those matters with caution. Su Xiao spoke slowly. Wang Gui gently pressed his lips together, nodding slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing the corners of his mouth. Although he would no longer directly dispatch assassins as before, future encounters with the Qi family within the military camp were inevitable. Upon returning to the tent, he found only Daniel remaining. During their absence for the trial mission, Hu Hao had taken Zhang Hu and left the military camp, returning to Linhu village. Upon seeing Daniel, Wang Gui conveyed the news about Qiao Air. Initially taken aback, Daniel's expression shifted from surprise to one of concern. Wang Gui chose not to comment further. According to Su Xiao, Qiao Air was apprenticing under the priest of the inner city, destined for a position of great honor and status, far beyond the reach of those of their humble standing. Although Daniel and Qiao Air were betrothed, the vicissitudes of life resembled a game of chess, and before the daunting chasm of reality, faced with a seemingly attainable bright future and the feeble promise of a mere piece of paper, how could one weigh the significance of each and make a choice? After organizing his belongings, Wang Gui proceeded to report to Yin camp. Daniel, still not having reached the Meridian realm, remained in the recruit camp for training. After bidding farewell to Wang Gui, he retreated to a corner of the training grounds, diligently practicing his spear techniques. With a resigned sigh, Wang Gui found himself unable to intervene in the matters concerning the latter and Sister Qiao. He could only assist Daniel in his cultivation. Armed with the Blood Soul Spear technique, he believed that Daniel would soon break through to become a warrior. In the Qi residence, what did you say? Wang Gui has returned alive, and he has completed the trial task by killing Huang Ba, seated upon an exquisite sandalwood chair. Qi Jingtian listened to the report from the figure below, his initial shock quickly replaced by a surge of anger. Is this the result of your efforts? His voice turned icy as his gaze shifted to the man in black beside him. The man in black felt a jolt of fear. It is my failure, young master. Please do not be angry. Who could have anticipated that among Wang Gui's party of 4, 3 were warriors? Are the fire essence stones I provided you not sufficient to hire a late-stage pulse expert? Or have you pocketed them for yourself? Qi Jingtian's face darkened as he spoke with fury. The man's complexion paled suddenly, and he hastily replied, Young master, how could I dare? It is merely that Wang Gui is too cunning. Enough. What is the use of discussing this now? He has already joined the Su residents and enjoys their protection within the military camp. It would be troublesome to act against him now. Jin Qiao waved his hand impatiently, dismissing further excuses, and stated solemnly, "The Snowmang Mountain secret realm is about to open, and I do not wish to squander my energy on this matter. The Kuei Wolf Gang has a grudge against him, does it not? Send a message to Kuei Hai. He will know what to do." Understood. According to investigations, Snowmang Mountain is highly likely to be a prime cave realm, containing vast treasures and opportunities. If I could be among the first to enter this cave realm, it would undoubtedly benefit my future cultivation immensely. During this period, you shall assist me in securing one of the initial spots within the residence. Although the Su residence has gained control over Snowmang Mountain, the astonishing treasures within have drawn the attention of other forces from the surrounding western ice plains, all eager for a share. Under the pressures and negotiations from multiple factions, the Su residents had no choice but to agree to explore Snowmang Mountain alongside them, of course, charging them a fee for the endeavor. Chapter 43. The Su family. Upon reporting to the Yin camp, Wang Gui was assigned to room 80 in Area B, sharing the same accommodation zone as Chao Hongyu. In contrast to the simple tents of the new recruits camp, this area featured a row of two-story small lofts, offering a significantly better environment. In his room, Wang Gui sat cross-legged, his mind focused as he activated the panel. Wang Gui Health, 100 Constitution, 12 Spiritual Power, 1 Mental Strength, 3 Life Skills, Foraging Level 2. Cooking Level 3, Butchering Level 2, Resting Combat Skills, Martial Arts, Pig-Slaying Blade Technique, Mastered, Archery, Beginner, Blood-Eye Frenzy, Beginner. Willow Sword Technique, Beginner, Cultivation Technique, Pig-Breathing Body Refinement Technique, Perfected, Cave, White Dragon Cave. During the expedition to the White Dragon Cave, although I acquired the martial techniques Blood-Eye Frenzy and Willow Sword Technique, my Constitution attribute did not increase. It appears that martial skills solely enhance practical combat abilities. To elevate my attribute panel, I must rely on cultivation techniques. Wang Gui pondered, however. I have already cultivated the body refinement technique of the pig-breathing art to the 3rd level, and further advancement is impossible. I must seek out a suitable cultivation method. He then turned his gaze towards the White Dragon Cave, where a glowing map materialized before him. The moving green dots represented the personnel within the cave. Moreover, he could manipulate various functions of the cave, such as cultivating herbs in the medicinal field and nurturing spiritual beasts like the snow lion. He even had access to the cave's repository, allowing him to freely take items from within. This bestowed upon him a sense of cultivating immortality while farming. The growth of these herbs was influenced by the spiritual veins. If only there were some potion vials or talismans that could accelerate their growth, he would not have to wait so long. Wang Gui cultivated several medicinal herbs in his garden and lamented that the time from planting to maturity and harvest required at least 2 to 3 months. He couldn't help but reflect that those high-quality elixirs, which could take decades or even centuries to mature, would likely elude the grasp of an ordinary person throughout their entire lifetime. Wang Gui cast another glance at the 3 small snow lions. 2 were pristine white, brimming with vitality as they frolicked together, while the third, its fur somewhat faded and yellowed, lay curled up in a corner, peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a knock resonated through the room. Wang Gui withdrew his gaze and rose to open the door, revealing a dashing young man with short hair. "Are you Wang Gui?" The young man inquired nonchalantly. "Come, Su He, the deputy leader, wishes to meet you." With that, he turned and strode away, prompting Wang Gui to follow closely behind. Su He? Su Yun is the leader of the Su faction, and Su He is considered his second in command. Under the guidance of the short-haired youth, Wang Gui arrived at a 4-story loft, the headquarters of the Su faction, which appeared far more opulent than the surrounding structures. Reaching the top floor, they entered a room where 3 figures stood. In the center was a distinguished man dressed in white, his long hair flowing elegantly. "Greetings, Wang Gui. I am Su He. Commander Su Xiao has spoken highly of you, and I am delighted to welcome you to our Su faction." Su He offered a subtle smile, extending his hand in a courteous gesture. "Hello." Wang Gui extended his hand to shake, facing a young man with fair skin and captivating dancing eyes, exuding an aura of delicate charm that unsettled him. "Recently, Brother Su Yun had been away on a mission, and during this period, I shall oversee the Su faction. These 2 are Lu Che and Zhao Ping." Su He introduced the 2 young men beside him with a smile, stating, "Although you were recommended by Commander Su, we must still adhere to the rules of the Su faction. You are required to participate in an unpaid internal team mission once a month and submit 10% of your monthly achievements. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui furrowed his brows, surveying the individuals before him, and slowly responded, participating in an unpaid team mission each month is acceptable. However, submitting 10% of my accomplishments seems rather excessive. I recall that other members of the Su faction contribute around 5%. Before Su Yun could interject, Lu Che spoke up first. I have heard of your success in the Bai Long Cave anti-bandit mission. Given your capabilities, submitting that amount should be a trivial matter for you. Moreover, you have incurred enmity with the Kuei Lang gang and even have had conflicts with the Qi residents. For our Su faction to provide you with protection, it is only reasonable to collect a bit more in fees. That additional 5% is hardly exorbitant. It is quite worthwhile. Zhao Ping chimed in, a subtle smile playing on his lips, methodically enumerating the benefits, rendering the 10% submission appear exceedingly valuable. Wang Gui lightly rested his chin on his hand, pondering whether this was their way of asserting dominance upon his arrival. His gaze fixed intently on the group, he spoke in a low voice. The regulations do not stipulate an additional fee for protection. Are you implying that you wish to exploit your authority for personal gain? To claim the achievements of our battles as your own? Caught in the act, Zhao Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted coldly, Wang Gui, as a newcomer, do not overstep your bounds. Is it your customary practice to impose such unjust conditions on a newcomer? It seems I must consult Commander Su regarding this matter. Wang Gui retorted coldly, refusing to yield. You. Zhao Ping was rendered speechless. Observing the situation, Su He quickly stepped in as a mediator, smilingly saying, Brother Wang Gui, let us not be so agitated. Everything can be negotiated. Commander Su is quite occupied with official duties. Such trivial matters should not trouble him. If you feel it is unjust, let us approach this matter as we usually do. What do you think? Upon witnessing this, Wang Gui chose not to elaborate further. This fellow truly exhibits an admirable audacity. Having intended to extort him, he unexpectedly remained unyielding. After Wang Gui's departure, only Su He and the three others remained in the room. Zhao Ping, standing nearby, spoke coldly, his expression rather grim. A sinister smile flickered across Su He's delicate features. That young man has offended many. To my knowledge, the Kuei Wolf gang is already seeking to trouble him. Lu Che inquired, if they truly resort to violence, what shall we do? Should we assist or refrain? Assist? Nonsense, Zhao Ping retorted furiously. Humph. Since he fails to recognize our goodwill, we shall not be held accountable. If we happen to witness it, we will naturally lend a hand. Otherwise, it is a different matter altogether. Su He smiled faintly, his elongated Danfeng eyes narrowing into a slit. This young man has earned the favor of Commander Su and is acquainted with the two young ladies of the household. Should he rise to power, there may no longer be a place for us within the Su clan. What if the Lord of Su Yun inquires about this? Fear not. I have my own methods to address it. As this brief interlude concluded, Wang Gui was acutely aware of his precarious position. Even within the Su clan, many harbored unfriendly sentiments towards him. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly, for only then would others regard him with respect. The following night, Wang Gui arrived early at the Hall of Meritorious Deeds. This time, he did not head to the Huaxian Tower, but chose instead to visit the upper floor, where the Pavilion of Techniques was located. He sought to exchange for an appropriate technique to facilitate his cultivation and self-improvement. Relying solely on the drop rate of health stones from dungeons was woefully inadequate, and the thought of spiritual essence stones was simply beyond reach. Upon entering the Pavilion of Techniques, he was greeted by the intricate arrangement of bookshelves, accompanied by a refreshing aroma of books wafting through the air. Wang Gui cast a cursory glance and observed that this floor possessed a considerable expanse, with numerous figures occasionally flitting between the bookshelves, perusing the contents. The martial techniques and skills contained herein were predominantly acquired by members of the military camps during their missions, entrusted to the Hall of Military Achievements in exchange for accolades. Over time, this practice has led to the accumulation of a plethora of peculiar martial arts techniques. Low-tier martial skill, Thousand Snow Palm. Low-tier martial skill, Wine Slaughter Fist. Wang Gui wandered through 2 rows of bookshelves, each laden with martial techniques, yet none contained the methods he sought. Ah, Brother Wang Gui, I never expected to encounter you in this place. What a delightful surprise. Just as Wang Gui furrowed his brow, a voice resonated behind him. Turning around, he beheld Zhou Qi, whose face was adorned with a warm smile. Brother Zhou, Wang Gui replied, clasping his hands in greeting. Your reputation precedes you. It has spread throughout the entire veteran camp. Who would have thought you truly managed to slay Huang Ba? Zhou Qi approached, scrutinizing Wang Gui from head to toe, expressing his astonishment. He had indeed heard whispers regarding Wang Gui's trial. It was merely luck. Wang Gui could only respond with a wry smile. Zhou Qi pursed his lips, choosing not to dwell on that topic further. Instead, he remarked, "It appears you have not found the martial technique you desire. I am quite familiar with this place. Do tell me, what kind of martial technique are you looking for?" Wang Gui smiled and nodded, then pondered for a moment before stating, "I wish to cultivate body refining techniques." Techniques? Chapter 44. The Demonic Flame Method. Follow me. Upon hearing Wang Gui's words, Zhou Qi contemplated briefly and turned to lead Wang Gui to a secluded corner deep within the loft. What you seek lies within here, body refining techniques. However, the required military merit is considerable. Take a look. Perhaps you will find what you desire, Zhou Qi remarked with a playful tilt of his head. On the shelves were various ancient scrolls, sealed stone boxes, and weathered bamboo slips, an array of treasures that dazzled the eye. Wang Gui's gaze sparkled with excitement as he searched diligently for a suitable technique. The 100 Meridians technique, 80 points of military merit, refines the meridians, strengthens the flesh. The Black Iron Body Refinement Technique, 100 points of military merit, devours iron to refine essence, tempering the internal organs. The Tiger Transformation Body Refinement, 200 points of military merit. Wang Gui perused the titles of the various martial arts tomes, noting that the required merit points escalated significantly as he delved deeper. With a mere 150 merit points to his name, he was compelled to halt his progress. Ah, what is this? Wang Gui raised his gaze and chanced upon a solitary red box perched atop the bookshelf, shrouded in dust. A clear indication of neglect. The Magic Flame Sutra? The wooden box creaked open, revealing 2 uniquely crafted crimson wooden slips resting quietly within. Wang Gui stared in astonishment. For what was perplexing was the absence of any indication of the merit points required for its exchange. This technique is not to be practiced lightly. Upon noticing the wooden box in Wang Gui's hand, Zhou Qi's eyes narrowed in alarm, and he hastily spoke. Why? Wang Gui blinked in confusion. This Magic Flame Sutra was originally acquired by General Fan during his youth in a mystical realm. Unfortunately, it is incomplete. Nevertheless, General Fan regarded it as comparable to high-tier techniques, previously priced at over 1,000 merit points. Zhou Qi collected his thoughts and continued earnestly. In the military camp, someone once accumulated merit points to exchange for this sutra, only to meet their demise within days due to the fire poison overwhelming their heart. Wang Gui was taken aback. The conditions for cultivating this technique were exceedingly rigorous, necessitating the refinement of one's body through intense flames, with the Fire Refinement Tower being the most suitable place for such an endeavor. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that practicing the Demon Flame technique would trigger a violent outbreak of fire poison, exacerbating its accumulation within the body. Thus, without entering the Fire Refinement Tower, one could not cultivate this method, rendering it a deadlock. Therefore, pursuing this technique was tantamount to self-destruction. Zhou Qi's expression was as grave as iron, for due to the Fire Refinement Tower, nearly all individuals present were afflicted by fire poison. The Demon Flame technique, which should have been a formidable martial arts manual, transformed in this context into a lethal curse even more fearsome than the fire poison itself, instilling dread in those who heard its name. The underlying reason was the inability to eliminate the fire poison from within. If one could expunge the fire poison from their body, the Demon Flame technique would pose no threat whatsoever, Wang Gui mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi offered a bitter smile and shook his head. While this may be true, the fire poison clings to one like a parasite. How easy is it to eradicate? A single high-quality detoxification pill requires a starting price of 200 battle merits. With such battle merits, wouldn't it be more prudent to use them for other purposes? In summary, the cost of cultivating this technique was exorbitant in terms of battle merits, and its effectiveness was far from guaranteed, as no one had ever successfully mastered the Demon Flame technique. How many battle merits would be required to exchange for this Demon Flame technique? Wang Gui pressed his lips together and inquired, "Why not ask the Elder Guardian?" Zhou Qi shrugged, uncertain himself, but after a moment, a realization dawned upon him. His eyes widened as he looked at Wang Gui, incredulously asking, "What do you mean? Are you truly considering practicing the Demon Flame technique?" "I wish to give it a try. If it proves unfeasible, I can always cease," Wang Gui replied with a grin. The notion of a high-level cultivation method ignited a fervent desire within him. While others feared the peril of fire poison, Wang Gui, possessing antidotes and therapeutic skills, felt no trepidation. Should he successfully master the demon flame technique, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Are you out of your mind? Before Zhou Qi could finish, Wang Gui seized a wooden box and headed to the elder guardian, who hurriedly followed suit. At the corner counter, an elderly man with white hair was arranging books. Upon first seeing Wang Gui intend to exchange for the demon flame technique, the elder strongly opposed. But after Wang Gui's persistent persuasion and the acknowledgement of its high danger with no one else willing to practice it, he reluctantly agreed for 100 battle merits. Today's youth are so prideful and lack self-awareness. The elder sighed helplessly while recording the transaction. After acquiring the demon flame technique, Wang Gui promptly descended to the fire Xuanta, utilizing his remaining 50 battle merits to activate a fire Xiantai for an hour. On the platform, with his upper body bare, Wang Gui sat cross-legged, retrieving the wooden slip to place before him. Understanding that the source of fire arises from within and without, he contemplated how external flames temper the bones while internal flames refine the organs, sharpening the spirit and forging the inner flame. His prior practice of the toxin breath body refinement technique had enabled him to break through to the initial stage of meridian unblocking. If he could successfully cultivate this advanced body tempering method, he might even reach the later stage of meridian unblocking. Wang Gui's gaze grew intensely fervent, and without a moment's hesitation, he commenced his cultivation. As he practiced the fiery flame technique, in an instant, his skin turned a brilliant crimson, enveloped by the searing energy of the blazing flames emanating from the fire incineration platform, making him appear as though he were ablaze. Wang Gui gritted his teeth, the muscles in his neck bulging as he endured excruciating pain. He focused his mind, attempting to absorb the fiery energy that enveloped his skin, gathering it within his body. This marked the initial step of fire gathering, channeling the fiery energy throughout his meridians, bones, and internal organs, permeating every drop of blood and every inch of skin. However, this process proved immensely challenging. Not only did the burning inflict unbearable agony, but as his body absorbed the fiery energy, it also ingested the toxic flames contained within, which was a significant drawback of this technique. This very aspect deterred many from pursuing it, for despite its formidable potential, no one wished to undertake the risk. At level 2, the fire toxin had already accumulated in an instant, startling Wang Gui. It was no wonder that this method had gone unpracticed. Although this revelation filled him with trepidation, for others, this might have been the point of surrender. Yet for Wang Gui, this minor fire toxin posed little threat. He swiftly conjured a bowl of azure potion, consuming it without hesitation. Moments later, the fire toxin dissipated. The ice body soup, which Wang Gui had concocted during his leisure in the White Dragon Cave, proved effective. Upon inspecting the cave storeroom, he had discovered a herb, the ice body fruit, capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, far superior to the materials he had previously experimented with. This fruit thrived in cold environments, growing in the vicinity of Mount Xiaomong, and he had cultivated it in his cave's medicinal field. The once searing heat of his body transformed into a refreshing chill after consuming the ice body soup. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 strong bone pills from the storeroom, swallowing them to alleviate the burning pain in his muscles and bones, thus aiding his cultivation. Wang Gui continued his practice of the demon flame technique. During this period, when the fire poison reached level 2, he consumed the ice body soup to quell the flames and purge the toxins. The demon flame technique. 15:36. An hour swiftly elapsed, and with the enhancement of the fire altar in the spiritual veins of the cave, he barely managed to cultivate the technique to 50, falling short of even the basics. However, Wang Gui was astonished to discover a significant transformation in his body. His skin now radiated a crystalline sheen, brimming with vitality and strength. Constitution, 22. When Wang Gui glanced at the panel, he was taken aback. He had only practiced halfway yet received 10 points in Constitution. Chapter 45, Encountering Fu Wei. Although the demon flame technique was only halfway mastered, its effects left Wang Gui restless, yearning to complete his training. Yet, he found himself without military merits, unable to rent the fire altar for further use. He finally grasped the significance of military merits and realized he needed to devise a way to earn them. Just as he was preparing to head to the task board to accept a merit mission, he fortuitously crossed paths with the hurried Li Mu. Wang Gui, I finally found you. Li Mu, a familiar face from when Wang Gui first arrived at the flame camp, lived next door to him. What is it? Why are you looking for me? Wang Gui inquired. Li Mu hurriedly explained, Xiao Luo, Wu Chun, and the others have gotten into a fight with the Kuei Wolf Gang. The Kuei Wolf Gang? Upon hearing this, Wang Gui paused, a chill swiftly sweeping across his face. Who is leading them? Fu Wei. Show me the way. Wang Gui replied, his voice frigid as he raised his chin. We three were simply wandering about the trading market, hoping to stumble upon something valuable. Xiao Luo took a liking to an item, but then they accidentally encountered Fu Wei, who intentionally caused trouble. Unable to tolerate it, they engaged in a scuffle. There were many of them, and hearing you were at the fire altar, I hurried here to find you. Wang Gui and Li Mu hurried towards the trading market, the latter briefly recounting the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's expression darkened, his brow furrowing slightly. Xiao Luo and his companion bore no grievances with the Kuei Wolf Gang. It was evident that the latter sought to create trouble for him. However, as he was currently engrossed in his training, Fu Wei and his cohorts had chosen to shift their focus to Xiao Luo and his companion, aiming to provoke him into making an appearance. Although he was not particularly concerned about Xiao Luo and Wu Chen's safety, Wang Gui could not tolerate the Kuei Wolf Gang's attempt to shift the blame onto his friends as a means to deal with him. The market was lined with orderly shops, selling various items mostly acquired by seasoned soldiers on missions. Although these wares could not compare to the more prestigious offerings of the War Merit Hall, their unpredictability attracted many who sought to test their luck. In the southeast corner of the market, a crowd had gathered, their eyes fixated on two opposing groups. One side comprised a dozen individuals, while the other was merely a pair. Nonetheless, the outnumbered duo remained composed, exhibiting no fear in the face of such overwhelming odds. Xiao Luo, that white spiritual mushroom in your possession has caught my eye. Surrender it to me, commanded Fu Wei, the leader of the Kuei Wolf Gang, his tone steeped in menace. Since the incident with the fire toxin, he had taken time to recuperate, only now stabilizing his condition. Give it to you? Xiao Luo retorted with a cold smile, raising the herb in his hand before swallowing it whole in front of the gathered crowd, even emitting a belch to punctuate his defiance. You very well. You are indeed cut from the same cloth as Wang Gui. It seems you prefer to invite punishment rather than accept a friendly drink. Fu Wei's gaze turned icy as he spoke with an ominous tone. Invite you for a drink? You hardly possess the qualifications, Wu Chen remarked nonchalantly from beside Xiao Luo, his sword still dripping with fresh blood. In stark contrast, several members of the Kuei Wolf Gang bore visible wounds, their clothing torn, blood seeping from their injuries. The injured men glared at Wu Chen with intense malice, having failed to gain any advantage in their brief skirmish. Kid, don't be so arrogant, shouted a bald, portly man, pointing an accusing finger at Wu Chen. He then turned to Fu Wei, third brother, why waste words with them? Let us just take them both and hang them at the gang's entrance. Let us see if Wang Gui doesn't come out. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Let us act. Fu Wei replied with a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with mischief as he focused on the two men before him. At this moment, a chilling aura emanated from Wu Chen as he dissipated the blood on his sword with a wave of energy. Brothers, charge together, the portly man bellowed. And in an instant, over a dozen robust members of the Kuei Wolf Gang surged forward like unleashed wolves, driven by an unrelenting ferocity towards the two men. Just as both parties were about to engage, a sudden burst of flame and heat surged forth, slicing through the air and leaving a trail of ash upon the ground before the members of the Kuei Wolf Gang. Many gazes turned towards the center, where a deep azure long blade was seen embedded in the earth. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Kuei Wolf Gang? Are they tired of living? The unexpected interruption incited great fury in the bald, rotund man, who scanned the surroundings and barked angrily. Beside him, Fu Wei quickly recognized the blade on the ground, and a chilling expression crossed his face as he fixed his gaze on the crowd nearby. To provoke me into revealing myself and trouble my friends, such despicable tactics could only be executed by the Kuei Wolf Gang. A voice laced with disdain resonated through the area. Suddenly, a path in the crowd opened, and a slender figure emerged, striding confidently towards them. Wang Gui. Upon seeing Wang Gui's arrival, Xiao Luo and Wu Chen both felt a wave of relief. How are you? Although they did not truly believe they were in danger, Wang Gui's eyes scanned them for any signs of harm. If he were to discover that they had sustained even a single hair's loss, he would ensure that today's affair would not end peacefully. With just the few of them, it was insufficient to inflict any injury upon us. Xiao Luo remarked with a nod and a light smile. If you had to intervene just now, I would have already knocked them down, Wu Chen added slowly. Hearing this, Wang Gui shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had inadvertently come to the aid of the Kuei Wolf Gang. They are all here for me. Leave the rest to me, he instructed the two. Wu Chun and Xiao Luo exchanged glances and nodded, retreating to the side with Li Mu. So you're Wang Gui? The bald man's gaze lingered on the youth in the center before curling into a scornful smirk. Fu Wei, our grievances should be settled directly between us. What is the meaning of troubling my friends? Wang Gui's gaze was fixed intently on the leader of the Kuei wolf gang ahead, and he spoke softly. Damn it. Am I speaking to a deaf person? Being disregarded infuriated the bald, corpulent man, whose pallid face quivered with rage as he bellowed, I see you seek death. With that, the rotund figure surged forward, his fist clenched tightly, aimed directly at Wang Gui's head. The sharp crack of a resounding slap echoed through the venue. And in a spectacle of astonishment, the hefty figure was sent sprawling backward, landing heavily on the ground in a most undignified manner. Hiss. The once arrogant man now lay on the ground, howling in pain, a glaring crimson imprint of a hand stark against his cheek. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, their astonished gazes shifting towards Wang Gui, unable to fathom how such an apparently frail youth had effortlessly vanquished his opponent. Scoundrel! The corpulent man seethed with fury, unable to comprehend his humiliating defeat, especially in front of so many witnesses. I will kill you, he roared, his eyes bulging with rage. Muscles swelling as he lunged at Wang Gui like a frenzied beast. Wang Gui let out a cold sneer, swiftly executing a punch aimed at his target. A resounding crash echoed as the two collided violently. The rotund man felt an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, his body aching as if it were about to disintegrate. Brothers, let's go. One of the members of the Kuei wolf gang, seemingly close to the fat man, shouted as he rushed toward Wang Gui, unwilling to witness his comrade being beaten alone. However, predictably, he too was swiftly dispatched by a slap from Wang Gui, crashing to the floor. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, Wang Gui was ruthless, and such actions had irrevocably severed ties with the Kuei wolf gang. Ignoring those on the ground, Wang Gui's gaze remained fixated on the figure before him. Fu Wei, our last battle is far from over. Chapter 46. Kuei Hai, you arrogant brat. Last time was merely luck. This time, fortune will not favor you. Fu Wei's expression turned icy upon hearing the provocation. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, muscles taut and veins bulging, channeling terrifying strength into a fierce strike aimed at Wang Gui's head. Yet, Wang Gui did not flinch or evade, stepping forward to meet the attack with a punch of his own. Seeking death, Fu Wei's face twisted into a sinister smile as he recognized Wang Gui's audacity. Previously, luck had been on his side due to a fortuitous eruption of fire poison. This time, he would show no mercy. With a thunderous roar, his muscles surged, and the ground beneath him cracked with each step, resembling a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Bang! Their fists collided with a deafening thud. Fu Wei felt a formidable force reverberate through Wang Gui's punch, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 2 steps, while Wang Gui also retreated slightly, gradually regaining his balance. Wang Gui, do not presume that joining Su Min grants you free rein. Are you intent on severing ties with us completely? Fu Wei glared at the lean youth before him, his voice low and frigid, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. It had only been a few days. Yet Wang Gui's strength had significantly improved. He had once been the one fleeing from Fu Wei's relentless pursuit. Better late than never. Do you truly believe that if I sought reconciliation, you would acquiesce? Wang Gui chuckled coldly, saying, if that is indeed the case, why do you trouble my friend? Is it not merely to compel my appearance? Upon hearing this, Fu Wei's gaze gradually turned frigid. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Gui continued. Do not utter those grandiloquent phrases. We both know the truth. It ultimately comes down to whose fists are stronger. When Kuei Long sought to trouble me, he too relied on the support of your Kuei Lang gang. If you find me disagreeable, feel free to take action. Engaging in such pointless chatter and resorting to despicable tactics only serves to render you somewhat ludicrous. Wang Gui's words resonated profoundly, prompting several individuals in the vicinity to nod in agreement. It is entirely customary for conflicts to arise in such an environment, where the management's approach resembles that of nurturing venomous creatures. Even in the face of casualties, the higher-ups seldom inquire further. Consequently, this compels the members to unite and form factions to ensure their survival. However, friction among faction members is inevitable, although the surface appears calm. Beneath it lies a turbulent undercurrent. To avert large-scale confrontations or even faction wars, the leaders of these groups tread carefully, striving to maintain a delicate equilibrium. When it comes to disputes among factions, outsiders often relish the opportunity to witness the clashing of interests. Wang Gui's words cast a shadow over Fu Wei's expression, rendering it grim and forbidding. Indeed, it is true that in this realm, the might of one's fist dictates authority. Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from behind Fu Wei, and the crowd parted to reveal a robust figure striding confidently forward. It was Kuei Hai. Hadn't he been dispatched on a significant mission? How could he return so swiftly? Ah, the leader of the Kuei Wolf Gang has arrived. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Upon recognizing the newcomer, whispers rippled through the surrounding crowd. The leader, Brother Kuei Hai. The members of the Kuei Wolf Gang erupted in joy, eagerly gathering around him, while a few portly individuals cried out with a tone of desperation, "Leader, you must stand up for us." Is this truly Kuei Hai? Wang Gui's gaze fixated on the figure before him, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. Kuei Hai, a robust figure in the late stage of the meridian circulation, stood tall, his body and face adorned with beastly patterns. Draped in a simple animal skin outer garment and donning leopard-patterned leg guards at his waist, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a wild beast. Wang Gui had heard tales of Kuei Hai's village, Kuei Wolf Village, which was said to possess a peculiar secret technique that harnessed the strength of mythical beasts. Enhancing physical capabilities and fortifying power, the beastly patterns on his body were a testament to this. As the leader of the Kuei Wolf Gang approached, Wu Qin and Xiao Luo hastily positioned themselves behind Wang Gui, their eyes alert and watchful. "You must be Wang Gui," Kuei Hai remarked, his massive arms crossed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your name has been mentioned to me on numerous occasions by the members of my gang. You were quite right in stating that here. The might of one's fists prevails. My clan brother, Kuei Long, was unable to rise from his bed after your encounter, a testament to his lack of skill. Likewise, those from my gang who fell at your hands bear no blame but their own inadequacies." Wang Gui's brow furrowed at the latter's words. "Thus, should I bring about your demise, it would merely be due to your own inferiority." Kuei Hai's eyes narrowed, his hands spreading open as he clenched his fists, muscles rippling, bones cracking audibly. As he spoke, his gaze turned ominously cold. Boom. In the next instant, Kuei Hai lunged forward, soaring into the air, his fist radiating a fierce glow. Propelled by a fierce gust of wind as he aimed a devastating strike at Wang Gui's head. "Step aside," Wang Gui shouted urgently, his expression tightening as he charged forward. Blood-eye frenzy. Crimson patterns, resembling slender worms, rapidly traversed his skin, creeping from his neck to his cheeks, ultimately converging in his eyes. In a heartbeat, his gaze transformed into a terrifying blood-red hue, fierce and menacing. Boom. The two figures, one robust and towering, the other relatively slender and diminutive, collided with tremendous force, drawing the attention of all around them. As their fists met, an invisible shockwave radiated outward. Crash. A deep, resonant sound reverberated through the air, and to everyone's astonishment, a catastrophic defeat did not ensue. The clash of their formidable powers swiftly transmitted through their fists to the ground beneath them, causing the stones to shatter into dust. Bang. Yet this equilibrium was short-lived, as both figures staggered backward. Kuei Hai regained his footing after 2 steps, while Wang Gui stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground before he finally came to a halt. Hiss. Wang Gui actually managed to withstand the blow. How could this be possible? As I gazed upon the unfolding events, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment. It is noteworthy that Kuei Hai is a seasoned veteran, having navigated the military ranks for many years and founded the Kuei Gang, boasting prowess that has reached the late stage of the meridian opening. In contrast, Wang Gui had only recently ascended to the camp, a fledgling in the field. Although Kuei Hai had not exerted his full strength in their earlier confrontation, the considerable disparity in their levels made it remarkable that Wang Gui could withstand a blow from the former. This initially promising newcomer indeed possessed some latent talent. Those who had doubted Wang Gui's capability to slay Huang Ba began to waver in their convictions upon witnessing this spectacle. Could it be that Huang Ba was truly slain by him? Simultaneously, the members of the Kuei Wolf Gang wore expressions of disbelief. Fu Wei's countenance darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Wang Gui harbored hidden strength. Had Wang Gui unleashed his full power during their earlier skirmish, Fu Wei surmised that he would not have fared much better than the rotund individuals beside him. However, Fu Wei's gaze soon regained its composure. Even if Wang Gui could withstand that punch, it did not imply that he possessed the qualifications to contend with Kuei Hai. It is essential to note that Kuei Hai had merely employed his physical strength in the previous attack, without resorting to any martial techniques. In stark contrast, Wang Gui's suddenly surging aura and his blood-red eyes indicated that he had employed a special secret technique to augment his strength. Therefore, should a true battle ensue, Wang Gui would undoubtedly face defeat. Chapter 47. Fang Qingshan, a secret technique that suddenly enhances strength? Kuei-Hai's gaze swept over Wang Gui with a hint of surprise. The latter's crimson eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Though somewhat astonished, Kuei-Hai merely smiled faintly with his vast experience. He could discern that Wang Gui had forcibly elevated his power through some secret art. Nevertheless, such techniques are often time-limited. One must wonder how long you can maintain this state. A smirk danced upon Kuei-Hai's lips, revealing a trace of disdain. At this moment, Wang Gui's expression was exceedingly grave. He remained silent, his muscles tense and poised for action, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the shadow before him. Despite unleashing the blood-eye frenzy, forcibly elevating his strength to the mid-stage of meridian opening, a considerable disparity still lingered between him and his opponent. Kuei-Hai, unwilling to waste words, let out a cold scoff. He quickly reversed his grip, and a chilling wave of energy surged outward from beneath him. The beast patterns adorning his body began to visibly writhe, as if animated, followed by a cascade of luminous glow illuminating their surface. It appeared that Kuei-Hai was preparing to engage in earnest. As the crowd around them thickened, the area gradually became a tightly packed assembly, all eager to witness whether the notoriously renowned Wang Gui truly lived up to his reputation. Kuei-Hai, are you not the leader of a faction? Is it not beneath your dignity to bully a mere newcomer who has just ascended? Amidst the palpable tension, a sudden chilling laughter echoed from above. The crowd turned to see a man in blue standing at the balcony railing, observing the unfolding scene below. Accompanying him were several onlookers, suggesting they were together with him. It was Fang Qingshan of the Tianhe gang. How did he come to be here? It was no surprise. This was the territory of the Tianhe gang, and such commotion would not go unnoticed. A murmur of conversation rippled through the crowd below. Fang Qingshan smiled faintly, then leaped gracefully into the arena, positioning himself between Wang Gui and Kuei-Hai. Fang Qingshan, do you intend to meddle in this matter? Kuei-Hai inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone laced with hostility upon noticing the sudden appearance of the man. Fang Qingshan did not respond to him directly. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Wang Gui, scanning him from head to toe. With a subtle smirk, he remarked, blood-eye frenzy. It seems that Huang Ba truly met his end at your hands. Impressive. When I was at your level of cultivation, I could not have accomplished such a feat. At the conclusion of his words, Fang Qingshan gave Wang Gui a thumbs up. Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not recognize the individual before him, he was well aware of the reputation of Fang Qingshan, the leader of the Tianhe gang. If the latter was familiar with this technique, could it be that he was acquainted with Huang Ba? In an instant, Wang Gui's body tensed up. Fear not. I have merely witnessed Huang Ba employ this move once. We share no relation, Fang Qingshan remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile, gesturing for him to relax. Fang Gangzhu, Wang Gui exhaled quietly, retracting his blood-red pupils and restoring his gaze to normal, subsequently offering a polite fist salute to Fang Qingshan. This matter lies between him and me. It is not for you to meddle in. If you wish to avoid jeopardizing the truce between the Keewolf gang and the Tianhe gang, I advise you to refrain from unnecessary interference. Kuei-Hai's expression darkened as he fixed a cold stare on Fang Qingshan. What do you mean? Kuei-Hai, are you threatening our leader? A chilling voice emanated from the upper floor, belonging to Pangjin, whose sharp brow and fierce eyes complemented his tall stature. Beside him sat a striking woman with short red hair, leaning against a wooden pillar, her alluring figure capturing the attention of many. Yet, as everyone noticed the dagger she casually twirled in her hand, they instinctively recoiled, unwilling to maintain their gaze. If you have the courage to start a fight, then go ahead. If you disagree, let's settle it, shouted the members of the Tianhe gang on the upper floor, unperturbed by the presence of the Keewolf gang below. This military camp is not your home. I will do as I please, and you think you can control me? Moreover, this is the trading area of my Tianhe gang. Causing a ruckus here is tantamount to slapping me in the face. How am I to conduct business? Fang Qingshan spread his hands with a grin. Fu Wei was displeased, retorting, didn't a fight break out here before? Why didn't you intervene then? Before Fang Qingshan could respond, Pangjin smirked coldly. I didn't see it before, but I see it now. What of it? Fu Wei, if you have an issue, we can find a place to discuss it privately. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring their apprehension. The rivalry between the Tianhe gang and the Keewolf gang was notorious. Neither side could tolerate the other. Should a conflict arise, the trading area would surely descend into chaos. Fu Wei's countenance darkened instantly. Kuei Hai waved his hand, his gaze fixed sternly on Fang Qingshan. It seems you are resolutely intent on meddling today, are you not? Kuei Hai was not intimidated by Fang Qingshan, however, with the latter's unexpected intervention. Pursuing Wang Gui would no longer be as effortless as before. His current objective was solely Wang Gui, and he had no desire to completely sever ties with Fang Qingshan and the Tianhe gang. Kuei Hai, he has already joined the Su men. Are you not afraid that the Su men will seek retribution against you for your actions? Fang Qingshan turned his head slightly, gazing at the latter as he spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the cold expression on Kuei Hai's face deepened, and he burst into a sinister laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha, don't you find it peculiar? Why is it that until now, not a single member of the Su men has arrived?" His words instantly provoked gasps of astonishment from the surrounding crowd, sparking a flurry of discussion. Indeed, wasn't Wang Gui supposed to have joined the Su men? Why had no one from the Su men appeared thus far? Perhaps they were still unaware? The situation was reaching a boiling point, and they were oblivious? At this moment, Fang Qingshan couldn't help but furrow his brow. It seemed that Kuei Hai had already colluded with the Su men. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Gui, puzzled, as he recalled that Wang Gui had been personally recruited by Commander Su. Could it be that there were dissenting voices within the Su men regarding him? Wang Gui's eyes flickered subtly as he recalled the moment he first encountered Su He. It seemed that even then, the latter was already closely allied with Kuei Hai. Fang Qingshan, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This matter is beyond your purview, and you should be wary of entangling the Tianhe gang as well. Observing Fang Qingshan's perplexed expression, Kuei Hai sneered. Upon hearing Kuei Hai's words, the surrounding crowd began to comprehend the situation. It was clear that Kuei Hai had a hidden agenda. They too became intrigued, pondering whom Wang Gui had offended to provoke Kuei Hai into acting as an enforcer against him. Wang Gui's expression gradually darkened, and without needing to speculate, he knew who was orchestrating matters behind Kuei Hai. Enough is enough, you little rascals ought to disperse. How can one conduct business with you all blocking the way? At that moment, a venerable voice suddenly emanated from the rear of the crowd. Everyone turned to see an elderly man in a coarse robe approaching with slow, measured steps. Oldie. Someone recognized the elder. He was once the sergeant of General Fan, but due to severe injuries sustained in his youth, he had retreated to this place. Although he held no significant power, his extensive experience commanded respect, even from figures like Commander Su. Beside him, Fang Qingshan whispered to Wang Gui, Oldie. The surrounding crowd respectfully bowed, and Fang Qingshan, Wang Gui, and others followed suit. Seeing Oldie intervene, Kuei Hai's brow furrowed, and his countenance darkened. He understood that he could no longer take action today, and could only cast a cold glance at Wang Gui. Wang Gui, I shall spare you today. However, 1 week from now, during the trial competition of the Fengyan 2nd Battalion, we shall see how I deal with you. Of course, you may choose to abstain and hide like a turtle. I wish you luck. And you, Fang Qingshan, our grievances will be settled in that grand competition. With that, Kuei Hai let out a scoff and turned to leave with Fu Wei and the others. I am always ready, Fang Qingshan replied with a faint smile. A trial competition, you say? Wang Gui's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the departing members of the Kuei Wolf gang. Chapter 48, The Trial Competition as Kuei Hai and his entourage departed. Wang Gui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it had come to blows, he was far from a match for them at this moment. As Wang Guigong was about to express his gratitude to the old man, he realized that the elder had already vanished from sight, leaving him no choice but to direct his gaze toward Fang Qingshan beside him. There are many people here. Let us discuss this upstairs, Fang Qingshan remarked, gesturing toward the adjacent loft before stepping inside. Wang Gui and his companions exchanged glances before following closely behind. Upon entering the room, they beheld 2 figures seated gracefully in chairs, one male and one female. This is Peng Zhen and Yao Hong, Fang Qingshan introduced. Wang Gui clasped his fists in salute, and the two reciprocated with a nod. Thank you, Chief Fang, he expressed with a smile, signifying his gratitude. Had it not been for Fang Qingshan's intervention today, he would have undoubtedly faced a grueling battle, perhaps even capture. The Tianhe gang and the Kuei Lang gang have always been bitter rivals. Thus, I find great pleasure in causing discomfort to Kuei Hai. Fang Qingshan chuckled lightly and waved his hand, embodying an amiable and cultured demeanor, devoid of any airs, making him quite approachable. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui smiled faintly. He had heard a little about the matters between the two factions and initially thought he would only encounter Fu Wei today, but unexpectedly, he came across Kuei Hai. The actions of the Kuei Wolf gang against you were likely premeditated, yet he did not anticipate that Kuei Hai could conspire with the Su men. Fang Qingshan's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with contemplation. This incident was most likely orchestrated by Su He. That fellow appeared to be a hypocrite, presenting himself as a gentleman while secretly being far from it. With Su Yun away, the current Su men was under his management. Opposite him, Pang Jun cursed in frustration, exclaiming that he never expected that this young man would collude with Kuei Hai. In response, Wang Gui remained silent, his countenance gradually growing somber. When he first met Su He, he had sensed that the latter was deliberately making things difficult for him and did not hold him in high regard. However, he never anticipated that a prominent member of the Su men would conspire with Kuei Hai. Who could you have offended to provoke Kuei Hai into personally taking action against you? The beautiful woman, Yao Hong, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Her words echoed the curiosity of both Fang Qingshan and Pang Zhen, who turned their gazes towards her in unison. It is the Qi residence. Wang Gui, with a bitter smile of resignation, pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to divulge his predicament. What? The Qi residence? The three individuals in the room were taken aback, their mouths agape, expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. They were well aware that the Qi residence was one of the four esteemed houses of Xuanwu City, renowned for its extraordinary strength and formidable influence. However, they had not anticipated that Wang Gui had entangled himself with such a powerful force. How did you offend the Qi residence? Pang Zhen inquired, blinking in surprise. Compared to the four houses, they felt like mere children playing house. When confronted with members of the four houses, they typically preferred to avoid any confrontation. After all, Wang Gui was merely a newcomer in the military, so how could he have provoked such a formidable entity? Wang Gui pondered for a moment and then briefly recounted the events concerning the Wailing Canyon. It was no wonder that Commander Su held you in such high regard. Fang Qingshan understood instantly why the typically carefree and indifferent Su Xiao would suddenly take such an interest in a newcomer. It is also no surprise that those from the Qi residence sought to eliminate you, Pang Zhen added, murmuring softly. Wang Gui let out a self-deprecating smile, reflecting on how he initially sought merely to gain some advantages from the Su family. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would treat him as cannon fodder, inadvertently leading to an offense against the Qi residence? If one were to assign blame, it would fall upon Qi Jingtian for his lack of astuteness. Had he managed to emerge from the trial sooner, this predicament might have been averted. Now that the die has been cast and grievances have been established, further discourse is futile. Wang Gui chose not to dwell on the past and turned to Fang Qingshan, inquiring about the trial competition that Kuei Hai had mentioned. Before departing, Kuei Hai had left a menacing remark, vowing to deal with him in the trial competition a week hence. And Wang Gui felt it imperative to comprehend the nature of this event. Fang Qingshan paused momentarily before elucidating. The trial competition is an annual event held by the 2nd Battalion of Fengyan, where all participants enter the White Ape Mountain range to vie for the opponent's nameplates. The 10 individuals who possess the most nameplates at the end will receive rewards. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui couldn't help but inwardly marvel, while the rules appeared straightforward. The underlying brutality was something only those who had experienced military life could truly grasp, as it would undoubtedly involve bloody skirmishes. Ordinarily, you wouldn't be eligible to participate. But due to your early promotion to the battalion, you fortuitously find yourself included, Fang Qingshan remarked with a light chuckle, continuing, moreover, this grand competition is a significant event in Xuanwu City, attracting considerable attention from various local factions. Individuals who distinguish themselves may also catch the eye of these powers, including the 4 residences, who may seek to recruit them into their guard forces. Wang Gui nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the significance of the upcoming competition. However, he suddenly expressed his confusion. With so many young prodigies from the military camp being seized by rival factions, does Xuanwu City not harbor any concerns? The entire trial competition seems akin to a selection process for talents by the 4 factions. All fresh blood flows into their ranks. What will become of the City Lord's mansion? Fang Qingshan's expression grew serious as he replied, the City Lord's mansion, or rather, Xianin City, occupies a position of transcendence. Regardless of whether it be the 4 factions within the city or other forces, they all exhibit absolute obedience to the City Lord's mansion. Their relationship resembles that of employer and employee rather than mere superiors and subordinates. For instance, all the businesses, markets, and taverns within Xuanwu City are under the control of the four factions, and the city lord's mansion merely collects a portion of their taxes. He continued, similarly, the four factions, having claimed various treasures outside the city, are permitted to use and occupy them indefinitely as long as they remit a certain percentage of their earnings to Xianyan City at regular intervals. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing a dynamic reminiscent of landlords and peasants, or masters and slaves. Yet, is merely paying taxes sufficient? Over the years, the various factions have accumulated substantial strength, some of which could rival that of the inner city. Yet, since the establishment of Xianyan City, no faction has dared to rebel. The order within the city's factions is alarmingly serene. To claim that they harbor no ambitions or desire for rebellion seems utterly absurd. If their power surpasses that of the city lord's mansion, why not usurp it? Alternatively, one must ponder what methods Xianyan City has employed to weaken the factions, compelling them to serve loyally. These are matters Wang Gui could not fathom. Wang Gui shook his head, resolutely dispelling any distracting thoughts. These matters were not his concern. Instead, he ought to concentrate his energies on the impending trial competition just a week away. In order to confront Kuei Hai and the formidable Kuei Wolf gang behind him, he must rapidly enhance his strength during this period. Should he successfully cultivate the fiery demon technique, he would undoubtedly break through to the mid-stage of meridian circulation. Coupled with the augmentation from the Blood-Eye Frenzy, he would stand a fighting chance against Kuei Hai in their next encounter. After exchanging a few casual words, Wang Gui and his companions took their leave. Wang Gui returned to the Hall of Military Achievements to undertake a quest, yearning to cultivate the fiery flame technique, for which the fire-blazing platform was indispensable. However, to his utter astonishment, he discovered that all the tasks had been claimed by others, with numerous reservations already in place. The next opportunity for him to engage in such tasks would not arrive for another week. In a state of exasperation, Wang Gui promptly sought out Qiao Hongyu, requesting his assistance in exchanging some military merits for fire elemental stones. It was, after all, the latter who had once sought to acquire military achievements for him, albeit unsuccessfully. Nevertheless, Qiao Hongyu possessed a certain network of connections. Upon explaining his predicament to Qiao Hongyu, the latter readily agreed to help. Yet, 3 days passed without any military merits materializing. Wang Gui did not rely solely on him. He also wandered around the Hall of Military Achievements, even setting up a stall to call out for customers, but to no avail. Despite raising his prices threefold, not a single soul was willing to engage in an exchange. Could it be that with the imminent trial competition, these individuals were preoccupied with using their military merits to purchase resources and techniques? Or perhaps ascending the fire-blazing tower to enhance their prowess? Wang Gui, in a state of perplexity, remarked, "This doesn't seem right. The atmosphere here is not significantly livelier than before, and the foot traffic at the Huashuan Tower appears to remain consistent." Having spent the past few days in the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, he was well aware of the situation. It was only when Qiao Hongyu sought him out that he grasped the underlying reason. The Kuei Wolf gang, specifically Kuei Hai, had issued a stringent order prohibiting them from selling accomplishments to him. However, it was evident that the Kuei Wolf gang alone did not possess such formidable power. There must be a more powerful force exerting pressure from behind. The Qi Mansion. Wang Gui vaguely sensed something amiss. Even Suhi and his companions had recently secluded themselves under the pretense of intensive cultivation, avoiding any visitors. The others from Su Min, upon encountering him, would consciously take a detour as if they had encountered an ill omen. Meanwhile, Wu Qin and Xiao Luo had mysteriously vanished, their whereabouts unknown. As for Fang Qingshan and the others, they were engrossed in their own training, diligently preparing for the upcoming trial competition. It seemed that the Qi family had deliberately anticipated Wang Gui's intention to cultivate within the Fire Xian Tower, thus obstructing any potential sources of military merit. Wang Gui smiled bitterly, finally grasping the taste of offending a formidable power. He encountered insurmountable obstacles at every turn, as if an invisible hand were tightly grasping his throat, severing his path ahead and instilling in him a profound sense of suffocating helplessness and despair. As for achievements in battle, I possess few. However, I do have a trial task in my possession. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Hongyu suddenly spoke. Chapter 49. Entering the City of Fire. What task do you have? Wang Gui gazed at him with wide eyes, astonished. Qiao Hongyu, with his chubby visage adorned by a simple smile, scratched his head and said, "When you sold me the military merits, I had already accepted this task long ago. Hasn't it been quite some time, and you still haven't completed it? Aren't the tasks in the Hall of Military Merits supposed to have time limits?" Wang Gui was taken aback. Qiao Hongyu nodded, chuckling awkwardly. After I finished my training and exited the fire Xuanta, I immediately embarked on the trial task. Unfortunately, this task proved too arduous, and I only managed to complete half of it. Coincidentally, the manager who issued the task, Old Zhang, and I have shared a few nights together. No, you mustn't misunderstand. That's not what I mean. I simply meant we had drinks together, and after getting drunk, we ended up sleeping in the same place. Upon noticing Wang Gui's peculiar gaze, Qiao Hongyu hurriedly waved his hands to clarify, seemingly unable to elucidate the situation, and finally continued, "Oh well, regardless. He helped me out by extending the deadline for the task. What a helpful fellow." Wang Gui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was unconcerned about the relationship between the latter and Old Zhang. His sole focus lay on the task at hand. He quickly inquired, "What is the mission? How many merit points does it yield?" Qiao Hongyu produced the scroll detailing the assignment and replied, "Your objective is to venture to the City of Fire and hunt fire lizards, collecting 50 fire lizard shells, gathering 10 fire crystal stones, and procuring 1 fire elixir. The merit points awarded for this endeavor amount to 200. Wang Gui took the scroll and glanced at it briefly. The fire lizard armor is obtained from hunting fire lizards and mining the earth fire or has a chance of yielding fire crystals. The ultimate fire elixir refers to the essence of the fire lizard king. This elixir is not a true inner core of a magical beast, but rather a tumor containing the fiery secretion stored within the fire lizard king's body. If it were indeed a 5th-tier magical beast possessing a true inner core, Wang Gui would not even dare to consider this task, as such a creature would rival the strength of a human in the Yuan martial realm. I have visited Earthfire City several times without encountering the Fire Lizard King. I have gathered most of the other materials." Qiao Hongyu curled his lips. The Fire Lizard King is a high-tier 3rd-level magical beast, comparable to the later stages of the Meridian Opening realm. Although Qiao Hongyu appears simple and honest, he is also a formidable mid-stage Meridian Opening expert. While it may be challenging, together they might stand a chance, if they could assist Qiao Hongyu in completing the task. Dividing the 200 military merits would grant him a sufficient amount for a single use of the fire Xiantai. Regardless, this is an opportunity that must be seized. Let us proceed to Earthfire City. After reaching an agreement, the two did not delay and set off immediately. Earthfire City is a small secret realm controlled by the military camp of Xuanwu City, situated several hundred meters underground, making it a frequented training ground for the military members. Upon arriving at the cave entrance and paying the 10 fire element stones as an admission fee, they stepped inside. The previously pitch-black tunnel soon transformed into a spacious and bright expanse, revealing a vast underground magma chamber. Towering stone pillars were connected by artificial suspension bridges, forming a labyrinth of stone forests. Viewed from above, it resembled a collection of interconnected islands floating above the bubbling, molten magma. On these islands stood dilapidated structures, their broken walls and remnants suggesting the ruins of an underground city. From this vantage point, one could occasionally glimpse figures darting about within. Let us proceed. Following the suspension bridge, the two ventured deeper into Earthfire City. Earthfire City in an instant, a wave of scorching heat enveloped them, and the temperature around them rapidly rose. "Ah, if it isn't Qiao Hongyu, what brings you here again? Are you not giving up?" Within the remnants of a shattered architectural expanse, Wang Gui and his companions sought the elusive form of the fire lizard. However, rather than encountering the sought-after creature, they stumbled upon an abundance of people, indicative of the adage that humans often outnumber the monsters. A burly man glanced at Wang Gui and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Why have you brought along a mere novice in the early stages of pulse circulation? How about relinquishing your task to me? Or perhaps you could grant me 150 merits, and I shall assist you." Qiao Hongyu chose to disregard the latter's remarks as the duo pressed onward to the next area in search of their quarry. Along the way, they observed numerous groups of individuals returning triumphantly, burdened with vibrant red lizards. In the nooks and crannies of the roadside, remnants of shattered, mined stones lay scattered. Fire crystal stones, prized for their utility in weapon forging, are a favored material, drawing any visitor to the Fire City to seize them whenever sighted, regardless of whether they were on a related mission. After an exhaustive search through 4 stone islands, the pair had yet to catch a glimpse of the Fire Lizard King. One must ponder how frequently this elusive creature respawns, and whether it has a designated location. Wang Gui's brows furrowed tightly, her gaze shifting to Qiao Hongyu beside her, imbued with a tinge of exasperation and fatigue. The search was indeed a test of patience. It would be far simpler to wait idly for an opportunity to present itself. Refresh? Qiao Hongyu was taken aback. Wang Gui offered an awkward smile before elucidating. This is the territory of the Fire Lizard King. It cannot possibly roam about indiscriminately. The Fire Lizard King is born from a cluster of fire lizards, typically emerging from a group of 100. Qiao Hongyu, with a resigned gesture, expressed his confusion. As you can see, even the fire lizards are a rare sight, let alone the Fire Lizard King. It is indeed peculiar. There used to be a multitude of fire lizards here. Even with the high number of hunters, it shouldn't be so elusive, should it? Never mind. Let us continue our search. Unable to extract any useful information, Wang Gui reluctantly waved his hand and resumed the hunt. Thus, the two of them scoured the underground ruins, traversing one stone island after another, delving deeper until, at last, they were greeted by a long-forgotten roar. It was the Fire Lizard King. Upon hearing the roar, Qiao Hongyu's spirit soared, and he exclaimed with joy, "Let us go." In response to his words, Wang Gui's face also lit up with excitement. After 2 days of searching, he had finally found it. The two were elated, akin to a parched traveler discovering a refreshing oasis, as they hurried towards the source of the sound. Their quest had indeed been arduous. In front of them lay a dilapidated cluster of buildings, with a large open area at the center where peculiar rocks jutted out, forming an uneven landscape. In the middle was a lake of molten lava, exuding an intense heat. At that moment, by the shores of the lava lake, a group of figures was besieging a colossal lizard before them. This fire lizard was 4 to 5 times larger than a typical one, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its scales resembling cooled lava. At the tip of its massive snout, there protruded a horn-like appendage. It was indeed the Fire Lizard King. In a secluded corner of the ruins, Wang Gui and Qiao Hongyu concealed themselves. Upon encountering the fearsome beast before them, the latter instantly recognized it and exclaimed with excitement, "Fire Lizard King, Tier 3. Wang Gui licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with a glint of greed. "Look, Wang Gui, over there lie numerous fire ore deposits. We are about to strike it rich," Qiao Hongyu exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the banks of the lava lake on their left, where clusters of fiery red stones adorned the landscape, marking the presence of the geothermal mineral vein. Wang Gui merely cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze, subsequently directing his attention to the throng engaged in battle with the Fire Lizard King ahead. The names Lu He, early stage of channeling, and Zhang Miao, early stage of channeling, flashed rapidly before his eyes, accompanied by an array of blood bar information. At that moment, a figure abruptly intruded into Wang Gui's line of sight, causing his heart to involuntarily quiver. A chilling smirk crept upon his lips, tinged with an air of malevolence and enigma. Chapter 50. The Yellow Sparrow awaits roar. Beside the magma lake, the Fire Lizard King emitted a thunderous roar. Its crimson slit-like eyes fixated menacingly on several figures before it. Now battered and bruised, its scales had begun to shed, revealing wounds the size of fists, from which magma-like blood gushed forth, sizzling as it met the ground. "Heh, this beast is quite resilient. Fortunately, we brought the cold iron chains this time. Had it escaped into the magma lake, our efforts would have been in vain," Zhang Miao, clad in yellow, remarked with a triumphant grin as he tightly coiled the iron chain around the creature, rendering it immobile. Even a formidable third-tier beast had become their captive in this moment. "We have been lying in wait for 3 or 4 days, and at long last, it has come ashore. We must seize this opportunity," Lu He exclaimed with excitement beside him. "Humph, this Fire Lizard King is gravely injured and at its last gasp. However, you all must remain vigilant. Be wary of its desperate counterattack," Fu Wei warned, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the colossal beast, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then turned to his companions, cautioning them that a creature of such caliber, now possessing a semblance of intelligence, could be extremely ferocious in its dying moments. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miao and the others nodded in solemn agreement. "Ah, Brother Fu Wei, trouble brews. Someone is pilfering our geothermal ore." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Fu Wei's expression darkened as he followed the direction indicated by the speaker, spotting a short, plump figure amidst the ore deposits near the magma lake. If one listened closely, they could faintly hear the sound of mining. "I'll keep watch here. Zhang Miao, you and the others go apprehend that person. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to meddle with the treasures of my Kuei Wolf gang," Fu Wei commanded, his voice frigid. "Understood," Zhang Miao responded, waving his hand as the 4 men hurried towards the cluster of ore, intent on capturing the thief. The plump figure, adorned with a black veil that obscured its face, noticed the approaching Zhang Miao and hastily stuffed the ore into a large cloth bag, slinging it over their shoulder and fleeing towards the outer buildings. "Damn it, pursue them!" Zhang Miao bellowed, his anger palpable as he led the charge after the fleeing thief. On the sprawling banks of the magma lake, only Fu Wei and the injured Fire Lizard King remained. Roar! As the Fire Lizard King suddenly noticed the absence of several individuals, it began to struggle fiercely, attempting to free itself from the iron chains that bound it. However, the more it fought, the tighter the chains constricted, inflicting numerous wounds upon its body and causing wisps of white smoke to rise. "Huh, just stay here and meet your demise," came the taunting voice. "These chains are forged from cold iron, specifically designed to restrain your kind, fire attribute beasts." Observing this scene, Fu Wei smirked disdainfully. With these beast-binding chains, no matter how hard the creature struggled, it was futile. Suddenly, as if understanding the mockery, the colossal head of the Fire Lizard King swung sharply towards Fu Wei, its mouth agape, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fu Wei let out a cold snort, swiftly sidestepping the attack. Seizing the chains tightly, he yanked forcefully, causing the Fire Lizard King to emit puffs of white smoke and a series of hissing sounds. It howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, soon falling silent. "Humph! Vile creature, dare to act ferociously? You know not the meaning of life and death." Before Fu Wei could finish his words, he felt a chilling presence approach from behind. Instinctively, he turned to evade, but it was too late. A blade struck him squarely in the back. His protective armor shattered instantly, leaving a long, slanted gash from which blood flowed profusely, the sheer force of the blow sending him flying several meters away. Just as he began to regain his composure, the Fire Lizard King, once on the brink of death, suddenly opened its eyes wide, its barbed, crimson tail whisking towards him. With a thud, a muffled groan escaped Fu Wei as the tremendous force sent his body soaring like a ball. Gasping, Fu Wei felt a sharp tremor in his body and glanced down to see a razor-sharp blade protruding from his chest. "It can't be. You." Blood spurted from his mouth as he struggled to turn his head, revealing a face both familiar and incredulous to him. With a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Wang Gui had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the deceased. He swiftly drew his long knife and, with a decisive kick, sent the lifeless body into the molten lake behind him. Simultaneously, two orbs of white light surged into Wang Gui's body. Fire Lizard King life. 3. Observing the Fire Lizard King, which was barely clinging to life, Wang Gui effortlessly delivered the final blow. "Congratulations. You have obtained Fire Dan. Congratulations. You have acquired the fire-resistant cloak. Congratulations. You have learned the fire control technique. Congratulations. You have received a bloodstone. Congratulations. You have acquired a key." As the streams of light entered his being, Wang Gui did not rush to inspect them. Instead, he promptly began to dissect the Fire Lizard King before him. Obtained Fire Lizard Flesh 50, Fire Lizard Armor 20, Fire Lizard Horn 1, Fire Saliva. Dissection, Proficiency 1. Before long, the massive corpse of the Fire Lizard King lay fully dissected, leaving only a black chain on the ground. Cold Iron Chain Description, forged from the celestial cold iron, possessing chilling attributes that can counteract the scorching sun. Was this the very item that Fu Wei and his companions used to subdue the Fire Lizard King? A remarkable find indeed. I shall take it. The chain was pitch black, emanating an icy aura that chilled the air. Wang Gui curiously gazed at the chain, then grinned as he stowed it away in his backpack. Without delay, he swiftly departed from the scene. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location with Chao Hongyu, he found no trace of her. It appeared she had not yet escaped the pursuit of the Kuei wolf gang. Seizing the opportunity to wait, Wang Gui examined the spoils in his backpack. From Fu Wei, he had acquired a weapon, a wolf-toothed club, and a storage bag. This club was emblematic of Fu Wei's weaponry and not easily discarded. To prevent future complications, Wang Gui promptly tossed the weapon into the lava. He then rummaged through the storage bag, discovering a collection of miscellaneous items, several hundred fire element stones, some useful herbs, and a third-grade body refinement pill, which caught Wang Gui's attention. The body refinement pill was ideally suited for him. In the external market, it would require at least 100 battle merits to exchange for such a treasure. It was evidently intended by Fu Wei to bolster his strength in preparation for the trial competition, yet fate had allowed it to benefit Wang Gui instead. Additionally, there were over 50 fire crystals, likely gathered by Fu Wei in this location. Since all other materials were accounted for, these fire crystals shall belong to me. Wang Gui pressed his lips together, sifting through the items, keeping the useful ones and discarding the rest. Afterwards, his gaze shifted to the fallen possessions of the Fire Lizard King. The Fire Dan was a task-related item, requiring no further explanation. The Bloodstone, Tier 3, is described as containing a faint essence of vitality. If one's physique does not exceed 60, its use will permanently enhance physique by 3 points. To his astonishment, it was indeed a bloodstone. Moreover, it was of the 3rd tier. Wang Gui's eyes were fixed intently on the blood-red stone, emanating an eerie glow from his backpack, his breath quickening with anticipation. Indeed, it was only a creature of leader rank that could yield such valuable treasures. With a boost of 3 to his constitution, he wasted no time and immediately utilized it, elevating his constitution to 25. The Fireproof Cloak. Description: forged from the essence of fire lizards, this cloak allows the wearer to traverse molten depths with ease. Impervious to searing temperatures. This was indeed a remarkable item. As he perused the description, Wang Gui blinked. This artifact would surely prove invaluable for evading pursuers and withstanding fiery assaults, yielding unexpectedly beneficial results. The Heart of Fire Control. Description: a technique for manipulating flames. Mastery of this skill enhances one's command over fire. Currently, I am practicing the Infernal Flame technique, which is merely a body-tempering method. And with my spiritual power resting at a mere 1, I am far from becoming a practitioner of spiritual arts, let alone mastering advanced techniques. Wang Gui managed a bittersweet smile. This particular martial art was of no immediate use to him. It would, however, be a prudent choice to exchange it for military merits or materials. Key to the Earthfire Treasure Vault, a key purportedly lost, rumored to lie within the belly of the Fire Lizard King. Treasure Vault? The mere mention of it ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Gui's eyes. Just then, a figure tumbled over the crumbling wall of the dilapidated temple, 2 short legs scrambling as they gently touched the ground. Did you manage to secure it? Qiao Hongyu asked, removing her head covering, her brow glistening with sweat as she hurriedly inquired upon seeing Wang Gui. Wang Gui smiled faintly, tossing the fiery meatball to him. Indeed, it was the fire elixir of the Fire Lizard King. Qiao Hongyu's face lit up with surprise, and he inquired, "What about Fuwei? Is he unscathed?" "I am fine," Wang Gui replied, a subtle curve forming at the corners of his mouth. As a thought crossed his mind, he added, "By the way, do you know of any treasure locations around here? Perhaps a treasure chest, or the like?" Qiao Hongyu furrowed his brow and shook his head. "This place is filled with the remnants of shattered cities. I have never heard of any treasure sites." "Never mind, let's go." It appeared that the Earthfire treasury was not located here, or perhaps it was concealed in a place unknown to many, leaving the search for another opportunity. The two exchanged little more conversation as they swiftly departed, returning to the military camp. Chapter 51. The grand competition begins upon their return to the camp. Qiao Hongyu submitted the mission and generously shared 100 points of battle merit with Wang Gui. You can now venture down several levels for cultivation. Although it requires considerable battle merit, the results will be significantly better, Qiao Hongyu advised. Understood. Wang Gui nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the counter, expending 100 battle merits to rent the fire Xiantai on the 6th floor. Upon arrival, he discovered that each training room contained only a single training platform, transforming it into a private chamber, which proved to be quite convenient. Upon entering the room, he noted that the temperature was significantly higher than that of the 1st floor, and the platform itself was considerably larger, adorned with intricate and profound patterns. Wang Gui removed his garments and sat cross-legged atop the blazing platform, consuming the body-refining elixir acquired from Fu Wei's storage pouch, thus commencing his final cultivation. The demon flame technique was in progress. Meanwhile, in the Kuilang gang. "What did you say? Fu Wei has vanished?" In a chamber of the loft, Kuei Hai sat in a chair, his expression shifting slightly as he listened to the reports from Zhang Miao and others below. "Boss, while we were hunting the Fire Lizard King, we suddenly discovered someone pilfering from the mine. Brother Fu Wei instructed us to apprehend the thief, but upon our return, he had completely disappeared. And even the Fire Lizard King was nowhere to be found," Zhang Miao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, akin to encountering a specter. Upon hearing this, Kuei Hai's brow furrowed deeply. He found it difficult to believe such claims. However, it was not only Zhang Miao who spoke thus. The others corroborated the story, compelling Kuei Hai to entertain the possibility. Could it be that while Zhang Miao and the others were pursuing the thief, someone stealthily seized the Fire Lizard King? Perhaps the third brother engaged with this intruder, allowing the Fire Lizard King to escape? Speculated the bearded man to Kuei Hai's left. Kuei Hai remained silent, his countenance still dark. He inquired, "What of the miners? Were you able to capture them?" Zhang Miao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they shook their heads in dismay. "Damn it, a bunch of good-for-nothings." The bearded man cursed angrily. "It appears you have been outmaneuvered," Kuei Hai remarked, his voice growing increasingly frigid. "Let us wait and see. If Fu Wei does not return by midnight, I fear he may have encountered misfortune." In the searing training chamber, Wang Gui sat in meditation upon the fiery platform, torrents of flame energy cascading beneath him, relentlessly striking his form. Wang Gui clenched his teeth tightly, his entire body involuntarily convulsing. The pain he experienced was more than 4 or 5 times greater than before, and the sweat that had just begun to bead on his forehead evaporated instantaneously. However, the effects were equally magnified. Demonic Flame Technique 84. 92. 98. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the Demonic Flame Technique. Demonic Flame Technique. Beginner. Physical Constitution 20. In that moment, Wang Gui felt as if he could hear the sound of his bones and muscles growing, becoming sturdier and imbued with newfound strength, while his meridians opened up significantly. As he sensed the transformation within his body, a profound expression of surprise illuminated his face, and he hastily turned to examine his status panel. Physical Constitution 45, mid-channeling. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. This time, reaching the beginner level in the Demonic Flame Technique granted him a remarkable 20 points in physical constitution, exceeding his expectations by a factor of 2. With my current strength at mid-channeling, coupled with the Blood-Eye Frenzy. Kuei Hai, I wonder if our next encounter will be as effortless for you as the last? Wang Gui smiled faintly, yet he remained modest and unassuming. The trial competition was not merely a one-on-one contest. It was a grand melee. And he knew he must prepare thoroughly not only to confront the Kuei Wolf Gang and Kuei Hai, but also to face other unknown adversaries. Those who were typically genteel and amiable might, in this grand event, shed their serene facades to reveal a hidden coldness and resolve. After all, to stand out in this competition and garner the favor of the 4 houses and other factions could lead to boundless prospects in the future. Upon departing from the Fire Shuanta, Wang Gui returned to his dormitory to commence his preparations. In addition to essential nourishing delicacies, he intended to utilize the fire dew from the Fire Lizard King to concoct explosive devices. This unique fire dew, when dried and ground into powder, would resemble gunpowder in its properties, but with even greater potency. Furthermore, by incorporating some narcotic or poisonous substances, he could achieve unforeseen effects in battle against his foes. Having completed 30 explosive devices, Wang Gui cleverly bound them to arrows for long-range ambushes, ensuring he was well-equipped for any unforeseen circumstances. Congratulations. You have acquired the life skill, Weapon Refinement. Is this even possible? Wang Gui chuckled, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. After completing his tasks, he intended to seek out Wu Chun and Xiao Luo to discuss the next day's trial competition. However, both of their rooms were firmly shut, and he had no choice but to abandon the effort. That night, the aurors dazzled, hanging magnificently across the sky. In the northeastern direction of Xuanwu City, at the edge of the White Ape Mountain Range, a spacious clearing in the forest buzzed with a throng of figures, already gathered in a cacophony of excitement. At the forefront of this commotion stood 4 imposing figures, Su Xiao and the 3 other leaders. Today marked the annual trial competition, an event some had participated in multiple times. The significance of this competition hardly needed elaboration. Huangli surveyed the crowd, observing the eager faces before him, and nodded with satisfaction. Yang Shi added, this time, not only are the rewards substantial, but General Fan will also be present to witness the final showdown. What? General Fan is coming? The crowd buzzed with disbelief, for such an appearance was rare in previous competitions. Indeed, if one performs well and catches General Fan's eye, joining the City Lord's mansion would be far superior to aligning with the 4 houses. An air of fervent discussion erupted among the participants, clearly revering the long-absent General Fan. Enough chatter. Fate shall decide our paths. Prepare yourselves and step inside. I will await you at the Boulder Plaza in the back mountain. Chi Feng commanded in a booming voice. Charge! The throng surged forward, their shouts echoing as the once serene White Ape Mountain transformed into a lively spectacle in an instant. Be cautious, Wang Gui reminded, amidst the fervor. As Wang Gui was about to set off, he heard Su Zhao's words of caution whispering in his ear. Nodding slightly, He raised his eyes and caught sight of Kuei Hai and his companions not far away. The latter made a gesture across his throat towards Wang Gui, leaving behind a chilling smile before leading his men from the Kuei wolf gang into the White Ape Mountains. "Brother Wang, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out," Fang Qingshan approached, offering a warm smile. Since the Kuei wolf gang intended to act against Wang Gui, it was only natural that the enemy of his enemy would become his ally. "Thank you, Chief Fang." Wang Gui clasped his fists, expressing that should he encounter insurmountable challenges, he would not hesitate to seek assistance from others. Fang Qingshan nodded, leading the members of the Tianhe gang into the White Ape Mountain range. "Just don't perish within." Pang Zhen chuckled, turning away. Beside him, Yao Hong cast a lingering glance at Wang Gui, leaving behind a parting remark before departing. In response, Wang Gui could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, yet a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Although he remained uncertain about his chances of reaching the final competition, he was resolute. Should anyone attempt to impede his progress, he would not passively endure it. Wang Gui took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Without unnecessary delay, he walked at a measured pace into the pitch-black jungle. Chapter 52. Qiao Hongyu captured. As he entered the White Ape Mountain range, the cacophony around him gradually faded, leaving a profound tranquility in its wake. Wang Gui gazed at the emblematic badge in his hand, contemplating the rules of this competition. Seize the opponent S badge, survive until reaching the finish line, and the top 10 with the most badges would be rewarded. With a mere 10 victors among 1,000 contenders, the rivalry was undeniably fierce. This contest spanned 3 days, taking place in the treacherous Baiyuan mountain range, which harbored various monstrous beasts and even concealed treasures. Thus, the newcomers initially refrained from immediate conflict, choosing instead to delve deeper into the mountains in search of opportunities. Wang Gui, having discerned his direction, made his way straight to the vast stone plaza at the finish line, knowing that all participants would eventually converge there, thereby sparing him the trouble of wandering aimlessly. Of course, some adversaries would present themselves without any effort on his part. During his journey, Wang Gui encountered an ambush from a fellow participant, a wiry individual who, despite his unassuming demeanor, nearly caught Wang Gui off guard had his vigilance not been heightened. After dispatching the assailant, Wang Gui acquired an additional 10 badges, indicating that this individual had claimed the lives of 10 others. Without lingering, Wang Gui pressed onward. Though he found it peculiar that he had yet to encounter any members of the Kuei wolf gang, instead coming across numerous corpses in various states of disarray. As he ventured deeper, he occasionally stumbled upon small groups of individuals, each possessing mid-level meridian strength. As time passed, it became evident to the remaining contestants the importance of banding together for mutual protection. Those who wandered alone, lacking the shelter of a faction, were undoubtedly treading upon perilous ground. Wang Gui naturally preferred to avoid confrontation and had not encountered any stragglers. He sought a place to rest for the night and fortuitously stumbled upon a clearing in a mountain gorge where he encountered members of the Su sect. "Wang Gui, is that you?" Su He and several others from the Su sect had established camp in this area. The latter looked at Wang Gui with a hint of surprise, not expecting to find him here. He then smiled faintly and said, "You are one of us. Why not join us? With our presence, Kuei Hai would dare not harm you. No need." Observing the insincere smile on Su He's face, Wang Gui silently scoffed, casting a cold glance at him before turning to leave, leaving behind a chilling remark. Su He was in cahoots with Kuei Hai, and if he aligned himself with Su He, the latter could easily betray him. Just half an hour prior, Kuei Hai had captured Qiao Hongyu. Suddenly, Su He's voice echoed from behind. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui paused, turned around, and fixed his gaze on Su He, coldly inquiring, "Where?" "Downstream in the White Ape Mine." Su He replied nonchalantly. Wang Gui did not linger long and swiftly made his way to the White Ape Mine. How could he just leave like that? What connection does Qiao Hongyu have with him? To risk everything to save her. It's as if he is willingly walking into a trap, Zhao Ping questioned, perplexed. Watching the swiftly vanishing figure, Su He revealed a knowing smile and replied, "Days before the trial commenced, I heard that Wang Gui and Qiao Hongyu had been seen together in the City of Fire. Interestingly, Fu Wei from the Kuei wolf gang was also present at that time, yet he has since vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air." "Are you suggesting that Wang Gui and Qiao Hongyu killed Fu Wei?" Zhao Ping blurted out, momentarily startled by his own words. There exists such a possibility, however. Fu Wei's disappearance cannot be divorced from Wang Gui, so he paused, his tone turning grave. Thus, Kuei Hai captured Qiao Hongyu to lure Wang Gui into the open. If they had not committed any wrongdoing, Wang Gui would not have been compelled to rush to her aid upon hearing the news. It seems our previous deductions were indeed correct. It appears Wang Gui is quite loyal, knowing full well it is a trap, yet still proceeding. Zhao Ping remarked with a smirk. At that moment, Kuei Hai had already gathered his subordinates, eagerly awaiting Wang Gui's arrival. So, Kuei Hai has done us a great favor. If he manages to eliminate Wang Gui in this competition, you would lose a rival, and perhaps this time, you could officially enter the Su residence. Zhao Ping added with a grin. In truth, Sui was not a true member of the Su family, but rather the illegitimate child of a servant. The venerable Su ancestor took pity on him and brought him into the household. However, following the death of the old patriarch, the Su family, concerned with their reputation, cast him out. Wang Gui has actually offended Qi Jingtian of the Qi family, Sui continued. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping was taken aback. And Sui chuckled softly. Yet, the four families have been preoccupied with matters concerning Shuameng Mountain lately, leaving no time to deal with Wang Gui. Meanwhile, Qi Yin of the Qi family is busy vying for a spot in the mountain expedition, allowing Kuei Hai to take action against Wang Gui. It seems Kuei Hai is merely a pawn in this game. Zhao Ping grinned. This time, besides Qi Yin, Huang Lei of the Huang family, and Yang Ji of the Yang family, none of the others are participating in the competition. Su Yun, the leader of the Su family, is also away and has yet to return. Apart from Fang Qishan and Kuei Hai, there are few who can rival you. Moreover, I have heard that this year's rewards are more generous than ever, and those who perform exceptionally well may have the opportunity to be recruited into the City Lord's Guard. This piece of news spread throughout the White Ape Mountains. Sui's lips curled into a slight smile. In the past, he could hardly make a name for himself with these leaders present. Now, due to the circumstances surrounding Shuameng Mountain, these formidable opponents were absent. This time, he was determined to seize the top position. By the way, wasn't it said that Fang Qingshan and Wang Gui had a good relationship? Let the word spread that Wang Gui has been captured by Kuei Hai. Sui's eyes glinted as he coldly mused. Fang Qingshan's absence is inconsequential. Should he attend, it would be best for them to engage in a deadly struggle. The deputy leader truly possesses remarkable wisdom. Zhao Ping chuckled, gave a thumbs up to the latter, and turned to depart. The White Ape Mine was originally a den of white apes. However, after the White Ape King was vanquished by the people of Shenyang City, various ores were discovered within the lair, eventually transforming it into a cavern connecting to the depths of the earth. At this moment, a group of figures congregated at the entrance of the mine. While in the clearing before them, Qiao Hongyu was bound and suspended at the mine's mouth. Beside a flickering campfire, Kuei Hai sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, Kuei Hai opened his eyes and glanced toward the dark recesses of the riverbank, where a figure was approaching him. Unexpectedly, you truly dare to come. Kuei Hai regarded the slowly advancing silhouette with a calm demeanor. You orchestrated all this merely to draw me out, did you not? Wang Gui casually shrugged. Do you admit to killing Fu Wei? Kuei Hai's tone grew frigid. Without directly answering, Wang Gui looked at Qiao Hongyu, who was bound like a spider's prey at the mine's entrance, and said, Release him. I admire your courage and your loyalty to your brother. Yet this is equally your fatal flaw. Kuei Hai shook his head with a smile, then gestured to his subordinate, who promptly drew a knife and sliced through the ropes. Qiao Hongyu tumbled to the ground like a little piglet, appearing quite injured from the fall. If you are unscathed, you should hasten your departure from this place. Wang Gui turned his gaze towards Qiao Hongyu, who, aside from a bruised eye, a bleeding nose, and a lost tooth, appeared relatively unscathed, his vitality seemingly intact. I am truly sorry, Qiao Hongyu. A twinge of guilt washed over Qiao Hongyu. It was his inadvertent exposure that had inadvertently placed Wang Gui in peril. The primary issue lay in Wang Gui's unmistakable appearance. Despite wearing a mask, his stout and diminutive figure was easily recognized by the members of the Kuei Wolf Gang. The grievances I hold with the Kuei Wolf Gang should not have implicated you, especially since they were seeking me. Wang Gui patted the shoulder of the other person reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, I have my own ways to handle this. After Qiao Hongyu departed, the venue was left with Wang Gui standing alone. In front of him stood a group of members from the Kuei Lang Gang, led by Kuei Hai, while behind him loomed the dark and ominous mine. Chapter 53. The Stone Square. Now that the person has left, it's time to settle our accounts. Kuei Hai smirked. Next to him, the burly figure known as Cheng Shan glared fiercely at Wang Gui and coldly declared, You dare to kill my Kuei Lang Gang's members? A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Prepare to pay with your life. With that, Cheng Shan raised his blade and struck. Bang! Wang Gui swiftly sidestepped. The blade slicing through the air mere inches from his nose, missing its mark. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap to Cheng Shan's face. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated through the cavern behind them. Seeking retribution, Kuei Hai bellowed furiously, stomping his foot against the ground. Propelling himself toward Wang Gui with a ferocious punch aimed directly at his head. The fierce gust generated by his strike tore through the air with a deafening roar. No matter who intervenes today, you shall not escape. This time next year will mark your demise. Kuei Hai's punch, infused with lethal intent, showcased his formidable prowess at the late stage of the Meridian opening realm, capable of inflicting grave injuries even on those at the early stage. Yet, he was mistaken. Wang Gui was no longer at the early stage of the Meridian opening. Wang Gui raised his gaze to the rapidly expanding figure reflected in his pupils, his expression devoid of fear. He then took a half step back, his fingers curling into a fist, and retaliated with a powerful punch. The two fierce gusts of wind generated by their strikes collided with a resounding boom. With the impact, Wang Gui staggered back several steps, while Kuei Hai, though only retreating half a step, wore an extremely dark expression. Mid-stage of Meridian unblocking, Kuei Hai's eyes fixated on Wang Gui, a chilling aura mingling with profound shock on his face as he uttered those words in disbelief. Observing the astonishment etched on Kuei Hai's visage, Wang Gui sneered coldly, steadied himself, and swiftly retreated into the depths of the mine. Had only a few days passed, and his adversary had already achieved a breakthrough? Such a rapid rate of growth was utterly terrifying. Even the most elite geniuses from the various factions could scarcely rival it. He had only been in the military camp for a few days. If allowed to continue developing at this pace, the consequences would be dire. Pursue him. He must die today. Kuei Hai's face contorted into a menacing expression as he bellowed, leading his men from the Kuei Wolf gang into the mine. The mine was dim yet spacious, illuminated by the shimmering glow of the mineral deposits overhead, allowing for a barely discernible path. As they ventured deeper, the mine resembled an ant's nest, with intricate passages connecting various areas. Wang Gui dashed through the tunnels with remarkable speed, closely followed by Kuei Hai and his gang. However, it seemed Wang Gui intentionally slowed his pace, simultaneously discarding pre-prepared explosive devices at strategic locations. When the moment was ripe, he would ignite them with a single arrow. Boom! The thunderous explosions erupted in succession, causing debris to rain down from above as the mine tunnel collapsed, severing the pursuers from the Kuei Wolf gang. As the dust settled, fallen rocks completely blocked the passage ahead, leaving Kuei Hai with only Zhang Miao and two others by his side. While the remaining dozen or so had followed Cheng Shan further inside, Kuei Hai shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. You three stay here and clear the passage, the rest follow me. He fumed. Damn it, that little brat must be dealt with today. Cheng Shan's gaze flickered to the corner of the passage ahead, where a figure lingered, seemingly taunting him. The imprint of a slap on his cheek still burned with a lingering heat, igniting a surge of anger within him. After leaving a few individuals to clear the way, he waved his hand, leading the remaining members in pursuit. Wang Gui possessed strength at the mid-level of the Meridian realm, a fact that Cheng Shan could easily discern. However, bolstered by his numbers, he felt no fear. The adage that 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands held true, especially since he too was at the mid-level of the Meridian realm, accompanied by over 10 individuals at the initial level. Cheng Shan had no reason to be apprehensive. Upon seeing Cheng Shan and his men charge forward, a subtle smirk graced Wang Gui's lips as he continued his retreat. Each time they pursued him, Wang Gui would glance back and unleash explosive hidden arrows, leaving Cheng Shan and his companions defenseless and resulting in several casualties. Suddenly, within the dim and confined cavern, a bright light appeared ahead. As they surged towards this illumination, Cheng Shan and his companions found themselves in an underground world of magma. Brother Cheng, Wang Gui is over there. One of his companions pointed ahead. Cheng Shan raised his gaze and spotted Wang Gui ascending a small island of rock amidst the molten landscape. Humph, he's courting death. He won't escape, Cheng Shan scoffed, leading his men in pursuit. Yet, upon reaching the island, they discovered it was deserted, with no trace of Wang Gui to be found. Where is he? Cheng Shan exclaimed in astonishment, scanning the small, flat island, which bore no obstructions, revealing only their small group. Boom! At that moment, a piercing shriek pierced the air as the stone bridge behind them erupted in an explosion, collapsing instantaneously. Brother Chum, That arrow seemed to have originated from below. One individual exclaimed, his face pale as he pointed toward the seething magma beneath. Preposterous. Could Wang Gui possibly hide in the magma? Shang Shan retorted, though he couldn't shake the suspicion that the earlier explosion bore the mark of their adversary. Cautiously, he approached the island's edge for a closer look. Boom. Just then, a series of explosions erupted from behind, reminiscent of someone triggering a landmine, sending smoke billowing and cries of anguish echoing. Shang Shan swiftly turned to investigate. Whoosh. At that instant, a fiery red figure erupted from the magma, soaring high into the air. A chill ran down Cheng Shan's spine. On the summit of the back mountain of the White Ape Mountain Range, there lay a semicircular plaza constructed of massive stones, surrounded by elite armored guards. To the east stood a raised platform, upon which several figures were gathered. At the forefront were various duty instructors from the camp, followed by the four leaders, including Su Xiao and Qi Feng. Above these four, another figure loomed, clad in exquisite silver armor. Only the head of this individual was visible, revealing an elderly man with silver hair, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Yet, his spirit was vigorous, his complexion rosy, and he exuded an air of authority. Who else could sit above the four leaders but the esteemed General Fan? Considering the time, it was nearly time for action. Huang Li gazed at the shimmering lights outside the square, where shadows of figures continuously emerged. These individuals were the last remaining contestants. As they entered the square, the guards at the entrance counted the number of plaques in their hands. I've heard that a few intriguing little fellows have emerged from the military camp this time. At the highest point, Fan Zhu observed the bustling crowd below, which was constantly flowing in, and chuckled softly while stroking his beard. During this period, the young ones from various houses have been preoccupied with matters within their estates, and Haven Tea had the opportunity to participate, thus granting them considerable chances. The old general remarked, indeed, there have been some promising talents emerging from the camp recently. Su Xiao smiled and cupped his hands in respect, replying gently, promising talents must also grow. One fears they might falter within. Suddenly, Qi Feng scoffed from the side. Su Xiao furrowed his brow but chose not to engage in a dispute, while Qi Feng merely snorted and redirected his gaze below. Old General, look. Huang Yingying has seized 25 plaques, which is enough to secure a place in the top 10, Huang Li said with a face full of admiration. Huang Yingying? She is the granddaughter of the second elder of the Huang family, isn't she? Her cultivation is merely at the initial stage of meridian opening. It must have been quite a challenge for you all, Fan Zhu remarked nonchalantly. Securing plaques from those at the mid to late stages of meridian opening could only mean one thing. They were given away freely. She was merely a princess on an outing. Upon hearing this, Huang Li grinned broadly. All right, let us begin announcing the results, Fan Zhu stated, not delving any deeper. As the flow of people at the entrance diminished, he glanced at the timing pillar and said coolly. The judges in the arena nodded in response and commenced the announcement of results. Su He, 42 plaques. Fang Qingshan, 40 plaques. Kuei Hai, 35 plaques. 10th place, Qi Yu, 21 plaques. This time, the discrepancies in rankings were minimal, unlike the previous occasions marked by dramatic leads. The scores were quite balanced, with the last 5 all in the 20s. Wait a moment. As a voice rang out, a figure swiftly ascended the square under the watchful gaze of many. Wang Gui, you're still alive. Kuei Hai exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the newcomer. Chapter 54. Ranking results upon seeing Wang Gui's appearance. Kuei Hai's face displayed astonishment. Wang Gui. In an instant, the shock on Kuei Hai's face morphed into profound hatred. His gaze fixated on the latter as if he wished to strip him of his skin. With Kuei Hai's exclamation, the multitude in the square turned their attention towards this scene. Sui, spotting Wang Gui, also appeared slightly taken aback. He shouldn't have arrived too late. Ignoring Kuei Hai beside him, Wang Gui bowed respectfully to the judges and said, plaques. The judge turned to glance at the time and replied coolly, seemingly reluctant to utter more words. Wang Gui, unfazed, casually tossed the insignia into the air. The referee caught it, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stammered, 38? What? Upon hearing the referee's exclamation, the crowd in the square collectively changed their expressions, doubting their own hearing, their gazes fixed incredulously on Wang Gui. Fang Qingshan mirrored their astonishment. To him, it seemed improbable that Wang Gui could merely reach the square, let alone secure a place among the top 10. On the stone platform, Yao Hong gaped, her beautiful eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. The referee, unable to suppress his intrigue, scrutinized Wang Gui once more before announcing the results. 3rd place, Wang Gui. With Wang Gui's unexpected appearance, the former third-place contender, Kuei Hai, was relegated to fourth. Instantly, a myriad of glances filled with a mix of unwarranted sympathy and mockery turned towards Kuei Hai. The reward for third place was 1,000 battle merits and 10 bottles of body-refining elixirs, while fourth place garnered only 500 battle merits and 5 elixirs, a stark difference indeed. It was evident that Kuei Hai's expression was one of deep discontent, his face ashen, as he cast a sinister glare at Wang Gui, as if wishing to devour him whole. "Ah, this little fellow must be the Wang Gui you mentioned earlier. Quite impressive," remarked General Fan Zhu, his gaze fixed intently on the youthful figure below, nodding in approval. "General Xie, this young man's disposition and talent are commendable. Furthermore, he is merely a newly promoted recruit with a boundless future ahead." Su Xiao smiled knowingly at the commendation, aware that few could earn such high praise from the discerning General Fan. Who knows what underhanded tactics he employed? Qi Feng's expression soured, not only due to Wang Gui's survival in the square, but also because Wang Gui's ascent to third place had caused one of the Qi family's members, a nephew of his, to fall from the 10th position. Every participant in this trial had endured fierce battles. Using vile means was still preferable to those who did not even make it to the top 5. Su Xiao's derisive laughter held a hint of scorn. With 2 of the top 3 being from the Su family, his tone grew notably assertive. Beside him, Yang Shi and Huang Li exchanged awkward glances, realizing they had inadvertently been caught in the crossfire of Su Xiao's words. Qi Feng, infuriated, clenched his fist within his sleeve, yet refrained from acting out due to General Fan's presence, opting instead to huff in frustration. The upcoming matches promise to be far more entertaining. True abilities will soon be laid bare. Fan Zhu stroked his beard with a smile, his aged eyes filled with anticipation. In the square, the judge addressed the crowd. "Today, General Fan has graciously arrived and has decided to introduce an additional round of competition. Anyone holding more than 10 nameplates may participate." Those who had previously been downcast suddenly perked up at the news, their earlier disappointment vanishing, replaced by expressions of delight. The rules were straightforward, regardless of the method employed. The last 10 individuals remaining on the stage would be deemed victorious and earn the opportunity to join the City Lord's Guard. Furthermore, there existed a crucial stipulation. If one were to defeat any of the top 10, they could usurp their position and claim their rewards. The once quiet square erupted with fervor. Figures surged from the stone seats surrounding the arena, driven by a fervent desperation. This was their final opportunity, and they were determined to seize it. The 10 figures at the center of the square swiftly multiplied to over 50. "Good luck to you all." The judge chuckled as he observed the throng rushing forward before turning to depart. With the judge's pronouncement, the atmosphere in the square shifted dramatically, thickening with tension. Due to the aforementioned rules, the top 10 found themselves encircled, resembling prey in a hunt. Though their gazes burned with intensity, they hesitated to strike. Those who had secured a place in the top 10 were either powerful gang leaders or individuals with connections to the 4 great houses, making them formidable foes not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping and Lu Che hurried to join Suhi, while Yao Hong and Peng Zhen brought their group to stand alongside Fang Qingshan. The initial encirclement of 10 soon dispersed into various small teams, spread throughout the corners of the square. This chaotic brawl would ultimately reveal who could endure the longest. The longer one remained in the fray, the greater their chances of victory. Everyone was loath to expend their strength, thus each team remained vigilant, eyeing one another with caution, resulting in an eerie stillness settling over the square. As the gazes shifted from Fang Qingshan and Su He to the solitary figure of Wang Gui in the corner, he sensed the weight of many malicious eyes upon him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Suddenly, a loud crash pierced the air as someone launched a surprise attack from behind. But Wang Gui swiftly sidestepped the assault and retaliated with a powerful punch that sent his assailant crashing off the competition stage. This tense commotion quickly caught the attention of others in the square. Boom! The intervention of Wang Gui shattered the tense atmosphere, akin to a lit fuse that instantaneously ignited the previously tranquil scene, plunging the entire stone square into chaos. A thunderous roar erupted as shadows intertwined, transforming the square into a tumultuous frenzy, where cries and the clashing of weapons resonated through the air. In such pandemonium, many soon found themselves wounded and spitting blood, surrounded by adversaries, engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in utter disarray. Those fortunate enough to call for surrender or escape from the stone platform might have a chance at survival, while the unfortunate, encountering those blinded by bloodlust, faced an inevitable fate. In a corner, Wang Gui's gaze darkened as he surveyed the turmoil before him, which had exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a tournament of one-on-one battles leading to advancement, not this brutal selection process. His attention then shifted to the elevated platform above, where a few figures watched with keen interest. For the participants, this selection method was merciless, yet for the spectators, it was undoubtedly a visual feast. Refocusing on the battlefield ahead, despite the chaos, there existed several relatively calm and stable zones, defended by individuals such as Su He and Fang Qingshan. Anyone daring to approach these circles was swiftly repelled by those guarding them, negating the need for Su He and Fang Qingshan to intervene personally, as they evidently understood the essence of this competition. Just as Wang Gui pondered this, a few figures swiftly approached, encircling him. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice rang out across the square. At this sound, the individuals involuntarily turned their heads, their eyes meeting the source of the voice. And shock flashed across their faces before they scattered like startled birds. Wang Gui lifted his eyelids slightly and gazed into the distance where Kuei Hai approached, exuding an ominous aura. Chapter 55. Fierce Battle with Kuei Hai. Upon seeing the figure advancing towards him, Wang Gui's expression remained largely unchanged, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. Did you not cause the demise of Qingshan and Fu Wei? Kuei Hai's countenance was cold and menacing as he fixed his icy glare upon Wang Gui, his voice laced with frost. The mysterious disappearance of Fu Wei and Qingshan's continued absence were intricately linked to the latter. If I do not eliminate them, they would surely eliminate me. You are well aware of the rules here. Moreover, the number of souls that have perished by your hand is not insignificant, is it? Wang Gui let out a cold laugh and said, So, let us not speak of any grandiloquent justifications or excuses. We are all merely striving to survive. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. Between us, only one shall live today. Taking a deep breath, Kuei Hai's expression turned icy, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. The murder of Qingshan and Fu Wei had undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the Kuei Wolf Gang, leaving them unable to contend with formidable factions like the Tiana Gang, which fueled Kuei Hai's deep-seated hatred for Wang Gui, leaving him seething with indignation. In the face of Wang Gui's threat, Wang Gui merely smiled mockingly, offering no reply. I am aware that you possess a secret technique to enhance your strength, so do not hesitate to unleash it. This time, I shall hold nothing back. Kuei Hai's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, and as his words fell, a powerful aura erupted from within him, instantly tearing apart his upper garments. The Kuei wolf pattern. The beastly markings on Kuei Hai's body writhed as if animated, ultimately manifesting as the form of a black wolf. Simultaneously, Kuei Hai's physique enlarged, his muscles bulging, resembling a humanoid beast. Huff! Kuei Hai's transformation immediately attracted the attention of those present, instinctively causing them to retreat in response to the formidable aura he emitted. Before long, a wide space was cleared in the square, leaving only Kuei Hai and Wang Gui in the center. Observing Kuei Hai's sudden frenzy, Fang Qingshan's expression darkened. Before long, he noticed Sui casting him a warning glance. When their gazes met, Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow. It was evident that if he intervened to assist Wang Gui, the latter would surely retaliate against him. The best scenario at present was for both parties to remain unmoving, refraining from hostilities, allowing both to secure positions within the top 10. Alas, Fang Qingshan sighed with a wry smile, abandoning his intention to intervene. Noticing Fang Qingshan's understanding, Sui offered a faint smile and turned his attention back to the area where Kuei Hai stood. It was said that the ancestors of the Kuei wolf village had fortuitously discovered a secret technique in a blessed land, allowing them to harness the power of ferocious beasts to enhance their own strength, rendering them exceptionally formidable in battle. On the high platform, Fan Zhu observed the unfolding scene below and remarked slowly, Kuei Hai already possesses late-stage meridian opening strength. Coupled with the amplification from this secret technique, his aura likely approaches the bone-forging realm. That so-called genius, Wang Gui, may well meet his end here. Jifeng cast a sidelong glance at the visibly uneasy Su Xiao and sneered. Seeing the latter remain silent, Jifeng's heart grew colder, his gaze shifting to Wang Gui below. Humph, boy, you have thwarted our Qi family's endeavors. Remember not to. Before Jifeng's sinister smile could fully spread, it abruptly froze. He watched as Wang Gui suddenly unleashed an aura that had reached the intermediate stage of meridian opening. How is this possible? However, this rising aura showed no signs of abating. Instead, it continued to surge until, in the astonished gazes of many, It directly reached the late stage of meridian opening. Bang! Qifeng suddenly rose, his gaze fixed intently on the figure below, disbelief evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Xiao nearly crushed the wine jug in his hand. Staring in astonishment at the young man in the arena, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word, the shock within him lingering long after. He distinctly remembered the first time he encountered Wang Gui. The latter had just broken through to the martial artist realm, engaging in combat with Fu Wei at the entrance of the War Merit Hall. How could such a brief period have elapsed for him to advance to the late stage of meridian opening? Beside him, Huang Li and Yang Shi exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Indeed, reaching the mid-stage of meridian opening, coupled with the ability to rapidly enhance one's strength through secret techniques. This young lad possesses considerable skills. Fan Zhu, with narrowed eyes, discerned the technique Wang Gui had employed. Su Xiao and the others, upon hearing this, felt a slight sense of relief. They had been overwhelmed by the sudden surge of energy and had failed to observe closely. Nevertheless, achieving the mid-stage of meridian opening in such a short span was indeed astonishing. Not far away, Qifeng's countenance was ashen as he slowly sat down, a palpable aura of murderous intent swirling in his gaze. The alarming speed of Wang Gui's growth unsettled him, a sense of threat creeping into his heart. In the arena, Sui and Fang Qingshan, who were spectating from the sidelines, wore expressions of shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated Wang Gui's rapid breakthrough. The surrounding commotion, filled with astonishment, did not perturb Wang Gui. Beneath his garments, his skin faintly emanated a crimson glow, influenced by the blood-eye frenzy. His scarlet eyes fixed intently on the imposing figure before him. The latter, already a master in the late stage of meridian opening, had further augmented his strength through his unique secret technique. Wang Gui held no underestimation of his opponent. Wang Gui, even with your momentary augmentation of power, it will be of no avail. Prepare to meet your demise. Those who were once disregarded had now transformed into a formidable threat before him. The resentment within Kuei Hai steadily accumulated. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, his foot striking the ground, causing the stone slab beneath to crack instantaneously. As he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, a menacing black wolf head faintly materialized around Kuei Hai's fist. Having reached the bone-forging realm, not only had his speed seen tremendous enhancement in all aspects, but his mastery of martial techniques had also deepened, with the most evident manifestation being the embodiment of his martial skills. Clearly, the wolf head surrounding his fist was not entirely tangible but rather somewhat illusory. Yet it indicated that he had indeed touched upon that level. Faced with Kuei Hai's fierce assault, in the past he would have certainly chosen to evade the onslaught. However, with his current strength, he was more than capable of confronting it head-on. Even in the face of death, you still think of feasting? Then let me ensure you become a gluttonous ghost. Seeing Wang Gui in front of him nonchalantly eating from a bowl, Kuei Hai was momentarily taken aback, only for a chilling intensity to suddenly crystallize in his gaze. Bang! Two figures collided with a thunderous crash, sending violent waves of energy radiating outward and stirring the dust from the floor. The intertwining shadows of fists and legs created a web of movement. Bang! 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 The two combatants darted about like intertwined bolts of lightning, dazzling the onlookers with their breathtaking offensive maneuvers. The deep, resonant sounds of their strikes echoed throughout the venue, each impact accompanied by the tremor of the air. An array of astonished gazes converged upon the scene. Even those engaged in fierce battles were compelled to pause, their attention drawn to the fierce clash before them, their faces etched with shock and awe. Chapter 56. The fiery fist Wang Gui managed to endure for so long. Observing the two figures locked in combat, many could not help but exclaim in wonder. After unleashing the Kuei wolf pattern, Kuei Hai's strength surged dramatically, yet even so, he failed to vanquish Wang Gui in a short span, leaving the gathered crowd astonished. In contrast, Wang Gui had significantly less experience and reputation compared to Kuei Hai. Although he appeared to be at a disadvantage on the surface, Wang Gui maintained a composed demeanor, executing defensive counterattacks with finesse. Both warriors fought desperately, each intent on annihilating the other, leaving the outcome uncertain. Pang Jin stared in disbelief at the fierce battle unfolding before him. If he were to step into the fray, he doubted he could withstand even a single blow from either combatant. Both had employed secret techniques to enhance their power, making the crux of the battle hinge upon who could endure until the end. Fang Qingshan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. As a sworn enemy of the gang, he had clashed with Kuei Hai numerous times and found him to be exceptionally formidable, leaving even him uncertain of victory. Is Wang Gui truly so difficult to deal with? What is his background that allows him to hold his ground against Kuei Hai? Zhao Ping mused incredulously from a distance. Yet, Su He remained silent, his expression growing increasingly dark as he fixated on the ongoing battle. The fierce struggle showed no signs of abating. Kuei Hai, already towering in stature, swelled even larger after activating the Kuei wolf pattern, standing over 2 meters tall with exceptionally muscular physique, his skin adorned with lifelike beast patterns, resembling a werewolf. In contrast, Wang Gui appeared much smaller, his clothing torn to shreds under Kuei Hai's relentless assault, exposing his bronze-hued skin, marked with crimson lines that converged at his blood-red eyes. This fellow possesses such formidable physical strength. Even after I unleashed the clan's secret technique, the Kuei wolf pattern, he is able to contend with me. Could it be that, in addition to his blood-eye frenzy, he has also practiced some remarkable body-forging technique? As the shadows of fists danced, Kuei Hai's expression gradually darkened. He had not anticipated Wang Gui's remarkable tenacity, although he exerted himself with utmost seriousness and maintained a slight edge. He was unable to convert this advantage into a decisive victory, finding himself unable to subdue his opponent. The fact that Wang Gui could engage him fiercely without succumbing indicated the high caliber of the martial arts he practiced. Strangely, each collision imbued Kuei Hai with an ominous warmth that seared his skin, awakening an unsettling restlessness within the fire poison that lay dormant in his body. What is this? On the platform, Fan Zhu's aged eyes glimmered thoughtfully as he observed Wang Gui's skin. This boy is exceedingly peculiar. The time for delay has passed. Realizing this, Kuei Hai's gaze sharpened, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy that sent Wang Gui staggering backward. Boom! In the next moment, Kuei Hai let out a long howl, and the entire square echoed with a wolf's cry. A formidable aura surged from within him, rippling outward like a tempest. The howling wolf fist? Is Kuei Hai preparing for his final strike? Noticing this transformation, Fang Qingshan's expression changed slightly from across the square. Though the howling wolf fist was a mid-tier martial technique, its lethality was not far behind that of high-tier techniques. Wang Gui was surely doomed this time. Nearby, Su He observed the scene with a slow, cold smile. He had experienced the ferocity of Kuei Hai's howling wolf fist firsthand. Even he had not emerged unscathed. Wang Gui was destined for failure. With a ferocious shout, Kuei Hai's face contorted in rage as he leaped high into the air, resembling a ravenous wolf pouncing from above. The ferocity of his punch was unparalleled, far surpassing his previous strikes. Should it land, even a mid-stage martial artist would be obliterated. Gazing at the rapidly enlarging shadow of the fist, Wang Gui exhibited no intention of retreat. Instead, his resolve intensified. Taking a deep breath, a faint red glow enveloped his skin, and as he swung his fist, this radiance converged upon his right hand, igniting into flames. His gaze swiftly fixed upon the figure suspended in midair, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Infernal Flame Fist. This martial technique was one he had comprehended during his cultivation of the first layer of the Infernal Flame art. Boom. The two fists collided amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, erupting in a cacophony of sound as a wave of intense heat surged outward. Simultaneously, the two figures were hurled backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Accompanied by a resounding thud, they spewed blood, creating 2 deep craters upon impact. Hiss. Witnessing the tragic state of both combatants, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The brutality of the clash exceeded their expectations. Indeed, it was true. Who would have thought this young lad had truly mastered the Infernal Flame art? On the high platform, Fan Zhu gasped in astonishment. The technique employed by his opponent was the very magic flame art he had unexpectedly acquired. However, he had presumed that the latter had merely skimmed the surface of this profound technique. To his utter disbelief, Wang Gui had successfully mastered the first layer of the magic flame art, a revelation that completely took Fan Zhu by surprise. What? He learned the magic flame art? How can this be possible? Did he not fear the backlash of the fire poison? The 4 individuals beside him were equally taken aback, with Chi Feng exclaiming in shock. He was well aware of the magic flame art. When Fan Zhu first obtained this technique, he had attempted to cultivate it himself. However, due to the fire poison within his body, he had to abandon his efforts. Continuing to practice would inevitably provoke a catastrophic eruption of the fire poison. Thus, the news of Wang Gui's successful cultivation of the magic flame art left him utterly flabbergasted. Beside them, Su Xiao was equally astonished, his mouth agape. He had previously heard whispers of a reckless youth in the technique pavilion who had borrowed the magic flame art. But he had never imagined that this audacious individual would be Wang Gui. How bold of him! The crux of the matter was that he had actually succeeded in mastering the magic flame art. Su Zhao's expression of shock quickly morphed into a wry smile. The remarkable talent displayed by this young man was indeed rare, and given time, he was destined for greatness. How could the Su family ever confine him? Crash! As the dust settled, Wang Gui abruptly leaped from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze was imbued with a fierce and murderous intent. Without a moment's pause, he surged forth, his wrist twisting to reveal the azure flame blade, its searing edge slicing through the air as it aimed mercilessly at Kuei Hai below. Wang Gui had never harbored any thoughts of mercy toward Kuei Hai. Their animosity had long reached an irreconcilable point. Even if Wang Gui did not wish to kill, his adversary had already deemed him an implacable foe. He could not afford to leave such a perilous threat looming behind him. Clang! A black spear abruptly appeared before Kuei Hai's chest, intercepting the assault of the azure flame blade. Kuei Hai's eyes were bloodshot, filled with a menacing ferocity, and with a powerful strike of his palm against the ground, he swiftly flipped and leapt out of the rubble. Boom! The two locked eyes, and without a trace of hesitation, they clashed once more in a fierce battle. Chapter 57. General Fan. The clash of blades and the echo of metal resonated throughout the square. At this moment, Wang Gui's eyes had returned to their original state. And similarly, Kuei Hai had reverted to his former size, indicating that the secret techniques enhancing their power had ceased to function. Wang Gui and Kuei Hai were both covered in dust and blood, their garments tattered, hair disheveled, and they appeared utterly disheveled, struggling to endure after a fierce battle. Clang! The Qingyan blade danced in Wang Gui's hand, at times exhibiting the ferocity of a butcher's knife technique, and at others transforming into the ethereal grace of the willow sword technique. Although this swordplay seemed deceptively simple, its movements were measured with remarkable intricacy. Wang Gui wielded the blade to execute this swordplay with an ease that belied any notion of complexity, flowing seamlessly as if it were second nature. Perhaps, should the opportunity arise in the future, he might seek out a fine sword. Bang! After a series of intense clashes, the two figures once again separated. At this moment, Wang Gui's upper garment lay in tatters, leaving only a beast hide covering his form, his body appearing somewhat gaunt yet defined in muscle, adorned with slender crimson streaks. Kuei Hai, on the other hand, was hardly faring better, gasping for breath, his clothes marked by deep gashes from a long blade, blood streaming freely. The onlookers, witnessing the disheveled state of the two, collectively gasped in shock. Wang Gui, I will kill you. I will kill you. Ah! Kuei Hai's chest heaved violently, and suddenly, his expression shifted drastically as he threw his head back and roared to the heavens, his eyes igniting with a furious crimson. Fire poison, level 5. Observing this scene, an enigmatic smile crept upon Wang Gui's lips, and he swiftly retreated, maintaining a comparatively safe distance from his adversary. Is this the eruption of fire poison? The sight before them mirrored that of Fu Wei's previous bout with fire poison, and Fang Qingshan could not help but exclaim. Su He, equally astonished, soon furrowed his brow in concern. At this critical juncture, Kuei Hai had succumbed to the eruption of fire poison? They were all too familiar with fire poison, having prepared in advance to suppress it during the trial competition to avoid unforeseen accidents. Could it be that Kuei Hai had been negligent and overlooked this matter? Ah! Just as Fang Qingshan and the others were engulfed in astonishment, Kuei Hai let out a piercing roar and, brandishing his spear, charged wildly into the surrounding crowd, swinging indiscriminately while shouting Wang Gui's name as if possessed. The onlookers, initially stunned by the unfolding chaos, quickly regained their senses as they witnessed figures fall lifeless beneath Kuei Hai's spear. They exchanged glances and promptly sprang into action to subdue him. Thud! Yet, before they could restrain Kuei Hai, his face turned crimson, and he spat a mouthful of blood. A profound sense of unwillingness etched upon his features before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As they gazed at the sudden demise of Kuei Hai, the square was enveloped in a profound silence. Kuei Hai is dead? Zhao Ping's mouth gaped in disbelief at the sight before him. Beside him, Su He, after a brief moment of shock, gradually wore a grim expression. The prowess and talent of Wang Gui instilled in him a deep sense of peril. If such a genius were to enter the Su family, what place would remain for him? In the distance, Fang Qingshan glanced at the fallen Kuei Hai and then at the enigmatic Wang Gui across the way. A faint furrow formed on his brow as memories of the previous encounter with Fu Wei resurfaced, giving rise to a perplexing question in his mind. Why did those who engaged with Wang Gui invariably experience a sudden flare-up of the fire poison? Could it be that the latter possessed some means to provoke such an eruption? The moment this thought emerged, Fang Qingshan felt a jolt of unease in his heart. After Kuei-Hai's demise, the items on his body transformed into luminous orbs, which then entered Wang Gui's backpack space. However, Wang Gui had no time to inspect these treasures. Instead, he swiftly consumed a healing potion, his gaze vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. The contest was far from over, and he had to exercise caution against those who might seek to ambush him in his weakened state. Fortunately, perhaps due to the shockwave generated by Kuei-Hai's defeat, the gazes of potential assailants lingered on him momentarily before retreating, tinged with trepidation. Although the recent battle had left the spectators in awe, the competition pressed on. After a brief lull, the once quiet square erupted once more into chaos and bloodshed. Wang Gui, still alone in a corner, found himself unbothered by any challengers. Before long, the results of the contest were announced. As Wang Gui had anticipated, the surviving participants bore little change from the top 10, save for the absence of Kuei-Hai, whose position was claimed by a member of the Chi-Min faction. From the elevated platform, the four commanders leaped down to address the crowd, distributing rewards such as battle merits and medicinal pills. Su Xiao cast a satisfied glance at Wang Gui and remarked with a smile, "You truly are full of surprises. My friend, do confess, have you genuinely been practicing the demon flame technique?" Upon hearing this, Wang Gui, with a bittersweet smile, nodded, no longer concealing the truth. "Once I have recovered from my injuries, I shall pay a visit to the main pavilion." Su Xiao, taken aback by the admission, couldn't help but feel astonished. This technique had once instilled in him a fear that had prevented him from even attempting to cultivate it. As the competition drew to a close, the crowd gradually dispersed like a receding tide. The outcome of the contest, particularly Wang Gui's sudden ascent, had undoubtedly become the focal point of discussion within the military camp. Those who had previously underestimated Wang Gui began to approach him with newfound warmth, while those harboring ill intentions discreetly suppressed their malice. Upon learning of Wang Gui's remarkable performance, both Daniel and Xiao Hongyu came forth to offer their congratulations. Daniel, having acquired the Blood Soul Spear technique, experienced a meteoric rise in his cultivation, breaking through to the initial stage of the meridian opening and establishing himself as a martial artist. Xiao Hongyu, having withdrawn from the contest after being kidnapped by Kuei-Hai, had prioritized her safety. After a few days of rest, Wang Gui made his way to Su Xiao. Ignoring the peculiar glances and hushed murmurs directed at him along the way, he chose to remain unfazed. Upon entering the military headquarters and greeting Su Xiao with a respectful clasp of his fists, he was introduced. "Wang Gui, allow me to present to you General Fan." Su Xiao gestured toward an elderly figure clad in silver armor, who stood beside him. "It is an honor to meet General Fan. Although we had a fleeting encounter at the Stone Square a few days ago, this is our first meeting at such close quarters. The individual before me, despite his hair being streaked with gray, possesses vibrant eyes and a rosy complexion, exuding vitality that belies his age of 60 or 70 years. It is known that he is a master of the Yuan Wu realm. It is often said that those who attain profound cultivation and transcendental states can maintain eternal youth and longevity, living for hundreds or even thousands of years. Such claims are not mere fabrications. Haha, young one, your performance in the recent competition was exceptionally impressive. There has been much discussion about you in the military camp lately. I heard that you have only recently joined the military and have already progressed to the mid-stage of meridian opening. Such a rate of growth is indeed rare," remarked Fan Zhu with a smile. "It is primarily thanks to the Fire Xian Tower. Without the nurturing of the military camp, I would not have achieved my current accomplishments." Wang Gui replied, pausing briefly and clasping his hands in respect. "Indeed, it is commendable." Observing the youthful individual with such awareness, Fan Zhu nodded slowly and then inquired with a smile, "Do you know why you have been summoned here today?" Wang Gui's gaze shifted slightly as he recalled the question posed by Su Xiao. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Is it because the junior has practiced the demon flame technique?" In Chapter 58, titled Cave Heaven Grade, Fan Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Gui and, with a faint smile, nodded in acknowledgement. "This demon flame technique was something I chanced upon during my youth in a small spiritual cave." "A small spiritual cave?" Wang Gui inquired, puzzled. Noticing the latter's confusion, Fan Zhu refrained from providing a direct explanation and instead posed another question. Do you know why we, among our kind, tend to focus more on cultivating our martial bodies rather than pursuing spiritual cultivation? Wang Gui remarked, the spiritual energy in this world is exceedingly sparse, barely sufficient to support the cultivation of practitioners. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that we have devoted ourselves to tempering our physical forms, honing our martial skills, and delving into the path of martial arts. Fan Zhu's eyes brightened, surprised that his companion possessed such knowledge. He then nodded slightly and continued, however, there exist certain celestial realms and extraordinary secret domains that harbor the essence capable of nourishing practitioners' cultivation, along with spiritual essence stones and various treasures. Such celestial realms are referred to as spiritual heavens, or simply spiritual domains. Wang Gui secretly clicked his tongue, listening intently. Through the latter's explanation, he gradually grasped that the various realms of cave heavens could be broadly classified into categories such as minor spiritual heavens and major spiritual heavens, depending on the abundance of spiritual energy and other cultivation resources. The cave heavens he had encountered previously, including his own residence, the White Dragon Cave, were merely ordinary cave heavens at best. Fan Zhu stroked his beard and chuckled. I heard Su Xiao mention that the Su family was fortunate to have your assistance in gaining control over Shuemong Mountain. And recent investigations have revealed that Shuemong Mountain is indeed a minor spiritual heaven. What? Shuemong Cave Heaven is actually a spiritual-grade cave heaven? Su Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, did your family not inform you? It seems they have maintained their secrecy quite well, even keeping you in the dark. Or perhaps they simply did not consider you. Fan Zhu cast a peculiar glance at Su Xiao. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's expression grew complex, and he lowered his head, lost in thought. The revelation that Shuemong Mountain was a minor spiritual heaven also astonished Wang Gui. No wonder the four families had been relatively quiet lately, especially Qi Jingtian, who, after failing to dispatch assassins, had refrained from making any direct moves against him. They had merely assigned Kuei Hai, someone with whom he had previous conflicts. And even the members of the Qi family had remained inactive. It turned out that these individuals were fixated on Shuemong Mountain. Indeed, his insignificant little Karami paled in comparison to Shuemong Mountain. After all, Shuemong Mountain was a minor spiritual heaven, containing a wealth of spiritual treasures. If he could gain entry, the benefits would be immeasurable, possibly even leading to his ascension as a spiritual cultivator. The thought of claiming it as his own residence filled Wang Gui with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Haha, little one, what are you pondering? Such a blessed cave heaven is beyond the reach of someone at your mere channeling realm. Not only are the four families stationed at every entrance, but even if you were to find a gap to slip in, the dangers inside are no trifling matter. Just the powerful beasts alone would be enough to make even me retreat. Upon witnessing the fervent expression of the latter, Fan Zhu quickly comprehended the situation and could not help but smile and shake his head. Such realms of exceptional quality are rare treasures, not only in Xianyan City, but throughout the entire western Lin Icefield. Each of these places possesses immense opportunities and fortunes, all firmly occupied by local powers, leaving others with no chance to even contemplate them. Once a force or sect possesses such a precious domain, it signifies their ability to cultivate rare combatants known as spiritual practitioners. Due to the unique resources within these realms, as long as one possesses such a sanctuary, they can ensure the perpetual prosperity of their faction, barring any external influences. Although spiritual practitioners boast formidable strength and can wield their spiritual powers in combat, they often face challenges due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the outside world. After engaging in fierce battles, some cultivators find themselves unable to restore their powers and must return to their spiritual sanctuaries or utilize spiritual essence stones and various treasures rich in spiritual energy to replenish their strength. This situation highlights a significant drawback for spiritual practitioners. Within the confines of their sanctuaries, they can unleash their full potential without restraint, while outside, they must meticulously manage their energy consumption. Consequently, many prominent spiritual practitioners prefer to limit their activities in the outside world. Even when conflicts arise between factions, they tend to rely on dialogue rather than resorting to violence, often remaining in their respective sanctuaries unless an urgent matter demands their attention. In contrast, martial artists are free from such concerns. Chuckling, Fan Zhu remarked, with age comes verbosity. I nearly forgot the matter for which I called you. Since you have practiced the demon flame technique, you must be aware of its challenges. All who cultivate this technique are inevitably plagued by fire poison. Little one, How did you manage to disregard the fire poison and successfully advance the demon flame technique to its first level? Upon finishing, the elder's gaze was intensely fixed upon Wang Gui, as if he sought to peer into his very soul. Hearing this, Su Xiao, standing nearby, also cast a curious glance in his direction. Wang Gui pondered for a moment and then said, "It is not that I can disregard the fire poison, but rather that I possess an item capable of neutralizing it. Oh, in the camp, there are numerous elixirs designed to dispel fire poison. However, they are exorbitantly priced and, furthermore, their efficacy is rather lackluster. Moreover, as a newcomer to the military, how could you possibly have the spare funds or merits to procure such elixirs? I must admit, I am quite intrigued by the item you mentioned," replied Fanju, somewhat skeptically. "The esteemed general jests," Wang Gui retorted. "I happened upon a particular herb that remarkably counteracts fire poison. It was after consuming this herb that I successfully completed the cultivation of the demon flame technique." Wang Gui pondered for a moment and decided against concealing the truth, revealing several green fruits resembling apples. "What are these? Where did you obtain them?" Fanju and Su Xiao both turned their gazes towards him. "These fruits are known as ice bodhi fruits. They were fortuitously discovered when my subordinates were dispatched to eradicate the bandits of the White Dragon Cave. We found that these fruits possess the remarkable ability to clear heat and detoxify. Thus, while practicing the fiery demon technique, I dared to consume these fruits, and unexpectedly, they indeed alleviated the fire poison," Wang Gui explained. "Oh, the White Dragon Cave, you say?" Fanju remarked, taking the ice bodhi fruits and scrutinizing them closely, while muttering, "The secret technique you employed to enhance your strength during the battle with Kuei Hai at the Grandstone Plaza was also acquired from the White Dragon Cave, wasn't it?" Wang Gui responded, "At that time, I was fortunate enough to defeat Huang Ba, and under pressing circumstances, we could only leave with his body." Wang Gui felt a sudden chill, fearing that the other party might harbor unnecessary suspicions regarding the current state of the White Dragon Cave. He hastily added, "As for the White Dragon Cave, since the fall of Huang Ba, it has merely been occupied by a motley crew of wandering soldiers, posing no threat. Subsequently, the power of Huang Long Cave fell into the hands of Huang Ba's widow, Lu Yuqing, who has become the new leader. The insignificant White Dragon Cave is hardly a concern for me. What I truly care about is whether that medicinal herb still exists in the White Dragon Cave." Fanju spoke slowly. Wang Gui was taken aback and quickly replied, "I found the ice bodhi fruit in Huang Ba's storage, but there are only a few left. Aside from what I need for my own cultivation, this is all that remains." He dared not produce too many, fearing that it might raise suspicion. Fanju furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before he sighed softly. "This medicinal fruit is so rare that even I have never heard of it." Noticing the latter's dejected expression, Wang Gui tentatively inquired, "General, do you require this ice bodhi fruit? Could it be that the esteemed general is also practicing the demon flame technique?" Su Xiao interjected. Wang Gui nodded knowingly. Fanju let out a long sigh and spoke slowly, "Indeed, I have cultivated the fiery demon technique. The reason the fire poison within me has not erupted is solely due to my ability to forcibly suppress it with my Yuan Wu realm strength. Despite being aware of the inherent dangers of such a profound technique, I willingly took the risk to cultivate it. Although the fiery demon technique has propelled my cultivation to astonishing heights, it has also allowed the fire poison to penetrate deep into my bones, causing my skin to rot under its relentless assault. The silver armor I wear was crafted at my request by a master artificer, adorned with icy runes to counteract the cold poison, which is why I have donned it for so many years. Despite employing various methods to cleverly delay the ravages of the fire poison, I have ultimately failed to eradicate it at its source. Now, having entered the twilight of my years, the accumulated fire poison within me has become akin to a chronic affliction, increasingly stubborn, even for someone as powerful as I. Facing the fire poison that has been accumulating over time, should it erupt, I would inevitably meet a dismal fate. Thus, upon learning that you successfully cultivated the fiery demon technique, I sought to meet with you." Chapter 59. Return to the White Dragon Cave. Fanju, Yuan Wu Realm. Status: Fire poison level 10. As Fanju spoke, Wang Gui quietly examined the latter's information. Upon seeing the fire poison level, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Such a terrifying fire poison. Had it been anyone else lacking the strength of the Yuan Wu realm, they would have long since perished. I believe the old general is destined for divine intervention, and surely the fire poison will be successfully expelled, Wang Gui said, cupping his fists in salute. I do not wish to take advantage of you, young one. According to the rules, only those in the late stage of meridian opening may join the City Lord's mansion. However, since you ranked in the top 10 during the trial competition and publicly defeated Kuei Hai, you are more than qualified to join. Would you be willing? Fan Zhu asked with a smile, gesturing dismissively. The fire poison had accumulated within him for decades. He understood better than anyone the severity of his condition. He then regarded Wang Gui with a discerning eye, feeling a sense of appreciation for his talent. Join the City Lord's mansion? Wang Gui paused, casting a glance at Su Xiao nearby. Fan Zhu continued with a smile. I am aware of your connection with the Su family, but joining the City Lord's mansion does not conflict with your ties to them. There are indeed disciples of the Su family serving within the City Lord's mansion. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude to the old general. To receive his recognition is a stroke of fortune. Do you understand how many aspire to join the City Lord's mansion? The old general's willingness to make an exception for you will surely incite envy in many. Su Xiao quickly urged Wang Gui, recognizing that his entry into the City Lord's mansion would also be beneficial for their family. Thank you, old general. Wang Gui nodded in acknowledgement and respectfully clasped his fists, consenting to join the City Lord's mansion. Haha, since you have mastered the fiery demon technique, it seems we are fated to cross paths, remarked Fan Zhu, stroking his long beard with a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then retrieved a finely crafted token from his sleeve and slowly extended it, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This is your symbol of identity. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of the City Lord's mansion. As you have now aligned yourself with our establishment, you are entitled to a place of refuge. With this token, you may select any residence in the city to rent, allowing you to bring your family to stay and shield them from the harshness of the outside world. Thank you, esteemed general. The military camp also falls under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's mansion, granting you the same freedom of movement, and there are special privileges at the fire tower. Su Xiao added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's expression brightened as he stowed the token and departed. I hope this ice Bodhi fruit will prove beneficial to me, Fan Zhu mused, shaking his head with a sigh. He had originally hoped to extract some useful information from Wang Gui, but all he received were a few medicinal fruits. Observing that the latter did not seem to be lying, he decided to trust him this once. In a few days, the time would arrive for the opening of Shuimang Mountain, and it was anticipated that the city of Xianyin would be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. Should this fruit prove useful to me and alleviate a significant portion of the fire poison, I may have the chance to be among the first group to venture into the mountain in search of treasure. If it is of no use, I shall simply have to wait a while longer, for I have no desire to perish within. After Wang Gui departed, he held the City Lord's command and chose a relatively secluded mansion within the city. By chance, he encountered Lu De Biao, who was beside Lu Yuqing. Upon seeing the latter, Wang Gui's expression darkened slightly. Through their conversation, he learned that Lu Yuqing had news regarding the leader of the Shuimang bandit group, Wu Qi. It seemed she was somewhat impatient. Nonetheless, he had promised to return and discover what she truly knew. After contemplation, Wang Gui decided to revisit the White Dragon Cave. In the past, the thought of killing Wu Qi would have filled him with trepidation and a sense of hopelessness. However, times had changed. He had slain Kuei Hai and disbanded the Kuei Wolf Gang. Now, Wang Gui possessed both the confidence and strength to contend with anyone who was not a master of the bone refinement realm. Before returning to the White Dragon Cave, Wang Gui made a stop at Linhu village to visit Old Li. Ever since Wang Gui's departure, Old Li had been under the care of Dinyo's parents. They were all well, and Old Li remained as he had always been. Wang Gui had initially intended to bring them back to Xianyin City or the White Dragon Cave, but they declined, expressing their attachment to the village. Wang Gui did not press the matter and left some fire essence stones and beast meat before taking his leave. At the White Dragon Cave's council hall, it had only been a few days since they last met. Yet the cave master had already advanced to the mid-stage of the meridian opening realm, a remarkable speed indeed. Lu Yuqing, clad in a flowing white robe that enveloped her voluptuous form, began to scrutinize Wang Gui with her enchanting eyes, filled with wonder and, more prominently, delight. So, you summon me in such haste. What good news do you bear? Wang Gui maintained a sense of vigilance towards this woman, whose beauty surpassed any he had encountered thus far, truly unparalleled. The Shuimang Cave Heaven is about to be opened, Lu Yuqing revealed slowly. You are aware of the Shuimang Cave Heaven? Wang Gui inquired, astonished. Our Shuimang bandit group resides between Shuimang Mountain and Xiaomang Mountain, strictly speaking. We are part of Shuimang Mountain. Naturally, I am familiar with matters within the mountains, Lu Yuqing replied calmly. My father once explored Shuemeng Mountain and stumbled upon a cavern rich with treasures. Otherwise, how could I possess Ling Yun stones? Ling Yun stones can only be found in the lesser spiritual heavens. Ordinary cave heavens do not yield them. It seems that the cavern discovered by my father in Shuemeng Mountain must be a minor branch of the Shuemeng cave heaven. Are we to compete with those individuals for opportunities? Wang Gui curled his lips in disdain, remarking that the snow-mound mountain was indeed a minor spiritual realm. And whether they could gain entry remained uncertain, as the Su family would undoubtedly impose strict surveillance. Lu Yuqing shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and said, although I cannot ascertain whether that cave is connected to the Snow-Mound Mountain's celestial domain, it is certain that within Snow-Mound Mountain lies great fortune. However, there will also be immense peril. Our current prowess is hardly sufficient to even serve as a mere snack for the beasts dwelling within the celestial realm. Even if we were to venture forth, we could hardly be among the first to do so. Oh, Wang Gui expressed a note of skepticism. Lu Yuqing then remarked, what I wish to convey is that the emergence of the Snow-Mang Mountain's celestial cave has captured the attention of the Black Demon Cave's Elder Qian. The moment Elder Qian enters the Snow-Mang Mountain's celestial cave will be our prime opportunity to reclaim the Snow Python stronghold. That is indeed a clever strategy. Wang Gui pondered for a moment before countering. However, if Elder Qian has ventured to Snow-Mang Mountain, why not directly invade his lair and annihilate the Black Demon Cave? Lu Yuqing shook his head with a wry smile and replied, unless we possess the capability to secure the Black Demon Cave, should Elder Qian return from Snow-Mang Mountain. With his prowess, he could effortlessly reclaim it, or even obliterate us. Very well, Wang Gui nodded in agreement. But there is one more matter. Lu Yuqing paused before continuing. What is it? Even though Elder Qian is absent, there are numerous formidable experts by Wu Qi's side, all of whom are his acquaintances, with strength surpassing the mid-stage of the meridian opening. Lu Yuqing furrowed his brow and stated, in our White Dragon Cave. You are the only one at the mid-stage of the meridian opening, thus we require assistance. Assistance, you say? Wang Gui fell into deep contemplation. Currently, he had few friends in the military camp. Xiao Luo and Wu Chun had vanished without a trace, although he maintained a decent relationship with Chao Hongyu and Fang Qingshan. Approaching them with the intention of eradicating bandits without a military order or merit-based task would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The cost of their assistance was secondary. The primary concern was how to justify his request in a legitimate manner without arousing their doubts. It seemed he would need to return and consult General Fan for guidance. Chapter 60. Negotiation with Fan Zhu. Wang Gui visited the Spirit Beast Garden, where two snow lions frolicked together, their pure white coats gleaming with vitality, while another snow lion lay lethargically curled in a corner. Could it be unwell? Previously, while feeding at the White Dragon Cave, he had not paid much attention, but now, upon closer inspection, he realized that this little snow lion exhibited troubling signs. Its fur appeared dull and withered compared to the other two, and it was noticeably frail. Trembling as if burning with fever, its eyes dull and lifeless. This was a case of a congenital weak spirit body. A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. It was Lu Yuqing. What is a congenital weak spirit body? Wang Gui asked, astonished. In the realm of living beings, there exist those favored by the heavens, who, from birth, possess an extraordinary advantage on their path of cultivation. They are known as congenital spirit bodies. Lu Yuqing explained, conversely. Those forsaken and abandoned by the heavens are referred to as congenital weak spirit bodies. In simple terms, this little snow lion would not survive beyond 6 months. It was destined to perish. Is there any way to save it? Wang Gui furrowed his brow slightly. The adult snow lion can reach the 4th tier of demon beasts, comparable to the strength of a human in the bone refinement realm, each one a rare asset in combat. Lu Yuqing shrugged her delicate shoulders, the white beast fur slipping away to reveal her snow-white skin, and she sighed. It seems that fate has decreed its demise. No amount of spirit herbs or elixirs will save it. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet the subsequent words from Lu Yuqing rekindled a glimmer of hope. I am not well versed in matters concerning spirit beasts, but the friend who accompanied you earlier may possess a solution. Earlier? Are you referring to Xiao Luo? Wang Gui inquired, perplexed. You need not be told. You can sense that this young girl is extraordinary. She employs unique methods to control beasts. Otherwise, she would not have been able to command that snow lion to engage in combat with Huang Ba back in the main hall. Lu Yuqing continued. It is important to note that the snow lion had long ago entered into a spirit beast contract with Huang Ba, acknowledging him as its master. To disregard such a contract and manipulate a spirit beast to turn against its owner is a rare skill indeed. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Yet I cannot recall. As she reached the end of her words, Lu Yuqing's voice faded to a whisper, a trace of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. But she quickly returned to her usual composure. Young girl? Wang Gui was taken aback upon hearing the crucial information ahead. Oh, you are unaware? Lu Yuqing chuckled softly. It is true. Although this young girl has altered her appearance and attire, deliberately masquerading as a beggar to deceive others, she cannot fool me. Memories of Xiao Luo flooded his mind. Short in stature, filthy, and disheveled. It was difficult for Wang Gui to conceive that such a person could be a woman in disguise. If given the opportunity, he would inquire further, seeking her assistance. The thought of relinquishing a spirit beast capable of reaching the 4th tier was truly disheartening. Xiao Luo had been absent for some time, and he could only shake his head with a wry smile, pondering her whereabouts. Can you truly gather such a multitude? I shall do my utmost. When do we depart? In 3 days. By the way, please send more people to collect ice Buddha fruits. They will be of great use to me. According to the intelligence provided by Lu Yuqing, the Xuemeng mountain stronghold boasted a population of 400 to 500, excluding the miscellaneous bandits. Among them, there were over 10 in the mid-stage of pulse connection and at least 5 in the late stage. Such a formidable lineup could not be dealt with merely through underhanded tactics like poisoning. At the military camp, the old general was in seclusion, forbidding any interruptions. Wang Gui sought an audience with Fanju, but was thwarted by the guards. In his predicament, he reluctantly turned to Su Xiao. After receiving the ice Bodhi fruit from you, General Fan sought out the city's alchemist to refine it into a pill. He is currently in seclusion, focusing on the alchemical process. What business do you have with the esteemed general? Su Xiao inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Gui said, I would appreciate it if Commander Su could convey a message, indicating that I possess a method to expel the fire poison within the old general. What did you say? In the room, Fanju sat at the head of the table, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the figure below, and he slowly remarked, I heard from Su Xiao that you have a way to eliminate the fire poison afflicting me. I indeed have a method. Wang Gui clasped his fists respectfully. What method is this? The ice Bodhi fruit? Humph. Fanju let out a cold snort, and in an instant, the teacup in his hand shattered. His aged face turning icy as he solemnly declared, I consumed the elixir refined from the ice Bodhi fruit you provided, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the fire poison. Do not presume that I am easily deceived. As his words fell, an unprecedented wave of terrifying pressure surged forth, causing Wang Gui to pale in shock. Retreating several steps as his internal energy roiled, a briny taste surged into his throat, which he forcibly swallowed down. Truly, a formidable master of the Yuan Wu realm. If the latter wished to take his life, it would require but a single strike. Calm yourself, General. Even if I were granted tenfold courage, I would not dare to deceive you. The ice Bodhi fruit is indeed an excellent remedy for fire poison. However, it necessitates a specific refining method to yield such results. Wang Gui hurriedly explained. Oh, so you possess knowledge of the art of alchemy? Fanju raised an eyebrow, the fury within him subsiding slightly. I dare not claim such expertise. I merely know a few refining techniques, Wang Gui replied. Wang Gui flipped his palm and produced the ice Buddha medicinal soup, then continued. I have indeed consumed this concoction to expel the fire toxin. I trust that with your esteemed perception, General, you can discern the authenticity of this remedy. Moreover, with my humble capabilities, how could I possibly dare to deceive you? As for the notion of poisoning the soup, I ask you, at your level of mastery, what toxin could you possibly fear? Besides, before any poison could take effect, you could easily strike me down with a single blow. I would never commit such folly. Wang Gui spoke with utmost respect. Humph, I doubt you would. Having found merit in the latter's words, Fanju scoffed lightly, accepting the ice Buddha soup. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he discerned no deception, and then consumed it in one gulp. Remarkably, it appeared to have an extraordinary effect. Moments later, he felt a refreshing coolness within, and the fire toxin began to show signs of abatement, leaving Fanju astonished. Witnessing this, Wang Gui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared being struck dead by the general. The fire toxin within Fanju was deeply entrenched, and relying solely on the ice Buddha soup would not suffice for complete eradication. However, as long as he could instill a glimmer of hope for recovery, it would be enough. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Fanju's demeanor transformed, excitement igniting in his eyes as he laughed heartily towards the heavens. Wang Gui, you have done exceptionally well. Do you have more of this medicine? If you can indeed help me rid myself of the fire toxin, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. Wang Gui narrowed his eyes slightly and then clasped his fist respectfully, saying, although the ice body soup is effective, the old general's fire poison has long since seeped into his bones. It requires a substantial quantity of ice body fruits and prolonged nurturing to remedy. However, I do not possess such a quantity of ice body fruits at hand. That is manageable, the elder replied. Since you are familiar with the method of concoction, I shall send someone to procure the ice body fruits. During this time, you shall remain by my side to assist in the alchemical process. Fan Zhu waved his hand with a smile, expressing that as long as the method for preparation was available, the necessary medicinal materials could be sought anew. Wang Gui responded, my subordinate is aware of a location abundant with ice Buddha fruits, sufficient to assist the general in eliminating the fire poison within his body. Where is it? Speak quickly. Fan Zhu inquired urgently, his eyes lighting up. The Snow Python Stronghold. The Snow Python Stronghold. Upon hearing this name, Fan Zhu pondered for a moment before saying, isn't that the camp of the bandits from Little Mang Mountain? I recall that the Snow Python Stronghold has been seized by the dark sorcerer Qian from the Black Demon Cave. Indeed, that is the case. Wang Gui nodded and then remarked, however, after being occupied by the old demon Qian, this stronghold was handed over to his foster son, Wu Qi. What are your thoughts on this matter? Fan Zhu paused momentarily before turning to Wang Gui and inquired, Wu Qi is ruthless and merciless, taking lives without hesitation. Many soldiers from our camp, when dispatched on missions near Xiaomang Mountain, have fallen victim to his ambushes. It is unknown how many of our men he has slain. Wang Gui sincerely expressed, I have heard that the old demon Qian has spent a considerable sum to purchase a quota for the Shuemang Cave. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to eradicate the Shuemang Mountain stronghold and avenge the fallen soldiers. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall dispatch individuals to assist you, replied Fan Zhu after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Thank you, General. With the latter's consent, Wang Gui felt a quiet sigh of relief within, refraining from further idle chatter as he turned to depart. This young man, though not of great age, possesses a considerable cunning. He intends to use me as a pawn. The old demon Qian has been trapped in the late stages of the bone-forging realm for many years, and with his lifespan nearing its end, he will undoubtedly seek a sliver of breakthrough at Shuemang Mountain. Timing his actions now suggests he has made ample preparations. Nevertheless, regardless of the enmity this lad bears towards them, as long as he can assist me in dispelling the fire poison, all can be negotiated. Otherwise, upon leaving the loft, Wang Gui conveyed the news to Lu Yuqing. He then returned to his residence to collect a few items before heading to the Huishuan Tower. With some time remaining until the agreed-upon date with Lu Yuqing, Wang Gui aimed to enhance his strength as much as possible in preparation for the impending journey to Shuemang Mountain. After the trials and competition, Wang Gui had accrued 1,000 battle merits, a sum ample for his indulgence. This time, he chose to spend 200 battle merits for an hour in the 13th level. In the rocky chamber, atop the Huishuan platform, he declared, let us begin. Gazing at the crimson blood bowl and the needle, Wang Gui took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. He dipped the needle into the blood beside him, then proceeded to pierce patterns onto his own skin. The esoteric technique that Wang Gui is currently cultivating is none other than the Kuei wolf pattern, which was once employed by Kuei Hai. To be precise, it is known as the pattern of the hound beast. This art involves the meticulous refinement of beast blood through secret methods, utilizing it as ink to inscribe intricate blood patterns upon the body. The potency of the technique correlates directly with the strength of the beast blood used. The more formidable the blood, the mightier the resultant power. However, the most challenging aspect of this practice lies in the necessity for the skin to absorb the medicinal properties each time the patterns are inscribed upon the body. Kuei Hai began this arduous process in his youth, gradually etching the patterns until, upon reaching maturity, he could barely master it. Wang Gui found himself constrained by time, leaving him with but a singular method to contemplate, harnessing the power of flames through the infernal flame technique, while simultaneously etching the potent essence of beast blood into his very skin. The beast blood he sought was none other than the royal blood of the fire lizard, obtained within the fiery confines of the Earthfire City. Though this approach bore its inherent dangers, the formidable enhancements it promised were sufficient to entice him into taking the risk. Naturally, Wang Gui did not adorn his entire body with the intricate patterns at once. Instead, he opted to experiment on his hands and feet first to gauge the results. Hiss. Ah. The visage of Wang Gui was fearsome, An intense agony nearly caused him to lose consciousness as he invoked the fiery magic technique. The myriad of small punctures from the needles felt as if countless ants were burrowing into his flesh, a relentless swarm that pierced the skin and penetrated deep into the marrow. This sensation of pain was unparalleled, far exceeding that of wounds inflicted by blades. Wang Gui required periodic rest, diligently repeating his drawings at a single location until the beast's blood was entirely absorbed. Concurrently, he remained vigilant against the internal fire poison, consuming the icy Bodhi soup each time he paused. For 2 hours each day, he persevered for nearly 2 days, ultimately completing the intricate patterns of the fire lizard king beast. The transformation was successful. During this period, his mastery of the demon flame technique also advanced, enhancing his cultivation level, with his physique reaching 55. Upon exiting the fire tower, Wang Gui returned to his residence for recuperation, only to encounter a familiar figure, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, should I address you as Brother Xiao or Miss Xiao? Wang Gui mused, gently stroking his chin as he scrutinized the disheveled youth before him. At his words, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Luo's face, and after a brief pause, she replied, "How did you discover that?" Her voice transformed into a playful feminine tone. "Where have you been these past few days? What a brother will." Noticing her evasiveness, Wang Gui refrained from pressing further and instead inquired, "Wu Qin must have departed. Let us not dwell on him. I return to bid you farewell." Xiao Luo waved her hand dismissively. "Farewell? You are leaving too?" "Indeed. I have lingered too long on this outing." "What? Do you wish for me to stay?" Xiao Luo blinked innocently, her small hand resting on her unkempt chin. Wang Gui nodded, brushing his nose with a hint of embarrassment, and said, "Indeed, there is something I wish to trouble you with." Upon seeing the other party nod, Xiao Luo initially thought that Wang Gui genuinely did not want him to leave. However, upon hearing that there was a request, he couldn't help but let out a slight hum of amusement and inquired, "What is it that could possibly challenge someone of your caliber? Ranked among the top 10 in the great competition?" "It's about the 3 snow lions I obtained from the White Dragon Cave. One of them possesses a congenital weak spiritual body. Do you have a remedy for it?" Knowing that the latter was teasing him, Wang Gui chuckled and proceeded to elaborate on the condition of the snow lion in detail. "A congenital weak spiritual body, you say?" Xiao Luo nodded slightly. "There are numerous types of such inherently flawed spiritual bodies. To ascertain the specifics, I must see it with my own eyes." "Very well, before I depart, I shall assist you with this final task. It just so happens that I have not indulged in your culinary creations for some time, and you must compensate me. Rest assured, I will ensure you eat your fill," Wang Gui replied with a smile and a nod. "Let us be off then. Is this all you are bringing?" Wang Gui cast a glance at the beggar's attire of the latter, and could not help but ask in astonishment, "Indeed, since you are already aware of my femininity, there is no need for concealment." Xiao Luo flashed a playful smile, then with a subtle shift of her form, a radiant light enveloped her, cascading down like a shower of luminescence. In an instant, it seemed as though she had transformed into a different person, adopting a fresh visage. The woman before him donned a refreshing and elegant aquamarine dress, her lips a vivid crimson, her teeth white as snow, and her skin flawless, with exquisitely delicate features that resembled a picturesque painting. Particularly striking were her enchanting eyes, sparkling like celestial stars, imbued with a hint of vivacity and mischief. Stunned by Xiao Luo's true appearance, Wang Gui found himself momentarily speechless. Her beauty rivaled that of Lu Yuqing, while the latter exuded a sultry allure. Xiao Luo leaned more towards a pure and endearing charm. "What are you staring at? Wasn't it said that you were going to rescue your spirit beast? Are you going to save it or not?" With Wang Gui's intense gaze fixed upon her, Xiao Luo's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully reproached him. "In fact, before rescuing the spirit beast, there is still another matter I must attend to." Wang Gui subsequently provided a brief explanation of the matters concerning Xuemeng Mountain to the latter. "Very well," sighed Xiao Luo, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Wang Gui let out a foolish laugh and then led Xiao Luo outside the city, where they kept Colonel Zhu waiting for quite some time. At the city gate, a gathering of no fewer than 400 individuals had assembled. At the forefront stood a finely armored man, a lieutenant under General Fan's command. However, General Fan had issued orders that this expedition would be entirely under the arrangements of the Wang family's guards. The finely armored man slightly cupped his fist in salute to Wang Gui. Though he held a higher rank, he had heard whispers of the young man's exploits and, following the old general's command, could only comply. "Brother Wang, may I inquire about the name of this young lady?" Fang Qinshan then noticed a strikingly beautiful young woman accompanying Wang Gui, prompting his curiosity. Following the grand competition, she too had joined the city lord's guards. Hearing that Wang Gui was rallying personnel for an assignment, she decided to accompany him. This young lady, Xiao, is a friend of mine, he added. Wang Gui remarked. Everyone is present, let us set forth. With a nod from Captain Zhu, he swiftly gestured with his hand, prompting the soldiers behind him to mount their steeds as they commenced their journey towards Snow Python Mountain. Chapter 62. The Snow Python Mountain stronghold. Wang Gui and his companions made their way to Shuamong Mountain to rendezvous with Lu Yuqing. They established a camp on a peak of Shuamong Mountain to deliberate their strategies. Fortuitously, this location was not far from the entrance of the Shuamong Mountain cave, and from their elevated vantage point, they could behold numerous campfires dotting the horizon. Due to the allure of the Shuamong Mountain cave, various surrounding factions began to converge upon this area, transforming the once tranquil Shuamong Mountain range into a bustling hub. Initially, the Su family presumed that Shuamong Mountain was merely an ordinary cave, perhaps with a slightly richer reserve of resources than usual. However, following an investigation, they were astonished to discover that this cave was, in fact, a small spiritual realm. The surge of spiritual energy that erupted during the investigation nearly left the surveyors in a state of disbelief. Consequently, the news of Shuamong Mountain being a small spiritual realm spread like wildfire. The abundant spiritual energy and treasures it harbored drew the attention of nearly every faction within the western Lin ice field. The arrival of Wang Gui and his companions captured the attention of the Snow Python Mountain stronghold, yet it did not arouse any suspicion. They were merely assumed to be treasure seekers fortuitously camping nearby. During this time, Wang Gui encountered the patrolling officials dispatched by the Su family. Although he could no longer lay exclusive claim to Shuamong Mountain, as the nominal overseer of its celestial realm, he felt compelled to assert his status as a landlord. The visitors were none other than the sisters Su Wanning and Su Yuru, among others. After some negotiations, they learned that it was General Fan's orders that had sent them, so the Su family refrained from further inquiries. However, Su Wanning cast a lingering gaze at Wang Gui before departing with her entourage, and the two exchanged hardly a few words. When shall we strike? On a high vantage point atop the mountain, Wang Gui stood upon a massive boulder, his gaze fixed upon the distant flickering flames. Tomorrow, once the old demon Qian enters Shuamong Mountain, we shall make our move. Lu Yuqing, clad in a pristine white robe that accentuated her alluring figure, stood poised against the mountain breeze, her long, snow-white legs subtly revealed. Wang Gui nodded slightly. What? Does the esteemed master of the cave also wish to enter this snow-mound mountain cavern? Seeing Wang Gui's unwavering gaze fixed upon the distant glow in the sky, Lu Yuqing chuckled softly. Wang Gui remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the situation. During this period of anticipation, though merely gazing from afar, he witnessed numerous streaks of meteoric light and enigmatic entities hastening towards the location of Shuamong Mountain's celestial cave. Additionally, he observed colossal vessels, previously unseen, alongside ethereal avians and extraordinary beasts of diverse forms, upon which stood figures of remarkable elegance, radiantly gliding overhead. Wang Gui was acutely aware that these enigmatic visitors were all formidable figures, each possessing either remarkable personal prowess or an imposing background that commanded respect. Their purpose for coming was solely to seek the fabled Snow Mound Cave, a place that could be likened to a lesser realm of celestial spirits. To claim that Wang Gui was not stirred by such an opportunity would be a blatant falsehood. The thought of the Lingyun stone brought to mind the words spoken to him by Lu Yuqing. Is there truly a means within this enclave for me to become a spiritual practitioner? Although the latter had previously assured him, Wang Gui could not help but harbor doubts. If the path to spiritual cultivation were so facile, the military camp would not be populated solely by martial artists. That is indeed the case, yet it hinges upon whether you possess the fortune to seize such an opportunity. Lu Yuqing remarked, casting him a knowing glance accompanied by a subtle smile. On the following night, as the resplendent sun ascended, the long silent Snow Mound mountain range erupted into a frenzy. This so-called sun was not a celestial body, but rather the radiant illumination emitted upon the opening of the Snow Mound cave, dazzlingly bright, bathing the area in light. As the luminescent veil softened, a swirling entrance materialized, revealing a breathtaking vista that astonished the onlookers, an expanse of bright skies, verdant peaks, and an abundance of spiritual energy seeping through the portal, driving the camp's inhabitants into a frenzy. What lay within this realm? They had never encountered such a spectacle before. Such a scene was entirely foreign to those who had dwelled in darkness for so long. This snow-mound cave, a land of fortune, had been explored collaboratively by the Su family of Xianyan City and various other factions. Entry required a token, and those who dared trespass without permission would face execution. A prominent figure from the Su family made a grand appearance, towering over the crowd while standing atop a colossal black bat, exerting pressure upon the gathered multitude. Behind him stood a retinue of armored guards, each possessing the strength of the bone refinement stage. After all, this was the territory of Xianyan City, and under the combined suppression of the Su family and other factions, they barely managed to deter those with nefarious intentions, preventing the upheaval and chaos that the emergence of the cave could incite. Moments later, a fleet of flying vessels entered the secret realm in an orderly fashion. Forget it. In such a prestigious cave, the initial entrants will undoubtedly be titans of industry. We should consider ourselves fortunate if we can partake in the spoils. Indeed, why rush? The exploration and development of such a lesser realm is a protracted endeavor. It can take months, if not years. I intend to establish roots here and might as well bring all my belongings from the city to open a small shop and engage in some trade. Let us wait and see. If lower-tier martial artists are permitted entry later on, I will purchase a passage token from the Su family and try my luck. In the Snow Python Mountain stronghold, a grand banquet was currently underway within the main hall. Several maidens danced gracefully at the center, while guests clinked their cups. The fragrant aroma of wine wafting through the air, creating a lively atmosphere. At the main seat, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, somewhat gaunt in appearance, was engrossed in playful banter with a nearby maiden. "Brother Wu, should we send someone to keep watch over the back mountain? It feels rather peculiar these past few days," remarked a man in a blue robe, his brow furrowed. "Ah, Brother Qing, you worry too much. With the opening of the Snowmang Mountain Cave, it is only natural that a motley crowd gathers. Moreover, they are from the Lord's Manor of Xianyan City. We need not provoke them. Let them be." Wu Qi responded dismissively, waving his hand with a smile. Suddenly, the tightly shut doors burst open, and a throng of armored guards poured into the hall like a school of fish, swiftly surrounding everyone present. "What is the meaning of this? How dare you invade my stronghold? Do you know who my father is?" Wu Qi thundered. "By the orders of General Fan, we are here to eliminate the bandit Wu Qi of the Snow Python Mountain stronghold. Leave no one alive. Kill." In an instant, the entire hall descended into chaos, filled with the sounds of clashing weapons and desperate cries. Despite Wu Qi's attempts to resist, he found himself outmatched against the formidable Captain Zhu, whose strength was at the bone-forging stage. The bandits, led by Wu Qi, were swiftly subdued. With the bandit leader dead, what further plans does the royal guard have? Captain Zhu inquired, flicking the blood from his long blade. "Plans, I dare not presume. I extend my gratitude to Captain Zhu and all the soldiers for your invaluable assistance. Here are several vials of healing medicine. Though they are not particularly precious elixirs, they can aid in stopping bleeding and alleviating bruises. Please distribute them among the soldiers." Wang Gui surveyed the surroundings, yet he did not behold the figure of Lu Yuqing. Subsequently, he clasped his hands in greeting and, after presenting the vial to Captain Zhu, procured a wooden box. Additionally, this was the item required by General Fan. He kindly requested Captain Zhu to convey his gratitude to General Fan for his assistance and assured him that the promises made would be fulfilled without fail. He implored the old general to rest assured, despite having requested Lu Yuqing to gather a substantial quantity of ice bodhi fruits. He was still short of the amount necessary to completely eradicate the fire poison afflicting Fanju. Fortunately, the existing ice bodhi soup was sufficient for Fanju to consume for over a month, during which time Wang Gui could attend to his own matters. As for the remaining ice bodhi fruits, they could be sought after gradually, or he could wait for the next batch to mature in the medicinal garden. For the time being, he was able to stabilize Fanju's condition, preventing any suspicion from arising. "With your words, I can return to report," Captain Zhu responded. "The remaining bandits outside pose little threat. I trust the Wang residence's guards can manage them. Therefore, I shall take my leave." After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Captain Zhu and his men departed for Xianyan City to report back to Fanju. The rest of the tasks were mere follow-up work. As Wang Gui gazed upon the ground strewn with the corpses of bandit leaders, each one at the mid to late stages of meridian opening, he could not help but marvel. The fierce battle he had just witnessed remained vivid in his mind. He had seen two formidable individuals at the late stages of meridian opening join forces, their momentum like a raging torrent, yet still unable to budge Captain Zhu. who was in the bone-forging realm, even slightly, as he easily dispatched them. This stark contrast between realms was indeed awe-inspiring. The only regret was that he had not managed to contribute to the battle and thus could not claim any loot. He was left to scavenge what little he could from them. However, after searching for quite some time, he found himself perplexed by the absence of the cave master's seal on Wu Qi. "My lord, what is it that you seek?" A sultry voice chimed in his ear. He looked up to find an alluring figure standing before him. "Where did you go just now?" Wang Gui furrowed his brow slightly, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead, he countered with a question. The other party had vanished after charging into the Great Hall, and now, inexplicably, re-emerged. The Snow Python stronghold was once a place of residence for her. Returning to this familiar ground inevitably stirred profound emotions. "Is it not the Lingyun stone that you seek? Come with me," she spoke softly, her voice like a gentle whisper. With a seductive sway, Liu Yuqing gracefully moved towards the rear mountain behind the Great Hall. At the mention of the Lingyun stone, a tremor ran through Wang Gui's heart. He momentarily set aside thoughts of the command token and hurriedly followed her. Chapter 63. The Longevity Technique. Following Liu Yuqing, they arrived at a secluded stone chamber deep within a cave. Such a hidden location explained why she had previously claimed that even if Wu Qi had occupied the Snow Python stronghold, he would never discover this place. Without a guide, it would indeed be challenging for an ordinary person to find it. Wang Gui marveled at the winding path that had nearly left him disoriented. With a charming smile, Liu Yuqing said little more as they reached a stone door. From within her robe, she produced a jade token, rotated the stone disc, and the door opened quietly. "Master of the cave, please," she said with a light laugh, stepping inside. The pitch-black cavern exuded an eerie aura, and Wang Gui felt a surge of wariness. His gaze swept over Liu Yuqing, noting that her health bar remained unchanged, indicating no hostility from her. Only then did he feel reassured enough to enter the cave. What lay ahead was the mysterious realm of the Mustard Seed Cave. What could this possibly mean? Could there be another hidden sanctuary within this stronghold? Wang Gui's heart was filled with astonishment. The passage was deep and damp, occasionally echoing with the sound of dripping water as he tread cautiously. At a bend in the pathway, a stone chamber appeared, revealing a small pool on the left, radiating a verdant glow that illuminated the cavern. "This is the place I spoke of, where my father made an unexpected discovery years ago," Liu Yuqing said, her beautiful eyes resembling crescent moons. Noticing Wang Gui's heightened vigilance, she chuckled, her laughter blooming like a flower. "Do not misunderstand, master of the cave. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." She then elegantly glided to a stone platform in the corner of the cavern, retrieving a stone box from atop it. "I believe you will find the contents within to your liking." "Oh?" Though filled with curiosity, Wang Gui cautiously opened the stone box. 3 pieces of spirit essence stone. As he gazed upon the faintly glowing green stones within, a tremor coursed through his heart. At the moment he beheld the spirit essence stones, the scant remnants of spiritual energy within his meridians began to stir with newfound vitality. However, upon counting the stones, Wang Gui's countenance fell into astonishment. According to the panel data from his previous cultivation, a minimum of 10 points of spiritual energy was required to barely qualify as a spiritual practitioner. Even with the 3 spirit essence stones, coupled with the meager trace of energy he possessed, he would only attain a total of 4 points. Where was he to find the remaining 6? Was he expected to compete with those formidable figures in the secret realm of Shuamong Mountain for the spirit essence stones? "Is this what you refer to as assisting me in becoming a spiritual practitioner?" Wang Gui's expression darkened, his voice tinged with a hint of displeasure, feeling deceived. Liu softly spoke, "Do not be anxious, master of the cave. What do you see beneath the spirit essence stone?" Upon closer inspection, at the bottom of the stone box, there lay a rudely crafted wooden slip. "What is this?" Wang Gui produced a wooden slip. His curiosity piqued as he examined the peculiar inscriptions upon it, which were cryptic and difficult to comprehend. This technique is known as the longevity art. It is a foundational method of spiritual cultivation, and through its practice, one might have the opportunity to become a spiritual practitioner, Liu Yuqing remarked, her red lips parting slightly. Longevity art? Could it truly grant eternal life? Wang Gui pressed his lips together and then shook his head with a dismissive chuckle. Naturally, practicing this method cannot bestow immortality. However, do you know why the lifespan of typical spiritual practitioners surpasses that of martial artists? Liu Yuqing pondered for a moment before responding. Ordinary martial artists, no matter how formidable their cultivation, even those as powerful as those at the Yuanwu realm, despite fortifying their physical forms and enriching their vital energy, ultimately cannot escape the calamity of their original essence depleting. After a lifetime of effort, they may live only a scant 100 years. The reason why the forces of heaven and earth endure is that they do not generate themselves, thus achieving longevity. Cultivators seize the creations of heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe to refine it for their own use, solidifying their foundations and nurturing their origins. This is what we call longevity. Wang Gui cast a glance at the wooden slip in his hand and could not help but inquire, if you possess such a technique, why did you not cultivate it yourself? Li Yuqing shook her head with a bittersweet smile and replied, I have indeed attempted to cultivate it, but alas, I met with failure. Do you truly believe that the path of cultivation is so simple? The journey of a cultivator is contingent upon one's innate talent. Some are gifted with extraordinary aptitude and soar to great heights, while others, despite toiling for a century, struggle to make any progress. I am, regrettably, of limited talent, and thus find it difficult to embark upon the path of spiritual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui gazed deeply at her before turning his attention back to the wooden slip. Suddenly, he shook his head and remarked, even if you were to provide me with the technique, it would be of no use. Without an ample supply of spiritual essence stones or sufficient spiritual energy, the successful cultivation of this method is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Reflecting on his past experiences in body refinement, he recalled that both the pig breath refinement technique and the demon flame technique necessitated the refining energies from the fire furnace tower. While this differed from the cultivation of spiritual power, the principle remained unchanged. To cultivate the longevity technique, one must similarly require an auxiliary source of spiritual energy akin to the fire furnace tower, in a realm where spiritual energy is sparse or altogether absent. The prospect of cultivation is utterly untenable. He possessed only a scant few spiritual essence stones, hardly sufficient for his needs. Another potential solution lay in cultivating within the Snow Mang Mountain's cave heaven. As a minor spiritual realm, Snow Mang Mountain is rich in spiritual energy. Even without the aid of spiritual essence stones, spending some time within its confines might yield results. However, given the current circumstances, how one might gain entry to the Snow Mang Mountain cave heaven remains a significant dilemma. By the time those influential figures have plundered its treasures, it is uncertain when it will be the turn of those like them. Wang Gui couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart, shaking his head helplessly. Why do you belittle yourself, master of the cave? I have never claimed that there is no way out, Lu Yuqing said with a faint smile. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gracefully pointed her fingertip towards a small pool of water within the cave, saying, this pool contains a modicum of spiritual energy. Though it may not be abundant, it should suffice to support your cultivation of the longevity technique. What? Wang's enigmatic eyes gleamed momentarily as he hastened towards the pool. This pool occupied 1/3 of the cavern, presenting a tiered structure, with crystal-clear water revealing the bottom. The deepest part measured approximately 3 to 4 meters, where a series of tiny bubbles emerged from the rocky floor. He could indeed sense a trace of spiritual energy. Though scant, it was certainly preferable to none. Were it not for the slight reservoir of spiritual power within him, he might have remained oblivious to it. Although the sensation of this energy was somewhat faint, it was the only option available to him at present. Thus, he had to rely on this pool of water. Yet, how could there possibly be a pool infused with spiritual energy here? Could it be that this place is also a minor spiritual realm? Wang Guimei furrowed her brow suddenly, then shook her head, her expression shifting dramatically. It seemed improbable. The spiritual energy in this small pool could not possibly reach the level of a minor spiritual realm. It felt more as if some entity was emanating it, or perhaps it was the spiritual energy seeping and leaking out. I have gleaned from certain texts that it is most advantageous for cultivators to refine themselves to the point of establishing a smooth flow of meridians, opening the profound gateways within their bodies, as this greatly enhances their capacity to absorb spiritual energy. In the midst of my contemplation, Lu Yuqing unexpectedly interjected, oh, is that so? Wang Gui glanced back with a hint of doubt, pondering whether he indeed needed to advance to the late stage of the meridian opening. Fortunately, he was merely a half step away from that level, and with some time spent within the fire tower, he could surely break through. After placing the spirit essence stone and the cultivation method into his spatial pouch, Wang Gui and his companion departed from the enigmatic cavern. Wang Gui, did you not mention that I should heal your spirit beast? When shall we commence our journey? Seeing the two of them so closely aligned, Xiao Luo's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Master of the cave, allow me to handle this matter. You two may return to the White Dragon Cave. Lu Yuqing remarked, a subtle yet elegant smile gracing her lips. Dressed in a pristine white fur robe that gently embraced her graceful figure, she exuded an unspoken allure. Very well. Let us take our leave. Casting a glance at the little snow lion in the spirit beast garden, which appeared to be in poor condition, Wang Gui nodded and returned to the White Dragon Cave with Xiao Luo. Chapter 64. Contract Formation in the White Dragon Cave, Spirit Beast Garden. How is it? Xiao Luo crouched down, delicately caressing the frail little snow lion. Her enchanting eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts, while Wang Gui anxiously observed from the side. Upon her rising, he hastily inquired, is it truly a congenital weak spirit body? There is indeed a method to remedy this, though it may be somewhat troublesome, Xiao Luo replied. Her brows slightly furrowed, lips pursed. Troublesome? Please, Miss Xiao, do not hesitate to voice any requests. I shall not refuse what I am capable of. Wang Gui responded with a respectful gesture. It is not I who is troubled, but rather you. Xiao Luo playfully flicked her tongue, continuing, you see. The congenital weak spirit body is indeed a type of spirit body, albeit one that is inherently frail. Unlike the more powerful spirit bodies that shine with brilliance, this type requires a certain degree of growth to reveal its potential. However, during this growth phase, the spirit beast suffers from various afflictions and ailments brought on by its frail constitution. Young spirit beasts, being too weak in their infancy, often find it exceedingly difficult to endure. Given your demeanor, you must possess a solution, do you not? Wang Gui cast a sidelong glance at the other, deep in contemplation. Through the extensive research of our ancestors, a method of establishing a pact has indeed been discovered, allowing the power of the contract to assist spirit beasts with weak spiritual bodies in navigating their most challenging growth phases. Establishing a pact? Wang Gui murmured with skepticism. Xiao Luo nodded her snow-white chin and continued, typically, when warriors nurture spirit beasts, they either raise them from a young age to recognize their master or implant a spiritual mark to force their allegiance. These two methods are the most common. However, a rarer approach involves the mutual establishment of a soul contract between the practitioner and the spirit beast. A soul contract? Wang Gui exclaimed, taken aback. This contract differs from a typical master-servant agreement. It is founded on a shared fate. If one suffers, so too does the other. If one flourishes, both benefit. Should you achieve breakthroughs in your cultivation, your spirit beast will also gain enhancement. Furthermore, the strength acquired by the spirit beast upon breaking through will likewise reciprocate to you, yielding significant benefits. Although this soul contract offers numerous advantages, its drawbacks are glaring. If the master encounters peril, the spirit beast may struggle to survive. Conversely, should the spirit beast perish, the master will suffer grievous injuries, potentially leading to a severe loss of strength or even a fall from their realm. Xiao Luo gazed at the pensive Wang Gui and added, those who forge this contract with their spirit beasts find themselves in harmonious cooperation during battles, demonstrating remarkable synergy, even executing unique joint attacks of tremendous power. I once witnessed a formidable figure from a major sect who, alongside his spirit beast, unleashed a fusion technique, displaying ferocity that effortlessly overwhelmed rivals of the same tier. However, tragedy struck when his spirit beast was captured and slain, leaving the powerful practitioner gravely wounded, ultimately leading to his demise. Xiao Luo's expression became somber. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui furrowed his brows. Such a contract was both a blessing and a trial. The spirit beast could serve as a significant ally on the path of cultivation, yet it could equally become a fatal vulnerability. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary. Xiao Luo then remarked, take those two little snow lions, for instance. Without fortuitous opportunities, they could only reach the fourth tier in their lifetime, unable to evolve or mutate. In contrast, those with spiritual bodies possess greater potential when advancing. They have a significantly higher chance of breaking through their constraints. While this likelihood is not absolute, it is certainly far superior to that of the ordinary. Evolution and mutation? Xiao Luo nodded. Spirit beasts place great emphasis on their bloodlines, and their growth generally follows two paths. One is bloodline evolution, also known as ancestral return, which activates the remnants of their forebears' blood within, steering them towards the traits of ancient primal beasts. The other is mutation, which occurs when a spirit beast undergoes a transformation during its growth. Mutated spirit beasts are often considerably stronger than their ordinary counterparts, with few rivals of the same level. However, the nature of their mutation remains a mystery. Nevertheless, these two paths are not fixed. A mutated spirit beast may suddenly return to its ancestral roots, or a beast that has returned may encounter a certain opportunity and undergo mutation. All of this remains uncertain. Xiao Luo shook her head, acknowledging the enigmatic nature of spirit-beast cultivation. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Wang Gui was taken aback and smiled, surprised that there were so many intricacies surrounding spirit beasts. Had it not been for the latter's explanation, he would have remained oblivious to such matters. Of course. But these are hardly secrets. So, have you made your decision? With a flicker in her beautiful eyes, Xiao Luobei inquired, her lips parting slightly. The drawbacks of a soul contract primarily lie in the risk of the spirit beast being captured. However, Wang Gui possessed a spirit beast garden on his panel, allowing him to collect spirit beasts at will. As long as he remained vigilant in the future, the threat appeared minimal. Moreover, having such a promising spirit beast would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage on his path of cultivation. Let us proceed as you suggested. After much contemplation, Wang Gui spoke slowly. This little creature has crossed my path, and it is our fate. Have you considered the risks involved? The process of signing a contract is seldom smooth. Xiao Luo solemnly reiterated, allow me to remind you, the future evolution of this snow lion is unpredictable. Without the opportunity for evolution or mutation, it may become a burden, siphoning your fortune and cultivation, effectively turning into a liability. Wang Gui contemplated briefly before nodding. The future held many uncertainties, yet it was evident that this snow lion possessed a spiritual essence, its potential for cultivation vastly superior to that of the other two. Should he encounter a bottleneck in his journey, he could assist in seeking opportunities for breakthrough. In that case, I shall draft a blood contract for you, he declared. Upon witnessing the choice made by the latter, Xiao Luo refrained from further discourse. Swiftly, her delicate hands wove intricate seals in the air, conjuring a series of peculiar light screens that materialized upon her slightly protruding chest. In a brief moment, these transformed into an enigmatic rune. Place a drop of your blood within this rune, she instructed, her gaze earnest. With a slight furrow of her brows, Xiao Luo added, and now, let me take a drop of blood from the snow lion. Following her guidance, Wang Gui deposited his blood into the strange rune. In a flash, the two droplets of blood began to converge along the intricate patterns, merging seamlessly over the span of roughly half a stick of incense. It might sting a bit. Bear with it, Xiao Luo urged, her countenance tightening as she altered the finger seals once more, uttering incantations that split the glowing rune in two. One half entered Wang Gui's mind, while the other penetrated the small snow lion's body. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed within his consciousness, piercing his soul. A colossal golden lion emerged in his vision, leaving Wang Gui feeling dizzy, his ears ringing as he nearly collapsed. Wang Gui, are you all right? Xiao Luo inquired with concern. Her brow furrowed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, as the spell had proven taxing for her. I'm fine. I can endure, he replied, shaking his head. But a beastly silhouette appeared in my mind unexpectedly. Struggling against the dizziness, Wang Gui was taken aback by the perilous nature of this contract ritual, nearly losing consciousness. The beastly figure in your mind is a manifestation of your spiritual beast's ancestral bloodline. This is perfectly normal. It seems your spirit has withstood the trial of the beast's blood, and you have successfully passed this phase. Xiao Luo exhaled in relief. Yet a sudden, anguished cry from the small lion caused her expression to shift, her brows knitting tightly. If you wish to survive, do not resist. I can save your life. Due to the bond forged by the soul contract, Wang Gui sensed the snow lion's turmoil as it fought against the binding. He firmly commanded, stop struggling. Perhaps understanding his words, the previously thrashing and crying snow lion suddenly became docile. Observing this change, Xiao Luo's face brightened, and she swiftly chanted the final incantations. Completing the contract. Congratulations, you have acquired a spiritual beast, Snow Lion, Juvenile. Simultaneously, an inscription appeared before Wang Gui, revealing a dedicated space for spiritual beasts on his interface. At last, it is accomplished, he sighed in relief, that was perilously close. From this moment forth, it shall be your destined spiritual beast. Treat it well. Xiao Luo gently patted her chest and let out a long sigh. If failure were to occur, Wang Gui's spirit might suffer a devastating blow, leading to a state of dementia. Upon the successful bond, a peculiar psychological connection emerged between Wang Gui and the little snow lion, allowing them to sense one another's thoughts, a truly enchanting experience, although it would not persist unless intentionally acknowledged. Thank you immensely for your assistance. Should you require help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. It is but a trivial matter, she remarked. As the task was concluded, It was time for her to depart. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, revealing a book from her possession and presenting it to Wang Gui. This Omni Spirit Atlas contains information on the majority of demons, spirits, and mystical creatures, along with some beast-taming techniques I have compiled. I hope it proves beneficial to you. I have little to offer in return, but allow me to gift you these 2 skewers, Wang Gui replied with a broad smile. Indeed, we shall meet again, Xiao Luo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With a swift motion from her waist, a shimmering silhouette emerged, transforming into a splendid beast cart before them. By the way, should the opportunity arise, do visit the culinary city in the Heavenly Origin Cave. It is a place that every healer in the snow domain dreams of. As the words fell, Xiao Luo ascended the beast cart, transforming into a fleeting shadow that darted towards the horizon, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 65. The deal with Sun Qian. With the opening of the Snow Mound Mountains cave, the entire mountain range was abuzz with activity. The small spiritual realm, rich with abundant treasures, undoubtedly attracted the covetous gazes of various factions, all eager to stake their claim. Had it not been for the joint efforts of the Su family and other powers to impose order, the Snow Mound Mountain would have descended into chaos. Yet, even so, some unscrupulous individuals could not suppress their greed, contemplating covertly infiltrating the cave. However, such intruders became targets for ruthless examples. The Su family and their allies executed them on the spot, leaving their bodies on the altar at the entrance as a stark warning to others. This decisive action quelled the ambitions of those who might have harbored similar thoughts, compelling them to await their turn outside with bated breath. Nevertheless, exploring a small spiritual realm is no trivial endeavor, setting aside the perils involved. Reaching a realm of spiritual caliber entails not only abundant spiritual energy, but also vast expanses of territory, from one end to the other. A practitioner of the bone refinement stage would require at least a month of relentless travel. While some larger spiritual realms have seen adventurers traversing their depths for years without reaching the borders, akin to a self-contained microcosm, as more than a month elapsed. Rather than diminishing, the fervor surrounding Snow Mound Mountain intensified. Reports from within indicated the emergence of rare treasures, including miraculous elixirs capable of cleansing marrow and extending life, as well as profound techniques and magical arts. The factions waiting outside were left in a state of eager anticipation, their desires inflamed. At this critical juncture, the united forces of the Su family and Xianyan City abruptly announced the lifting of the prohibition. Any individual or faction possessing a pass could enter the Snow Mound Cave to seek treasures. This declaration acted like a bombshell, igniting a frenzy throughout Snow Mound Mountain. Notably, while the Su family, as the ruling entity, could not monopolize the cave's riches, they reaped considerable profits from the entrance fees, filling their coffers to the brim. The once humble campfires at the foot of Snow Mound now resembled a sprawling encampment stretching for miles. In one bustling marketplace within the encampment, the throng surged as the opening of Snow Mound Mountain led to a spike in prices for essential items such as weapons, talismans, and elixirs. Numerous vendors set up stalls, some even offering rare spiritual herbs acquired from the depths of the cave. During this time, he diligently followed Lu Yuqing's guidance, advancing his own strength to the late stage of meridian opening. He then proceeded to cultivate the longevity technique. Due to his position as a guard of the city lord's mansion, he was assigned to maintain order in this area. Fortunately, the old demon Qian had yet to emerge, and the recent extermination of Wu Qi and his cohorts went largely unnoticed amidst the turmoil surrounding Snow Mound Mountain. Moreover, given that it was Xianyan City that had taken action, no one dared to inquire further. After each inspection, Wang Gui would quietly return to the mountain stronghold to cultivate his longevity technique. During his leisure time, he would prepare exquisite dishes and sell some of the medicinal delicacies as soup potions to exchange for essential materials. To outsiders, he merely appeared to be a reasonably skilled alchemist. After concluding a day of patrol, Wang Gui returned to his tent, preparing to head to the Snow Python stronghold when suddenly a visitor arrived. The visitor was an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. It was Master Sun, who was invited in. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed master? This individual, known as Sun Qian, was a rare spiritual practitioner and a master of talismans, well-versed in the art of talisman crafting. Previously, there had been a commotion at his stall as others fought over the talismans he had created, and Wang Gui, serving as a guard, had intervened, leading to their acquaintance. Due to Sun Qian's expertise in spiritual cultivation, Wang Gui often sought his counsel regarding his own practice of the longevity technique, and over time, they had grown familiar with one another. Haha, if I am not mistaken, the guard from the Wang family must be a dietary therapist. A profession that is quite rare, Sun Qian remarked, observing the astonished expression on the younger man's face. He stroked his beard and continued, while others may be unaware. I had the pleasure of witnessing the craftsmanship of a dietary master in my youth. His soups were renowned far and wide, capable of dispelling toxins and curing ailments. The soup potions you prepared earlier still linger in my memory with delightful flavor. Senior, you flatter me, Wang Gui replied modestly. I possess no such talents. It is merely a series of fortunate accidents and my own futile experimentation, hardly worthy of significant recognition. Wang Gui clasped his hands and remarked, Senior, the art of talismans is intricate and profound. It is indeed a subject that I ought to learn. Oh, my young friend also has an interest in talismans? Sun Deshur raised an eyebrow. If there is an opportunity, I hope the senior will not hesitate to impart your wisdom. Your previous guidance has greatly benefited me. Wang Gui replied, Haha, certainly. However, at present, I do require your assistance with certain matters. Sun Qian responded with a smile and a nod. Please, senior, speak. And I shall do my utmost to assist you, Wang Gui offered earnestly. I need you to help me concoct some detoxifying and dispelling potions. I have already prepared the necessary herbs. If you are willing to lend your hand, I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory reward, Sun Qian stated. As his words fell, Sun Qian waved his sleeve lightly, and various spiritual herbs and fruits emerged from the storage pouch at his waist, cascading onto the nearby table. Among them were insect-repelling grass and chilling flowers. A cursory glance revealed an array of rare spiritual medicinal materials, each possessing some efficacy in repelling insects and dispelling miasma. My abilities are limited, Wang Gui admitted, but I can currently prepare a dish that wards off miasma. Its efficacy may be comparable to that of a pulse-guarding pill, promoting clarity of mind and safeguarding the body's meridians from miasma and toxins for a period of time. What are your thoughts on this, senior? Wang Gui gently stroked his chin and slowly spoke. Is it comparable to the pulse-guarding pill? It exceeds my expectations somewhat. Very well. We shall proceed with the concoction, as you suggested. Sun Qian pondered for a moment before tossing his storage bag to Wang Gui. Take these materials. Produce as much as you can within a week. There are also 200 medium-grade fire essence stones inside, and there will be generous compensation upon successful completion. Rest assured. Esteemed master, I shall do my utmost, replied Wang Gui. Ha, my young friend, your skills are commendable, and I have great faith in you. Compared to seeking other alchemists, I feel far more reassured with you preparing the medicinal concoction, Sun Qian remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. You flatter me, senior. Wang Gui responded humbly. Wang Gui paused, his gaze shifting slightly as he suddenly inquired. Is it that you urgently require such medicinal provisions for dispelling miasma and warding off insects due to the recent uproar surrounding the ghost fog marsh in Xiumang Cave Heaven? This was not a closely guarded secret, revealing it would pose no harm. Sun Qian's expression hardened as he replied, Indeed, there exists a relic within this ghost fog marsh, and it is said that someone has encountered the Ningfu pill therein. At the mention of the Ningfu pill, a fervent glimmer ignited in Sun Qian's aged eyes. The Ningfu pill? Upon hearing this, Wang Gui felt a jolt of excitement. The first two realms of martial practitioners are the meridian opening and bone forging, while for cultivators, they are the qi condensation and spirit mansion stages. The Ningfu pill enables cultivators in the qi condensation stage to consolidate their internal spiritual energy in the dantian, thereby establishing a spirit mansion to store a greater reservoir of spiritual power. The distinction between the spirit mansion and qi condensation realms lies not only in the strength of one's cultivation, but also in the longevity of life. Ordinary qi condensation practitioners share lifespans akin to that of regular humans, at most a century, whereas those who attain the spirit mansion stage can live for over 200 years. The allure of an additional century of life is enough to compel all qi condensation practitioners to pursue it fervently, even at great peril. As an inspector of the patrol office, Wang Gui was somewhat informed about the affairs within Xiumang Cave Heaven. The ghost fog marsh is perpetually shrouded in miasma, teeming with venomous creatures. To venture into such treacherous territory, one must be adequately prepared with means to dispel insects and navigate obstacles. Otherwise, even a late-stage qi condensation or meridian opening expert could easily fall victim to its dangers. Many treasure seekers have ventured within, only to vanish without a trace, highlighting its extraordinary peril. In recent days, I have been preoccupied with crafting talismans in preparation for entering the Ghost Fog Marsh, leaving me with little time to concoct pills or medicines, which is why I must enlist the help of others. Moreover, young friend, you are a rare and exceptional culinary healer. I trust you will not disappoint me. Sun Qian nodded thoughtfully, stroking his beard, yet suddenly his expression turned somber. Life is fleeting, ultimately returning to dust. I have squandered a century and still have not glimpsed the threshold of the spirit mansion. Now, as my lifespan wanes and an opportunity presents itself, how could I possibly let it slip away? Success would bring universal joy, and even in failure, I would harbor no regrets. Sun Qian's voice resonated like thunder in the air. Watching his figure recede into the distance, Wang Gui gazed pensively, lost in contemplation. Chapter 66. Little White Shuamong Mountain Stronghold, the cave dwelling in the rear mountain. Wang Gui sat cross-legged within the small green pool, holding his breath and concentrating deeply. If one were to observe closely, they would notice delicate circles of swirling patterns faintly emerging on the surface of his skin, resembling miniature eyes of a storm. Within these vortices, subtle streams of spiritual energy were being silently drawn in, gradually flowing into the depths of his being. Through days of diligent cultivation, Wang Gui gradually comprehended the wisdom behind Lu Yuqing's advice to commence the practice of the longevity technique only after reaching the later stages of meridian opening. Spiritual energy must traverse through the meridians to circulate, and the more meridians one has opened within the body, the greater the capacity to absorb and manipulate spiritual energy. However, guiding this energy through the meridians is a perilous endeavor. If the meridians lack resilience, the physical form may struggle to withstand such surges of power, leading to minor setbacks in cultivation or, in severe cases, lifelong disabilities. Thus, those who can embark on the path of spiritual cultivation must possess a formidable physical constitution. After sitting in silence for over an hour, Wang Gui's mind suddenly sharpened. He activated the longevity technique, absorbing all the gathered spiritual energy. Although the spiritual essence contained within the small green pool was generated daily, it remained as insubstantial as smoke. Wang Gui's persistent efforts had only allowed him to cultivate the longevity technique to this extent. In an instant, the sensation of depleted and obscure meridian energy enveloped him. A frustrating feeling of yearning and unfulfillment that was truly unbearable. Alas, at this current pace, it seemed that it would take at least a month to cultivate the longevity technique to its first level. Wang Gui sighed helplessly, his face etched with bitterness. During this period, he had devoted all his energy to cultivating the longevity technique. Had he focused on mastering the demon flame technique, he likely would have reached the bone-forging realm by now. Of course, dedicating himself to the longevity technique was one aspect. The other was that the ice Bodhi soup he possessed had all been given to General Fanju, who had not yet exhausted his supply. How could he dare to use it recklessly? Upon exiting the cave, Wang Gui returned to his chamber, preparing to concoct a potion to dispel toxins and ward off insects. Suddenly, a snowy figure dashed towards him. The small beast, approximately half a meter in length, was entirely white, with large, deep-set eyes resembling ink. Upon seeing Wang Gui enter the room, the small creature excitedly leapt into his arms. This white beast was none other than the snow lion with which Wang Gui had formed a bond, and he had affectionately named it Xiaobai. After a month of nurturing, Xiaobai had grown at an astonishing rate. Once the smallest and weakest among the 3 snow lions, it had now become the largest and most robust. As a beast that relied on its physical prowess for combat, Xiaobai's strength was now comparable to that of a practitioner in the early stages of meridian opening. Lu Yuqing was equally astonished by Xiaobai's rapid growth. However, Wang Gui had chosen not to disclose the details of their bond to her, wishing to keep this matter private. Due to their connection, Wang Gui's cultivation had advanced, and Xiaobai had also benefited from this enhancement. Additionally, Wang Gui had been feeding it medicinal food, so he found Xiaobai's remarkable growth unsurprising. Now, after you finish eating, stay by the door and ensure no one disturbs me. Gently stroking the fluffy white cat in his arms, Wang Gui pinched its plump cheeks and summoned a bowl of medicinal food for it. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai's eye sparkled, and it extended its crimson tongue to begin licking the food. After finishing, it let out a soft mewl and obediently settled by the door. With these tasks completed, Wang Gui began to concentrate on brewing the tranquil spirit soup. He needed 5 servings of level 6 tranquil spirit soup, but he was short on earth-armored beast meat. While the meat of the Icefield crocodile could serve as a substitute, it would yield inferior results. Nevertheless, considering the soup was meant for elder son. It was only fitting to use the finest ingredients. Wang Gui glanced at the space in his backpack. While he possessed a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, he found himself lacking in food supplies. He had 10 servings of ice bodi soup, yet the ice bodi fruits required for its preparation were nearly depleted. After consuming the soup for over a month, Fanju had experienced a reduction in the fire poison afflicting him, but complete eradication would necessitate additional time. Furthermore, his remaining ice bodi fruits were few, and the ones in the medicinal garden would not mature for nearly 2 months. He needed to devise a plan to gather more ice bodi fruits or find suitable alternatives. Fortunately, he had free time the following day to visit the Shuemang trading market. The next day, the trading market was bustling with activity, vibrant as ever. Various factions converged here, and one could encounter a myriad of eclectic and bizarrely attired individuals. It was Xiao Bai's first outing, and he was filled with excitement. Trailing closely behind Wang Gui, his large eyes sparkling with curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings. Wang Gui, now possessing a certain degree of self-protective capability, had brought him out for some fresh air. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could effortlessly summon Xiao Bai back into his spirit beast space with a mere thought. Moreover, given his current identity as a member of the Patrol Bureau, it was perfectly normal for him to accompany a spirit beast. Patrol guard, are you off duty today? Oh, your spirit beast seems quite spirited. A burly man with a thick beard greeted Wang Gui enthusiastically. Old Liu, do you have any earth-armored beast meat available? Wang Gui approached the stall and addressed the burly man, who specialized in selling various types of beast meat and bones, accompanied by an assortment of herbs. The flesh and blood of certain magical beasts were replete with vitality, and consuming them was believed to enhance one's physical strength and well-being. Business here was relatively prosperous. How much would you like? The man with the surname, Liu, grinned widely. I would like 100 Jin, please. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. While waiting, Xiao Bai gazed longingly at the beast meat on the stall, his eyes sparkling with desire, drooling at the sight. Oh, well. Wang Gui emitted a low murmur of suspicion as he suddenly sensed the unusual emotional fluctuations from Xiao Bai, a blend of excitement and exhilaration. Raising his gaze, before Wang Gui could utter a word, Xiao Bai unexpectedly leaped forward, revealing beneath it a fragment of a beast's bone. Xiao Bai's extraordinary behavior captured Wang Gui's attention, and from the emotions conveyed by Xiao Bai, he discerned that the beast's bone before him was far from ordinary. Wang Gui bent down and took the beast bone from Xiao Bai's mouth, examining it meticulously. It appeared to be a vertebra from a certain mystical creature. Lao Lu, how much are you selling this bone for? Wang Gui inquired. The burly man turned his head to glance at it, and replied, this was obtained by a friend of mine during a hunt in the Shuemang cave, while he was pursuing a ferocious tiger. A chunk of flesh unexpectedly fell from the sky. It must have dropped during a fierce battle between beasts. As for the type of creature it belonged to, I have been selling meat for so many years that I cannot discern it. How many fire origin stones do you offer for this bone? There isn't much flesh left on it, but if the Wang Fu guard desires it, 20 fire origin stones would suffice. The man hesitated for a moment before speaking. Wang Gui nodded, settling the payment along with the meat of the earth armor beast. Xiao Bai circled around him, softly whining with an eagerness that elicited laughter. He handed a bone to it, which it promptly clutched tightly, even exhibiting protective behavior over its prize. With no other option, Wang Gui cradled it in his arms, preparing to wander to other stalls. Excuse me, my good sir, please wait a moment. Just as Wang Gui was about to leave, several figures suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. These individuals appeared to be in their 20s, adorned in resplendent attire that exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably the progeny of illustrious families. Is there something you need? Wang Gui's gaze swept over the individuals before him, and among them, he recognized a familiar figure. Might I inquire if the spirit beast in your possession could be relinquished? I assure you, I would offer you a most satisfactory price. Chapter 67. The Qingming Cave transfer it to you? Indeed. I am in need of a snow lion for the spirit beasts I am raising. If you are willing to part with the snow lion you hold, I would gladly offer you 100 medium-grade fire essence stones. What do you say? A man clad in white spoke with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on the small white creature in Wang Gui's arms. I shall not sell it. Wang Gui shook his head, asserting that even 100, let alone 1,000,000, would not tempt him to sell. But hold on. From the crowd, a voice suddenly emerged. Suhi, there is likely nothing of worth for us to discuss, is there? Wang Gui cast a faint glance at the latter. Although he was unclear as to why Su He associated with such individuals, one thing was certain. Xiao Bai was not to be entrusted to anyone else. Wang Gui. You may be unaware, but this gentleman is Jiang Qing from the Jiang family of the Qiming Cave. Surely, you have heard of the Qiming Cave? Unfazed by the hostility emanating from the latter, Su He casually introduced the identity of the man beside him, clad in white. The Qiming Cave? Is that not one of the top 10 caves in the Western Ice Plains? In terms of reputation, the Qiming Cave far surpassed that of Xianin City. Upon hearing those 4 words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, gradually halting their steps and casting glances in this direction. The Qiming Cave, akin to the Shuemong Cave, was a minor spiritual realm that had been claimed by a sword cultivation sect, which later renamed itself the Qingming Sword Sect. After centuries of development, it had firmly established itself as one of the top 10 sects in the Western Ice Plains, boasting a vast array of affiliated powers, with the Jiang family being one of them. I have heard of you from Su He. You must be Wang Gui, Jiang Qing remarked. A subtle smile playing on his lips, his face radiating a sense of pride as he addressed Wang Gui gently. To be candid, I am quite intrigued by your spiritual beast. This little snow lion, both in appearance and fur, is exquisite. Should you be willing to part with it, I, Jiang Qing, would gladly consider you a friend. Jiang Qing continued. I'm afraid I cannot part with this snow lion, Wang Gui replied. Upon concluding his words, Wang Gui turned to depart, only to be confronted by 2 figures striding forward, blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? His expression darkened as he glanced back at Jiang Qing. Brother Wang, please do not be hasty in your departure. Everything can be discussed amicably. How about this? I shall offer 500 fire yuan stones for your spirit beast. What do you think? Jiang Qing said with a smile. Wang Gui remained silent. 700, no more, Jiang Qing stated with confidence, believing that this price was already quite generous. In other places, it would even be sufficient to acquire an adult snow lion. Young man, to be noticed by Brother Jiang is indeed a stroke of fortune. Do not be ungrateful, a short-haired man clad in green spoke coldly. Brother Jiang is a direct descendant of the Jiang family. If you hand over the snow lion in your possession, perhaps you could forge a friendship. Otherwise, should you offend the Qingming Cave, no one will be able to protect you. Another burly man added with a sinister expression. Wang Gui, why do you act thus? It is merely a small spirit beast, and Brother Jiang harbors no ill intentions. He simply wishes to befriend you, Su He interjected, seemingly offering a conciliatory tone. Yet in reality, attempting to placate the situation. I have never heard of forging friendships by seizing others' belongings, Wang Gui retorted, recognizing the underlying threat from the latter. Isn't the master of Qingming Cave associated with the Qingming Sword Sect? If memory serves me right, the Jiang family is merely a branch family. When did the Jiang family come to represent Qiming Cave? Am I to believe that if I surrender my spirit beast, Qiming Cave shall belong to me? A collective gasp arose from the crowd, clearly indicating that this Wang family guard held the opposing party in contempt. Young man, you court death. Before Jiang Qing could respond, the burly man beside him grew cold and swung his fist toward Wang Gui's face. The trading market forbids violence. Do you intend to disrupt the rules? In the face of the oncoming fist, Wang Gui remained unperturbed, not flinching as the punch halted merely an inch from his nose. I had forgotten. Brother Wang is also a member of the city guards. However, my patience is limited. Will you agree or not? If you are dissatisfied with the price, feel free to suggest an alternative. Jiang Qing's voice came from behind, his smile still present, though now laced with a hint of coldness. The regulations of the Shuemong stronghold were established by the collective might of various influential factions. Even he, a member of Qiming Cave, dared not contravene them. It is not impossible for me to sell, provided you can offer me 100,000 spirit essence stones, then I shall part with this snow lion. Wang Gui suddenly grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's expression darkened instantly. 100,000 spirit essence stones, such a rare commodity, was beyond the means of his entire Jiang family. Was Wang Gui mocking him? Witnessing this scene, Su He smirked with a hint of malicious delight. Who dares to cause trouble here? Just as the tension escalated between the parties, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Figures on horseback approached, parting the crowd as they arrived. Captain Zhu. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Wang Gui and Su He respectfully clasped their fists in greeting. It is you too? Do you not understand the rules? This trading area prohibits disturbances. Do you intend to violate the decree? Colonel Zhu gazed at the group before him. A collection of young men clad in exquisite attire, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Among them, he recognized 2 familiar figures. With his extensive experience, He could discern a hint of the underlying dynamics at play. Jiangqing from the Qiming cave, he acknowledged, having previously encountered Colonel Zhu. Jiangqing slightly cupped his fist in greeting. The Qiming cave? While Colonel Zhu was unfamiliar with Jiangqing personally, the name of the Qiming cave resonated with significance. Upon hearing it, he furrowed his brow, his attention shifting towards the solitary figure of Wang Gui, and he inquired in a low voice, what transpired? Before Wang Gui could respond, Sui interjected, Colonel Zhu, the matter is as follows. Brother Jiang has taken a fancy to the spirit beast, the snow lion, in Wang Gui's possession, intending to make a generous offer for its purchase. However, Wang Gui deems the price insufficient, insisting on 1 million spiritual essence stones, leading to this disagreement. How much? Upon hearing the figure of 1 million spiritual essence stones, Colonel Zhu was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. In contrast, Wang Gui's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze towards Sui grew increasingly grim. Clearly, Sui was adept at seizing the opportunity to provoke him. Is this true? Colonel Zhu scrutinized Wang Gui, pondering how he dared to provoke someone from the Qiming cave. If he claims it is, then it must be so. 1 million spiritual essence stones are merely my refusal, Wang Gui sighed, weary of further discourse. Brother Wang, why be so harsh? Perhaps you might reconsider? The Qiming cave is indeed one of the 10 sacred cultivation sites of the Westland Icefield. Should you ever visit, it would be beneficial to have a connection. After all, more friends pave the way to greater opportunities, wouldn't you agree? Jiangqing replied, a smile gracing his face, yet his words dripped with veiled threats. Wang Gui shook his head, declaring, no, I will not sell this snow lion. Moreover, even if I were to sell it, it would depend on whether Xiaobai agrees. In his arms, Xiaobai, though persistently gnawing on a bone, glared with hostility at Jiangqing and his companions, emitting a series of low growls. You see, even Xiaobai disagrees. Do you intend to force a purchase? Wang Gui spoke coldly. The young man of the Jiang clan before him hailed from the esteemed Qiming cave heaven and was not someone to offend. However, Wang Gui was also under the personal care of General Fan, and thus, he could not defy him either. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaowei's brows were nearly knitted into a tight knot. Very well, in that case, I shall not disturb you further, Brother Wang. I hope to see you again next time, Jiangqing said with a faint smile, nodding slightly before turning to leave with his entourage, leaving behind cryptic words. Chapter 68. Bone soup. After Jiangqing and his group departed, Zhu Xiaowei summoned Wang Gui to a nearby tent. You are certain you did not know Jiangqing before, and there are no past grievances between you? Zhu Xiaowei was cautious, wary of offending a powerful entity like Qiming Cave Heaven, and wished to clarify the situation in case there was animosity. I do not know this individual. We merely encountered each other by chance. He wished to purchase my spirit beast, but I declined. That is all, Wang Gui shrugged. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaowei nodded slightly, relieved. He then inquired, is the ice bone soup prepared by General Fan ready? Recently. I have been busy with inspections and have only managed to brew this, came the reply. Wang Gui brought forth 10 portions of ice body soup that he had prepared yesterday. Why did you not mention this earlier? Henceforth, you need not patrol. Simply devote yourself to the crafting of ice body soup, said Zhu Xiaowei, his brow furrowing. He wished to avoid any reprimand from Fan Zhu over such trivial matters. He continued, there is a shipment scheduled to return to Xianyan City the day after tomorrow. You shall accompany it and personally deliver the items to General Fan. He is eager to make your acquaintance. The day after tomorrow, you say? Very well. Wang Gui subtly nodded, refraining from further words as he turned to leave the encampment. The Qiming Cave and Jiangqing. Never mind. It would be prudent to report this matter to General Fan, after all. He was someone the old general had particularly entrusted and instructed to look after. After departing from the encampment, Wang Gui stealthily returned to the Snow Python Mountain stronghold. In his chamber, the flames danced, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Wang Gui retrieved the flesh of the earth-armored beast along with some medicinal herbs, skillfully commencing the preparation of a tranquilizing broth. Nearby, Xiaobai lounged lazily on the ground, its front paws clutching a segment of spine, gnawing at it incessantly. However, this fragment of spine seemed to harbor extraordinary power, even Xiaobai's razor-sharp teeth, capable of effortlessly shattering the bones of monstrous beasts, encountered unprecedented resistance. Half an hour slipped by quietly, yet the spine remained as resilient as ever, showing no signs of fracture. Such an arduous bone piqued Wang Gui's curiosity. Oh woo. Observing Xiaobai's anxious demeanor, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. I shall assist you. Understanding his intent, Xiao Bai carefully placed the spine between them. Wang Gui promptly drew his Qingyan blade and struck down with force. Clang! A piercing resonance echoed, and Wang Gui felt a slight numbness and pain in his palm. In stark contrast, the spine remained unscathed, devoid of any mark. How could this be? Gaping in astonishment, Wang Gui was taken aback, despite not wielding his full strength. That momentary strike, even a practitioner at the late stage of meridian opening would not dare to confront directly with mere physical might. Even a robust fourth-tier beast would likely sustain injuries from such a fierce blow. Yet, this fragment of spine bore no trace of the blade, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Indeed, it was anything but ordinary. In an instant, a look of astonishment flickered in Wang Gui's eyes. Xiao Bai, being a congenital spirit body, could only be stirred by something extraordinary, far from the mundane. How about I simmer this bone into a nourishing broth for you? The spine bore little flesh, yet judging by its eager demeanor, it seemed to crave the marrow within. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Wang Gui. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai tilted its head, contemplating for a moment before emitting a low grunt of refusal. The bone is too hard, impervious to blades. You wouldn't be able to gnaw on it, and besides, the broth extracted from it would hold far greater value. You still doubt my culinary skills? Wang Gui gently patted its head, trying to persuade it. After a brief moment of reflection, Xiao Bai, displaying a hint of human-like understanding, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Wang Gui set up a large pot, utilizing spring water and adding various herbs suitable for nourishing spirit beasts, preparing to concoct a restorative broth in the manner of a complete tonic. Only a couple of ingredients were still needed: a stalk of Baijin grass and hui grass. In the storeroom of the White Dragon Cave, Wang Gui was unable to locate the two herbs he sought, which led him to contemplate the warehouse of the Snow Python stronghold. After eliminating the band of rogues led by Wu Qi, Wang Gui meticulously searched but could not find the crucial cave decree on the bandit chief. He pondered quietly, realizing that it was highly likely that this item had fallen into the hands of Lu Yuqing, the rightful leader of the Snow Python stronghold, making her possession of the decree entirely reasonable. With this thought, Wang Gui dismissed the notion and resolved to seek out the two herbs, which fortuitously were located in the storeroom of the Snow Python stronghold. Thus, he would have to find Lu Yuqing. Upon exiting the room and following the dimly lit corridor, he noticed several maidens hurriedly leaving Lu Yuqing's chamber. Wang Gui entered without hesitation. Where is she? The air was suffused with a delicate sandalwood fragrance. The interior of the room was adorned with exquisite elegance, with several landscape paintings gracing the walls. Among them was a grand depiction of a palace, portraying a peculiar scene where several figures sat in meditation beside the palace, seemingly engaged in a ritual or perhaps imparting teachings. Beneath the painting, on a wooden pedestal, stood a lifelike wooden statue of a woman, her beauty breathtaking, yet posed in a peculiar manner reminiscent of an ancient dance. Lu. My lady. Wang Gui cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. The room was devoid of any presence. However, as he stepped past the screen and ventured further within, a captivating figure clad in pure white caught his eye. In the steaming embrace of the bath, a woman with long, lustrous black hair cascaded like the night itself, gently draping over her delicate shoulders. Her skin, akin to creamy jade, shimmered subtly beneath the water, exuding an ethereal glow, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. After a moment, the woman seemed to sense a delicate shift in the atmosphere. With graceful movements, she lifted her head. Her bright eyes sparkled like profound springs, inadvertently intertwining with Wang Gui's gaze in the air. Ah, you. Who permitted you to enter? Why did you not knock? Lu Yuqing's charming face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. She quickly clasped her hands over her chest, fearful that her modesty might escape her. Before turning away with a playful reproach, her bashful demeanor only enhancing her allure. The door wasn't locked after all. Wang Gui spoke earnestly, asserting, "There is nothing to worry about. We are all adults here." The alluring figure of Lu Yuqing trembled slightly, her teeth clenched against her anger. Are you implying that it is my fault? I wonder what business you have in seeking me? After a brief silence enveloped the room, Lu Yuqing grasped her sheer garment, swiftly draping it over herself, before stepping gracefully out of the pool. At that moment, Lu Yuqing's body glistened with moisture, and beneath the delicate fabric, her enticing form sparked the imagination. Wang Gui's gaze roamed unabashedly over her, relishing the sight of the beauty emerging from her bath. Such a visage, such a physique, could only be deemed a treasure of this world. I seek you, the mistress of the Snow Python Mountain stronghold, in hopes of acquiring a few medicinal herbs. Wang Gui withdrew his gaze, meeting the other's predatory eyes, maintaining an outward calm as he casually mentioned the names of 2 medicinal herbs. This is quite manageable. I shall have someone deliver the herbs to your chambers shortly. Lu Yuqing nodded slightly. Her elegantly coiled black hair accentuated by a few damp strands that cascaded alluringly over her cheeks and shoulders, exuding a unique charm. As Wang Gui glanced at her, she too scrutinized him, her red lips parting to inquire, "How progresses your cultivation of the longevity technique?" In response, Wang Gui shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "You ask as if you do not already know. The spiritual energy in the pool within the cave is as thin as a thread. And I have yet to even master the first level." "Not even the first level? How exceedingly slow." Lu Yuqing's gaze fell slightly, her thoughts drifting into the recesses of her mind. After a moment, she raised her beautiful eyes, a charming smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "If only you could enter the Shuamong cave, with its abundant spiritual energy, you would surely achieve mastery of the longevity technique in a single stroke." "I am well aware of that. Although the restrictions have been lifted, the cost of the passage permit is exorbitant. Selling myself would not suffice to gather the funds. Despite being associated with the Su family, they would not grant me entry for free." Wang Gui, feeling helpless, spread his hands, his heart filled with bitterness. He too wished to explore the Snow Mount cave, yet the exorbitant price of the passage permit rendered it an unattainable dream for someone of his modest standing. Alas, what a pity it is. Lu Yuqing shook her head with a hint of regret, saying, "Not long ago, I chanced upon a place rumored to be a treasure trove. It seems, my lord, that you are fated to remain distanced from the fortunes contained within. The novel may be downloaded using the open source free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. Should you acquire the novel file through a proxy download, and the vendor fails to provide the software's source code or open source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the vendor." Author's email, Xingyu Outlook. Com Authors QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https, MEFQ Tool Chapter 69. Delicacies of Spirit Beasts. This woman, truly, one cannot fathom her intentions. Although he remained uncertain of the authenticity of the treasure Lu Yuqing spoke of, he currently lacked even the qualifications to enter Snow Mountain, rendering such thoughts futile. Wang Gui helplessly shook his head, adding the 2 medicinal herbs into the large pot and commencing the brewing process. Xiaobai lay beside the pot, fixated on it with unwavering attention. Thus, the day passed, and a large pot of broth was reduced to less than half a bowl of thick liquid. Congratulations on obtaining the exquisite delicacy of the spirit beast, lion spirit bone soup. Congratulations on reaching cooking level 7. What? The mere act of brewing a bowl of soup had elevated his cooking level by 1. Wang Gui found himself utterly stunned, his gaze hastily shifting to the rich broth before him. The lion spirit bone soup, a delicacy derived from the bones of the lion feather beast, is meticulously simmered over a gentle flame. Upon consumption by spirit beasts, it possesses the potential to enhance their mutations, particularly for feline spirit beasts, for whom the likelihood of mutation is significantly heightened. It is no wonder that this bone is so remarkably resilient. It originates from the lion feather beast. Wang Gui blinked in astonishment, exclaiming that the spirit beast atlas recorded the lion feather beast as a rare creature, a legacy from the ancient wilderness, ranking 208th on the ancient beast list. With the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, it excelled in flight. If old Lu were to learn that the fire essence stones he sold me were actually a bone from such a rare beast, he would surely regret it immensely. The concept of luck is indeed elusive. As the rich broth simmered, Xiaobai, unable to contain its excitement, circled around Wang Gui, incessantly howling, its fiery eyes fixated on the bowl in his hands. As Wang Gui ladled out the steaming soup, a wisp of an inexplicable beastly roar accompanied the rising steam, and a phantom beastly silhouette materialized, lion body, eagle wings, serpent tail. The apparition was unmistakably that of the lion feather beast. Before Wang Gui could gaze upon it any longer, Xiaobai dashed forward, its crimson tongue swiftly licking the bowl clean. After devouring the broth, Xiaobai let out a satisfied yelp and comfortably lay down, promptly falling asleep. "You gluttonous little creature." Wang Gui chuckled with a helpless shake of his head, gently stroking its soft fur. Then, with a thought, he summoned Xiaobai into the spirit beast space. For now, it would remain in there, and whether it could mutate and break through would depend on his fortune. Above the Shuamong camp, a flying vessel hovered. It was heard that Jiang Qing had a dispute in the market yesterday due to a spirit beast. Within the room, 3 young men engaged in conversation over drinks. One young man in a red robe turned to the man in white seated beside him, saying, "The beast-taming techniques of Zhang's family, though not as renowned as those of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, are still a branch of the Qingming sword sect. A spirit beast chosen by Jiang Qing must be of no ordinary quality." The ancestors of the Jiang family had been responsible for managing the spirit beast breeding for the Qingming sword sect, and over generations, the Jiang family had thus become a family of beast tamers. Indeed, our clan practices a secret art that grants us a unique perception of spirit beasts. Though not entirely accurate, the feeling I got from that snow lion was quite extraordinary, but alas, it was rejected. At the head of the table, Jiang Qing nodded slightly. Recalling the events of yesterday, a chill flickering across his face. As a direct descendant of the Jiang family, he had never encountered a situation where his desires were thwarted. He had heard that the individual was named Wang Gui, from the same Su family as Su He, and had also joined the city lord's guard. The young man in red turned his gaze towards Su He behind him. Su He nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "What Yin said is indeed true." Earlier in the military trial competition, Wang Gui defeated an opponent of late pulse stage with his mid-pulse stage strength, securing a place in the top 10 and joining the city lord's guard, earning quite a reputation in the military camp. However, I have not seen his spirit beast, the snow lion, before. It must be a recent acquisition. Oh, to be able to fight beyond 1S level, it seems this lad possesses some skill. Yet for us, his strength at the pulse stage is hardly formidable. The young man in the red robe scoffed disdainfully. Sui complimented, "Indeed, Brother Yinlai possesses extraordinary talent. Not only has he achieved the forged bone realm in physical cultivation, but he is also a spiritual cultivator. Should he seize the fortuitous opportunities within the Shuamong cave heaven this time, he might very well contend with the illustrious figures on the Shilin talents list." The Yin family stronghold, to which Yinlai belonged, was equally formidable as the Jiang family, and Yinlai ranked among the top 5 of his generation within the Yin family stronghold. "You flatter me, Brother Su. Ascending the talents list is no easy feat." Pleased by the praise, Yinlai turned to Jiang Qing with a faint smile and suggested, "Brother Jiang, should I assist you in capturing this young man?" Jiang Qing shook his head and replied, "If it were possible to take action, there would be no need for Brother Yin to intervene personally. I would have already seized that snow lion. What you may not know is that Wang Gui has a close relationship with General Fan Zhu of Xianyan City. If he provokes that old fellow, it would be more trouble than it's worth." Even a powerful figure from the Yuanwu realm, such as a family elder, commanded a degree of respect, and he was reluctant to offend them. "Oh, is that so?" Yinlai expressed mild surprise, then turned to Su He for confirmation. "Could it be that this individual is a descendant of General Fan?" Wang Gui hails from a small village called Linhu, without any notable background or influence. Sui pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "This is quite intriguing. He actually has connections with a Yuanwu expert." Yinlai pursed his lips, feeling a growing curiosity towards Wang Gui. Jiang Qing's expression, meanwhile, darkened slightly. Had it not been for Fan Zhu's backing, he would have already taken action against Wang Gui. After observing the two, Sui contemplated briefly before smiling and slightly cupping his hands in greeting. "Brother Jiang, I happen to have a suggestion." "Oh, do share." Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, while Yinlai also turned his gaze toward him. Sui paused for a moment and continued, "Tomorrow, a convoy of supplies will be dispatched to Xianyan City, and Wang Gui will be among those escorting the team. Moreover, the strength of this escorting team is rather low, all at the late stage of the Tongmai realm." Jiang Qing was taken aback, but then nodded with a smile. "Oh, I had forgotten that Brother Su is also from the City Lord's mansion. I am indeed part of this escorting team," Su He replied with a chuckle. "Huh. Being from the City Lord's mansion, it seems your relationship with Wang Gui is not particularly good," Yinlai remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. "I am merely helping Brother Jiang alleviate some concerns," Su He said softly. "With this opportunity at hand, it was essential not to let it slip away, but I cannot act directly. Let my servant handle this matter instead." Jiang Qing furrowed his brow. If their identities were inadvertently exposed and they offended Fan Zhu, it would be a case of losing much over a trifling gain. Not long ago, for reasons unknown, Wang Gui had leveraged the strength of the city lord's guards to eradicate the bandit leaders, including Wu Qi, from the Shuimeng mountain stronghold. The remaining bandits from the smaller Meng mountain stronghold, intimidated by Xianyan City's might, dared not provoke Wang Gui. Sui slowly remarked, We can seize this opportunity to seek revenge on Wang Gui under the guise of Xiaomong Mountain. Thus, even if our actions are unveiled, Fanju will attribute the wrath to Xiaomong Mountain. However, for the sake of caution, we should enlist some genuine bandits to partake in this endeavor, allowing our people to blend in amidst them. This plan is indeed brilliant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded in approval. Acknowledging the cleverness of this strategy of using others as instruments of vengeance and diverting calamity, Brother Su's scheme is astute, he affirmed. Yen Lai also nodded in agreement, but then shifted the conversation, expressing, however, from what you have said, I find myself increasingly intrigued by this Wang Gui. Although they regard Xiaomong Mountain's bandit stronghold as insignificant, it is remarkable that someone as solitary as Wang Gui could instigate such upheaval. There must be hidden secrets lurking behind this. Since Brother Yin is curious, I shall dispatch someone to investigate and uncover the recent happenings surrounding this individual, Suhi replied. Chapter 70. The ambush on the road. The aurora shimmered brilliantly while snowflakes danced through the air. A convoy of horse-drawn carts laden with goods stood still outside the Xiaomong camp. These materials were essential for Master Lin's alchemical endeavors, and not a single misstep could be afforded. With another mission at hand, I could not accompany them for the escort. This task would be led by Wang Gui. Lieutenant Zhu turned to Wang Gui and inquired, Are all personnel accounted for? Everyone is present and ready to depart at any moment. Wang Gui confirmed after thoroughly checking once more. Lieutenant Zhu then handed him the talisman and disc, advising, in case of unforeseen circumstances, you may tear this fire talisman. Let us set forth. Wang Gui immediately raised his hand, and, amidst the frantic whinnies of the horses, the caravan galloped towards the distant horizon, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping darkness. The piercing gale, laden with ice and snow, ravaged the expansive tundra. Originally, the journey from Xiaomong Mountain to Xianyan City was expected to take less than half a day at their pace. However, as soon as they exited the confines of Xiaomong Mountain, the caravan was beset by a fierce blizzard that severely hampered their progress. Brother Wang, the blizzard intensifies. If we proceed any further, we may be fine, but the horses might not withstand it, a guard accompanying him gravely remarked as he approached the front of the line. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. We shall continue once the storm has passed, Wang Gui replied. Wang Gui nodded slightly, signaling the team to halt for a moment. He then retrieved a disc from his bosom, from which a beam of light erupted, bursting forth like a firework above the heads of the group, creating shimmering screens of light that enveloped the entire convoy. In an instant, the howling winds that had filled the air fell silent. The inhabitants of the icy plains, accustomed to harsh weather conditions, had developed certain countermeasures. This object, known as the wind-repelling disc, was bestowed upon him by Captain Zhu and, as its name suggests, was designed to withstand the severe weather of the tundra. Everyone heightened their vigilance, for the Xiaomong Mountain was notorious for being a den of bandits. Sui addressed the group, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Wang Gui ahead. Who would be foolish enough to dare touch anything belonging to our Xianyan city? You worry too much, Brother Su, a man scoffed, grinning dismissively. Be cautious. Wang Gui's expression shifted dramatically as if sensing something amiss. He swiftly sidestepped. Whoosh. A piercing sound sliced through the stillness of the night as an arrow shot forth from the darkness, barely grazing Wang Gui's left shoulder before striking the forehead of a rear guard, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Enemy attack. The scene was too abrupt. The members of the convoy stood frozen in shock until they comprehended the grim reality upon seeing their fallen comrade, prompting them to draw their weapons and scan their surroundings with heightened alertness. A master of the bone-forging realm, Wang Gui felt an unsettling tension. His face drained of color. Although the wind-resistant shield could not claim to entirely neutralize the lethal edge of blades and spears, it was certainly capable of diminishing the impact of arrows, thereby reducing their deadly force. Yet, astonishingly, the arrow before him effortlessly pierced through the protection of the shield, striking down a member of the guard with the swiftness of lightning. This demonstrated that the archer's skill was undeniably far superior to that of his companions. You are Wang Gui? Came a chilling voice from the tempestuous storm, followed by the slow emergence of numerous shadowy figures from the surrounding darkness. Among them, a tall and robust man stepped forward, his voice betraying that he was likely a middle-aged individual. Do you recognize me? Wang Gui wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed intently on the black-clad man before him, whose head was adorned with a crimson blood bar. In a low voice, he inquired, You have slain Wu Qi and decimated my Xiaomong Mountain bandit stronghold. This debt must be settled properly. The middle-aged man's icy voice gradually echoed. They are the brigands of Xiaomong Mountain. Everyone, be cautious. Sui shouted. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of numerous bandits surrounding them, the expressions of the group turned grim. Kill. A dozen officials were ensnared by hundreds of Xiaomong Mountain brigands, and with the leader's command, chaos was poised to erupt. Thinking of fleeing? A formidable warrior of the bone-refining realm was not one to confront Wang Gui directly. He promptly withdrew, but the latter, with a cold smirk, propelled himself forward like a cannonball, pursuing Wang Gui relentlessly. Hee, Wang Gui, this time, even if you sprout wings, you shall not escape. In the tumultuous fray not far away, Su He, observing Wang Gui's flight, revealed a sinister smile. Boy, prepare for your demise. A chilling scoff emanated from behind, followed by a fierce wind of a punch, rushing toward Wang Gui with terrifying velocity. The scarlet eyes of Wang Gui glinted with ferocity. He halted abruptly and turned to face the incoming punch, retaliating with a strike of his own. Boom. A deep sound resonated as the immense force sent Wang Gui staggering back several steps before he regained his balance. Interesting. You managed to withstand my blow. The mysterious black-clad man regarded Wang Gui from a distance, sensing the latter's change in aura, and a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. Oh, half-step bone-refining realm? A secret technique to enhance one's power in a short span? No wonder. The leaders of Xiaomong Mountain who attained the bone-refining realm all followed the old demon Qian into the Shuemong cave. Who exactly are you? After invoking the blood-eye frenzy, Wang Gui's crimson gaze remained fixated on the man before him, his countenance as dark as water. The man, sensing the shift in Wang Gui, paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure, sneering. Heh, you are quite clever, but does it matter who I am to a dying man? A mocking expression akin to a cat toying with a mouse played upon the black-clad man's face. Wang Gui's countenance grew increasingly somber. Where's your spirit beast? Hand it over, and perhaps I may spare your life, the man in black said, his arms crossed. Spirit beast? Are you one of Jiangqing's men? Upon hearing the demand to surrender Xiaobai, Wang Gui furrowed his brow in confusion, suddenly recalling a certain individual. He spoke in a low voice. If you do not reveal the young master's name and willingly hand over the spirit beast, perhaps I might still grant you a chance to live. Since you are already aware, you have no need to continue living. The man in black let out a light sigh, shaking his head in resignation, then fixed his gaze deep into Wang Gui's eyes, a fierce intent to kill surging forth. In an instant, the figure of the man in black vanished, reappearing directly before Wang Gui. The latter's expression turned cold as he clawed towards Wang Gui's throat with a swift motion. How swift? As he beheld the sudden appearance, Wang Gui's pupils constricted, and he dared not be careless. Gripping his palm, the fiery blade of the Qingyan knife materialized, slashing fiercely towards the man's claw. Clang. A superior treasure blade? Upon contact between hand and blade, the man in black paused briefly, then scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe that a mere superior weapon can bridge the gap between us? You underestimate the bone-refining realm far too much. As the name implies, the bone-refining realm involves the tempering of sinew and the honing of the physical body. Those who reach this realm possess a physique akin to steel weaponry, impervious to blades and spears. Boom. As the man in black's words fell, he disregarded the sharp Qingyan knife with his left hand, seizing it bare-handed like an iron claw, while his right fist, imbued with a fierce gale, swung violently towards Wang Gui's face. Beast transformation pattern, fire lizard pattern. Facing this assault, Wang Gui's expression turned grave. He abruptly raised his arm, his sleeve tearing apart to reveal skin resembling molten lava, and his crimson palm swiftly struck against the oncoming fist. Bang! As the fists collided, a deep, muffled thud resonated, and the overwhelming force unleashed a shockwave that shattered the surrounding ice and snow into fragments. Stumble, stumble. In the moment of their clash, Wang Gui stumbled back 3 steps, barely managing to stabilize himself, while the man in black also retreated a step. This kid. The man in black's eyes darkened gradually. Though he had only stepped back once and ostensibly held the upper hand, he was, after all, a genuine bone-refining realm expert. The fact that he had not yet subdued Wang Gui after several exchanges, and that the latter could even force him back, was no feat achievable by an ordinary Meridian realm practitioner. Moreover, the power Wang Gui had unleashed in their brief encounter had not paled in comparison to that of a bone-refining realm expert, further darkening the man's expression. Chapter 71. Fierce battle with a bone-refining expert. This kid is peculiar, I can no longer afford to delay. In the eyes of the man clad in black, a glint of cold light flickered as his palm suddenly swelled with formidable power, exuding a hue of deep, dark gold. In the next instant, he forcefully stomped his foot upon the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that cracked the frozen earth beneath him. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, arriving before Wang Gui in the blink of an eye. With a resounding cry, the black-clad figure unleashed the inked gold hand blade. His massive form radiated an overwhelming strength, and his palm, shimmering with the color of dark gold, resembled a spear aimed directly at Wang Gui's chest, poised to strike with ferocity. At that moment, it felt as if the very air were being torn apart, with a sharp, howling wind and shockwaves cascading outward, forming a swirling vortex of air that drew in the surrounding ice and snow. As the painful sensation of the air being ripped past his face struck him, Wang Gui sensed an unprecedented danger. Gazing at the palm, which loomed larger in his vision, the fiery lizard patterns on his arms became increasingly vivid, flickering with a radiant flame. Just a fraction more. Wang Gui ignited the fiery lizard patterns within him to their utmost limit, and his eyes instantly filled with a blood-red hue, exuding a chilling aura of ferocity. The fiery fist. His crimson skin rapidly enveloped his entire body at a visible pace, and as it spread to his arms, the fiery lizard patterns appeared as if they had been ignited, radiating a dazzling brilliance in the darkness. Perish! The icy blade of his palm whistled through the air. At that moment, Wang Gui summoned the silhouette of a fire lizard with his blazing fist, seemingly melting the surrounding ice and snow before colliding heavily with the palm blade. Bang! Accompanied by a deep, resounding explosion, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the collision, sending shockwaves that lifted layers of shattered stones and soil from the ground, rapidly spreading outward like tumultuous waves. Although Wang Gui's current strength was only at the late stage of meridian opening, with the enhancement of the Blood-Eye Frenzy, Beast Transformation Runes, and Demon Flame Arts, even a master of the Bone Refinement realm would not be able to contend with him. What? The black-clad man gazed at the youth before him, his somber face betraying a hint of astonishment. The latter was actually able to engage him, who was wielding martial arts, to such an extent. As a servant of the Jiang family, he not only safeguarded the family member's safety, but also occasionally served as a sparring partner for the younger generation. He had sparred with several of Jiang family's talented youths, and even the most distinguished genius among them would likely struggle to match the latter's prowess. This young man, aware of the young master's command and harboring animosity, if allowed to depart unchecked, would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the young master in the future, given his remarkable talent for cultivation. The black-clad man's gaze flickered, a chilling murderous intent surging within him. Both parties were now aware of each other's identities, and the enmity was firmly established. If he allowed the adversary to grow with such hostility, it would pose a peril not only to the young master, but to the entire Jiang family as well. The most effective solution to such a threat was to eradicate it in its infancy. Kid, this ends here. The sinister expression on the black-clad man's face deepened as he swiftly extended his left hand along the Qingyan blade, firmly grasping Wang Gui's wrist, preventing his escape. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his lethal strike, his expression suddenly froze. Is this spiritual energy? The subtle fluctuations transmitted through his right hand, although faint, were crystal clear to his keen perception. Hiss! In the fleeting moment of the black-clad man's shock, Wang Gui's spiritual energy surged through his meridians, rapidly converging towards his arm. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling flame erupted from his clenched fist, transforming into a scorching fire pillar over a meter long that engulfed the upper body of the black-clad man entirely. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Gui stomped the ground forcefully, retreating swiftly to escape the latter's grip, his expression now one of grave caution as he watched the figure consumed by flames. Sizzle! The flames arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The upper garments of the black-clad man were charred to ashes, his face turned ashen, and his hair disheveled. Amid such disarray, the chilling glare emanating from him, coupled with the rising and falling of his chest, revealed his seething fury. Damn little brat, you seek. Pfft. Yet before he could finish his words, the man in black felt a surge of blood and energy within him, his veins ablaze with excruciating pain, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This is impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the blood on the ground. He had been wounded by a junior at the late stage of the meridian opening. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance, and through the darkness, flickers of firelight could be seen rapidly enlarging as they drew nearer. with blood at the corner of his mouth. The man's expression grew increasingly grim as he glared fiercely at Wang Gui. The reinforcements had arrived. Despite his utmost reluctance, he had no choice but to flee. In a flash, he vanished into the surrounding darkness. Phew! Seeing the figure depart, Wang Gui quietly exhaled, his back already drenched in sweat. The depletion of his internal energy rendered his face pale. It was no small feat to have forced back an expert nearing the mid-stage of bone refinement. Meanwhile, the sound of hooves grew ever closer as Captain Zhu led a contingent of guards to the scene. The bandits besieging the convoy were swiftly dismantled, falling under the onslaught of Captain Zhu and his men. Where's Wang Gui? Where has he gone? Captain Zhu scanned the crowd but found no trace of Wang Gui. Urgently inquiring, the others exchanged glances, bewildered. The chaos of the moment had left them oblivious. Wang Gui had been pursued by the leader. It was feared that. Su He's eyes flickered slightly. Then he shook his head, his expression tinged with sorrow. What could have happened? Before Captain Zhu could respond, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness nearby, and soon Wang Gui's figure gradually appeared before the crowd. You. Upon seeing Wang Gui, Su He stood frozen. As if he had encountered a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief. He knew all too well the strength of the man in black. How could Wang Gui possibly have returned alive? Had that man failed? This was inconceivable. What's wrong? Surprised that I could return alive? Wang Gui raised an eyebrow, his tone frigid. Wherever you may speak, your return is indeed most welcome. Su He's expression tightened momentarily but quickly returned to its usual composure. He turned to the side and spoke solemnly to the nearby Captain Zhu. Captain Zhu, the assailants we encountered hail from the bandits of Xiaomong Mountains Zhuzhai. Their audacity is truly unparalleled. We have sustained injuries, and this matter cannot be dismissed lightly. It appears the bandits of Zhuzhai have grown too comfortable in their existence. I shall report this incident to General Fan in full detail. Captain Zhu's expression darkened in response. To dare to seize the goods of Xianyan City was indeed a reckless act. Beside them, Wang Gui's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he chose to remain silent. Chapter 72. Insights on Cultivation in the Military Camp S Loft. General Fan sat in the main seat, having set aside his bowl of iced lotus soup. He fixed his gaze on Wang Gui below and inquired, I have heard that you encountered an ambush by the bandits of Xiaomong Mountain on your way. Wang Gui's expression darkened slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in acquiescence. It was likely due to the vendetta stemming from his subordinates' previous actions against Wu Qi. For those individuals had come seeking retribution against him. Although Wang Gui was aware of the true perpetrators behind the attack, he opted to attribute it to the bandits of Little Mang Mountain in order to avoid escalating the situation. Given that even the servants of Jiangqing wielded such formidable power, Wang Gui was loath to sever ties completely, fearing the repercussions that might ensue. Although he had the backing of Fanju, this support was contingent upon his continued utility, should that utility wane. Wang Gui harbored no illusions that Fanju would jeopardize his own standing with the Jiang family of Qimingke for his sake. Thus, he was left with no choice but to swallow his grievances and endure. Ah! How audacious they are to plunder the goods of my Xianyan city and slay the denizens of my lord's estate. It appears that the bandit stronghold of Little Mang Mountain has forfeited its right to exist. Fanju, still clad in his silver armor, exhibited a notable improvement in his demeanor, having consumed the ice bodhi soup for a month, which had diminished the fire poison within him by a degree. However, in an instant, the warmth of his ruddy visage was replaced by an icy resolve. In 2 days, I shall personally lead an expedition to cleanse Little Mang Mountain with blood, and you shall accompany me. Wang Gui is his subordinate, and the extermination of Wu Qi was also his directive. Although the Xiaomong Mountain is devoid of the presence of the formidable Qian Laoma, it would be foolish to underestimate the situation. Despite the subtle air of mystery surrounding these events, it is undeniable that this matter will not conclude amicably. At this critical juncture, the emergence of such complications necessitates action. Otherwise, should other factions perceive it, they might mistakenly believe that Xianyan City is easily trifled with. Indeed, I shall obey your command. Wang Gui discreetly curled the corners of his mouth and respectfully clasped his fists. Jiangqing's stratagem of diverting disaster was likely to bring untold misfortune to the small Mongshan Zhuzhai. If the old demon Qian were to learn of this, he would surely be driven to fury. Suddenly, Fanju turned his gaze towards Wang Gui, his eyes narrowing slightly as he inquired. I have heard that after the demise of Wu Qi, the Shuimang Mountain stronghold came under the control of a woman named Lu Yuqing. It seems you are acquainted with this Lu Yuqing. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's heart sank. He had believed his movements were shrouded in secrecy, yet it appeared he had been discovered. Indeed, he was familiar with the woman. But his actions in eliminating the Shuimang stronghold were solely to procure medicine for the old general, he hastily explained. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. I, too, have acted rashly for the sake of a fair maiden in my younger days. It is of no consequence, Fanju chuckled heartily, noticing Wang Gui's slight discomfort. He waved his hand dismissively, for the motives behind Wang Gui's actions mattered little to him. As long as the latter could find solace in curing the poison that plagued him, Wang Gui let out a quiet sigh of relief. After consuming your medicinal concoction for over a month, the fiery toxins within me have indeed diminished somewhat. Fan raised his palm, revealing a book that appeared in his hand, and remarked with a smile, "This is a compendium of insights I have garnered over many years of practicing the fiery demon technique. Consider it a token of gratitude bestowed upon you." Insights on cultivation? Wang Gui was taken aback, a look of surprise suddenly blossoming on his face. When the old man was cultivating the demonic flame technique, he encountered considerable difficulties, nearly succumbing to madness. With such an item in hand, it could help you avoid some detours and greatly benefit your cultivation. Thank you, esteemed general. Wang Gui was overwhelmed with excitement. The insights of a Yuan Wu realm expert were invaluable beyond measure. Fanju stroked his beard and chuckled softly, recognizing that Wang Gui, who practiced the same demon flame technique, had almost become a half-disciple in his eyes. Both his innate talent and character deeply resonated with Fanju. Moreover, through years of cultivation, the old man discovered that this technique was not merely a physical training method. Fanju's white brows furrowed slightly as he recalled how he had stumbled upon this technique in a small spirit realm. Naturally, the treasures emerging from such celestial domains would not be straightforward. After years of practice, he had uncovered the peculiarities embedded within the technique. After a meticulous explanation, Fanju shook his head, sighed, and remarked, "I have cultivated the demon flame technique to the 7th layer, yet I still cannot grasp its essence. It seems this method is merely a fragment. The part that has been lost likely contains another path of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's heart trembled, and he suddenly recalled his encounter with the man in black, the obscure sensations of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians compelling him to mobilize his internal power. Had it not been for that sudden strike, he would not have wounded that individual. Could it be that the demon flame technique was also a method for cultivating spiritual energy? This thought quickened Wang Gui's breath. Never mind. It is too early to discuss this now. In due time, when you cultivate this technique to my level, you will naturally comprehend it. Fanju waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Wang Gui with a light-hearted smile. "Young one, would you like to enter the Shuimang cave heaven?" Wang Gui was taken aback, and he quickly nodded. Naturally, he desired it, as did everyone else. "Let me share some news with you," Fanju said solemnly. While exploring the Shuimang cave heaven, those old fellows unexpectedly discovered a vein of spiritual essence stones with astonishing reserves. When he spoke of the spiritual essence mine, his calm, aged eyes trembled violently, betraying an indescribable excitement. "Spiritual essence mine?" Wang Gui exclaimed in astonishment. In this harsh and frigid world, nothing is more scarce than the spiritual essence stones, which contain the very essence of heaven and earth. It is precisely because of such items that many are hindered from embarking on the path of spiritual cultivation, forcing them to resort to cultivating their physical bodies instead. Consider, if a certain faction could seize control of the spiritual essence mine, it would enable them to cultivate numerous spiritual experts, propelling their family or sect to greater heights. Fanju continued, "The preciousness of spiritual essence stones is self-evident. Unsurprisingly, those old fellows have been embroiled in a protracted dispute over how to allocate the resources, failing to reach a consensus for several days. Eventually, they devised a plan to send the outstanding young talents from their respective factions to represent them in this contest for the mine. The leaders of these factions, having reached their current level of cultivation, were not to be trifled with. They valued their lives greatly. Should they personally engage in the struggle, the risk of falling prey to their own fervor and perishing was not negligible. Indeed, while the mine was invaluable, it would be unwise to recklessly gamble one's life and fortune for it. By allowing the younger generation to participate, they could both train their disciples and maintain a semblance of fairness, thus minimizing potential losses. However, the particulars of this matter required careful deliberation, and once a decision was reached, I shall inform you, Fanju said with a slight nod, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He held Wang Gui in high regard. Should he have the opportunity to hone his skills in the Shuimang cave heaven, it would indeed be a rare chance for growth and refinement. Thank you, General. Chapter 73. Good news in a room at the Jiang family's encampment. What did you say? Not only did you fail to capture Wang Gui, but you also revealed your identity and let him know it was me. Jiang Qing's expression darkened as he stood abruptly from his chair, crushing the teacup in his hand. I deserve death. Please punish me, young master. The man in black knelt on one knee, his face pale and his demeanor filled with trepidation. Useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Do you think I will spare you? Jiang Qing's eyelids twitched fiercely as he angrily waved his sleeve, commanding someone. Take this worthless fool away and whip him 100 times. The man in black gritted his teeth, bowing his head, not daring to show any sign of resistance. Brother Jiang, do not be hasty, Yin Lai interjected, gesturing to stop the proceedings. Why is that, Brother Yin? Although Jiang Qing was in a fit of anger, he still held a deep respect for the latter. Jiang's house servant possessed the strength of the bone-refining realm, while Wang Gui had merely reached the late stage of meridian opening. Shouldn't Jiang find it strange that this venture ended in failure? Yin Lai cast a discerning glance towards the kneeling man, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Tell me everything you know. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing was equally taken aback. His earlier fury had clouded his attention to such details. Now, reflecting on the other's words, he realized that this situation indeed bore an air of peculiarity. The man clad in black did not dare to withhold information and recounted, in meticulous detail, his encounter with Wang Gui. Are you suggesting that, despite his mere late-stage meridian opening cultivation, he possesses combat prowess on par with the bone-refining realm? Even you were defeated by him? Jiang Qing was astonished, struggling to believe his own ears. Even Yin Lai, standing beside him, furrowed his brow slightly. They had encountered those capable of fighting beyond their level. But those individuals were always prodigies nurtured by prominent sects and families. Yet, this lad hailed from a desolate village. Could it be that he had encountered some extraordinary fortune? As this thought crossed their minds, the two exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of avarice in the other's eyes. The man in black continued, That boy is quite peculiar. He utilizes various secret techniques to enhance his physical strength, and his overall power is not inferior to that of the bone-refining realm. Oh, please, continue, Jiang Qing urged, as both he and Yin Lai nodded slightly, deep in contemplation. Moreover, although the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him are faint, insufficient to reach the qi condensation stage, he still managed to injure me by surprise. The black-clad man gritted his teeth and spoke with a heavy tone, expressing his frustration that, had he not been careless, Wang Gui would never have escaped, especially since he had not yet unleashed his trump card. Spiritual energy? He is also a spiritual cultivator? How can this be possible? Jiang Qing was taken aback, turning his gaze towards Yin Lai. He had seen many prodigies who cultivated spiritual energy, and he himself was among them, yet all were of distinguished lineage. How could someone like Wang Gui, without any background, have the resources to cultivate spiritual energy? Yin Lai remained silent, being a cultivator at the qi condensation stage himself. He discerned the implications of the black-clad man's words. His eyes flickered as he articulated, Are you saying he managed to injure you before reaching the qi condensation stage? Reluctantly, the black-clad man nodded, his expression sullen. The spiritual fire he released was rather unusual. It was my momentary carelessness that led to my downfall. He did not employ any artifacts or talismans. No, the man shook his head. Hearing this, Yin Lai lowered his gaze, contemplating deeply. Even with a sneak attack, to injure you with insufficient qi condensation level spiritual energy suggests that Wang Gui must have cultivated some profound technique. Very well, Wang Gui, you have truly surprised me, Jiang Qing remarked, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Jiang Qing marveled repeatedly, astonished to discover that Wang Gui harbored untold secrets. Not only did he possess coveted spirit beasts, but he also wielded profound martial arts. In the city of Xinyan, the various factions were predominantly comprised of body-refining warriors, with barely a handful of spiritual cultivators. Even after joining the Lord's mansion, there was no legacy of spiritual cultivation to be found. This led to only one conclusion. This young man must have encountered unique opportunities. In an instant, the flames of desire in his eyes transformed into deep-seated greed. Brother Jiang, it is imperative to swiftly investigate the details regarding Wang Gui, Yin Lai proposed after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. As a member of a prestigious family, their experiences and knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Occasionally, powerful reclusive cultivators would take on disciples in secrecy. Such matters were unpredictable and warranted caution. Should Wang Gui indeed be a disciple of one of those legendary figures, careful deliberation would be necessary. Thus, it was essential to thoroughly understand the latter's background beforehand. As Yan Lai spoke, he advanced toward the cloaked man and, with a sudden motion, a slender sword enveloped in crimson spiritual energy swiftly cut across the man's throat. The cloaked figure emitted no sound as he succumbed to lifelessness. The fewer who are aware of this incident, the better, wouldn't you agree, Brother Jiang? Yan Lai remarked with a smile, observing as the blood on his delicate sword vanished as if absorbed, leaving the weapon gleaming with a sanguine sheen. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, but chose not to say much, merely nodding in agreement. Brother Yin speaks wisely. Even if you had not acted, I would not have let this worthless being escape. I appreciate your assistance. Brother Jiang, you flatter me. However, I recently heard that your Qingming sword sect came into possession of a treasure, only to have it stolen and fled with by a traitor. Is there any truth to this? Yan Lai inquired, shifting the conversation with sudden curiosity. Indeed, Brother Yan's information is quite astute. Since you wish to know, I see no harm in sharing, Jiang Qing replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head with a smile. However, what you understand is not entirely comprehensive. The sect did discover a treasure trove, but the traitor did not steal a treasure. Rather, he absconded with the key to one of the secret chambers. Jiang Qing spoke solemnly. The key to the treasury is far more valuable than the treasure itself. At the Shuimang mountain stronghold, Wang Gui gazed at the enchanting woman before him and inquired, "You summoned me back in such haste. Is there a matter of great importance?" Shortly after returning to Xian'an City, he had received a message from Lu Yuqing. With a glimmer of excitement in her beautiful eyes, Lu Yuqing replied with a light laugh. "Naturally, I have good news to share with you." "What good news?" Wang Gui asked, intrigued by her enthusiasm. "The old demon Qian has emerged from the Shuimang cave, and I have heard that he has sustained serious injuries." Lu Yuqing's speech gradually quickened, and within her captivating gaze lay a hint of urgency. Upon hearing her words, Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting astonishment. Back in the White Dragon Cave, he had promised Lu Yuqing that once his strength was sufficient, he would slay the evil Qianla to avenge her. However, he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. "Allow me to share a piece of good news with you as well." Wang Gui touched his nose, chuckling helplessly, feeling that the coincidence was rather remarkable. "What good news?" Lu Yuqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she inquired. "Tomorrow, General Fan will personally lead a team to eradicate all bandit strongholds in Xiaomong Mountain, including the Black Demon Cave where the old demon Qian resides." Chapter 74. The stone ball and iron plate at the heart of the Xiaomong Mountain range lies a stronghold known as the Black Demon Fortress, ruled by none other than the notorious old demon Qian, the leader of the Xiaomong Mountain bandits. However, at this moment, he found himself besieged in the Grand Hall by tens of thousands of the Xian'an City's guards. "Fanju, I believe I have never offended you. Why do you attack my stronghold without reason?" A frail old man in a tattered black robe, his hair disheveled and blood trickling from his mouth, appeared utterly disheveled. This was the old demon Qian. "Without reason? Heh, old demon Qian, take your questions below and seek clarity," came the cold retort from the front of the guards, where Fanju, clad in silver armor, smirked at his words. Suddenly, he stamped his foot, causing the entire hall to tremble. Boom! With a fierce swing of his fist, the air around him quaked, and in an instant, an enormous fist imprint took shape in the air as if it were tangible. It surged forth with unstoppable momentum, crashing heavily against the hall's solid walls, leaving behind a profound and massive impression. The hall shook, debris fell from above, and under the weight of that imprint, the old demon Qian was reduced to a mere puddle of blood and flesh. Hiss! Even many of the guards within the hall could not help but gasp in awe. They rarely witnessed General Fan's might, and now that they had, they couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying prowess of a Yuanwu realm master. Gazing at the immense fist imprint on the wall, Wang Gui found himself unable to calm his racing heart. Indeed, the strength of a Yuanwu realm master was formidable. Even a formidable opponent like the old demon Qian, who had reached the late stages of bone tempering, could not withstand even a few exchanges before succumbing. As anticipated, the disparity between realms became increasingly evident as one progressed. Having witnessed the might of the Yuanwu realm, Wang Gui felt a burgeoning desire for immense power ignite within him. "General, all the items gathered from the Black Demon Cave are here." Dozens of men carried various treasure chests into the Grand Hall, which were piled high with a plethora of items. The old demon Qian's collection is indeed quite substantial. Upon seeing such an array of treasures, Fan Zhu chuckled lightly, and then turned to Wang Gui, saying, "See if there's anything you desire. Feel free to take what you like." "Thank you, General." Wang Gui's gaze swiftly darted among the treasure chests. Beside him, Captain Zhu couldn't help but grin. Others had never been afforded such privilege. After rummaging through the multitude of items for quite some time, Wang Gui finally discovered what Lu Yuqing had instructed him to seek, a small stone ball. Uneven and seemingly ordinary. Beside the stone sphere, there lay an object resembling a black iron plate, its surface marred by numerous patches of rust. As Wang Gui inadvertently brushed against it while grasping the stone sphere, a sudden shiver coursed through him, and a wave of dizziness washed over his mind. The sensation was akin to the piercing of a needle, faintly painful, yet undeniably vivid, though it vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared. Wang Gui meticulously wrapped the iron piece in cloth. "Are these the only 2 items you desire? Will you not consider anything else?" Every move of the latter was closely observed by Fan Zhu, whose aged eyes first glanced at the stone sphere and then at the rusty iron piece, both eliciting a hint of surprise. "No, thank you for your generosity, General. My subordinate has not made significant contributions this time. It would be better to distribute these precious items to the valiant soldiers who fought bravely," Wang Gui replied respectfully with clasped fists. Upon hearing this, Fan Zhu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The news of the eradication of the Black Demon Cave swiftly spread throughout the entire Xuemeng Mountain, reaching the ears of various factions in numerous forms. While it sparked considerable discussion and speculation, for those top-tier powers, this was ultimately within the territory of Xianyan City, and they had no authority to intervene. Moreover, a mere Black Demon Cave, with Qian the Old Demon possessing only the strength of bone forging, was inconsequential to obliterate. At the Xuemeng Mountain stronghold, Wang Gui met Lu Yuqing. "I have found the item you requested." "Really? Where is it?" "In an instant." Lu Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Before I hand it over to you, you must first tell me, what purpose does this item serve?" Wang Gui did not hastily hand over the item to the woman before him. Rather, he inquired with curiosity. He even recalled that she had once asked for his assistance in seeking vengeance, possibly to obtain this very object. However, he had not anticipated that everything would unfold so swiftly, even more effortlessly than he had imagined. Observing this, Lu Yuqing slightly furrowed her delicate brows, only to gradually relax them, her starry eyes fixating intently on Wang Gui. After a moment, she softly spoke. "My lord, what is the meaning of this? Did we not come to an agreement? You would aid me in vanquishing the elder demon Qian, and in return, I would assist you in becoming a spiritual practitioner. Were the spirit stones and the longevity technique ever false?" "Miss Lu, you jest. The techniques in spirit stones are indeed authentic. Yet I have also fulfilled my promise by eliminating the Black Demon Cave and Elder Demon Qian." With a cunning smile, Wang Gui chuckled softly. "As for the matter of the lady requesting me to search for something, that is quite another story." "You," Lu Yuqing, vexed, found her delicate face tinged with anger. Yet, within moments, she swiftly regained her composure, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as she spoke. "This item is a relic left by my father. When the old demon Qian came to seize it, I merely wished to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me." Since the lady prefers to remain silent, I shall take my leave," Wang Gui remarked, preparing to turn away. However, he was soon halted by Lu Yuqing's voice. "Wait." Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she pondered for a moment before her lovely face broke into a captivating smile. "Your wisdom is commendable. It seems I cannot conceal the truth from you any longer." At her words, Wang Gui narrowed his eyes, sensing that she indeed harbored secrets. Lu Yuqing gently tapped her refined chin, contemplating before she declared, "I shall speak plainly. This item is connected to a treasure hidden within Snowmang Mountain." "The treasure within the Snowmang Cave?" Wang Gui was taken aback, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly inquired, "How do you know that this object is related to the treasure? Is it perhaps the treasure site you mentioned earlier?" "Indeed, it is that very treasure site," Lu Yuqing affirmed without denial. "Oh." Wang Gui's eyes flickered slightly as he gazed at the enchanting woman before him. After a moment of contemplation, he retorted, "My lady, having articulated this matter so thoroughly, do you not fear that I might abscond with the item?" Lu Yuqing responded with a charming smile, "If you could locate it solely based on this object, then why did the old demon Qian return empty-handed and wounded? Moreover, after our prolonged acquaintance, I have faith that you would not engage in such a foolish act." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui couldn't help but scrutinize her more deeply. It appeared that she had already devised a plan. No wonder she had remained composed and unflustered when the old demon Qian entered the Shuemong cave. She understood that even if he acquired the item, he would still be unable to uncover that mysterious treasure. Pray tell, what manner of treasure do you speak of that could stir the heart of a gentleman such as yourself, prompting you to willingly assist me? Lu Yuqing inquired with a gentle smile. It seems we are destined to forge a partnership once more. Wang Gui pressed his lips together and said, however, for the sake of caution, it would be best for me to temporarily safeguard this item. In the future, when we both possess the ability, we shall venture forth together to seek treasures. Lu Yuqing. Chapter 75. The Sweet Dew Talisman. The cave dwelling at the back mountain. Wang Gui sat quietly in the water pool, his eyes tightly shut, while a faint wave of energy emanated from his skin, continuously absorbing spiritual essence to replenish the emptiness within his meridians. After the fierce battle with the man in black, Wang Gui found his internal spiritual power nearly depleted. Unfortunately, the energy in the pool was scant. After half a day's meditation, he had barely restored a third of his strength. How long must this replenish take? With a helpless sigh, he forced a bitter smile, realizing that in this environment of spiritual scarcity, regaining his power was no simple endeavor. He then rose from the pool and cautiously retrieved a piece of cloth, placing it on the stone table. Fragment of the God-slaying magnet. A shard that has fallen from the God-slaying magnet. It serves as a core material for crafting spiritual artifacts, possessing a unique restraining effect on mental power. Those with low mental strength should refrain from contact, lest they fall into a stupor. Does it truly inhibit mental power? No wonder when I touched it earlier, my head felt as if pierced by needles. Observing the description before him, Wang Gui couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He was still grappling with the nuances of spiritual energy, let alone mental strength, and he had no choice but to put the item away once more. At the Shuemang Mountain Camp's marketplace, he announced, I am Wang Gui, here to deliver medicine. Ah, a member of the Wang family guard, please come in. As he pushed open the door, he beheld an elderly man clad in a white robe, seated at a wooden table, deftly wielding brush and ink, the strokes glowing with ethereal light as he inscribed talismans. Observing the energy fluctuations, the spiritual essence converged at the tip of his brush, dynamic yet delicate, suggesting that the talisman held a significant level of power. This is what the master requested. Please have a look. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Wang Gui produced the calming elixir he had concocted. Indeed, the young friend has remained true to his word, though a smile adorned his lips. The weariness in the elder's murky eyes was unmistakable, a testament to the considerable energy expended in crafting the talisman. Sun Qian gently raised his palm, and a bowl of the calming elixir swiftly soared into his grasp. After inhaling its fragrance, he remarked, Ah, quite impressive. The medicinal properties surpass even those of the pulse-protecting pill. A culinary healer is not a role assumed by just anyone. A young healer like you is a rarity, even in the vast expanse of the Westland Icefield. May I inquire as to your esteemed master's identity? The latter's gaze roamed over Wang Gui, unable to suppress his curiosity. My master hails from a humble village and prefers to remain unmentioned. Wang Gui evasively remarked that if the latter were to discover that the dietary therapist was a serendipitous insight of his own, he could only wonder what sentiments might arise within him. Noticing the latter's reluctance to elaborate, Sun Qian refrained from further inquiries and shifted his focus. I observe that your vital energy is abundant, and you are on the verge of breaking through to the bone refinement realm. Might you possess an interest in accompanying me to the Ghost Mist Marsh? There could be unexpected treasures awaiting us. The master chuckled, responding, such opportunities may indeed be splendid, yet one must possess the fortune to enjoy them. Wang Gui shook his head, saying, the Shuemong cave is fraught with peril. I am acutely aware of my limited cultivation, and attempting to seize opportunities amidst the myriad powerful factions would be tantamount to courting disaster. Haha, my young friend speaks candidly, Sun Qian replied, his face lighting up with a reminiscent smile. When I was of your age, I was still an ordinary person, destined for a simple life. Yet, by chance, I encountered a sage who enlightened me, leading to the achievements I hold today. Master, your profound fortune is indeed enviable, Wang Gui remarked, clasping his fists. However, my innate talent is limited, and my spiritual veins are mediocre. After a century of stagnation, I have only reached the late stage of qi condensation. Though I am but a step away from the spirit mansion realm, that step feels as arduous as climbing to the heavens, Sun Qian lamented, shaking his head bitterly. Filled with introspection, do you believe in fate, my young friend? Why do you say that, master? Wang Gui inquired, taken aback. Previously, I sought the divination of Master Chun. And the omens foretold great misfortune, Sun Qian said, his brow furrowing. It is possible that this journey may be my last. This Master Chen is a shaman, known within the camp for his skills in divination and blessings, and many seek his counsel regarding their fates and fortunes. As for the concept of destiny, I only partially believe in it. Wang Gui spoke. If everything is predestined, what purpose do we serve in our arduous cultivation? Every human must eventually face death. Are we merely born to await our demise, neglecting to truly live in the interim? Do noble lords and high-ranking officials possess any inherent superiority? Are the fates of demons, spirits, and immortals truly predetermined? To conform is to be mortal, while to defy is to be celestial. We, as practitioners, strive to seize the very essence of heaven and earth, to contend against the heavens, to wrestle with the earth, and to walk against the tide of fate. Wang Gui's gaze shimmered, his words resonating with power and authority. Excellent. Well said. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian was taken aback, profoundly moved, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming, as cultivators, we defy the heavens. How can we be shackled by the notion of fate? We understand our destiny yet remain unafraid. Your eloquent words are truly enlightening, and I am humbled. With that, Sun Qian respectfully bowed to Wang Gui. Wang Gui hurriedly reassured, Master, there is no need for such concern. Do not refrain from action due to auspicious omens, nor shy away from endeavors prompted by inauspicious signs. As you have prepared charms and gathered medicinal herbs, I am certain that this journey to Shuemong Cave will yield the fulfillment of your desires. With a hearty laugh, he continued, today, thanks to your enlightening insights, I am immensely grateful. This box contains the culmination of my lifelong studies. Knowing of your interest in the art of talismans, I shall bestow it upon you today. Should I face unforeseen circumstances, the legacy will not be severed. Sun Qian stroked his beard and laughed heartily, expressing his admiration. He then turned and retrieved a black box from the cabinet, presenting it to Wang Gui. I thank you, esteemed master, on behalf of the younger generation. Wang Gui initially intended to decline, but, upon hearing the words, had no choice but to accept. Haha, tomorrow I shall make my way to Shuemong Cave Heaven. Upon my return, I shall certainly share a drink with you, my young friend, Sun Qian said with a hearty laugh. I shall await your good news, master. Wang Gui replied with a respectful smile and a bow. In the room, Wang Gui retrieved the box given to him by Sun Qian. Inside lay a book titled Miscellaneous Records of Talismans, which detailed various talismans, their effects, and methods of drawing them. Fireball Talisman, Speed Talisman, Ice Talisman, among others. Is this the Gonlin Talisman? Rapidly flipping through the pages, Wang Gui's gaze fixed upon a specific talisman. After reading its description, his heart involuntarily trembled. Gonlin Talisman harnesses the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon to bestow nourishing rain. Upon use, it accelerates the growth of spiritual plants. The higher the grade, the better the effect. Upon encountering this talisman, Wang Gui's face brightened with joy, unable to conceal his excitement. This was precisely what he had longed for, the means to expedite the growth and development of spiritual plants. He had not anticipated that Master Sun could craft such a precious talisman. Regrettably, the drawing of talismans requires spiritual energy, and since my energy has yet to recover, I am utterly incapable of creating one, Wang Gui lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Soon after, he received a message from Captain Zhu and made his way to the guard command. You summoned me, General? Wang Gui respectfully clasped his fist before the elder figure. Haha. I have secured a position for you in the mining competition, Fan Zhu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Before he could express his gratitude, Fan Zhu waved his hand and chuckled. Do not be too hasty in your joy, although I have procured a spot for you. Due to the significance of this task, the slots are limited, and there are numerous competitors. 3 days hence, there will be a selection contest aimed at you. After all, the others have yet to see you in action and wish to gauge your abilities, so, whether you are ultimately chosen will depend on your own performance. You wish to test me? Wang Gui pressed his lips together, and the depths of his gaze revealed a fervent intensity. Chapter 76, Breaking Through the Bone-Forging Realm. In preparation for the assessment and the competition for the mine 3 days hence, Wang Gui made a special trip back to Xianyan City, intending to utilize the Fire Xian Tower to challenge the Bone-Forging Realm. Upon arriving at the Hall of Meritorious Achievements, after exchanging various materials and supplies from his backpack, Wang Gui finally accumulated 500 merit points. This time, he aimed to ascend to the 20th level, which required 500 merit points per hour. The stone chamber was engulfed in a fiery red glow. The sweltering heat and pressure rendered it nearly suffocating. Not only was the required merit points exorbitant, but even if one managed to gather enough, without the strength of the late stage of meridian opening, ordinary warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to endure the oppressive atmosphere within the chamber. At the front of the stone chamber, there was an opening blocked by a translucent crystal stone, resembling a glass window, through which the outside scenery could be observed. Wang Gui, filled with curiosity, glanced back and discovered himself deep within the molten depths. The essence of the fiery demon technique, a brief overview. Upon utilization, it enhances the cultivation speed of the fiery demon technique by 50-fold. Without further delay, Wang Gui settled into a meditative posture, retrieving the cultivation insights bestowed upon him by Fan Zhu. As he employed these insights, his cultivation speed for the fiery demon technique experienced a remarkable surge. Cultivating the fiery demon technique. Congratulations! You have successfully reached the second layer of the fiery demon technique. Constitution 100. Congratulations! You have ascended to the bone forging realm. With the aid of the cultivation insights, Wang Gui achieved the second layer of the fiery demon technique within a mere hour, thus breaking through to the bone forging realm. Life, 86 Constitution, 195 Spiritual Power, 8 Mental State, 3 Status, Fire Poison Level 4. Gazing upon his status panel, a smile graced Wang Gui's face. He had not anticipated that the second layer of the fiery demon technique would grant him such a substantial increase in constitution. He estimated that with nearly 100 more in constitution, he would be able to breach the bone forging realm. Fire Poison Level 4? As his gaze shifted downward to the status bar, Wang Gui was taken aback. He knew he would inevitably be afflicted by fire poison, yet he had not anticipated it would be so severe. Fortunately, he had successfully broken through, enabling him to suppress the onset of the fire poison with his own strength. Had this been during the late stages of meridian opening, such a level of fire poison would have surely cost him dearly. With my current strength, I should be able to pass the assessment. Once I enter the Shuimeng Cave Heaven, I will seize the opportunity to successfully cultivate the Sweet Dew Talisman. And at that moment, all my troubles will be effortlessly resolved. Wang Gui clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Unable to contain himself, he unleashed a powerful punch against the stone wall, a deep thud resonating in response. Invisible shockwaves rippled outward from the molten depths. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a fiery red figure darting past, creating ripples in its wake. Creatures dwelling within the magma? Wang Gui, filled with curiosity, gazed outward through the crystal, and though the surrounding landscape was shrouded in molten lava, obscuring clarity, his keen perception sensed the presence of something, perhaps creatures of a vermicular nature, wandering beyond. He could faintly hear the rustling sounds. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed these thoughts and departed from the Huoshuan Tower. At the Shuimeng Mountain encampment, have you made a breakthrough in just a few days? Upon noticing the changes in Wang Gui, Fan Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired. Thanks to the general's insights on cultivation. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless for me to achieve this breakthrough, Wang Gui replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. This, Fan Zhu stammered, astonished. Even with your cultivation insights, such rapid progress seems implausible. He then shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, the younger generation is ever pushing forward. But it seems my judgment remains sound. Wang Gui flashed a grin. Let us proceed. Those individuals await us. This time, the 4 houses unite to represent our Xianyan city. Given the limited spots, your position will be seized from their hands. Among them, some may harbor discontent towards you. He chuckled. In the past, I might have had some concerns, but now, it should be quite simple for you. Fan Zhu laughed heartily and strode away with great strides. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui's eyes flickered subtly as he licked his lips and followed closely behind. Outside the camp, a multitude of figures congregated around a flying vessel. Esteemed guests, I trust you have not been kept waiting for long? Fan Zhu greeted the assembly with a respectful bow. General Fan is jesting. We have only just arrived, the crowd responded in kind. Among them, an elderly man in gray robes smiled and bowed to Fan Zhu before turning his gaze to the figures behind him, inquiring. This individual must be the one recommended by General Fan, correct? Indeed, this is Wang Gui. I believe some of you may already be acquainted with him. Fan Zhu replied with a soft chuckle. I am Wang Gui, and it is an honor to meet several esteemed elders, Wang Gui stated respectfully. Wang Gui took a step forward, clasping his fists in greeting to the few individuals ahead, while his gaze swept across the crowd, landing on several familiar faces. Wang Gui? A voice of astonishment arose from the forefront of the Su family's gathering, belonging to the sisters Su Yueru and Su Wanning, their expressions filled with disbelief, caught off guard by this unexpected encounter. Since parting ways in the Howling Cry Gorge, their interactions had been scarce. Even their last meeting during a mountain inspection had been merely a chance encounter, with little more than a few exchanged words. "My dear ladies, it is a pleasure to see you again," Wang Gui remarked with a broad smile. Concurrently, another voice of surprise emerged from a different section of the crowd. Wang Gui lifted his gaze, his eyes meeting those of Jin Qiao. Initially startled, the latter's expression soon darkened. It was Wang Xiaoyu, an acquaintance not seen for quite some time. Leading the team from the Su residence was none other than Su Wan, whom Wang Gui had previously encountered in the Hucry Canyon, and he too was taken aback upon seeing Wang Gui. "I have met Senior Su Wan." Wang Gui greeted with a clasped fist. "Humph, let us commence quickly. Time is of the essence. Keeping those fellows waiting will not bode well for us." In the Qi clan's contingent, Qi Shan stood at the forefront, disdain evident in his cold huff. After their defeat in the Hucry Canyon, he had endured considerable reprimand from the elders of his clan, all due to this young rascal's actions. His gaze towards Wang Gui mirrored that of Jin Qiao, filled with resentment and hostility. "Qi Ming, you know what must be done. If you fail to secure this opportunity, be prepared to face the clan's regulations." Qi Shan coldly instructed, turning to a young man beside him. The rivalry between the Su and Qi families over Xuemeng Mountain was well known among them, and the others from the Yang and Huang clans exchanged glances, amusement flickering in their eyes. Although the Su clan ultimately did not monopolize Xuemeng Mountain, the entrance fees collected had indeed enriched them, stirring envy among the other clans. Most crucially, the opportunity they were competing for was precisely from the Qi clan. Whether this was mere coincidence or intentional remained unclear. Yes, Elder Qi Shan, a young man in his 20s, stepped forward from the Qi contingent, fixating his gaze on Wang Gui, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "If it weren't for your meddling back then, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. However, it is not too late. As long as I defeat you, the opportunity will still be mine. Make your move." Wang Gui replied nonchalantly. Arrogant. Qi Ming's eyes narrowed with cold fury at the disdainful demeanor of Wang Gui. With a thunderous crack, the ground beneath him shattered as he propelled himself towards Wang Gui like an arrow released from its bow. "Die!" he bellowed, unleashing the wind-slaughter fist. His fist, wrapped in chilling winds, roared as he launched his powerful martial technique, evidently intent on swiftly concluding the battle without mercy. In response, Wang Gui let out a cold snort, standing his ground against the oncoming figure, and similarly threw a punch. Bang! The deep thud of their collision reverberated through the arena. Before anyone could catch their breath, they witnessed a figure hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qi Ming. As the spectators directed their attention to the fallen figure, a collective gasp filled the air. In a mere exchange, Qi Ming had been defeated. It was noteworthy that he was a peak practitioner at the late stage of the Meridian Opening realm, almost at the bone-forging stage. How could he have been bested so effortlessly? In an instant, a myriad of astonished and incredulous gazes converged once more on Wang Gui. A young master of the bone-forging realm was indeed a rare sight to behold. In stark contrast, the expressions on the faces of Qi Shan and his companions were undeniably grim. How could this be possible? Qi Jingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing his jaw to drop. Chapter 77. Entering the Snow Mound Cave Heaven. The moment the crowd witnessed Wang Gui effortlessly defeat Qi Ming with a single strike, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Whether from the Su family or the Huang and Yang families, all present were struck with astonishment. Waves of incredulous gazes fixated on the figure standing in the arena. The two sisters of the Su family were particularly taken aback, covering their mouths in shock, their beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. When they first met Wang Gui, he was hardly even considered a martial artist. Su Wan was equally astonished. Since parting ways in the Howling Canyon, he had heard various accounts of Wang Gui's exploits within the military. Although he had initially consented to Wang Gui joining the Su family primarily due to the latter's significant assistance and partly due to Su Wanning's suggestion, he had never anticipated the latter would achieve such greatness. He was taken aback by Wang Gui's remarkable talent for cultivation, a rarity even within their own household. Wang Gui's affiliation with the Su family had only been nominal, but it seemed prudent to engage with him further, should he turn his allegiance to the city lord's manor. It would spell considerable loss for them. Su Wen contemplated, recognizing the potential of such a young practitioner at the bone-forging stage as a valuable asset to be courted. Haha, no wonder General Fan exudes such confidence. This young man is indeed of the bone-forging stage, exclaimed Yang Lin, the leader from the Yang family. With a smile and a respectful gesture. Congratulations to General Fan on such a youthful prodigy, added Huang Kong from the Huang family, grinning. Fan Zhu stroked his beard and chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards Qi Shan. What say you, Elder Qi? With a darkened expression and twitching lips. Qi Shan dared not show disrespect. He clasped his hands in a salute and replied, "The victor has been determined. I have no further words. The final spot is yours." Having spoken, Qi Shan shot a fierce glare at Wang Gui, then with a cold snort, turned and boarded the flying vessel behind him, followed closely by Qi Jingtian and the others. The remaining 3 families also boarded their respective vessels in succession. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. Travel safely, Fan Zhu remarked. Wang Gui nodded slightly before boarding the flying vessel. With a piercing cry, a colossal flying beast bore the vessel away, gliding gracefully towards the distant, swirling vortex of space. I am eager to discover what is truly extraordinary about this so-called Shaoling Tian. As he gazed ahead at the spatial whirlpool, Wang Gui's eyes blazed with fervor. The spiritual energy coursing through the depths of his meridians appeared to be irresistibly drawn forth, igniting an exhilarating excitement within him. Entering Shuimeng Mountain, they traversed through the ripples of space, and after a brief moment of dazzling light, their surroundings instantly transformed into a vast, luminous expanse. Here, it is daytime. The sky is clear and serene, the temperature is pleasant, and before them lies an immense, verdant primeval forest, the mountains stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. As their vessel penetrated this realm, it startled the birds in the woods below, provoking a chorus of roars from the distant beasts. Wang Gui continuously scanned his surroundings, absorbing the entirety of the landscape before him, his eyes betraying a profound astonishment. Such a scene was unprecedented in the harshness of the outside world. The abundance of spiritual energy was palpable. Simultaneously, he abruptly sensed the once arid meridians within him stirring to life, akin to a parched camel in the desert encountering a water source. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently into his body. This richness of spiritual energy was incomparable to that found in the cave dwelling of the back mountain. Should one cultivate here for an extended period, the potential benefits would be immeasurable. It was no wonder that those forces occupying the minor spirit realm have thrived for centuries, enduring the test of time. Wang Gui did not delay. He swiftly arrived at a corner of the flying boat and began to meditate in a cross-legged position. The other members from the 4 houses on the deck were also experiencing this level of paradise for the first time, their eyes scanning the surroundings with palpable excitement. In contrast to these inexperienced youngsters, Su Wen, Huang Kong, and others appeared markedly composed, having previously visited the lesser spiritual realm. So this is daylight. How beautiful. Su Wan Ning's enchanting eyes sparkled, her delicate face radiating surprise and exhilaration. Beside her, Su Yuru's eyes also glimmered with brilliance, being here for the first time. The 2 sisters gazed eagerly over the railing, their spirits as lively as rabbits. What is he doing? Su Yuru's gaze happened to catch Wang Gui in the corner, seemingly immersed in meditation, which piqued her curiosity. Su Wen, noticing this, remarked in astonishment. In the lesser spiritual realm, the entire space is suffused with abundant spiritual energy, which is crucial for cultivating spiritual power. It appears he is attempting to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. At that moment, all eyes on the deck converged upon him. How utterly ridiculous. Without the aid of a spiritual cultivation technique, to rely on one's physical body to absorb the spiritual energy of the world is nothing but a delusion. He could easily rupture his meridians and perish. From a short distance away, Qi Shan scoffed coldly at the sight. Young people should not be overly ambitious. Yang Lin also shook his head slightly. Given their level of cultivation, they understood the inherent difficulties. They had previously contemplated absorbing spiritual energy, but without a cultivation technique, it was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. There are many individuals with talent in this world, but few can persevere until the end. Huang Kong nodded in agreement. Wait, something's not right. Look. Su Wen's brow furrowed as he contemplated whether to intervene and prevent any mishap from befalling Wang Gui. Suddenly, He sensed something and exclaimed in astonishment. Is that a vortex of spiritual energy? How is this possible? Streams of spiritual energy surged from all directions toward Wang Gui, coalescing into small currents that ultimately flowed into his body. The crowd was left in profound shock, with Yang Lin exclaiming in disbelief. This cannot be. Is he not afraid of his meridians bursting? Could it be? Qi Shan's face paled in terror, abruptly awakening to the realization. At this moment, everyone grasped the situation. After the initial shock, they exchanged glances, revealing their mutual concerns. Most of the people in Shenyang City were martial artists, and those skilled in spiritual cultivation were few. Where could Wang Gui have acquired a technique? Could it be from General Fan? Silence enveloped Su Wan and his companions, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some were astonished, others inquisitive. In stark contrast, Qi Shan's countenance was dark and foreboding, particularly that of Qi Jingshan beside him, whose teeth were clenched in resentment. Initially, Wang Gui had seemed but a minor player in his eyes. However, having disregarded him for the sake of Shuimang Mountain, he had unwittingly granted Wang Gui the opportunity to flourish, and the alarming pace of his growth now instilled a palpable sense of threat within him. Let us refrain from disturbing this little fellow, he mused, for should we inadvertently provoke him and complications arise, General Fan's ire will be a burden we cannot bear. At that moment, Su Wan cast a sidelong glance at the Qi family members. Stepping forward, he positioned himself before Wang Gui and turned to the onlookers with a genial smile. Huang Kong and Yang Lin discerned his intent and nodded slightly in agreement, while Qi Shan, with a cold snort, fell silent and diverted his gaze elsewhere. Even he, not lacking in wit, would not dare to act in front of such a gathering. Heh, Wang Gui, I hear you have a favorable relationship with Jiang Qing. If that is the case. Qi Jingtian, standing nearby, let out a chilling laugh, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Not long after, the flying vessel came to a halt before a great mountain, surrounded by a dozen others, belonging to various sects of the western frosty plains. Meanwhile, Wang Gui's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a peculiar brilliance within his pupils. Congratulations, you have cultivated the eternal life technique to the first level. Chapter 78. The struggle for the Orvain verdant mountains stretched for miles, and above the spirit essence stone mine, numerous flying vessels hovered, adorned with an array of banners. Upon these vessels stood youthful figures, each exuding elegance and extraordinary presence. Friends from Shenyang City, you arrive rather late. Had you delayed another half-minute, we would have already ventured into the mine, remarked a burly man, arms crossed, casting a glance at Su Wan and his companions. This man hailed from the Yen family fort. Apologies, esteemed ones. We were delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Su Wan responded with a respectful clasp of his hands. No matter. Now that you are here, allow me to outline the rules, declared a middle-aged man in a green robe, his sword-like brows and fierce gaze indicative of his martial prowess. He bore a long sword on his back and hailed from the Qingming sword sect, now assuming the role of the overseer in this contest for the Orvain, positioning himself as the de facto authority. Seeing this, Su Wan could only manage a bitter smile, refraining from further comment. Fully aware of the formidable backing of the Qingming cave, one of the 10 great celestial realms. The Qingming sword sect was a sect devoted to sword cultivation, mastering the art of the blade with unfathomable techniques. Wang Gui cast his gaze over, fortuitously spotting a familiar figure. Jiang Qing, standing behind the middle-aged man in the azure robe, also sensed it and slowly raised his eyes, their gazes meeting fortuitously. Wang Gui? I never anticipated he would arrive here as well. This is quite fortuitous, saving me considerable trouble. Upon seeing Wang Gui, Jiang Qing momentarily froze, but a sly smile soon crept across his face. This expression did not escape Wang Gui's notice. He had not forgotten the incident where Jiang Qing had sent someone to ambush him near Shuimang Mountain. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly settle that score. The middle-aged man in the azure robe flicked his sleeves, causing an array of multicolored flags and small bronze plates to soar forth, landing in the hands of all present in the competition. These vividly colored array flags represented each participant's identity. The greater the number of flags, the more mining pits one had claimed. Naturally, competition among the factions was inevitable. Simultaneously, he turned his palm, revealing a larger bronze disc which he chanted a spell over, causing the array disc to emit a beam of light that formed a vast luminous screen in midair. The scene displayed was none other than the current map of the spiritual essence stone veins. Does anyone have any objections? The azure-robed man inquired. Silence enveloped the gathering. If there are no objections, let us commence. As his words fell, the sky erupted with a cacophony of shouts. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, and figures darted like a flock of birds, leaping from their respective flying vessels, their feet poised on various flying artifacts, rushing toward the numerous mining caves below. Exercise caution. Suwon advised the few individuals before him. You represent our Xianyan city, and I hope you can set aside any differences and unite against external forces. This contest for the veins is of utmost importance to us. With that, his gaze swept over Wang Gui and Jin Qiao. Indeed, we are well aware. Distinguishing between major and minor matters is something the younger generation can certainly grasp, Jin Qiao replied with a smile. Wang Gui nodded subtly, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Su Yu, standing nearby, let out a disdainful huff, for although she held a low opinion of Jin Qiao, the urgency of the mineral vein contention compelled them to set aside their differences and collaborate. No matter how significant the mineral vein may be, it pales in comparison to life itself. All they could do was give their utmost effort, Yang Lin stated solemnly. Rest assured, Uncle Lin, this is the territory of Xianyan City. If they wish to trample upon us, they must possess the capability to do so, Yang Ming from the Yang family declared. His fist raised in a gesture of defiance, a cold smirk adorning his face. His robust physique, clad in a garment adorned with beast patterns, exuded confidence. Just right. I too wish to witness the true strength of those so-called geniuses from outside. Huang Hao of the Huang family scoffed, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle spirit. Both individuals were distinguished representatives of the younger generation from the Yang and Huang families. Confidence is commendable, yet caution is imperative. Many among their adversaries are spiritual practitioners. And as martial artists, we are inherently at a disadvantage. We must employ swift and decisive measures to bring them down. Otherwise, should they unleash formidable spells, it will be exceedingly difficult to withstand them relying solely on our physical prowess, Huang Kong advised. The others nodded in agreement. The forces vying for the mineral vein were roughly equal in number, eliminating any significant advantage for one side. Without further discourse, they leapt into the dense forest below, hastening towards the cavern ahead. As the participants entered the mine, the atmosphere above grew notably quieter. On a flying vessel, a man from the Qingming sword sect cast a glance at the individuals from Xianyan City nearby and scoffed coldly, a group of mere physical martial artists. And they are but true essence practitioners, unrefined by spiritual energy, foolishly attempting to contend with us. How utterly laughable. Senior brother Nya, I am puzzled. Why allocate a quota to Xianyan City? With their strength, they lack the qualification to compete with us. Why not simply dispatch formidable cultivators from within the sect to seize the Shuemang cave heaven? This way, other factions would not dare to interfere, and we could avoid conflict with them altogether, inquired the gaunt figure clad in green. The strength of Xianyan City is indeed negligible compared to our Qingming sword sect, Nietu responded, his gaze fixed intently on the mine below. However, there exists a backing behind Xianyan City that even we would prefer not to offend. This outcome is the best resolution negotiated within the sect. Fortune favors the capable, and each must rely on their own skills, which among the other sects, including ourselves, does not yearn to monopolize the treasures here. Junior brother Zhang, I believe you understand that figures of the elder's caliber do not act lightly. Even in contention, it is our duty and that of our disciples to engage. Should a large-scale slaughter ensue, is that truly what we desire? The man in the azure robe, Nietu, let out a soft sigh, then lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, murmuring, it is merely a spirit essence stone vein. Let us not forget the true purpose of our journey here. It is for that object deep within. As the group entered the mine, they were greeted by an even denser aura of spiritual energy than outside. The walls of the surrounding passage were adorned with shimmering, translucent crystals, igniting a fervent interest among the onlookers. Although these crystals contained spiritual energy, their reserves were minimal and tainted with impurities, rendering them unsuitable for direct cultivation. Wang Gui curled his lips in disappointment, feeling a twinge of regret. Let us not lose sight of our objective. If we delay any longer, the veins ahead may be claimed by others. Jin Qiao glanced at the disc in his hand and spoke solemnly, casting a sidelong look at Wang Gui. The disc reflected a miniature map of the mine, densely populated with marked passages indicating numerous pits. However, each pit was adorned with flags of various colors, clearly showing that they had been claimed by other factions. while in stark contrast, none bore the blue flag that represented their own group. The factions dispersed, advancing from the myriad entrances of the mine towards its center. Theoretically, they could all stake a claim to the mine. Yet there was no assurance that the nearby teams would not stealthily plunder along the way. Naturally, the more spirit essence veins one could acquire, the better. The group exchanged few words as they traversed the mine shaft, placing a flag at each pit they encountered. Each of these pits contained an astonishing amount of spirit essence stones, and were it not for their mission, Wang Gui would have been tempted to dive in and absorb the spiritual energy greedily. After half a day, they had claimed 23 veins. The sect with the most veins was the Qingming Sword Sect, having secured 58, followed by the Ta Qing Daoist Temple and the Yin family fort, with Huanyin City lagging at the end. Not good. The veins we occupied ahead have been taken. Su Wanning's startled exclamation echoed from the rear, her delicate features tightening as she urgently addressed the group. Upon hearing her words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the copper disc map in their hands, noting that the 3 previously claimed pits had now been marked with yellow flags. The yellow flags belonged to the nearby faction of Luoyin Valley. It must be the people from Luoyin Valley, Su Yuru said, her brow furrowing, her expression growing grim. Luoyin Valley? Wang Gui inquired. His curiosity piqued at hearing the unfamiliar name for the first time. Beside him, Su Wanning elucidated, though Luoyin Valley is not among the top 10 caves, its sect's influence is undoubtedly stronger than our Huanyin city. Wang Gui slightly nodded in response. Although only the Qiming Sword sect had arrived at the opening of Shuemeng Mountain among the 10 major caves, the other sects were not any less formidable than Xianyan City. This group of despicable creatures lurking in the shadows. Huang Hao's expression darkened as he inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we return and reclaim what was lost?" "Let us go. I have long wished to confront these so-called geniuses of the great sects." Yang Ming scoffed, eager for action. "Wait," Qi Jingtian interjected solemnly. "We are approaching the heart of the vast mineral vein cluster. If we turn back now for a few minor pits, we risk delaying the crucial competition for the primary vein, which would be unwise." Brother Jingtian's words hold merit. The main vein is indeed the key. We cannot afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Huang Hao nodded in contemplation, agreeing with the latter's viewpoint. Shall we simply stand idly by? If we do, our adversaries will perceive us as easy prey, emboldening their actions. Should other factions witness this, they might converge to encroach upon our mineral resources, effectively trapping us. Su Wanning said, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. Yang Ming sighed, torn with indecision. "Sister Wanning speaks wisely, but we currently lack the manpower. If any one of us departs, your Xuanqi battle array will lose its potency, and we will struggle to compete for the deeper mineral veins." Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence. While the Qingming Sword sect and other forces were indeed formidable, the 4 houses were not without preparations. Let us not forget that Su Wanning was a formation master, having studied under a renowned expert in the art of formations. The Xuanqi array she mentioned required their collective presence to maximize their strength, providing both offense and defense, and could unleash power comparable to that of a late-stage bone refinement expert. "We still have an extra person here," Qi Jingtian suddenly chuckled. The others turned their gazes toward Wang Gui in unison. "Very well, leave it to me." Wang Gui, caught off guard by their attention, shrugged resignedly. Su Wanning felt a twinge of anxiety, yet it seemed there was no alternative but to allow Wang Gui to handle the situation. After all, he was already a master of the bone refinement realm and should be capable of managing it. She cautioned him. "The people from Luoyin Valley excel in breeding venomous creatures and directing them to attack, which poses a significant challenge. You must exercise caution." "Venomous creatures, you say?" "Understood." Wang Gui nodded. "This is a communication jade slip. Should you encounter any trouble, remember to inform us." Su Yuru said as a delicate red jade slip fell into Wang Gui's hand. "All right." Wang Gui did not delay any further and turned back along the same path, while Qi Jingtian and his companions pressed onward into the depths. Outside the mine, as the disciples of the sect entered the cavern, Su Wen and the others fixated their gaze on the luminous screen ahead without a moment's respite. Upon witnessing their own mining area being seized by the Luoyin Valley, the expressions of Su Wen, Huang Kong, and the others turned grim. "Ha, friends from Xianyan City. Your people seem to have been rather careless. How could they neglect the protection of the mine?" In stark contrast, the members of Luoyin Valley sneered repeatedly, casting scornful and provocative glances in their direction. Among them, a haggard middle-aged man with a sallow complexion grinned, revealing a set of prominent blackened teeth. In response to the derision, Huang Kong and his companions remained silent. Their faces darkened as they stared intently at the luminous screen, their fists clenched tightly within their sleeves. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for them. Observing the relentless encroachment of Luo Yin Valley felt akin to a ferocious beast steadily devouring their mining territory, as the blue flags representing their domain gradually diminished, replaced by an increasing number of yellow flags. Alas, we can only place our trust in those youngsters, Su Wen sighed, shaking his head in resignation. They found themselves powerless in the face of the unfolding events, while Yang Lin and the others exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile. Inside the cavern, guided by the copper plate in his hand, Wang Gui swiftly arrived at a recently occupied mining pit. The surroundings were cluttered with piles of rubble, and the walls bore various indentations, resembling a site that had just undergone excavation. Simultaneously, an unsettling sound akin to metal scraping echoed in his ears, sending an uncomfortable shiver through his entire being. Wang Guoqiang, suppressing his discomfort, followed the sound until he arrived at a corner at the bottom of the pit, where he finally beheld the source of the noise. It was a worm, roughly the size of a finger, its entire body a deep black, voraciously devouring the spirit essence stones. Beside it stood a lean man with short hair. Could it be the larva of a black beetle? Upon encountering the black insect, Wang Gui's expression shifted dramatically. Something is amiss. This does not resemble the larva of a black beetle, which ought to be devoid of stripes on its back. This is a devouring spirit worm? Suddenly, a memory surged within him, recalling the entries from the esteemed list of wondrous creatures. The black larva, adorned with patterns, is adept at consuming spirit minerals. It is indeed the devouring spirit worm, ranked 30th, while its adult form is known as the Xuanjietianyou. When this larva feeds on spirit stone ore, it can extract essence, and under the influence of its saliva, it coalesces into a type of spirit essence crystal. This crystal harbors an exceptionally pure spirit energy, making it an invaluable cultivation treasure for practitioners. Ah, I seem to possess considerable knowledge. The lean man also sensed the arrival of outsiders. A sinister smile crept across his face. As his words fell, his fingers flicked swiftly, launching two silvery poisonous needles towards Wang Gui's eyes with incredible speed. Swish, swish. Wang Gui's eyes narrowed as he swiftly sidestepped, evading the silver needle that struck the wall behind him, emitting a piercing hissing sound and releasing a cloud of white smoke. Within moments, the wall's shattered stones melted into a slurry and fell away. What a terrifying poison! A glance at the corroded wall sent a shiver down Wang Gui's spine. Had he been hit, he would likely have been reduced to a puddle of blood. His reflexes were commendable, the lean man observed with mild surprise. You have seized the mining veins of my Xianyan city. Have you considered the consequences? Wang Gui's gaze returned to the figure ahead, his voice cold. Consequences? Huh. The consequence is that this young master shall slay you. My poisonous insects have not savored human blood in quite some time, and I imagine the flesh of the warriors of Xianyan city will prove quite delectable. The lean man licked his green lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Prepare to die. With that, a swarm of flying insects erupted from the storage bag at the man's waist, coalescing into a dense mass that surged towards Wang Gui like a dark cloud. Poisonous flies. Wang Gui felt a surge of alarm within. This creature, ranked 73rd on the esteemed list of extraordinary insects, though somewhat lower in position, posed a significant threat due to its potent venom and terrifying numbers, causing considerable distress among many cultivators and should not be underestimated. In the grand tapestry of existence, where the five elements interact in cycles of creation and destruction, this venomous insect, despite its vast numbers, harbored a critical vulnerability in aversion to fire. Wang Gui swiftly retreated, and at the same moment, he reversed his palm to grasp the Qingyan blade, which remarkably materialized in his hand. With a surge of focus, he directed the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians into the blade. In an instant, crimson flames erupted from the surface of the Qingyan blade, transforming it into a colossal infernal weapon. With the force of thunder, he struck fiercely towards the looming black clouds. The fire-infused blade, measuring over 2 meters in length, shot forth with a fierce howl, resembling a roaring fire dragon that cleaved the black clouds in twain. The flames rampaged, accompanied by the crackling sounds of combustion, while countless venomous insects were incinerated by the blazing inferno, plummeting to the ground. What? You are a fire cultivator? Exclaimed the lean man, his voice sharp with disbelief. Chapter 80. intense battle with Wintan fire-based cultivation? You are indeed a fire cultivator. The lean man's expression shifted from shock to a dark scowl upon witnessing the destruction of his venomous insects by the fiery blade. His poisonous minions were most vulnerable to flames, and it was a cruel twist of fate that his adversary wielded fire-based attacks. Will you depart on your own accord, or shall I be compelled to assist you in leaving? Wang Gui brandished the Qingyan blade, its searing flames illuminating the entire mine shaft. He was wary of offending the disciples of the major sects too deeply. If they could depart on their own accord, that would be ideal. You, young one, possess merely the initial stage of qi condensation. Do you truly believe a few techniques of fire control can compel me to retreat? Such arrogance. The lean man let out a cold sneer, his gaze towards Wang Gui suddenly turning frigid. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed his spiritual energy, coalescing it into a radiant beam of light that shot forth towards Wang Gui. With a swift sidestep, Wang Gui evaded the impending attack, sliding several meters away. Can you truly escape? He taunted. The lean man formed a hand sign, causing the beam to visibly morph, consolidating into a palm-sized crimson blood diamond, which, under his command, pursued Wang Gui with relentless fervor. As the blood diamond hurtled towards him, Wang Gui's expression shifted dramatically. The diamond exuded an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, and he could sense the palpable intent to kill emanating from it. Realizing the peril he faced, he had no time to hesitate. He leapt away with the agility of a monkey, dodging amidst the rubble, while the blood diamond relentlessly pursued him, obliterating the stones in its wake. What a formidable assault! The contrast between the martial artist's close combat prowess and the cultivator's distant spell manipulation left Wang Gui in awe. However, with his current cultivation merely at the initial stage of qi condensation, he was no match for the spiritual practitioner before him. To secure victory, he needed to close the distance and strike decisively. Humph, mere trifles, the lean man scoffed, having discerned Wang Gui's intentions. He raised his green-tipped fingers, channeling his robust spiritual energy rapidly at his fingertips, and aimed at the fleeing figure within the mine. Whoosh! Another blood diamond shot from his fingertip, the two blood diamonds converging in a pincer formation, bearing down upon Wang Gui. Bang! Blood-eye frenzy. Wang Gui summoned his power to its utmost limit, his muscles swelling dramatically, and his eyes radiating a blood-red hue. With a sudden, forceful step, he unleashed a terrifying strength that left deep impressions in the ground, sending fragments of rock flying. Boom! Amidst the deep, resounding thud, Wang Gui erupted with formidable might, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Two blood diamonds collided fiercely, resulting in a violent explosion that carved a deep crater into the mine wall, unveiling the raw essence stone hidden within. The terrifying speed that Wang Gui suddenly unleashed caught the lean man off guard, causing him to frantically scan the smoky surroundings of the mine. Clang! Unbeknownst to him, the Qingyan sword had materialized behind the lean man, striking down with ferocity. Yet, just as Wang Gui believed he had struck his target, a blue iron shield abruptly appeared behind the man, intercepting the blow of the Qingyan sword. The clash of metal erupted into a piercing hum. A defensive artifact? Wang Gui gazed at the iron shield before him, emanating an eerie green glow, his expression turning solemn. A martial artist reliant on primal energy and vitality is ultimately inferior. Were you a practitioner of bone tempering through spiritual energy, I might regard you with some caution. The emaciated man, his back turned to Wang Gui, let out a sinister and piercing laugh, his words dripping with disdain. With a hum, as his voice fell, the slender man flicked his wrist, and a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the green iron shield hovering in midair to erupt with a radiant wave of power. Wang Gui leaned back, performing several acrobatic flips just in time to evade the luminous wave. Go! The lean man turned around, revealing a chilling smile directed at Wang Gui, and swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, commanding the iron shield to launch a sudden assault towards him. Wang Gui dared not underestimate the situation. As he gazed at the swiftly approaching shadow of the shield, a fierce determination flickered in the depths of his eyes. In that moment, the Qingyan blade danced with fervor, transforming around him into spirals of flame. Countless blade shadows rained down upon the iron shield, erupting with a cacophony of harsh metallic clashes. Bang! With a resounding crash, the iron shield was repelled by a fiery slash from Wang Gui. Observing the rapidly advancing shield, the lean man narrowed his pupils, hastily raising his hand to block it. The overwhelming force transmitted through his arm sent a slight tingling sensation, causing him to stagger back half a step. This fellow is rather peculiar. Which of the 4 houses do you hail from? Speak your name. I, Wen Tan, do not slay nameless individuals. The lean man squinted, scrutinizing the youth before him. Not only was the latter's physique robust, but his spiritual energy also surpassed that of an average individual at the initial stage of qi condensation. The earlier disdain he held began to dissipate, replaced by a growing gravity in his gaze. In his recollection, Xianyan City harbored few spiritual cultivators, and even among the 4 houses, he had previously scrutinized the portraits of his adversaries. Yet, this youth was a novel encounter. As for my name, it is unworthy of mention. The lean man possessed not only cunning spiritual techniques, but also a radiant iron shield for protection. Wang Gui found it challenging to close the distance. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against potential venomous insect attacks, while he could counteract with flames. A sneak assault during combat would prove to be a treacherous ordeal. Haha, very well then. You shall become an unnamed vengeful spirit. With a sinister grin, Wen Tan waved his arm, conjuring a piece of half-burnt black wood into his hand. From the wood, he extracted a small wooden whistle and declared, "Allow me to demonstrate the power of the soul-eating insect." Buzz. With that, Wen Tan blew into the whistle, producing a sharp and prolonged sound, resonating with waves of spiritual energy that spread outward. Whoosh. At this moment, Wang Gui's senses heightened. In an instant, a black shadow sliced through the air, darting towards him with remarkable speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning. How swift! Wang Gui's face turned pale with shock. Instinctively, he swiftly raised his sword to shield his chest, attempting to fend off the black lightning. At the moment, the black lightning collided with the Qinyan blade. A piercing metallic hum erupted. However, this sound quickly faded, transforming into a series of rustling noises as the blade began to corrode, creating a gaping hole before Wang Gui's astonished gaze. Creak, creak. A black worm was perched upon it, brandishing sharp fangs as it feasted upon the Qinyan blade. Upon seeing the soul-devouring larva, Wang Gui's pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily struck the blade, hoping to dislodge the creature. Yet, the black worm clung stubbornly to the blade, impervious to Wang Gui's efforts. In the span of this brief moment, the Qinyan blade was reduced to a mere fragment. Left with no choice, Wang Gui was compelled to cast the blade aside. How terrifying the soul-devouring worm is, capable of devouring weapons. Although his Qinyan blade was not a legendary high-tier artifact, it was still a superior-grade sword, yet it had been gnawed upon as if it were mere foliage. Riddled with several holes of varying sizes, the soul-devouring worm consumes everything in its path, devouring gold and spirits alike. Were it not for the difficulties in breeding and the stringent conditions required for it to metamorphose, its prowess would certainly rank much higher. Just as Wang Gui's expression darkened to an extreme, a sudden surge of mental energy transmitted into his mind, causing him to momentarily pause. He then raised his hand slightly, and a beam of white light erupted from within him, landing on the ground to reveal a snow-white beast silhouette. This beast was none other than the previously slumbering Xiaobai. Chapter 81. An unexpected conclusion. What is this spirit beast? A snow lion? No, the snow lion lacks wings. Not far off, Wen Tan gazed at the suddenly materializing snow-white beast, a look of astonishment crossing her face. The spirit beast was entirely snow-white, resembling a snow lion, with milky white pupils and a fluffy, lustrous mane. However, it sported 2 pairs of expansive, snowy wings on its back, and its tail was long and whip-like. Although Luoying Valley was known for its mastery in controlling poisonous insects, it also dabbed in spirit beasts. Wen Tan focused intently on the snow-white lion, momentarily at a loss regarding its origins. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, Wang Gui looked at Xiaobai, now towering to his shoulder, his face betraying a look of delight. "Do you have a way to deal with that soul-devouring worm?" Wang Gui inquired, having just received the mental communication from Xiaobai, realizing that the latter had awakened. Xiaobai's silvery, beastly eyes glanced at Wang Gui. Although it could not yet articulate words, Wang Gui was able to perceive the latter's inner thoughts with clarity. "Are you suggesting that by controlling the black whistle, one could command the soul-eating insects?" From the mental transmission he received from Xiaobai, Wang Gui recalled that just moments ago, Wen Tan had indeed manipulated the black wooden whistle to direct the soul-eating insects to attack, which seemed beyond doubt. Xiaobai nodded in an anthropomorphic manner. "Very well, then be cautious. These soul-eating insects are exceedingly bizarre, capable of devouring blades and weapons. My Qingyan blade was completely corroded by them. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's intention to distract the soul-eating insects and buy time, Wang Gui cast a glance at the ground where only the hilt of his Qingyan blade remained, his tone grave. This method, though perilous, is the only course of action available. Should the latter succeed in commanding the soul-eating insects, it could spell doom for both him and the beast. He had witnessed the power of these soul-eating insects firsthand. A single bite could leave him with numerous wounds. Roar! Xiao Bai let out a fierce cry and charged toward the soul-eating insects. Humph! Seeking death. Observing the snow lion daring to advance towards his soul-eating insects. Wen Tan's lips curled into a chilling smile as he hastily began to blow into the wooden whistle, directing the soul-eating insects to attack. However, as the whistle was placed in his mouth, a figure suddenly flashed before him, followed by a fist engulfed in flames, hurtling directly toward him. Boom! The fiery fist struck heavily against the azure iron shield, producing a deep resonating hum. Without a weapon, what will you use to shatter my Xinsong shield? A mocking voice came from behind the shield, belonging to Wen Tan. Then let me shatter your tortoiseshell. Beast transformation technique. Fire lizard pattern. Wang Gui's eyes suddenly turned icy, as the fabric at the cuffs of his trousers and arms ignited and burst, revealing fiery red lizard patterns beneath. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, an onslaught akin to a tempest descended upon him, overwhelming and relentless. Wang Gui's form became a blur, his speed and strength reaching their zenith. His hands, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into the sharpest instruments of attack, each strike enveloped in flames of spiritual energy, relentlessly pounding against the Xinsong shield. Each blow resonated with a thunderous crack as the air shattered around him. The sound reverberated through the mind like the heavy beating of war drums. Damn it! How could this guy's physical strength suddenly surge so dramatically? Despite the Xinsong shield defending in front of him, under Wang Gui's unyielding assault, Wen Tan began to struggle, retreating step by step while hastily channeling spiritual energy into the shield. After breaking through to the bone refinement realm, the combination of blood-eye frenzy and beast transformation patterns rendered Wang Gui's physical prowess comparable to that of the mid-bone refinement stage. Furthermore, the power he gained from Xiao Bai's awakening also significantly benefited Wang Gui. Go! Wen Tan, both alarmed and furious, felt the pressure of being cornered. With a surge of determination, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a swarm of venomous insects from his waist pouch. Boom! Wang Gui raised his fist, unleashing a blazing fire that transformed into a searing pillar, instantly engulfing the dark clouds. Seizing this moment, Wen Tan swiftly withdrew. Meanwhile, although lacking Wen Tan's command, the spirit-eating bug instinctively retaliated. Despite its diminutive size, it moved with remarkable speed, resembling a streak of black lightning as it deftly evaded Xiao Bai's relentless assaults. The creature's sharp claws slashed fiercely, cleaving the ore with precision and leaving deep gashes in the ground, yet it never managed to touch the cunning spirit-eating bug. Roaring in frustration, Xiao Bai felt a surge of fury ignite within. It threw back its head and released a deafening roar, followed by a pure white energy sphere bursting forth from its mouth, slicing through the air with chilling force, aimed directly at the black insect concealed among the rubble. In response to this attack, the spirit-eating bug did not flinch. Instead, it leapt boldly into the path of the energy sphere. In a mere instant, the sphere's brilliance diminished at a visible rate, its size rapidly shrinking until it was no larger than a grain of rice, which the spirit-eating bug consumed. What a terrifying creature! This scene was witnessed by Wang Gui from a distance, his brow furrowing in concern. Ha ha, the spirit-eating bug devours all souls. You shall meet your demise. Wen Tan laughed coldly. Just as his words fell, he spotted a fiery figure racing toward him with incredible speed. Boom! Wen Tan gasped, fully aware of the formidable strength of his opponent's physical prowess. Reluctant to engage further, he hastily retreated, his form skimming the edge of the mine pit, while the Xinsong shield behind him was sent flying by a powerful punch. What a madman! A flying blade shot forth, only to be sent spiraling away by a single punch. Wen Tan's lips twitched in irritation as he hastily fled. Curse it, if not for his mastery of fire. Even with his physical strength, he could not be my adversary. However, the various toxic insects in his arsenal were rendered ineffective by the opponent's flames. And the sight of Wen Tan now fleeing in disarray only fueled his anger. Although that snow lion was no ordinary creature, it would likely be no match for the spirit-eating bug. As long as he could stall and allow the bug to eliminate the snow lion, He could easily dispatch the individual before him. Wen Tan swiftly produced a wooden whistle, glancing back, but was taken aback to find the figure had vanished. Bang! Before he could react, a massive hand clutched his neck, and with tremendous force, his head was pressed into the ground, dragging him more than 10 meters away. Even in this predicament, Wen Tan's gaze remained fixed on the wooden whistle in his right hand, just as he desperately attempted to reclaim it. A heavy foot came crashing down on his wrist, followed by the sharp sound of bones fracturing, accompanied by excruciating pain. "Ah!" Wen Tan cried out in agony. Half of his face buried in the gravel, blood flowing profusely. Wang Gui paid no heed to the heart-wrenching cries emanating from below. He swiftly bent down to retrieve the wooden whistle, then retreated at great speed towards the direction where Xiao Bai was situated. "You scoundrel, return my possession." The loss of the wooden whistle drove Wen Tan to the brink of madness. Disregarding the agony of his severed hand and disfigured face, he immediately rose to pursue Wang Gui. Half of his countenance was grotesquely marred, with glimpses of his stark white skull visible beneath. This object was the key to controlling the spirit-devouring insect, and if it fell into the hands of his adversary, it would signify the loss of dominion over the insect. Most critically, this spirit-devouring insect was invaluable, a treasure he had shamelessly borrowed from his kin in the valley when he departed from home. Should anything happen to it, the burden would be unbearable for him. Roar! Ahead, Xiao Bai continued to grapple with the spirit-devouring insect. Having felt the previous threat of being devoured of its spiritual essence, Xiao Bai had become much more cautious. What was once a proactive assault had now turned into a frantic escape from the pursuing insect. Upon seeing Wang Gui rushing toward him, Xiao Bai too sprinted in his direction, letting out a fierce roar to signal Wang Gui to evade. Behind him, a streak of black lightning leaped and darted. The spirit-devouring insect was relentless in its pursuit. Wang Gui shared a profound understanding with his companion, instantly grasping the latter's intentions. Two figures, one human and one beast, surged forth in tandem. Wang Gui swiftly pivoted to the side, his body gliding closely along the ground, while Xiao Bai leapt high into the air. Whoosh! A black lightning bolt from behind fortuitously pierced the space between the human and the beast, colliding with the pursuing Wen Tan. Thud! Before Wen Tan could react, he felt an object penetrate through his chest. He halted, looking down in disbelief at the gaping void the size of a fist where his heart once resided. His mouth agape. Wen Tan's face was a tableau of incredulity and resentment. Before he could utter a word, his body slumped lifelessly to the ground, swiftly devoid of vitality. Wang Gui steadied himself, glancing back at the lifeless body of Wen Tan on the ground, and involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Had he been struck by the same fate, he would likely have met a similar end. However, he took solace in the fact that he had secured the wooden whistle. Chapter 82. The struggle for the great mind. The death of Wen Tan came as a complete shock to Wang Gui. He had intended to seize the wooden whistle from his opponent to leverage control. Yet he could not have foreseen that the latter would meet a tragic demise beneath his own soul-devouring worm. With the absence of its master, would the worm descend into madness? Stealing a glance at Wen Tan's corpse, Wang Gui felt a pang of trepidation and quickly turned to his companion, Xiao Bai, for answers. Xiao Bai fixated on the dark, writhing creature and, after a moment, communicated telepathically. It appears that this soul-devouring worm is not nurtured by the blood of this individual. It does not possess loyalty to its master, but is merely under his command. Recognizing the note of relief in Xiao Bai's words, Wang Gui chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. I shall impart the art of insect manipulation to my master. With the wooden whistle, you will gain complete control over this creature, Xiao Bai conveyed. Wang Gui nodded thoughtfully and inquired, how did you come to possess this knowledge? You are a beast, not an insect. Xiao Bai tilted its head, conveying a sense of confusion and curiosity. I am uncertain. It is simply an inexplicable understanding that resides within my mind. Wang Gui, intrigued, asked, have you evolved into a lion-feathered beast now? Not yet, Xiao Bai replied. I remain fundamentally a snow lion. However, due to that bone, I have acquired certain legacies of the lion-feathered beast, resulting in some mutations. My inherited memories, though not comprehensive, are solely derived from that bone. Wang Gui nodded slightly, recognizing this as a fortunate occurrence. He felt a sense of joy for Xiao Bai's newfound fortune. Without further delay, he employed the method instructed by Xiao Bai and blew into the wooden whistle. With a sharp whistle, the previously dormant soul-eating worms began to stir, their short, dark bodies wriggling over the rubble. In the next moment, they transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting swiftly to Wang Gui's feet. Xiaobai leaped gracefully to a nearby spot, seized something in its jaws, and returned, depositing the object on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was the half-severed piece of black deadwood that Wen Tan had previously produced. Is this the thunderstruck wood? Are you implying that this is the very place where the soul-eating worms hatch, and that only this item can contain them? Wang Gui blinked in astonishment upon receiving a telepathic message from Xiaobai, and he couldn't help but express his doubts. Xiaobai nodded in response, his gaze returning to the half-buried blackened wood before them. Although the thunderstruck wood could not compare to the primordial ancient with spirit roots, it remained a rare and precious spiritual wood, born from the tumultuous realm of thunder, forged over time, and imbued with strands of lightning power, which had a unique restraining effect on certain malevolent creatures. However, it was evident that the spirit of this thunderstruck wood had long since dissipated, and a small hole at its center likely served as the nest for the soul-eating worm. This worm devoured all spirits, rendering the Qingyan blade mere fodder in its presence, as evidenced by its effortless slaying of Wen Tan. Wang Gui's gaze fell upon the small black worm crawling at his feet, and his unease grew. Cautiously, he blew into the wooden whistle, watching as the soul-eating worm crawled into the hollow of the thunderstruck wood, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Could this worm recognize me as its master? Wang Gui inquired, his eyes shifting to Xiaobai. Xiaobai shook his head and communicated telepathically. This peculiar worm has already been marked by another. Given your current strength, unless you surpass the one who marked it, you cannot claim it as your own. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Though he could not truly become the master of this strange worm, wielding the wooden whistle would grant him the ability to control the soul-eating worm freely, effectively making it a valuable asset in his arsenal. Nevertheless, with this creature now in his possession, caution was paramount. It was best to refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. Wang Gui's eyes flickered slightly. The loss of the soul-devouring insect would undoubtedly be noticed by those in the Luoyin Valley. Furthermore, since Wen Tan was able to possess the soul-devouring insect, it indicates that the latter held a significant status within the Luoyin Valley. At the very least, his relatives must be of noble lineage, for it is unlikely that he could have acquired such a creature otherwise. Now that Wen Tan has met his demise, although it was not at Wang Gui's hand, he remains inextricably linked to the incident. Should the Luoyin Valley become aware of this matter, it is feared that they would not let it rest easily. Wang Gui approached the lifeless body of Wen Tan with measured steps. With a flick of his finger, he gathered the contents of the storage bag into his possession. Subsequently, he lightly touched the tip of his finger, and a searing flame erupted, engulfing Wen Tan's remains. Within mere minutes, all that was left was a pile of ashes. Now that the die was cast, he had no choice but to